Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter 001, Doctor and Adventurer. I recommend reading the auxiliary chapter World Info before starting the story. Chapter Start. Japan, Tokyo, Flevens St., the Heart Clinic. Approaching midnight, the streets in this area were always bustling. In the most crime-riddled area of the capital city, with gangs and villains always roaming about in the shadows, these streets were never safe. All but one place, that is, the Heart Clinic. A 3-story apartment building owned by a young couple who moved here a few years ago, transforming this building into a lifeline for the dregs of society. The one place where villains, gang members, and anyone who simply couldn't use legitimate means could go to get anything from a few stitches to a full surgery properly done, no questions asked. Because of this, the entirety of this particular stretch of Flevens Street is considered sacred ground. Any gang or villain who causes problems in this little area suddenly has to deal with every criminal from miles around hunting them down. Because nobody wants the only doctor that doesn't ask questions to skip town because of stray bullets flying too close to them. The small sign on the door, a white square with a curved heart outline in black, that's the only lifeline people in this area have, and they're willing to kill to protect it. Sitting on a clean metal chair, a plain-looking Japanese woman leans back with her eyes closed as her doctor works on her. Her top was already in the bin to be burned, soaked in blood from the 2 bullet holes in her left side, at the very edge of her torso, barely missing anything important. "Never thought I'd see you bleed," the doctor said. A thin Caucasian, Italian man with blonde hair and a pronounced smile. Patiently and expertly working on the woman. Kiku the Untouchable finally takes a hit, he jokes bitterly, much to her annoyance. "Had to happen eventually," she says weakly, "that's why I married a doctor." He chuckles quietly in response, "Knew you kept me around for something. But I didn't think a judge had guards that could hit you." "What happened?" he asks while passing her a glass of whiskey. "The judge didn't." She pushes away the glass and leans back into the chair. "Got a message from Redestro on the way back into the country, open contract on the Yayaros ahead, couldn't pass on a paycheck like that," she says with a bitter smile. "So the son finally got sick of the old man not playing along. Something had to give, and we got paid," Kiku says. "So Yayarosa's guards. Makes sense, that much money, the old man could have hired anyone. They were better than most, still garbage. They hit you," he pokes. "They weren't good," she snaps for a moment before calming down. "I was distracted, got some news this morning, that's all," she says quietly. "Well, I hope it was worth it," he finishes, stitching her up and bandaging her side. 2 more inches to the side and I would have lost you." "Lost us, you would have lost us," she corrects the now stunned doctor. Freezing for a moment, Corazon silently pulls Kiku in for a tight hug. "We're having a baby," the young doctor announces happily. "Ow ow ow ow," the woman pushes him away. In his excitement he forgot about her new wound. Sorry, he quickly holds out a hand to her and activates his quirk. Blue light radiates from his hand and passes through her body, barely large enough to cover her wound, delivering all the information about her physical state into his mind. "How is it?" Kiku asks. "You'll be fine." He moves the light over to her belly and focuses extra hard for a few seconds. "And you'll be fine too," he says to his undeveloped child. End chapter. Chapter 2, Chapter 002, La Matani. Read auxiliary chapter World Info before starting the story. Chapter Start. 4 years old. "I feel different, but nothing's happening," La mutters sadly. At 4 years old and only ever being homeschooled by his parents, the extremely sheltered and protected La Matani was shirtless with unkempt short hair, waving his arms around and punching the air, trying and failing to activate his quirk. His father Dr. Corazon taps his chin and studies the child. "Hold still," he says before reaching down and using his scanner quirk on La. "Your body changed, you certainly have a quirk factor and more mitochondria per cell than you did yesterday. Try this." Corazon places his hand out with his hand facing La, slowly flowing through the motion of activating his quirk. La copies the motion and focuses, but nothing happens. As he's about to cry, his father speaks up. "Maybe you got Kiku's quirk, do this instead." Corazon swings his hand in a rock-paper-scissors motion. Copying his father, La does the action and is disappointed to find his hand hasn't changed into a weapon like his mother's. He's seen his mother training before. With her arsenal quirk she can reshape her limbs into weapons, everything from swords to high-power rifles with high-tech scopes. Getting frustrated, La continues shaking his hands up and down, waving them around more and more angrily. Seeing his son about to cry, Corazon frowns and reaches out, holding the boy still and seizing his attention. "La, that's enough," Corazon says. "But, my quirk, my quirk." It doesn't matter what your quirk is, his father says. You're my son and that already makes you better than everyone else, even if you were quirkless that wouldn't change. But, Law stares down at the floor and balls his fists at his sides. You and Mom are always using your quirks, I wanted to be like that too, to help you too. Humph, Corazon smiles proudly at his son. If that's all you want then you certainly don't need a quirk. It helps but you don't need it to be an adventurer like your mom. And you definitely don't need it to be a doctor. But it helps, Law argues. Yeah, it helps, but no matter how strong a quirk is, all it could ever make you is one of those silly heroes or villains in this society, but even All Might can't reach into hell and bring someone back, Corazon smiles, swelling with pride. But we can do that, he reaches out a hand for his son to take. I can teach you everything I know and make you the closest thing to a god. To be a god, Law mutters, mostly to himself, seeing his father in an entirely new light. Reaching out and taking his hand, Law gives a joyous smile. Yeah, teach me, he cheers loudly. Ha ha ha, Corazon picks his son up and twirls him around. I'll start planning all the extra lessons you need from tonight. Ha. Law's joyous mood immediately becomes shocked. And southwest the road to being the world's best doctor began. 5 years old. Are you really qualified to be doing this? A man covered in scrapes and bruises asks Law. Sitting on a metal chair, the young boy is carefully removing half a dozen bullets from the man's leg. Don't talk, Law says through his surgical mask. Wearing a smaller version of hospital scrubs and a surgical mask, looking like a kid playing dress-up as he carefully removes the first bullet. I'm just not sure how comfortable I feel with AHHHH, the man screams out in pain as Law presses his thumb onto the now empty bullet wound. I said shut up, the child snaps at his patient, earning a sheepish look from the grown man as he goes back to work. I don't want a bank robber with super speed who somehow got shot questioning my competence. The man just looks away, feeling the sting from the child's words. Ha ha ha, Corazon laughs as he pulls the antibacterial curtains aside and enters the work area, wearing the same outfit as his son. That's right, gotta keep these patients in line, the man says as he moves to take a seat not far away. Having just finished with his own patient, a member of the same heist team who also got shot, he's now here to check on his son. Are they gonna be okay? The patient asks Corazon. You morons will be fine, Corazon casually waves away the man's concern. That new hero showed up, huh, snipe? Yeah, the man mutters. His bullets home in on targets, pretty much beats my speed quirk in a dash every time. Hearing both the men converse, Law tries to focus on his work but struggles to ignore them. He makes it to the 5th bullet hole and raises his scalpel. Just a little more, he thinks to himself as he cuts down. As he's about to make the last main incision, for the first time his quirk activates. His vision goes blue as if looking through thin glass. Moving the scalpel he barely shifts a few centimeters and to his horror, his patient's entire leg is cut off. What? He cries out in shock. The patient doesn't even feel the cut, where the blood would normally be flowing freely is a seemingly invisible wall allowing the insides to be seen without disrupting them at all, preventing any pain or real injury. Effectively separating the leg by space instead of truly damaging it. Both men finally notice what's going on as they look on the floor to see the leg just resting there with one more bullet hole that needs attending. The patient is instantly silenced as Corazon immediately pulls out his taser and zaps him unconscious, a handy device for any doctor who deals with criminals. Law, the doctor calmly asks, seeing his son frozen in shock at what he'd done. Law, why don't you let me deal with this and you get cleaned up? Your mom should be coming home from her job tonight, remember? Law lifelessly nods, still in shock, and silently leaves the room. As the child leaves, Corazon picks up the leg and moves it over to an operating table. With no hesitation he takes out a scalpel and makes 2 large incisions. Seeing the cuts appearing normally, he puts the scalpel down and feels the area where Law had separated the leg from the patient. He sees the bone surrounded by all the flesh and muscle, blood still flowing through veins as if the body were still attached. He presses his finger toward the bone but notices that there seems to be an invisible wall preventing the blood and other pieces from falling out of the open wound. It bleeds normally when I cut it, so he didn't modify the patient's body. The point where it's separated isn't bleeding out and seems to be sealed by some kind of void space. The pulse is still flowing, which means technically it's still connected to the main body as well. What an incredible quirk. As Corazon finishes studying the limb, the patient begins to stir awake, causing the doctor to sigh. Can't have this information getting out, he thinks as he saunters over to a locked cupboard and fiddles with the combination lock. Removing a small syringe of clear fluid, he walks over to the man and stabs him in the jugular. With no emotion in his eyes, he floods his bloodstream with death. Too bad those bullet wounds cracked your spine. Huh, you almost made it too, oh well. He shrugs and begins to clean up. Taking the leg, he carries it over to the body, and with no resistance, it reattaches the moment he pushes the pieces together. The division that separated the pieces is entirely gone, as if it was never detached in the first place. His eyes widen in surprise yet again as he feels the area where the separation was. Can't even tell anything happened here, he mutters, clear wonder in his voice. Corazon carefully cleans up while mulling over the quirk he just witnessed. Working with thousands of villains with all manner of quirks, he'd never seen anything like that. A quirk that lets you freely manipulate other people like that, pull them apart, and put them back together at will. All without their consent as well. It really is perfect for a doctor. Corazon smiles, and looks down at his hands. He can't help but laugh as the absurdity sinks in. All these centuries we surgeons were said to have the closest thing to a hand of God, and my son really has the hand of God. His laughter spreads throughout the room. The last thing the dying patient hears as the poison takes effect. End chapter. Waifu votes here please. Noticed nobody made any requests in the auxiliary chapter and I'm still undecided. Sad face. Chapter 3, Chapter 003, The Matani's Last Supper. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. 7 years old. In the same operating room where Law first used Hand of God, lies an unconscious woman, her body missing the top half of her head as the oxygen mask placed over her mouth keeps her unconscious, but very much alive. The same invisible barrier of space rests at the point of separation from her body. At the other end of the room at a metal desk sits Law with the top of her head still very much alive in front of him. With his father looking over his shoulder, amputate, Law commands while he carefully cuts her head down the middle, splitting her skull and brainstem in one swift motion. Once again harmlessly dividing her body. There it is, Corazon says as he points to the blinking little bead attached to her brainstem. Focusing on the bead, Law raises his hand in a grasping motion, placing a little vial of water beside the head. He focuses on both the water and the bead. Shambles, he commands. A single drop of water swaps places with the bead, dropping the blinking bead into her vial and placing a harmless drop of water on her brainstem. Releasing a tired sigh, Law wipes the sweat from his brow. This was the final surgery of a very long day, the 7th bomb he's removed from a person's head in a row. Looking around, he focuses and sees the bubble enveloping the room. A faint blue tinge hung in the air that was only visible to him. Room, he commands, and the bubble seems to pop. Room is the basis of his quirk. All his other techniques must be performed within this operating room. However, some effects will persist outside of this room. The room cannot exist without Law being inside. The size of his room as well as how long it persists is entirely determined by his stamina. There is no other limit. No material can block it, no quirk can resist it, and no other person can perceive it. Shambles is a technique that allows him to freely substitute the positions of any items within his room, effectively allowing him to warp around anywhere he wants as long as there is something to swap with. Working together, both men reassemble the woman, quickly undoing the effects of his first technique. Amputate is a technique that ignores all physical resistances and divides space itself to cut matter. This technique does no harm to living things, however, and can be extended as far as his room reaches, although he requires a bladed tool to use this. After putting the woman back together, his father scans her. While less effective than Law's skin technique, which can pinpoint anything within his room depending on his awareness, or allows him to target a particular organ within a person if he's making contact while scanning them. Corazon took the lead in the final checkup as Law was already tired from constantly making rooms today. She's perfectly fine, his father said. You know, your quirk really is a miracle. Of all the people in this world, I do believe you're the one that can become a god, all these new techniques always showing up. I couldn't be happier, and you're learning medicine so quickly too. Now that really makes me proud. I still have a long way to go. I can only operate on certain organs without you supervising me. Brain surgery would have been impossible without you, Law says. You're still young, you've got time. His father removes his gloves and ruffles Law's hair. Why don't you go see what your mom made for dinner while I deal with this? He gestures to the unconscious woman. Remember, we don't want people seeing your face. Right, don't take too long, Law says as he removes his gloves and leaves to get cleaned up. Watching his son leave, Corazon looks at the little vial on the desk still containing the explosive bead. Something that would have been impossible to remove without the phasing quirk that placed it there. Yeah, you're gonna be on top of the world, son. 9 years old. Clang. On a high-rise rooftop in Hosa City, Law and his mother, Kiku, clash blades. The professional adventurer, as she prefers to call herself, educates her son in the art of combat while his father handles more academic pursuits. Faster, she demands as she parries another of his sword strikes. Your quirk gives you an absurd boost to spatial awareness. Use it and increase your reaction time. You can get it close to 0 with enough training. While Law was covered in sweat and panting heavily, she was as calm as ever without a worry on her face. He holds his sword out, a perfectly straight short saber reminiscent of a scalpel, and accepts her challenge while she simply has her right hand in the form of a greatsword and gives him a bored look. Spinning on his heel, Law turns his back to her and slashes forward, slashing at empty space. Shambles, he mentally commands, no longer needing the crutch of saying his intent out loud to activate his quirk. He and Kiku instantly swap places. For the briefest instant, her eyes widen before she spins on her heel and easily parries his strike. Not bad, she compliments while locking blades with him. But this isn't a sword duel, she says before punching him in the face, knocking him onto his back. Ow, he groans while rubbing his face. Kiku sighs and helps him up, dusting him off slightly. Law, in this world the only thing that matters is power. Most of society isn't allowed to use quirks because the people in charge know this is true. They can't control everyone, so I need you to focus more on the combat applications of your quirk for when you need it, alright? Alright. The sooner you learn this the better. In this world there is no good or evil, there are no heroes and villains. The strong decide those things, they decide the labels and rules. The weak don't even get to choose how they die, you have to be the strong, she says in a serious tone. As they take a break, Law walks over to their backpack and takes out 2 burgers, handing one to his mother. Sitting with their legs hanging off the top of the building, they look out over the peaceful midday city. What do you think I need to work on more? Law asks his mom as they're having lunch. She thinks about it for a moment. Well, you're already past the first hurdle. See, most people either don't or can't legally encourage their kids to use their quirk as much as possible, especially not as much as we do because, well, laws. That's usually the first roadblock, and you're comfortable enough to instinctively use your quirk anywhere and anytime. Now you need to work on combat sense and the size of your room. Covering a few buildings won't be enough if shit hits the fan after all. So just keep pushing my limits, I can do that, Law says. Yeah, but have fun too, maybe get a girlfriend. Not that I don't like you being more mature than a lot of people, but what's the point of all the fighting if you end up alone? She leans over and pulls him into a hug. That's why I have you and your dad. And I'd rather just stay in the clinic, Law decides. TCH, you're gonna be one lonely god, huh? Kiku says as her phone beeps. That's our signal. Raising a hand to her face, she covers both her eyes. Activating her quirk, her hand seems to flatten before 2 holes appear, one in her palm and the other in her fingers to form high-powered scopes. Looking at the city below, she sees her target. A tall and bald man in a 3-piece suit with bodyguards surrounding him. Walking at his side is his trophy wife with their 5-year-old daughter between them, holding both their hands. Gotcha, she says. Pass me around. Without looking, Law reaches into their day pack and passes her a 4-inch long, .50 caliber bullet. Thanks, she says as she holds it in her hands. Making a squeezing motion, both her arms shift and twist into a massive rifle with a high-powered scope. Contract calls for this to be messy. Oh well, she says as she aims. Can I get the next one? Law asks. She considers it for a moment. What the hell, you're already 9, gotta get your feet wet at some point. Yes, he cheers, finally feeling like he'd be able to really contribute to her work. Just in case, and I'll be choosing all your targets, alright, can't afford any slip-ups. She takes a deep breath. 1,500 meters on a crowded street in broad daylight, you know what most people call that? Ask says as she exhales. Impossible, Law says, but for us, it's just another Monday, he laughs. Damn right. Focusing her mind, she gently squeezes the trigger, firing between her heartbeats to silence her targets. With no issue, the bullet tears through the air and one of his guards before hollowing out the man's chest in front of his family, painting them all red. Watching through his binoculars, Law doesn't even flinch. Over the years of being a surgeon and her spotter, he's quite used to the sight of blood. As the round is released, the bullet shell pops out of her rifle as her hands shift back, slight red spot on her forearms from the heat of the shell. Tact, Law catches the casing before it falls to the streets below them and stores it in their backpack. TAKT is his equivalent to telekinesis or gravity control, although it operates more vaguely as simply manipulating space, allowing him to even move liquids or simply command it in an area to raise a pile of sand instead of focusing on every grain. However, larger objects need more specific focus and consume more energy. He also cannot directly move himself with this technique. Placing a hand on her shoulder arm where the injury is, he focuses on her booster shot. She feels a small adrenaline surge as he removes his hand, and the sore spot completely heals as if it were never there. Booster shot was a more recent development, allowing him to convert his own stamina into healing for others, or to use it on himself to heal. If he uses it on a person or himself without needing any healing, it instead gives a physical boost proportional to the stamina consumed. Getting ready to leave the roof as sirens start blaring and heroes rush to the scene, the duo casually enters the elevator and descends to the lobby. Kiku still rubs where her arm was stinging from the recoil and heat, thankful for her son's healing technique. Unlike Lady Nagant, while Kiku can make any weapon, her flesh is only reinforced to a certain extent. She also can't separate body parts, therefore, making and firing ammunition is impossible with only her quirk, which leads to her preferring close-range fights overall. So your birthday is coming up, anything you want? Kiku asks as they walk down the street, ignoring the fleet of emergency vehicles passing by. Obsidian scalpels, maybe a new sword. Law answers immediately. Kiku sighs, sure, but how about you also pick something outside of medicine or training? I know those are your first loves, but it's okay to branch off a bit and have fun. Law ponders it for a minute as they round the corner to their car. What about a skateboard? Obsidian scalpels, a new sword, and a skateboard, that's easy enough, Kiku muses as they make their way home. 15 years old. Law had grown up quite a bit in the last few years. They suspect the mutations in his body, extra mitochondria in each cell, are what caused his height to shoot past both his parents. While they both stood at 177 centimeters 5 feet 10 inches Law was already at 183 centimeters, just a hair over 6 feet tall. His body was well defined, muscular but mean. Clearly he was someone who enjoyed weightlifting but could also go for a long run whenever he felt like it. His skin was slightly tanned, an extremely light brown hue, partly his natural complexion, and partly from how he spends his free time. But likely the most startling feature is the bluish-white eyes that seem to look past everything in front of him. Sitting around the dinner table, Law gladly digs into his katsudon, a deep-fried pork cutlet on a bed of fried eggs atop a spread of white rice. Beside his plate is a small glass of whiskey. Both Kiku and Corazon have the exact same meal, a birthday and holiday tradition in their little family. Which is why they were eating it tonight, April 3rd, Law's 15th birthday. This is what they ate the night they made Law and started their family, so they decided it should become a tradition. So who is she? Kiku asks. Law chokes on his rice for a moment, reaching for his glass to wash it down. What? The girl you snuck out of here this morning, she forgot her jacket, Kiku says with a bored look. Just some girl I met a few days ago, it's nothing serious, Law says. Another useless pretty face, huh? Why can't you just find a nice girl that you'll actually keep around for a change? Kiku berates him. Ugh, why would I ever do that? I'm 14 and I've got money and power, that means the world is just full of options for me, Law boasts. You sound just like your father, but he changed his tune when he met the right woman, Kiku says with a prideful smile. Corazon nods. Then I started a family and it was honestly the best thing to ever happen to me. Have you at least considered taking the actual medical license exam? Kiku asks. You know we have connections to get you in there, you'd easily pass and then we'd actually have a trusted license in the house, maybe even make the clinic legit. I don't know, I don't think I want to get involved in government stuff. What we're doing now works, so why change it anyway? I'm just suggesting options, you've got your whole life ahead of you, still no need to choose now, Kiku says. Well. Law trails off nervously, there actually is a job I was looking at. Both his parents give him a strange look before his father speaks. What job? A simple hit. Law, Kiku narrows her eyes at him. We've been over this. I've been watching you for a decade, studying constantly and practicing, just let me do one for once, he argues. Narrowing her eyes at him, Kiku silently considers all their options. If I say no, will you do it anyway? Yeah. Sigh, did you properly check the sources? Of course. Where is it? Only one district over. Target. Some lawyer, works for an oil company. Pay. $2 million, Law says. Kiku frowns and looks over at her husband. Corazon shakes his head. If he's going anyway, then I'd feel better with both of you there. Damn it, fine, when? He has a case tomorrow afternoon. End chapter. Still open to suggestions and ideas for this story since only the first volume is completed, smiley face. Chapter 4, Chapter 004, Ambush. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Law stood in the hotel room staring out the large windows. 15 floors up, all he has to do is make one precise shot and this job would be done. On the bed rests his sword, a sleek 120 centimeters 4 feet long white saber, completely straight and razor thin, custom made to simulate the feel of a scalpel, a tungsten carbon alloy perfect for his needs. The hilt was rectangular and matched the blade perfectly, white with black accents. You ready? Kiku asks. Of course. Law takes his sword and draws it from the white scabbard. Lining it up with a painting on the wall, he activated his quirk. Room. A tiny invisible room reaches the painting but no further, just barely touching the ink. Injection shot, he says quietly. Lining up the blade to where he wants, a bullet of invisible force slams into the ink but goes no further than his room's limits. You really got all the good stuff. His mom mutters. An invisible and silent bullet, perfect for these types of missions as it can either harm inorganic objects, no matter how physically tough they are, or bypass physical defenses and do exclusively internal damage to organics. Your stuff isn't bad, Mom. I'm just that much better, he says with a cocky grin. Oh yeah. She smacked Law on the head. All right. As Law frowns and rubs his head, Kiku looks at the wall clock. It's almost 5, he should be leaving the office soon, get ready. Right, Law walks toward the tinted window as she hands him a pair of binoculars. Looking down at the crowded street. 2 lanes of light traffic but dozens of people on the sidewalk, either going home or to their evening plans. Focusing on the door, he expects his target to be leaving soon. Law keeps his eyes locked, ready to activate his quirk and get another clean job under his belt. Breakdown. Kiku asks over his shoulder, her eyes transformed into high-powered scopes to help locate the target. Mom, you know the. Don't care, she cuts him off. Doesn't matter how many jobs you've done, always good to double-check everything. Breakdown. Now. Law size, fine. Early 50s, gray suit, blue tie, has 3 horns on his head. Quirk. Horns, he has horns, Law says in a bored tone. Kiku nods, family. Doesn't matter. Reason for the hit. Doesn't matter. Payout. 3 million, Law smiles. Good, the only thing that matters is the contract, nothing is more sacred in this life, Kiku smiles, knowing this rule was properly instilled into their son years ago. Look lively. Law spots his target simultaneously, a short and rotund man, barely 150 centimeters 5 feet tall. Wearing a gray suit with his blue tie, and sporting 3 horns. The face perfectly matches the picture in the request. Looking at the people walking about, Law spots a gap in the foot traffic, the perfect spot for him to get his shot. Easy money, Law says. Room. A massive room, spanning over 100 meters, invisible and undetectable as always, expands outward from his chest to encompass everything. Creating his domain, with him at the center of it. Shambles, a butterfly knife appears in his left hand, without needing to swap places with anything. Familiarity with an object or space allows him to warp them without requiring the crutch of a substitution item. This would be a lot easier if hotel windows could open, Law sighs as he makes a slicing motion in the air. The lock at the edge of the window is sliced open, a perfect and routine use of amputate to divide matter. Law places the tip of his blade just outside the window to prevent any bullet holes when he fires. Scan, his mind is bombarded with information about everything within his room, but he only focuses on his target. Scan gives him a perfect external breakdown of his target's body and passive awareness of everything within his room to an extent, but the larger the room the easier it is to miss things. And gathering information about a person's internal structure requires him to be in contact with the person, even if it is through gloves. Almost there. Law says as he focuses, aiming his blade directly at the target. Injection shot, he mutters. A silent force bullet rockets from the tip of his blade and crosses the street, clearing the distance in half the time it would take for a standard bullet while remaining completely silently and invisibly. They both see the target get hit, a direct shot to the side of his head as he's walking. Shattering his brainstem and killing him instantly, the sidewalk at the other end of the man cracks as a bullet hole suddenly appears in it. As if it went clean through his head, but without ever breaking the skin. As always, internal damage only to organics. Easy Joe, Law celebrations are cut short. As expected, the surrounding crowd looks on in horror as the mall falls to the floor. But both Law and Kiku's eyes widen in surprise as his body shifts and contorts. Transforming back to its original form, a brown blob of flesh, clothes, and all shift with it. A moment later it truly reverts to the original form. A tall slender man with pale gray skin laying lifeless on the sidewalk. Shifter, Kiku's eyes widen in realization, seeing the shape-shifting hero's corpse laying there. His bulletproof skin is obviously assumed to be able to protect him from them, but the hero couldn't have known about Law, about how his quirk worked. Mask on, she yells. Law immediately shuts the window, and runs to the bed. Reaching into his bag he pulls on his ski mask, leaving only his white blue eyes exposed. His mother wears an identical mask with her brown eyes revealed. Kiku taps a few buttons on her phone, disabling all the cameras and recordings on their route and prepared exit before throwing the phone onto the bed. Turning to look back at her son, she nods. Ready? Law asks. Let's go. She reaches into the backpack they brought and clicks a button, leaving it on the bed beside the phone and anything else they brought. Law grabs his sword and focuses on where they need to go. Shambles, he says as they disappear, replaced with 2 blue marbles that clatter to the floor. They appear on the roof of the hotel and begin running along the rooftops, understanding that escape was the main priority before they could do anything else. Boom. As they leap off the roof and onto a neighboring building, the room they were in seconds ago explodes into a raging inferno, destroying all evidence of anyone being there. With only their eyes exposed, they simply had to escape now and lay low for a while. They were certainly impossible to track. Running toward nearly the end of the second rooftop, Kiku stops and grabs her head. Ack, she yells in pain, feeling as if her skull was in a vice. Law stops as he feels a tingling at the back of his mind, but he automatically shrugs it off, the telltale effect of someone trying to use their quirk on him. Thankfully, between his ego, willpower, and quirk, it was impossible for any other quirks to tell him what to do. Kiku, however, without such resistance, drops to one knee due to the extreme pain. On the empty rooftop, Law knows they have no cover and picks her up. Thankfully his mother was shorter and lighter than him, he could barely feel her due to how much energy his quirk gives him. Scooping her into his arms and handing her his sword, he takes off. What is it? He asks. They're tracking me, Kiku says. We need to find the quirk user and kill him, then disappear. And if we can't? We will, Law says. We'll both get out of this. East, he's east, Kiku says as the pain begins fading aware, yet she could feel the established connection tugging her toward the quirk user. Law turns on his heel and begins running east. Room, he creates a room as they arrive at the edge of the roof, quickly scanning for a few rocks on a rooftop across the street in front of him. Shambles. They both disappear. You can put me down now, Kiku says as they step out of his room, causing it to collapse immediately. Kiku stands on her own and points to a spot on the floor. I can feel him down. Move. Law pulls her out of the way as a sharp feather flies past the spot where she was. Crash. Rooftop rumbles behind them. Turning around they both see a man in an aviator-style get-up landing on the rooftop behind them, 2 wings of red feathers at his back where the lone feather that tried to attack Kiku returns to. The number 3 pro hero, Hawk, glares at them, a long feather in each hand acting like a sword. Standing beside him is a tall hulk of a man, the ground beneath him cracked due to his rough landing earlier, his massive 2-meter-tall frame was swollen with muscles, and his entirely metal body shone under the sunlight. Chrome, the number 12 pro hero, his armored skin allows him to handle some of the physically strongest villains, and makes him immune to firearms and even tank shells. Hawks looks at both targets for a moment before speaking, and Law uses this time to create a room spanning 200 meters, attacks on his stamina that he could truly feel, but making this room and scanning was essential to expect any more ambushes, he barely made a room in time to detect that sneak attack earlier after all. If you have a sword, he points at Law, then that must make the woman arsenal, he levels his feather sword at Kiku. Did you find him yet? Kiku asks quietly, neither side moves their eyes from each other as both her hands morph into swords, confirming Hawk's suspicions. Yeah, Law says. I have his location, plan. Kill them all, they've seen too much. MHM, Law nods in agreement, focusing on the person she pointed at earlier through the floor. While mother and son were quietly muttering to each other, standing 15 meters away Hawks and Chrome were creating a simple plan, not expecting the infamous assassin arsenal to have backup. With the sensitivity of his feathers, Hawks felt the vibrations their words sent through the air, easily hearing their plan. They found Mindbinder, he tells Chrome in a hushed tone, still staring down the villains. Don't hesitate to break them, they plan to kill us all. I think the swordsman has heightened senses, you should take him. Piece of cake, Chrome says. Now. Arsenal, Kiku yells. To the shock of both heroes, Law turns toward her and swings at her neck with his blade, drawing it and attacking before anyone can make sense of this betrayal. Shambles, in Kiku's place an older gentleman with gray hair suddenly appears, eyes closed and hands on his temple as he focuses to maintain his quirk on the woman, keeping his mind connected to the woman. Before he can open his eyes they've swapped places and a sword slashes through his head. Incision, Law enhances his slash to do more damage, unfortunately, this requires physical contact unlike amputate, but the results are obvious as he bisects the man's skull. Before the fresh corpse can hit the floor Kiku is swapped out once more. Binder. Chrome yells out as both parties rush each other, Chrome charges toward Law while Hawks has his sights on Kiku. Heroes versus villains, a bloody battle begins. End chapter. Chapter 5, Chapter 005, Critical Wounds. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Rushing toward Chrome, the massive metal-plated brute, Law glances at Hawk, seeing the hero rocket toward his mother, swords in hand and 36 small feathers flying alongside him like sentient knives. Direct confrontation isn't our specialty, assassination is, Law thinks, his mind racing 1,000 miles a minute to solve this problem. I need to save as many tricks as possible in case they have reinforcements on the way, and I need to deal with Chrome quickly before Mom gets overwhelmed by those feathers. She can't defend from all angles but also can't hurt Chrome, damn it. Both pairs separate slightly and break into individual duels. Chrome punches down at Law with a massive metal fist, only for the swordsman to pivot and turn his back to the hero. Shambles. Clang. Blade clashes against metal skin as they swap places and Law slashes at his back. A large gash is left on the hero's back, but it draws no blood. Law leaps away as Chrome swings back to swat him. Damn power types, Law internally groans. Being an assassin, he rarely, if ever, comes into confrontation with a power type, and certainly not one that's in the top 20 Japanese hero ranking. Law tries to aim the point of his sword at Chrome to attack his insides with a force bullet, but the hero closes the distance between them too quickly. Shining Fist. Chrome yells out, his dazzling metallic fist striking Law's sword, sending a wave of numbness up Law's arms as it knocks him across the roof. Law rolls across the ground, then looks up just in time. Shining Stomp. Chrome yells as he descends onto Law, aiming to stomp on the assassin. Idiot heroes are always yelling, Law internally groans as he swaps places with Chrome. Law fell a few feet to the roof and landed on his feet while Chrome suddenly appeared on the roof instead of falling, leaving a small crack because of his momentum. As Chrome realizes what happened, he rushes Law, but the assassin was already a few meters away with his sword raised high. Injection shot, he commands while Chrome charges. Arg. Chrome collapses with a heavy clank, cracking and chipping the concrete roof. Law had aimed for his thigh, tearing through the artery and tendon without breaking the skin. The hero collapsed in pain as his fleshy insides were shredded. Chrome grits his teeth and makes an erratic, mad dash toward Law, realizing what had happened and making it difficult for the boy to aim. Injection shot. The shoulder. Injection shot. The gut. Injection shot. The brain, finally killing the hero. Clang. Chrome's forehead slams against the concrete as Law turns toward Hawks and his mother. What he sees makes his blood run cold, but only for a moment, before it begins to boil. During Hawk's short but lethal battle with Kiku, the assassin showed her decades of experience. During one of their clashes she slashed Hawk's face, cracking his visor and nearly destroying his right eye. Ugh, he groaned, the feathers on his back pulling him away from her as he thrust his arms forward. All the feathers on his back react and lash out, 4 dozen small blades shredding the assassin. Kiku freezes, eyes wide as she looks down at her own body, as if she'd been sentenced to death via firing squad. There were almost more holes than solid flesh on her torso. Understanding what just happened, Hawks leaps forward with both his swords, taking advantage of this moment to eliminate her before anything unexpected happened. As both his blades were about to make contact, however, he hears before he disappears. Slashing at the empty air in front of him when he appears at the far side of the roof. Looking down at Chrome's body at his feet, no blood or visible damage of any kind, presumably unconscious, the hero couldn't tell that his dear friend was already dead. Turning around, he sees Law cradling Kiku as she takes what he expects to be her final breaths. His feathers tore through her and danced around inside her torso, putting all her organs into a crude blender. She was dead, she had to be, right? Booster shot. 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 Law screams over and over, his palm over her heart, and faint blue energy transfers from him into her. Unlike Recovery Girl's world-famous heal QUIRK, instead of using the patient's stamina to force cell activation, Law uses his own stamina to regenerate their bodies. Thankfully his QUIRK had his body adapt to have much more energy than an average person. She's gone, Hawk says, walking up to Law with his feathers hovering around him, both feather swords still in his hands. Surrender now, enough people have died today. Looking at his mother as she struggles to survive, Law feels rage like never before, not toward Hawks, not toward the situation, only rage at himself. Looking up, his wide-eyed and pissed-off gaze clashes with Hawks's. He puts on a brave front, but using that much energy to keep her alive had his stamina greatly diminished. His room had shrunk from 200 meters down to just barely 50 meters, but the steady, weak, but steady beat of her heart beneath his palm was well worth it. Now I just need to get us out of here so I can operate and save her, Law decided as he gently places her down, rising to his feet, sword in hand. Hawks sighs, I see, so it's like that. Law immediately rushes the hero. Hawks rockets forward, flanked by a dozen feathers on each side, ready to bombard Law with an indefensible onslaught. Before they clash, Law shrinks his room, even more, to barely the size of this whole rooftop. Removing all the unnecessary clutter from his awareness, he focuses entirely on Hawks and all the feathers flying about. Shambles. Clang. Law's blade clashes with Hawks, and the hero's eyes widen, realizing Law had swapped places with a feather at his side. Shambles. Clang. This time Hawks barely reacts fast enough, blocking a slash intended for his back, his feathers heightening his senses and awareness to react nearly as fast as Law, but not quite fast enough to really block anything. But Law had to allow him to block some. Shambles. Clang. Hawks lifts both swords and meets Law's strike to his left side, pushing back against Law. His confidence was built up enough. Shambles. Hawks reacts, and Law once again allows him to defend, blocking with both his feather swords crossed directly in front of him. And as their blades meet, amputate. Law's sword delivers a slash that separates matter, taking advantage of Hawks's confidence in his ability to parry. The hero's eyes widen in horror as his feather swords are cleanly sliced through. Incision. After Law's blade breaks Hawks's guard, he changes the type of slash he performs. Switching from amputate, which harmlessly divides organic matter, to incision, which increases the physical and destructive property of his slash. The moment his blade makes contact with the hero's armored chest plate, it sinks nearly an inch deep. Hawks doesn't even register the searing pain until after all his feathers instinctively yank him backward. The slash that would have cut his heart in two and ended his career right there instead only sank an inch deep before his body was pulled back by his feathers. From his left shoulder to nearly his right hip, Law's blade leaves a trail of blood and pain across his chest as all the available feathers slam into the hero and rocket away from the roof with him in tow. The blood that sprayed out of Hawks's chest in his retreat splashed across Law's mask. The normal obsessively hygienic surgeon doesn't even pay it any mind as the hero retreats. Law doesn't bother to chase or even continue his assault. He drops his sword and runs back toward where his mother lays, fighting to desperately cling to life. Dropping to his knees beside her, he cradles her in his arms and places a hand on her chest. Booster shot, he begs his QUIRK to heal her, and the blue light flows from his palm into her torso. Her broken, ragged breathing and irregular heartbeat don't change. Faint and barely there if at all. Room. Law commands, expanding his room, creating the largest room he could to get them out of here. He needed his operating tools. He needed life support devices. He needed home. He says in an exhausted voice, shambles. Both he and his mother disappeared from the rooftop. End chapter. Chapter 6, Chapter 006, A Miracle. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Dad. Law screams, suddenly appearing in the operating room of their clinic. Kiku struggles to breathe as he holds her in his arms, rushing to place her on the operating table. Leaving his mask on, Hawks's blood drying and sticking the cotton to his face, ignored, he flicks his wrist and a scalpel appears in his hand. Tearing off her top, he sees dozens of stab wounds, tunnels made by feathers flying straight through her and exiting her back. Fuck, he gets to work immediately. A minute later, Corazon barges into the room, the clinic thankfully already closed for the day, allowing them to have privacy. The man freezes at what he sees, his wife on the operating table, an oxygen mask on her face, struggling to keep her eyes open. Thankfully, Law's QUIRK allows him to perform painless operations. He sees Law with a blood-stained mask, carefully but quickly operating on his mother, both hands in her chest cavity. Crap, Corazon rushes to put on some gloves and join his son at the table. The slow and steady beeping of her heart monitor feels like sirens in his ears. What hap? His question halts as they both freeze. Law carefully removes one of Hawks's feathers and lifts it up. It still subtly shakes as he holds it between them. They both share a knowing look before his father speaks. You need to get out of here, I'll keep her stable. No. Law argues, tossing the feather aside and delving back into the surgery. If I leave, she'll die. He destroyed her organs. Corazon stops himself, knowing Hawks could likely hear them with that feather. Son, you need to go. No, just focus on saving her. Go. Kiku forces herself to speak, her eyes meeting Law's for a moment before she begins to pass out, her heart rate quickly plummeting. Fuck. Law makes a fist with each hand, leaving his thumbs sticking out, and place them atop her chest, counter-shock. His hands spark. Ah, she jolts back awake, heart rate returning as he generated a current with his hands to act as a defibrillator. Booster shot, he gives her another dose of blue healing energy before he continues operating, paying his dad no mind. Looking between his son and wife, Corazon flattens his lips, knowing exactly how stubborn the boy would be. Fine, the man grits out. You focus on her, I'm making sure you can at least get out of this clean. He rushes out of the room, pulling the antibacterial curtains shut behind him and following their plan. All he had to do was make sure they couldn't track Law, because they all knew that the heroes can't actually hold him in custody. Eyes flickering back to his mother as she passes out, heart rate erratic, Law keeps muttering to himself. I'll fix this, I'll fix this, I'll fix this. Over and over for nearly an hour, before the sirens start approaching. Law feels his mind becoming more and more exhausted by the second. He doesn't react when someone busts open the front door, turning the wood into splinters. The feather at the side of the room rushes through the curtains, but he continues operating on his mother. He hears his father yelling, 3 gunshots, then a body hitting the floor. His QUIRK allowed him to know what was going on. His father was fine, but none of his shots had hit, not surprising for a non-combatant. When the curtains are ripped open, he sees Hawk staring at him with hate-filled eyes. His entire chest is bloodied, one arm across his chest while the other holds a feather sword. His red feather wings kept him off the ground to ease the pressure on his chest. Surrender, now. Hawks demands. Law's eyes focus on Hawks for a moment, seeing the sweat on the hero's face and the way he was careful with his injury, the venom in his glare, and most importantly, all the feathers already surrounding him and his mother. Law returns his focus to his mother, and continues operating. If I stop, she dies, was all he said. She's already dead, Hawks insisted. I put her damn organs in a blender. It'd take a miracle to save her, and you killed my friend. So get on the ground, now. I can heal her, I am a miracle, just need time, Law says flatly. Hawks takes a more aggressive stance, feathers angling themselves to cut Law into pieces. Law ignores him, unwilling to ever leave his mother to die, so he continues operating. Fine, Hawks mutters, telepathically instructing his feathers to attack. 2 feathers tear into Law's legs, trying to make him kneel. He groans, but his arms and hands stay steady, his legs through sheer will remain standing, refusing to stop working on his mother. Fine, Hawk says, but you asked for this. 1 long feather rockets directly to Law's neck, nearly piercing the skin before it stops, and through it all, he continues operating. What? Hawk screams, holding his earpiece. He obeyed the order to stop his attack but couldn't understand why. What the hell could you ever need him for, he growls out. Law listens in on the conversation, at least on Hawk's side, but doesn't stop operating, doesn't even bother to move the feather from his neck. Hawk grits his teeth and is seething at the sight of Law. This monster killed Chrome and you want me to wait? Who's to say he won't just warp away? We won't get this chance again. Hawks argues. You can't be serious. You expect him to honor that. Fine. But if he gets away, this is on your head, Nizu. This entire trap was yours anyway, Hawks grumbles. Law notices the feathers returning to Hawks' wings. The steady beep of Kiku's heart monitor is the only sound in the room for almost a minute. She's your mom? Hawks asks. Yes, Law answers surprisingly quickly. Hawk sighs, can't believe I'm saying this. You can finish working on her if you agree to come with me afterward, and we'll keep you up to date on her status. We just want to ask you a few questions. Deal. Law doesn't even hesitate, not with how much is at stake. Task Force Control Unit. Within a nearby apartment, Nizu, a 90 centimeters or 3 foot tall white bear mouse with a scar across his right eye, wearing a pristine 3-piece suit, sits at a computer desk. Through Hawks' body camera he's been seeing and hearing everything since the beginning of this operation. He's now more thankful than ever that aside from the security posted outside only 3 pros knew about this operation. Keeping it as insulated as possible was the key to catching Arsenal. Looking at the 3 computer screens in front of him he sees Law still steadily working on saving Arsenal, and on a separate camera, he sees the heart thief, Corazon, being loaded into an armored truck outside. Picking up his phone from the desk he looks at the time, nearly 9 p.m., yet he doesn't even hesitate to make the call. It only rings once before a pleasant voice answers him, Nizu. What's going on? I'm about to make a big drug bust. This is more important than that, Naomesa, Nizu says. I'm sending you an audio recording. Use your lie detector QUIRK. If it's legit then get over here immediately to cover for me. I'll need to go see President Pontu. Huh? What's this about? Naomesa Tsukachi asks, now much more concerned, especially if Nizu would have to go see Pontu, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. I think I found our friend a doctor. Nizu hears Naomesa choke at the other end of the call. Send the recording, Naomesa immediately demands. Already sent. Nizu leans back in his chair, paw pads nervously tapping the desk. Even with his QUIRK, high spec, giving him, a simple bear mouse, intelligence beyond human comprehension, capable of outpacing the most advanced supercomputers, he never expected to stumble upon such a miracle, assuming this was real. But all the evidence points to it being real. The constant beeping of Arsenal's heart monitor was evidence that this was a real miracle, something they'd been searching the past 4 years for. Hawks definitely shredded all her internal organs. If he can save her, maybe he can even heal All Might. The bear mouse dared to hope. Feeling his phone vibrate, Nizu answers before it can even start ringing, Naomesa. It's real. Naomesa's winded voice answers back. I'm running to my car now, send me your location then go talk to Pontu. Alright, Nizu hops down from the chair and begins walking to the exit. When you get here make sure to keep his mask on, we need all the leverage we can get. The current date is April 5, 2114, 1 year until Deku's first day at UA, and 2 months until he meets All Might. End chapter. Chapter 7, Chapter 007, Negotiations PT1. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Nearly 10 p.m. and you've got me here still, this had better be good, Nizu. Pontu says sharply, narrowing her eyes at the bear mouse seating across from her desk. In the sleek minimalist office of the Hero Public Safety Commission president, she leans back into her chair. Her short ash blonde hair slicked back neatly, pearls around her neck. Black dress and suit jacket combination neat as ever. Slight wrinkles on her face showed her age, but she still held a vibrant sort of vigor in her turquoise eyes. I'll make this quick so you can get to the airport, Nizu says. I need full negotiating power on the Arsenal case. Denied. Get out. I can't do that, Nizu says. Something happened and now the situation has changed. Pontu raises a brow at him, understanding that he wouldn't ask for such a thing without a very good and well thought out reason. What on earth could make you want to potentially give that monster a pardon? She's killed thousands of people, and dozens of heroes. She should be in the ground already. That's why I gave you Hawks and Chrome. They're not opposed to more definitive measures. It's not for her, Nizu says. Pontu leans back into her chair and raises a hand to her chin. I'll delay my jet, start from the top. Nizu looks around the office for a moment before clearing his throat. This made Pontu even more interested. She sits up and taps a button below her desk, shutting off all the recording devices in the room. All right, off the record, now from the top. The plan worked perfectly, Nizu says. Any of the jobs she took for the next few months would have set off our trap, but we encountered an unexpected complication. How unexpected? Apparently the heart thief and Arsenal had a baby, Nizu sighs. This gets Pontu leaning forward. Wait, did he? Nizu nods. For her. He nods again. My God, to think those two monsters were connected all along. Like I said, most unexpected. She gestures for him to continue and relaxes back into her chair. We lost Shifter, Nisa says. How? His skin is supposed to be as hard as tungsten when he transforms. True, Nisa says. We chose him and Chrome for that express purpose. They can block anything Arsenal's QUIRK has while Hawks is fast enough to subdue her, but we didn't prepare for her son. He did something to Shifter, same as Chrome. It's as if a bullet tore through them, didn't even touch the skin, only internal components. An indefensible attack. Pontu asks. And he can warp, with undefined limitations. Pontu groans. Warping quirks were near impossible to deal with short of a shock implant, but getting approval for those were an entirely different humanitarian issue, yet it always seems like only villains ever get warping quirks. Currently, no hero in the world has one. That's simply how rare they were. What do you mean undefined limitation? It's the first and only instant warping quirk to my knowledge, Nisa says. He can swap the place of objects or people at will or seemingly move freely without needing to swap with anything. We've seen conflicting evidence, there are clearly factors we aren't aware of. Alright, go on. He used this substitution-based warping to kill Mindbender by swapping him with Arsenal before swapping them back. He was able to resist the telepathic connection when Arsenal couldn't, and he somehow located Mindbender with no information. 3 dead pros, all from the top 20, Pontu frowns. Is Hawks alright? He barely survived their first encounter. After Hawks destroyed Arsenal's organs her son almost cut him in half, but Hawks was fast enough to escape before bleeding out. He got stapled up before we made the arrest. Hawks, the number 3 pro hero, had to run. The boy is very well trained as you can imagine, certainly not the first time he's crossed swords with someone. How'd you arrest him if he can warp, she asks. We tracked them with the feather Hawks left in Arsenal. He was performing surgery on his mom when we got there. If he left she would have died, so I made him a deal. He can finish the operation if he surrenders quietly. She survived. Pontu asked. Somehow, Nisa says. His operating skills and healing ability are a miraculous combination, certainly his father's son. Pontu raises a brow at this, healing. Nisa nods, another ability he has. Hawks confirmed the kind of damage she sustained. She should have been dead 10 times over, but she's stable and in custody as we speak. And the boy. I heard over the phone on the way here that he kept his word. And the heart thief. He shot at Hawks but was easily subdued without hurting anyone, including himself. He did manage to destroy all their records before we got there sadly. Damn, Pontu rubs her face and sighs. So 2 monsters made an even worse monster with however many abilities and some strange quirk, and you want what exactly? I have someone I need him to heal. I already have his psychosis solved, I know how to handle him, and if I don't, it'll only take one conversation to figure him out. Pontu shakes her head. Sorry Nisa, but I'm not letting that hero-killing kid back into the public, starting thinking of a way to put cuffs on him that he can't warp out of. Pontu, it's in the best interest of Japan that he accepts this offer, and you're the person with the authority to grant it. Pontu sighs. Who could be so important that you need this kid to heal? Just have Recovery Girl do it. We tried, Nisa says. We've been trying for years with some of the best healers around the world. Everyone says it's impossible to even extend his time. Japan isn't ready to stand without its symbol Pontu. Pontu nearly feels her heart stop at those words. Why you can't mean? Yes, Nisa nods solemnly. This is our best hope, for All Might. Damn it, Pontu sighs. You understand all the things those 2 monsters have done, right? Nisa nods. So you know how much international pressure will be on me to sentence them to execution in Tartarus? He nods again. Sigh, I'll agree with whatever deal you make so long as it doesn't mean they all walk, at least not immediately. When things are more quiet in a few years I can get them out. You can give the kid a full pardon if you really think he's worth the risk. It's hard to imagine a risk not worth taking for the potential to save All Might. Why'd you keep this information from me anyway? Pontu asks. Can you tell me any more? I'm afraid not. I've already told you far more than I was ever allowed to, but I'm sure he'll understand. Pontu nods. Well, your connections are better than mine, so if you couldn't find a solution I certainly couldn't have. What about the kid? What's your endgame with him, after he potentially fixes All Might? All Might is already 48 years old. Even if he was in perfect health, how much longer could we rely on him? Pontu scowls. You know the Constitution and international hero law states we can't give a license to anyone that doesn't complete a hero course, she reminds him. I'm well aware of that, and I'm also aware that every country breaks that regulation, just as you've done for Hawks and a few others. They were raised to protect Japan and her interests at all costs. I'm not giving your pet monster the same benefits as them. That would likely be for the best. He already has the skills to deal with most heroes and villains, but he lacks that heroic spirit, and I know the perfect place to instill that into him. Nisa smiles victoriously. Pontu shakes her head. You plan to put that thing in a classroom and tell it to play nice with the other children. I plan to show him the virtuous and heroic path, and all the good he can do, but yes, placing him in a hero-centric environment for a few years is sure to help. Pontu shakes her head. Just don't come crying to me when he puts a knife in your back. It's inevitable when someone is as hopeful as you are, which really doesn't make sense considering you're the smartest person on the planet by such a large margin. Nizu can't help but laugh at that. Maybe the people arguing with the smartest creature to ever live are wrong. I find that much more likely. He'll be a great hero, you'll see. End chapter. Chapter 8, Chapter 008, Negotiations PT2. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Standing in a small room with a control panel in front of him, Tsukachi has his arms folded across his chest. Wearing a bulletproof vest and his raid equipment, he has a small frown on his face as he stares at the glass in front of him. Aside from the small door and control panel, the only feature of this room was the one-way mirror built into the wall. It allowed him to see Law on the other side, sitting on a metal chair that was bolted to the floor, locked in a room and hands cuffed to the metal table in front of him that was also bolted down. Staring at the villain, Tsukachi racked his brain trying to make sense of this situation, feeling a creeping sense of dread as Law's blue-white eyes seemed to stare through him. Click. Tsukachi is startled out of his thoughts as Nizu enters the viewing room. Oh, it's you. Expecting someone else? Nizu asked. The mouse bear had a stack of documents tucked under his arm. Yeah, Tsukachi sighs. Figured Hawks would come in again to yell at me. What happened? Everything went well, although I had to reveal exactly who we want him to operate on. Nizu raises a paw to stop Tsukachi's response. Nothing more than a name, I assure you, not that I could lie to someone with your quirk anyway. Tsukachi turns back to face Law and glares at the villain. So what now? Nizu jumps up to the control panel, with some help from Tsukachi. Standing on it, he can finally see into the room, and he notices Law's head shift. Eyes moving from Tsukachi and onto him. Can he see through the mirror? All I know is he can't hear us. Nizu waves playfully, and Law raises his fingers in a bored gesture, hands still cuffed to the table. Both their eyes widen slightly at that. Or maybe he can see us, Tsukachi says. But again, what's the plan? First catch me up to speed, give me the rundown of what happened after I left the operation, Nizu says. Right. We locked up the heart thief first, we shipped him off to Tartarus immediately. Hawks supervised the surgery, and when it was complete I followed your instructions and had the kid brought here. Arsenal is stable, somehow. The doctors at Central Hospital are looking over her, but from what they've said so far, he really did perform a miracle on her. Nizu rubs his chin. So his dad is in the most secure prison in the world and his mom is soon to follow, and thanks to the hero and villain laws we can skip a trial if someone poses a sufficient threat or containment risk to civilians. That leaves this young man in a tough spot. From my assessment, he's likely 15, if so much, that would match up to the dip Arsenal had in her contracts at that time. What about the boy after I left? Nothing, Tsukachi says. Didn't resist, or speak, just made sure nobody took off his mask and did everything I said. I expected that much, Nizu says. And the documents? His dad burned everything they had on file, and set the entire building ablaze in the process. Pictures, contracts, contacts, any work history, IDs, don't even know what he looks like under there, Tsukachi gestures to Law's bloodied mask. All we've got to go on is what your program got. I see. It seems my assessment of his mind was spot on. This shouldn't take long at all. Nizu hops off the control panel and down to the floor. Do tell me if he says any lies, Tsukachi. Yeah, but don't you want to call in Hawks or some more officers before you talk to him? Nizu stops walking toward the door and turns back to Tsukachi. He chuckles and shakes his head. I've already sent them all away, only we three are here, don't worry, we'll be fine. Nizu adjusts his earpiece and exits the room, making a small detour to prepare something before speaking to the masked villain. Sitting in the interrogation room, Law was remarkably calm. Who wouldn't be when you could leave at any time? He made a game of staring at the detective through the mirror. Using his quirk and his skin technique to get a 3D image of the man's movements, constantly keeping his eyes locked on him. While he kept his composure, his mind was making hundreds of contingencies. He'd have to leave and immediately go to Central Hospital to get his mother, but she'd be on life support so he wouldn't be able to move her in his exhausted state. His dad would already be in Tartarus, and they'd surely take measures against a jailbreak, even if he can warp the results would likely be bloody. So in the meantime, he knew he was stuck. After waiting for quite a while, however, things began changing. Most of the security is leaving, and Hawks, he notices, scanning the room again to make sure what he sensed in the building was true. Feeling one short figure approaching, he knew exactly what was going on. Nizu is here in person, this must be a big deal. Click. The door swings open as Nizu walks in, the unmistakable mark of confidence in his steps. Hopping onto the metal chair opposite Law, he has his back to the mirrored panel and places two things on the metal table. A stack of documents, and a plastic bottle of water, just simple water that can be bought anywhere, with a little something extra in it. Law's eyes never leave Nizu, even as the man silently observes him, and they size each other up. Breaking the silence, Nizu waves, "Hi there, I know who you are. Smartest creature to ever live, helped countries restructure governments and infrastructure. Wrote hero laws across the world, principle of UA, Law says. I was waiting for you. My reputation precedes me. Anyone who has anything to do with heroes should know you, not knowing who the #1 hero supporter is would be idiotic." Nizu nods along, "Very true for your line of work, and you said you were waiting for me. I only talked to the men in charge, and you ordered Hawks to stop, so you're the men in charge, right?" Nizu nods, realizing that Law had been listening to Hawks earlier, "That I am. And would you care to guess why I'm here? To give me a shady deal." Law looks around at the room. "Would explain why I'm in some private building instead of a police station." "Very perceptive," Nizu says. "And what may I call you?" "Doctor," Law says. "Very well, Doctor. Both your parents are currently in Tartarus, measures are naturally being taken against any warping jailbreak." Nizu sees Law stiffen at those words, although he tried to hide it. "I shouldn't have to tell you that those countermeasures include very messy results should they be triggered." "I'm aware," Law says with much more grit than intended. "Such measures are necessary considering the severity of your parents' crimes," Nizu says. A natural-born prodigy moving from Italy to Japan to become a doctor at only 20, gets called in to operate on a modern Japanese princess, and instead of the simple stomach surgery, he cuts out her heart and disappears. Nizu's words don't affect Law at all, he shows no surprise or shame. "And Arsenal," Nizu says. "To think he stole the heart for her, for love, to keep her alive. A woman credited with nearly 7,000 confirmed kills, many of which are on very influential people. I'm sure you can understand the situation they're in right now, yes?" "Execution," Law says. Nizu nods, "And you could very well join them, if we could contain you, which we can't." "Certainly not with only 2 of you," Law says. Both Nizu and Tsukachi stiffen at that, unsure how he knew that everyone else had gone, but this was all planned for. "It would make no difference," Nizu shrugs. "The people we had couldn't stop you from leaving anyway, so at least this way you don't have to hurt them. Besides, the fact that you're still here and knew I came with a deal proves you're smart enough to know what choice is best, and you understand the leverage I have." Law grits his teeth. "My parents aren't leverage," he says. "My apologies, but surely you understand what I mean, yes?" Law nods. "Well then, Doctor, here is the situation. I need your skills for one job, then you're completely free to go. I'll never come looking for you unless you do something to get on my radar, and you'll have no connection to the heart thief or Arsenal." "Services?" Law asks, "You need me to kill or heal someone?" "Heal." "And what about my parents?" Nizu hesitates for a moment. Nizu reaches for one of the documents and places it in front of him, reading it to Law. "If you sign this, it will state that you were groomed without choice in an abusive house." "Shut up." Law's yell causes Nizu to reel back on his chair. "You ever talk about my parents like that again and all the heroes in the world wouldn't be able to save you." Law suddenly went from calm to seething with rage. Nizu takes a deep breath, says, "I understand," and pretends like it never happened. Tossing that offer aside, along with a few others. "I assume you'll never testify against them in any way." "Correct," Law says. "I love my parents, and I'm proud of them. They taught me everything they knew and made me who I am. I owe them everything. I'll never turn on them, and I won't let anyone talk bad about them, got it?" "Understood," Nizu says, nodding, and moves on to new documents. "Would you like some of the water?" Cling. Nizu looks up to see Law sitting back and cracking the seal on the bottle, empty handcuffs on the table, no longer running through the metal bar built atop the table. He'd swapped the cuffs and water, causing them to disappear from around his wrist as the water appeared in his hand. Tsukachi wasted no time in telling Nizu what happened as Law leans back and takes a large gulp of water. Nizu only stares for a moment before turning back to the documents as if nothing happened, not at all bothered by the villain sitting across from him without restraints. Ignoring Tsukachi yelling in his earpiece about how he should get out of there. As Law finishes the bottle of water, Nizu begins speaking. "All right, I've found a solution to both our problems." He pauses, seeing a thoughtful expression in Law's eyes as he seems to be mulling over some thoughts. Without warning, Law looks away and up down his mask slightly, spitting into the corner of the room before turning back to Nizu, mask back on properly to only show his eyes. "A biological tracker, very clever," Law says, a hint of amusement in his voice. Tsukachi's voice buzzes in Nizu's earpiece. "He really did spit out the tracker, every little bit of it," the detective says in a mix of horror and amazement. Nizu can't help but lean back in his chair. "I designed that to meld with prisoners' bodies so we can keep tabs on slippery villains. How'd you find it, much less expel it?" Law only shrugs in response. Nizu sighs, still calm and focused. Law's attitude is still well within the predicted margins for him. "I've come up with a new deal that doesn't involve you betraying your parents. Community service." "What?" Law asks, completely confused. Quite simple really. Nizu takes one of the documents from the bottom of the stack and slides it over so Law can read it. You get a full pardon, their executions are withheld, and when your side of the agreement is complete we can even discuss reducing their sentence, depending on how well you do at community service of course. Law looks up from the contract in front of him, more like a piece of paper with one signature on it, Hero Public Safety Commission President Ponto herself, the highest authority in Japan aside from President Bosu, but in terms of hero matters, she was the head in most cases. What's the community service? Law asks. Nizu smiles and reaches forward in a handshake gesture, come study at UA, and be a hero. End chapter. Chapter 9, Chapter 009, Negotiations PT3. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Hero. Law couldn't quite wrap his mind around the absurdity and stupidity of that idea. You want me to go to UA and become a hero? Precisely, Nizu nods enthusiastically, starting next year, this school year, let's just say things aren't right just yet. Why not just get me a pro-hero license now so I can start working off their sentence? Law asks, you know I'm already more capable than most heroes in Japan, just let me get to it. Unfortunately the Japanese constitution and hero regulations forbid that, plus you're only 15, Law says. Exactly, although the truth was that Nizu wanted to force Law into a hero-centric environment alongside other young heroes for as long as possible, hoping that they rub off on him, but he would never say that. And besides, if you are as good as you think then graduating UA shouldn't be an issue for you. It won't be, Law declares, but it is a waste of time. Nizu chuckles, you'll find that every year there are exceptional prodigies, I'm sure you'll be able to find worthy competition, in fact, I guarantee you will. I doubt that, Law says. But obviously you won't budge on this term, right? Right. Sigh, so I heal your friend, attend UA, and how much can I get their sentence reduced? If you perform well enough it could be entirely, Law perks up at that. But we can discuss that at your graduation, and every year afterward. Until then they will remain exactly where they are. And they won't be executed before that. I know that super high priority people like my parents are kept isolated, I need some guarantee that this isn't all for nothing, Law says. You have my word, so long as you uphold your part of the contract, I will uphold mine, Nizu nods. Law sighs, Mom taught me how sacred contracts are, contracts and my family are all that matter to me, I never agree to a contract I can't fulfill, and I never break a contract. I also don't renegotiate the terms of any contract I agree to, even if the job turns out to be a lot tougher than expected, it's on me to do the research after all. That's good, a strong sense of family and honor, even if the work you did was less than clean, I can respect your work ethic and how professional you kept yourself, Nizu says. I'm fully aware of how the world views us, Law sits back in his chair and stares at Nizu for a long while, then he sighs, then speaks. Before I agree to anything, I've got some specific terms, he looks to the mirror, as if he could see Tsukachi standing there. I need to discuss them with you, only you. I see, Nizu narrows his eyes slightly. And I can trust that you won't try anything harmful or deceitful when I order him to leave. Of course I won't, I just want as few people as possible to know my business. Detective? Nizu asks. He's not lying, Tsukachi says through the earpiece, but that doesn't mean I'm comfortable with this. Leave us detective, Nizu says. I trust him. After Law senses Tsukachi leaving he nods to Nizu. The mouse bear removes his earpiece and sets it down on the table, turning it off. Alright, what are these terms you want to discuss? Nizu asks. My face, and information about my family. The police and government weren't able to recover anything at all. All documents were burned in the fire your father started, all systems were wiped clean, they can't even find the legal names you three were operating under, Law. Nizu says. Law narrows his eyes at that, I'm guessing you don't include yourself in police or government. I'm an educator and consultant, Nizu says. With the way you three operate I fully expected you to be concerned about this, when I realized I needed you I assumed it would give me good bargaining power, which it clearly does. Does anyone else know? Law asks. No, Nizu doesn't hesitate to answer, having Law all figured out by now he knew he was safe, after all, he's the only hope Law has of saving his parents. And his parents are most important to him, followed closely by his ego. Then let's keep it that way, Law says. What do you mean? If you could wave your hand and make a full pardon appear, I'm assuming you can make an ID and medical license or two appear, right? If I wanted to, of course, Nizu was very intrigued by this suggestion. What do you have in mind? I don't want my face being a hero, especially not at UA. Putting my face and quirk in the spotlight is just inviting villains to pay my family a visit in the future, when I start my own family specifically. I see, Nizu strokes his chin, most people don't consider that since being a hero means being a celebrity. Most people are morons who don't think a step past themselves, especially teenagers, Law says, a new harshness in his tone. You disapprove of that? Obviously, Law scoffs. I think they're selfish, arrogant, careless, and lack any sense of accountability if anything does happen. It's disgusting. Can't expect villains to follow the rules, so the last thing I want is to head back home from patrol and find my house turned to ash while my family was inside. Nizu taps his chin, so every thought goes into protecting his future or current family. He thinks to himself. Understandable, I can have new identification created for your personal and hero use, including a mask. Perfect. And about the medical licenses, I'd have to review some of the medical notes in your father's files, but from what I saw on the drive here, I don't think a medical license for each identity is beyond reason. Prodigies exist, more so than ever since the advent of quirks. Good, Law says. I just need my hero and personal life as separate as possible, that's very important to me. So then we have an agreement. Nizu asks. On the day of the surgery, or whatever it is your friend needs, if you've got everything by then, yeah, I'll play hero for you, anything to fix what I did. What you did. Nizu was suddenly very curious by this choice of words. Sigh, I guess it doesn't really matter since you have all the dirt on me, Law shrugs. I chose that job, first one I've ever picked, and it turned out to be a trap. I fucked us. Nizu shakes his head, realizing that they'd both been so focused on the future that they never even discussed what happened. Deciding to take a risk, he tells the truth. It wasn't your fault, Nizu says, causing Law's eyes to snap to him. There have been teams tracking her for nearly 2 decades, since before you were born. We finally had enough info to narrow down her pattern. For the past year, all her jobs have been tracked, and some were even provided by us to get rid of certain undesirable people, to let the bait sink in. What? Law was amazed that they never noticed, but not completely surprised since Nizu's intellect is beyond even a complex supercomputer, many of which he personally designs and sells to major governments. Any job of the 3 dozen she would have chosen would have been the same trap. She taught you well, she always chose the perfect job, we just figured out how to appear like the perfect job. So if you're going to be mad at anyone, to hate anyone, it should be me, Nizu says. Law doesn't even hesitate to slouch down in his chair and shake his head. No, you did your job well, I'm the one who failed. I fucked up so badly that I destroyed my family, maybe got them killed, and I'm guessing all our accounts are gone too. Nizu nods. Fuck, Law rubs a hand down his face. The only person to blame is me, they trained me to be my best self. I've trained so hard to be perfect, and I ruined everything. I saw her get hurt and I didn't even think to check for feathers, this is all on me. Responsibility and accountability, right, that's why I'm the only one who I should hate for this. Nizu sighs, do you have a safe house remaining? Of course, all our assets weren't digital, just 90%. Good, I'm sure you want some time to process this. Nizu takes one of the documents out from his stack and slides it over, face down. This is the only one I printed, the other personal files are here. He places a phone on the table. And a tracker I can't get rid of. Naturally, Nizu says, gesturing to the phone. But from what I can tell, you and I will work very well together. Be ready for my call, Law. Thank you, Law says, suddenly feeling very tired as he feels the meeting ending. The adrenaline and anxiety cocktail that was keeping him going is finally wearing off. I'll contact you when I have everything ready. Nizu hops off his chair, takes the remaining documents, including the unsigned contract, and begins walking to the door. You can get yourself out of here, right? He asks playfully. I'll be fine, Principal, Law groans at the word, already knowing this was going to be a long journey. With that, Nizu nods and exits the room, shutting the door behind him. Law takes a deep breath, feeling exhaustion seeping into his bones. Fuck me. He groans, taking the picture from the table as well as the phone. Shambles. He disappears, swapping places with a few raindrops from outside. End chapter. Chapter 10, Chapter 010, The Plan. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Law stands in the shower, warm water flowing down his body, watching blood and water rush past his feet and rush down the drain. He sighs, feeling his bones ache, the stress and constant worry of his body slowly fading away under the water. After a short shower, he makes sure to get the dried blood out of his hair before drying off and stepping out of the glass shower. Looking at himself in the bathroom mirror, palms flat on the sink, he can see the exhaustion in his own white-blue eyes. His hair was short and messy, with not a single scar or scratch on his muscular but lean body. He cracks a smile, the chiseled features of his face giving a wolfish, predatory appearance. Not a scratch on me, he lifts a hand and feels his neck. Along with where the feathers had burrowed through his legs, they were perfectly healed, with no evidence of ever being injured. Hawks, number 3 hero, Law scoffs and begins walking toward the bedroom. What a fucking joke, couldn't even last a minute with me in a real fight. Entering the bedroom, he walks toward the bed, the simple and small one-bedroom apartment, one his family had hidden away just outside of Tokyo that was made for times like this. In case they were ever fully compromised, with no access to their accounts or contacts, all alone with a bag of clothes and cash. Located on the third floor of this 5-story building, it provides no real security, but nobody would look for him here. He gets dressed in a pair of black sweatpants, leaving his shirt off as he takes out a laptop from his duffel bag. Sitting against the backboard of the bed with the laptop on his lap and the bag beside him, he takes another look through the phone Nisa gave him, the camera already torn out. "One contact in my family files," he says while scrolling through the few pictures he had. Only a couple dozen pictures of them on the rare outings over the years. Looking past his feet, he sees the full body-length mirror not far away. He scowls at himself, then begins typing on the laptop. "Shit," he mutters. Reports of Arsenal and the Heart Thief being captured by Hawks are already on news websites. He checks international news sites, and only sees more of the same. 2 international villains brought down by a young top-rated hero in Japan. They couldn't get the stories out fast enough. No real names, or faces, or extra information. Just a basic headline, and apparently Arsenal killed 3 heroes in the raid. Law shakes his head. Nizu really did pull all the strings to make this happen. Law considers Nizu's position once more, the most influential person on the planet outside of world leaders. He thinks aloud. "If I were Nizu, I designed defense systems and infrastructure for countries and people across the world. I built supercomputers that are nearly comparable to my own brain. I contributed more to hero society and the education of heroes than anyone else in history. I poured almost all of my money into helping heroes across the globe." Law sets the computer aside and brings up one of his knees, resting his arm on it. "If I'm Nizu, I can lock anyone away, or get anyone out, after the public forgets them off course." Law nods to himself. "If he keeps his word, this will be easy, but how do I make sure he doesn't stab me in the back? I'm just another hero-killing villain to him." Law holds his head for a minute, racking his brain trying to think of a solution. "Never break a contract," he says to himself. "So I can't hold the patient hostage. I don't alter contracts," he groans. "So I can't renegotiate if it changes. That means I'm in this for at least 4 years until I graduate." He moves the laptop aside and leans forward. For damn years, he rummages around in the duffel bag and fishes out the picture Nisa brought him. Taking out the picture, he gently passes a hand over the paper, as if trying to feel the familiar warmth from it. A picture of them on what looks to be an isolated beach area, him being only 9 years old in the photo. Sitting beside his surfboard with both his parents beside him, their boards stood behind them. A popsicle in his hand just like them, all happily enjoying a summer day together. He can't help but smile, feeling sadness beginning to take over, tears almost ready to begin flowing down his face. As he feels the damn about to burst, however. "Are you fucking crying?" His own disgusted voice ridicules him. Law's eyes lazily drift up to look at the mirror, still sitting on the bed, leaning against the backboard, yet his reflection is standing in the mirror, pacing side to side in the room. It stops, and stares directly at him. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" it asks, shaking its head in disapproval. "We aren't some weak sniveling pussy who cries about his problems. We don't waste our time in our own head thinking in circles like some useless impotent fuck. We get active and go solve the problem." Law takes a deep breath, and the dam is reinforced, suddenly feeling much calmer and more steady. "That's right," the reflection nods. "None of that crap. We were raised and trained to be perfect. We can solve this. I know what you have to do." The reflection points at him. "That means you know exactly what you have to do." Law sighs, closes his eyes, and leans his head against the backboard, releasing a frustrated and annoyed groan. "I know, it'll suck, but we've gotta do this. Nizu wants a hero, so we'll give him a fucking superhero. Someone Japan suddenly can't live without because we're just that much better than the cape and spandex morons." The reflection opens its arms wide as if a crowd was cheering for him. "We'll have them begging us, all those useless, nameless, faceless, pathetic, stupid fucks. All those damn ants that can't fend for themselves or crawl themselves out of a burning building without some retard in spandex and a cape coming to hold their hand. We'll have them groveling at our feet, where they're meant to be. They'll want to build a monument to the sky with our name on it, and do you know why?" Law nods, a smirk growing on his lips. "That's right," the reflection chuckles, "because we're just better than all those morons playing the hero-villain game. Better quirk, better training, better in every way. They're trying to chase our backs, so desperate to catch up while running with no legs, while we're on the horizon. And once everyone sees how much better we are, they'll understand that they need us, and we don't need them." Law smiles at that. The reflection nods, "And they will give us whatever we want. They'll give us whoever we want back." A serious look dominates Law's face as his eyes harden, brows furrowed. "That's right," the reflection says, standing proud to look at Law who was still sitting on the bed. "Once they see how superior we are, our family will be back together again, our mistake will be fixed. We destroyed our family, we made the mistake, and this is how we fix it, even if it kills us." Law nods. "And when we're all back together, we'll make sure they never have to worry about a thing again." The reflection gives him a sad smile. "We owe them that much, it's the least we could do." Law runs a hand through his hair at the thought of that. Hey hey, the reflection says in a soothing voice, everyone wants a miracle, and that's exactly what we are. People all around the world will be dropping to their knees to suck us off, we just need to make the most of it, and we've got a whole year to do it before we have to go to that fucking circus Nizu runs. Law takes a deep breath and then picks up the phone. That's right, the reflection says. Call Nizu and tell him what we need, he wants us to be a hero. We'll be a super fucking hero, so good that everyone else looks like the trash they are, and when everyone sees our value, when they all need us, they see that we're a god, that we're above them, when we show them, yeah, when we've done that. Law smiles broadly, and a slight chuckle escapes his lips, then we can do whatever we want. End chapter. 0_. Chapter 11, Chapter 011, Horizon. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. 4 days after meeting Nizu. Sitting on the couch of his condo, Law is wearing simple shorts and a t-shirt, all black. A glass of scotch in his hand as he scrolls through a list of hotels in Switzerland. Room. Taking a sip of the drink, he enjoys the familiar taste of it, placing the glass down on the coffee table as he drops his phone. TAKT. It hovers in place while he refills his glass with scotch. Refilling his glass, he leans back into the couch and grabs the phone out of the air. Room. This place looks about right, he says, finding a reasonably priced hotel in Bern that suits his purposes. Losing access to all his family money truly hurt, and now he only has the cash they stored at this safe house. Just after making his reservation, the phone begins to ring. Hello. Hi there, I'm outside, Nizu's friendly voice answers back. On the sidewalk. Law asks while opening a room, reaching from his location all the way down to the other side of the street. Yes, I'm out front. Holding it. Yes. Nizu says a bit nervously, I'm sitting in my car. Scan. Law gets a full 3D map of the area, focusing on finding Nizu, sensing him in an armored SUV out front with his driver, a large metal briefcase in his arms as he sits in the back, phone raised to his ear. Shambles, Law tosses an ice cube to the couch opposite him, and just before it hits the couch it swapped with Nizu, briefcase, and phone in hands. HNGH, Nizu grunts as he falls from almost an inch above his new seat, looking up to frown at Law, a little warning next time. He hangs up the phone and texts his driver. Sure thing, Law says. Is everything ready? I wouldn't have called if it wasn't, Nizu says. Will you be able to operate here? If not, I have a room reserved at a private facility. Here will be fine, the bedroom is ready, Law shrugs. I see. Nizu silently looks around for a moment, taking in the simple apartment before noticing Law drinking alcohol. You're 15, you shouldn't be drinking. It's been a rough week, Law shrugs. Don't worry, it doesn't actually do anything. Want a drink? Do you have tea? Law gestures to the kitchen, feel free to do as you wish, I'd like to check out my gear, he nods toward the briefcase. Enjoy, Nizu says excitedly as he hops down from the couch and walks off toward the kitchen. As Nizu walks away, Law gets up and places the briefcase on the coffee table before returning to his own seat. At the front of the metal case was a black smiley face with checkered teeth, large sold eyes, and a dot nose, 6 spokes protruding out of it with pieces of another broken concentric circle attached to them. You got the trademark for me? Law asks. Of course, Nizu's voice calls out from the kitchen, his body hidden on the other side of the counter. Horizon, Miracle Solutions Limited. That smiley face is a strange logo, but it's what you wanted. My dad's was hearts, Law says. Mom's was gears, this is mine. Any All Might inspiration? Nizu asks cheekily from the kitchen. Yes and no, I figured people are only gonna see my back when I leave them in the dust, so it should at least be smiling. Law chuckles darkly and Nizu just shakes his head. You know, you could have just said you wanted to heal people with a smile. I rather not lie. Law finally opens the case. Staring back at him is a sleek visor, made of a super tough polymer, black with 2 blue eyes and white on both sides. Simple but mysterious and intimidating, exactly what he wanted. Picking it up, he gives it a once-over, turning it at every angle and feeling it with his hands, smooth and cool. Looking underneath, he sees blue circuits flowing within, entirely on the area at the back of the head. Anything I should know about this? He asks while putting it on. The moment it's on, he feels it tighten slightly, just enough to be perfectly comfortable. He also feels the base of the helmet extend all around. A hidden lip extends downward at the front and completely blocks his mouth, and he feels something like fabric reach down his chin. That feels weird, he says, his voice suddenly carrying a slight mechanical edge to it. But it doesn't feel like I'm wearing a helmet, doesn't really look like it either. He raises a hand to see if he could notice any visual change, but getting up to look into a nearby wall mirror, while the face of his helmet was still black with 2 simple blue eyes, from the inside the world was crystal clear. Perfectly crafted one-way vision. Raising his head, he looks under his chin, noticing the base of the helmet extend as if it tried to crawl down his neck. Can't even feel it, and it doesn't bother my jaw at all when I talk. Obviously not, Nizu says before taking a sip of his tea, now sitting on the couch. Power Loader and I designed it personally, as well as your new sword, but that will remain at UA until you officially enroll. You can't take it off campus without a provisional license. I see. Law walks back over to the case and inspects the other items. Finding a set of dark black socks, long pants, gloves, and a long-sleeved shirt. 3 of each. Looking inside them, he sees that the outside is black but the inside is white, with the shirt having his logo in blue on the black side, and also in blue on the white side, as he requested. Double-sided, huh? You asked for a white with the blue logo, but this was a more functional idea, plus the fabric comes in black, so this was also faster. All 3 body gloves are the same, and they become active when fully connected. That includes the visor, Nizu says. Fully active. Try it on. Room. Law picks up each piece and gives it a quick scan, then shifts his gaze toward Nizu. I can't see your face to know what you're thinking, Nizu says, staring at the blank faceplate. I'll have to remember that, but trackers, really? Nizu shrugs. It was a good idea at the time, and I figured you wouldn't have been able to find them. Law just sighs and grabs each shirt, focusing on the trackers and then looking at his glass of scotch, focusing on the condensation at the base of the glass. Shambles. 3 small black objects, shaped like grains of rice, but 1/3 of the size, are swapped for drops of water. Incredible, Nizu mutters in awe. How were you able to find and isolate them so easily? I'll explain when the others get here. Do I need to worry about a tracker built into the visor, or programmed into it? Law asks. No, there wasn't any space for a tracker, and the only software is so you can use it as a wireless headset for your phone for better privacy, alongside the temperature control you requested. Good, I'll be taking your word for it, and thanks for not making the voice too mechanical. All I did was program the fabric. Power Loader did everything else. He's our resident support item genius after all, Nizu gloats, always happy to brag about his staff. Law begins putting on the gloves and socks, flipping them inside out so the white side was showing. Speaking of UA, shouldn't you be there since the school year just started, or is just about to start? It began yesterday, but I don't really have much to do this year since one of the first-year classes got expelled from the hero course. What do you mean a class got expelled? Law asks, his slightly mechanical voice clearly surprised. We have a certain strict teacher that is very harsh with what he expects of heroes. He put them all into the general studies department directly afterward. Sounds like a dick, Law says. He means well, his ways are just a bit cold at times, but he will be your homeroom teacher next year. His quirk may be needed to help guide you, Nizu says. You mean to stop me from putting people in the ground? That's one way to put it. What's his quirk? Because it'll some serious magic to stop me, Law says as he finishes with the socks and gloves. Standing up, he holds the pants and shirt, studying them for a moment. His quirk can temporarily erase other quirks, Nizu says. Shambles, Law's pants and shirt swap for the parts of the body glove, now wearing the visor with his entire body covered in white fabric as the room closes, retracting into himself. Shambles. That's what you call the warping? Nizu asks curiously. Law just turns toward him, allowing the blank visor to stare at Nizu for a moment. So Eraserhead, huh? He looks at his body curiously, feeling the gaps between the separate pieces somehow being filled, as if the fabric itself was reaching out to the other parts and connecting. He walks over to the mirror and barely catches the tail end of the process, the turtleneck portion of his body glove reaching up to connect with his visor perfectly. That's creepy. Somewhat, yes, but the smart fabric is needed to regulate temperature, which is a necessity for how long you plan to spend in that persona, Nizu explains. And you looked into UA staff. Always best practice to scope out a site before you enter. Fair enough. I can feel it cooling me down already. He notices a small thermostat appearing inside his visor before it disappears. Body temperature gauge. Precisely, as expected, this equipment is purely for comfort, so don't try to fight fire or ice user with this. It's meant to keep you cool on a warm day or warm on a cold day, nothing more. You'll still need a coat in the winter or ice cream in the summer. It'll do, thanks. Now for the really important parts. He takes his seat back on the couch and pulls the case closer. Reaching into a small compartment to remove some documents. Looking at the first set of documents, passport, birth certificate, ID, driver's license, medical license, all for his real identity of Law Matani. Wow, Law is genuinely surprised. I expected just the basics honestly, medical license and even a driver's license. Nizu shrugs. The doctors at Central Hospital put some of your more miraculous cases into a simulator after I gave them the relevant files. None of those people should have survived. They ever offered you a job. With that plus my own research, a medical license seemed earned. At 15, I know that since QUIRK shook up the world there have been prodigies in a lot of things, so exceptions are made, but never figured you would have gone for it. Your medical skills are peerless, and you aren't using them for evil anymore, so it's fine. The fact that your quirk is a healing type made it very easy to get. Makes sense. The driver's license was a bit more difficult honestly, getting you a license to drive any class of road vehicle in Japan. At 15, let's just say I had to get creative with the computers. But it still only took me a few minutes. I don't like public transport so thanks, especially since if things go as planned I should be able to afford some nice cars soon. Sooner than you think, you'll get all the information when you get there in person, but you'll certainly be able to get whatever toy you want. MHM, Law continues reading the documents until something catches his eye. Law Matani, QUIRK, heal. Well, I couldn't put Hand of God since that would reveal you to be Horizon as well, Nizu says. I get that your quirk allows you to warp and heal, but that name is so pretentious. Are you sure you don't want to change it? My dad chose it for me, and it's very accurate, so it stays. Besides, I can do more than just warp and heal. Really? You'll see eventually, Law says. He puts away his documents and takes a look at his second set, Horizons. You have the body glove and visor listed as lifestyle support equipment. Good, they can't legally have me remove or alter either then. Exactly, and even the picture is just that of your visor, be sure not to alter it. I know that much, Nizu. Law continues looking through the documents, and he even has a driver's license for Horizon as well. I don't think Horizon is gonna have any cars, he'll probably have a driver, unless I have a second house just for my cars as Horizon since I won't be able to bring them home. Dual identity problems I guess. Precisely why so many heroes just go public. Not worth it, he says sternly. Put my current and future family in danger, I'd rather deal with the dual identity bullshit forever. True, the media won't report it much, but villains tracking heroes to their homes isn't all that uncommon, not with people being so comfortable about showing their face. Exactly, I don't buy into the hero-centric media crap. I've been on the other side. I know how easy it is to track people down with just a face or quirk name, never putting my family in that kind of danger just to save some strangers. I certainly can't argue against that, but most people don't take things as extreme as you do, although they usually aren't in such extreme circumstances. I want Horizon and Law Matani to be as different as possible, Law says. One is the perfect pristine hero, and the other is a guy who looks like he belongs in a gang, tattoos and all. Nobody will ever connect them in person, just as you've made sure nobody can connect them digitally in Japan's system. True, but one thing, you don't have tattoos, Nizu points out. Not yet. You'd go that far to separate your identities? Nizu asks, not surprised but a bit concerned. No face tattoos, but yeah, I don't see why not. When I retire or if I'm just off duty, the last thing I want is people thinking I'm a hero and bothering me. Nizu chuckles. Most people can't stop thinking about life as a hero, and you're more concerned about when you settle down and start a family. He nearly spills his drink as his chuckle devolves into a mad cackle. Law just sighs and sits back. Don't think anything else really matters honestly. Nizu catches his breath at this. I can certainly respect your view on th. Beep. 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 Nizu's phone goes off, drawing their attention toward it. Nizu picks it up and looks at the message before turning to Law. Seems like your first patient is here, Dr. Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 12, Chapter 012, Toshinori Yagi. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Knock knock knock. Law and Nizu turn to look down the connection hallway from their seats in the living room. Right on time, Law mutters, still not entirely used to the slightly mechanical nature of his voice through the visor. Getting up, he walks down the hallway and in a few steps is at the front door. Opening it, he's greeted by the sight of a 180 centimeters 5 feet 11 man in a beige trench coat, a suit kept below it. And standing behind this man is a 204 centimeters 6 feet 8 blonde man with spiky hair with two bangs at the sides of his face. Blue sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, appearing emaciated, as if he was ready to fall over into a shallow grave. Both men stare back at Horizon, slightly surprised to be greeted by the black visor that only had two triangular blue eyes. A white body glove hiding every piece of skin that would have shown with his pair of black shorts and t-shirt. Come in, Horizon steps aside and gestures for them to enter, locking the door behind them. Both men gave him a nod as they pass by. But Horizon can't help noticing how the blonde man towered over his 180 centimeters 6 feet self, along with the fact that his suit was a few sizes too large, hanging off his frame. Walking behind both men, the trio joins Nizu in the living room. Now that we're all here, how about introductions? Nizu asks. Room. Horizon reaches out to the plain-looking man in the trench coat. I'm Horizon, the doctor. The man shakes his hand. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. After a firm handshake, Tsukachi steps back. Detective? As in the detective from when I met Nizu. Tsukachi only nods and moves to take a seat. Next, the tall blonde man reaches out with a large hand. Horizon feels the man's hand like a vice around his fingers for a moment. Toshinori Yagi, it's a pleasure to meet you, doctor. Horizon's face tilts downward, shifting from looking up at the man to looking at his torso. Wow, so you must be my patient. He releases the man's hand. Don't worry, Yagi, I can help you. Please call me Toshinori if you'd like, the man says as he moves to join Tsukachi on the couch, leaving Nizu and Horizon on single seats. Yagi is shorter, Horizon moves to take his seat. I don't particularly care for naming traditions and formality, I always use the short or easier to say name, he shrugs. Ah, that's fine as well, Yagi says. Horizon nods, then claps once to get their attention. So, now that the small talk is over, how much do these men know about me, Nizu? Only the bare minimum, Nizu says, putting down his teacup. Toshinori only knows that you're a miracle doctor, Detective Tsukachi knows the circumstances under our introduction, but your name, face, and everything else has been withheld, as well as the specifics of our deal, just as I promised. Good, Horizon reaches down to the table and picks up his glass. Oh, help yourself to anything in the kitchen, the base of his visor retracts slightly so he can take a sip of his scotch. So. I assume you're the one I'll be operating on in a minute or two, he nods at Yagi. Yagi freezes, looking between Horizon and the glass of alcohol in his hand, then back at Horizon. You shouldn't drink before performing medical acts, he says. Actually, you shouldn't drink at all, aren't you a minor? And you shouldn't be alive with those injuries, but here we are, Horizon says. What? I can't have 1 or 2 drinks before performing a super-invasive operation. Horizon asks, half-jokingly. Yagi and Tsukachi freeze while Nizu quietly giggles to himself. I'm kidding, alcohol doesn't work on me, I just like the taste, also, don't ever tell me what to do, Horizon says. Yagi looks at Tsukachi while Horizon keeps talking, besides, you're already dying anyway, not like I could make it worse. As Horizon takes another sip the trio stared at him. Tsukachi and Yagi were surprised by the casual manner in which he spoke about death, but Nizu wasn't surprised in the least. What do you mean? Yagi asked. Well, Horizon raises a hand to count on his fingers. 1. You've only got 1 lung and it's barely functioning. 2. Your stomach is the size of an apple and is also barely functioning. 3. Both your intestines are missing most of their length. 4. Your bone marrow doesn't have enough nutrients and can't process enough water to make blood. And 5. Your left kidney has already failed. None of them are surprised by the diagnosis, this was all that they'd known for years, but Yagi asked what they were all thinking. How do you know about all of that? When I shook your hands, Horizon says, placing his now empty glass on the table and his visor seals itself, voice becoming slightly mechanical once more. I did a full body scan of both of you, I can single out the obvious things with just a passing graze, but if I'm going to scan down to the cellular level I need a few seconds. That's why you didn't let go at first, Yagi says. MHM, and it's also how I know that the detective has some kind of ear quirk, unless those extra bones in there are for show. He turns to Tsukachi. So, super hearing. Tsukachi sighs, lie detection, and impressively, you've never lied in my presence. Horizon chuckles, I see why Nizu keeps you around, and yeah, lying is for people too weak or pathetic to handle the consequences of their actions, it's beneath me. Tsukachi shakes his head, I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned that you genuinely believe that. Nizu laughs, causing everyone to look at him. Well, it's good to see everyone getting along well enough. Tsukachi grumbles but they ignore it as Horizon speaks, so I assume you can't tell me what caused the injuries, right? So long as you don't share the information with anyone else, Yagi says. Doctor-client confidentiality, I'll take it to my grave. Yagi looks at Tsukachi who nods, then he explains. I was attacked, rivet stabs, superpower, lighting surge, and a few other quirks, all at once. I see, a team of villains, huh, Horizon says. Yagi nods along, not wanting to expose the truth of all for one. Well, from the looks of it you've got, at best 8 years. That long. Yagi's eyes open wide. But the other doctor said that my injuries, that nobody can survive in my condition. How long ago did this happen? 4 years ago, Yagi says. I see, Horizon leans back and taps the chin of his visor. Well, you wouldn't have lasted even a few minutes if your quirk wasn't so abnormal. Nizu, Yagi, and Tsukachi all sit up straight at that. What exactly do you mean? Nizu asks. His quirk is like nothing I've ever seen before, at least not outside of myself. Your quirk is like mine. No, not at all, your quirk is obviously a power type, the complete opposite of mine. But while mine allows me a sort of dominion over my mind and body like no other, yours provides energy at a cellular level. Your organs haven't been able to sustain you for years, but it's like your quirk has so much energy that it stretched your final few minutes into years. Assuming you never actively use your quirk, the energy it provides you can take you to 8 more years at best. That long, Yagi whispers in awe. But what if I do use it, he can't help but ask. I can't imagine a situation where you'd ever think that was a good idea, Horizon says. Every bit of energy you expend is directly taking time off your life, the time you could be spending with your family or friends. If you want those full 8 years, then you should retire and try to take it easy. Everyone says that, but I can't do that, not yet, not until. Yagi stops himself, realizing what he was about to say. Not quite yet. Well, it's your life, throw it away if you want, Horizon shrugs. But for the record, I don't appreciate people wasting my time, and me extending your life for you to throw it away is exactly that. You're lucky being your doctor is part of my contract. Thank you, Yagi bows respectfully. As he sits back up he then asks, how exactly can you help me? The best doctors in the world couldn't do anything. Yagi immediately panics and waves his hands about, not that I'm doubting your abilities, doctor. Horizon grumbles slightly then thinks for a moment, I won't be able to completely save you from death, only extend your life slightly. If I was the doctor on site when you were first injured I could have gotten you back into top form, but at the time I was only 11. You're 15. Yagi and Tsukachi yell. Huh, I assumed you knew. Horizon looks at Nizu. I told you they don't know anything but the bare minimum, Nizu shrugs. Right, but I assumed you told them my age at least, Horizon sighs. But anyway, perfect training since I was 4 then manifesting a powerful mystery class quirk when I was 5. Mystery class. Yagi yells. Horizon revealed this about his quirk simply because the classification was on his ID. Plus constant training means I'm the miracle doctor of your dreams, at only 15, Horizon shrugs. And yeah, mystery class. A mystery class healing quirk? Yagi asks. Healing, warping, some other things too, Horizon shrugs. All that matters is that it'll let me operate on you. I'll be able to restructure your organs and some of your bone marrow while healing it, pushing cell regeneration as opposed to cell activation, which I assume Recovery Girl used a lot to keep you alive, right? Right, Nizu nods. Yeah, well, most heal quirks force cell activation, effectively healing you by cutting down your lifespan since cells can only divide so many times within a lifespan and that's what it triggers. I'm able to use external energy to trigger cell regeneration, which is an unnatural process that doesn't cut into your lifespan. That paired with some of the other things I can do, I'll be able to get you from 8 years up to 15 years, assuming you don't use up more energy than needed to survive, Horizon shrugs, as if it were such a casual matter. A living miracle, Nizu says, all while Yagi and Tsukachi are staring in awe. I see why you chose that name for your company. Thank you, Yagi nearly doubles over as he bows, sincerely thankful for anything Horizon can do to help. Is there any way we could have saved him entirely? Nizu can't help but ask, and all eyes shift to Horizon once more. Yeah, organ transplants within a week or 2 of the injury. It's too late for any of that now, his quirk saturated the damaged tissue so much that if any foreign organs try to attach the energy it provides would overwhelm, reject, then destroy it, Horizon shrugs. I see, Yagi says. And are you ready to operate? He looks around the small apartment, unsure of what happens next. Yeah, I've got everything set up. Horizon stands up and begins walking away, waving his hand in the air. Just follow me, this should only take an hour or 2 at most. End chapter. I update every weekday so see you Monday, smiley face. Chapter 13, Chapter 013, Doubts. Read auxiliary chapter world info before starting the story. Chapter start. Retrieving a bottle of water from the fridge, Tsukachi returns to his seat on the couch, anxiously waiting for All Might and Horizon to return, ready to act in case anything happens. Taking a sip from his water he places it on the coffee table and leans back, glancing over at Nizu who was happily reading something on his phone. How can you be so calm about this? He asks Nizu. About what? All of this, I know you have an intellect beyond human comprehension, as you say because of your quirk, but isn't this a bit much even for you? Nizu puts down his phone to give Tsukachi his full attention. You don't think we can trust Horizon? He has power, motive, and at the moment since he has Toshi under the knife, leverage, Tsukachi says. True, Nizu confirms. Thankfully he doesn't care about any of that. And you're sure of this? I already told you, I had him figured out from the moment I sent you that recording to verify. As powerful and capable as he is, his weaknesses are quite obvious, his family, and his obsessive need to upkeep any contract he agrees to, even if it turns out to be much more difficult than expected. He'd die before he breaks or renegotiates a contract, and all he wants is his family back. We can trust him so long as we don't betray his trust in us, in me. And what will Toshi think about you letting a serial assassin off the hook just so he can operate on him? You and I are a bit looser in situations like this, but you know he isn't, not if it's to save only his own life instead of others. He'll see all the good Horizon can do when he becomes a hero, Nizu says matter-of-factly. That should convince him that I made the right decision, plus, he's only a child still. As mature and experienced as he may be, he's young, without his parents whispering in his ear who knows what he'll become. Tsukachi sighs, that's what I'm afraid of, we don't know what he'll become. But we know what he is now, this could go very badly Nizu. Or we could have a new national power on our hands, Nizu says. Tsukachi immediately realizes what Nizu is thinking. He takes a deep breath and tilts his head back to stare at the ceiling. Nizu, he pinches the bridge of his name. What is his quirk really? Hand of God. Tsukachi's eyes shoot open and he stares at the bear mouse. What? What the hell does that even mean? No clue, Nizu shrugs. He refused to give me more than a name, didn't explain or list any abilities, but gave me the classification, mystery class. So you're taking his word for it that his quirk exceeds all logical and scientific comprehension. To be named mystery class, you realize only one person in history has ever gotten that classification, right? I know. And how is our government dealing with Horizon suddenly appearing in their system with that quirk? I've spoken to Pontu and Bosu about it, they won't bother us, Nizu assures him. And when America learns that they aren't the only people with a mystery class, that suddenly Start and Stripe may have competition. Obviously the requests will flood in for him to study and migrate to the States, but he'll stay here since that's his contract. Tsukachi sighs, you seriously want to make this kid into the next All Might? No, he'll never be All Might. Nizu leans forward and takes a sip of his tea before he continues. A few days ago he contacted me, told me he wants to show everyone how useful he is. It's obvious what method of thinking he follows. And what might that be? Simply that it's better to be a necessity than to be liked. He will never be a symbol of peace like All Might, but he will be a dependable hero that Japan can lean on in the future, and that's enough, don't you think? Assuming he doesn't put a sword in your back, Tsukachi grumbles in response. My quirk hasn't detected a single lie out of him, ever, but I just don't like this whole situation. A confirmed killer walking the streets like a hero, sitting in a classroom with people who want to be real heroes, I can't even put a word to how messed up it is. Nizu sighs, if people were incapable of change, especially people so young, then I would still be on my quest to eliminate all humans for what they did to me in that lab. He raises a hand absent-mindedly to touch his scar. I believe he can be a force for good, just like I am now. Tsukachi relents, yeah, I suppose that's true. But I'm still not won over just yet, even if he does help Toshi. He's dangerous, Nizu, don't ever forget that. Healing and scanning aside, warping is a monstrous quirk in the hands of any enemy, and we know he's good at fighting with it. Only a few of those quirks exist in the world that we know of, and he's the only one proficient or actively using his. I know, all the more reason to finally have a hero with a warping quirk, don't you think? Yeah, I suppose. But what about that thing he did to Chrome, tore through his organs and brain without cracking his tungsten skin? Did he say anything about that ability? No, he refuses to speak on his quirk, says the information is too valuable to be in any system or the hands of anyone else. Of course he'd be paranoid, when considering his criminal life and history it makes sense. Nizu nods in agreement. If he had the attitude of a hero I would have pushed for him to get a full hero license immediately, already more capable than most pros. But as you know, he needs time among aspiring heroes so that he can see what it's really all about. It won't work unless he wants to be a hero on his own. If he's as smart as you say, then you realize he knows that's your plan, right? He does, he essentially confirmed as much. He also told me his plan to use his new medical license to build his brand, and I offered a way to help him. Build a brand. Horizon Miracle Solutions. Nizu waves his hands about as if it were a big reveal, only to earn a blank stare from Tsukachi. What? I used my connections to get him access to some influential people, that way when he enters UA he won't be starting from zero in terms of name recognition. And it'll instantly put eyes on him, get him into more situations where he gets essentially forced to see how great heroes can be, and accelerates his growth because of it. You're using his plan and popularity to guide him to be more heroic, that's damn brilliant. Exactly, since it's the same as his own plan, nothing has to change. I've simply made it much, much more effective. But there is one thing I can't account for. What's that? His attitude. You've heard him speak, what do you think? Aside from the fact that he's an uncaring asshole. Tsukachi asks, recalling how casual Horizon was about delivering life-changing news and a death sentence earlier. He recalls what Horizon said about liars and people who break contracts as well, and something clicked in his mind. He's a very hard judge of himself, right? He holds everyone to the same standards as himself and isn't shy about telling them when they're failing. My thoughts as well, Nizu nods along. He's also very direct and abrasive, downright vulgar to get his point across most directly, hates being told what to do, and will attack anyone who even mentions his parents in a bad light, and the fact that he'll talk down to or ridicule anyone who doesn't meet the standards he has for himself, and I don't know what effect being at UA could have on him, much less being a full pro. A powder keg to blow up in our face or to take down villains, damn. Nizu nods along, I'm sure he will do great things for us. And Japan will finally have its own mystery class hero, with All Might stepping down, hopefully soon, we'll need it. 1 hour later. You've finished already? Tsukachi asks, blatant concern in his voice as Horizon takes a seat opposite him. Yeah, it went exactly as I said, he's already getting dressed and should be out in a minute. Horizon leans back and takes a deep breath. Everything ready, Nizu? You can head to the airport immediately, everything is already set up and they're expecting you, and you'll be using my jet. Perfect. A few minutes later and Toshinori enters the living room, looking around and taking careful steps, trying to get used to the strange feeling in his body. Tsukachi gets up and walks over to him. How are you feeling? You should sit down. Is everything all right? Toshinori laughs and pats his friend on the shoulder. I haven't felt this good in years, I can finally breathe properly, and I'm hungry. I fixed your stomach, Horizon says, already scrolling on his phone. You went from having 8 years to having 15 years, don't waste them. I'm sending Nizu a list of vitamins for you to take daily, they should help, plus a new diet. Aside from that, you're all done here, he shrugs. I see, Toshinori says before turning to Horizon and bowing, completely doubling over. Thank you Dr. Horizon, I'll never forget what you've done for me today. Beneath his visor Horizon rolls his eyes, don't thank me, thank Nizu, I was just doing my job and sticking to my contract, no big deal. But still, thank you. Sigh, yeah, now if that's all can we please wrap this up, I've got a jet waiting for me. End chapter. Volume 1 is complete, onto Volume 2. Chapter 14, Chapter 014, The Miracle List. Chapter start. Sitting in the back of an armored SUV, Nizu's armored SUV, Horizon idly scrolls through various vacation spots around the world. He is dressed in a simple black suit to contrast his white body glove, visor, and a single black duffel bag at his side. He nods along to the music playing, using his visor like a wireless headset to the phone Nizu gave him. He feels the car come to a gentle stop and looks out the window. They'd already arrived at the airport, only a dozen meters away was Nizu's jet. A luxury 20M-65 feet, white jet with a decal of Nizu at the side waving and smiling. Along with Nizu written on the side is colorful letters. Horizon rolls his eyes as he grabs his bag and gets out, when I buy mine I'll make sure it doesn't look like a 5-year-old decorated it. He grumbles. Walking to the jet he sees 3 people standing outside at the base of the short staircase. A man, a woman, and a third person with a strange quirk, they almost appeared to be made of water, difficult to tell if they even had a gender. All wearing dress shirts and pants. As Horizon walks up the first man extends his hand, which Horizon shakes. I assume you're the captain, he nods to the man. That I am Doctor, the man gestures to the liquid person standing beside him, my co-pilot and our flight attendant. The weather is clear and we're all fueled. It should only be 7 hours to burn. Perfect, I'll be in your care, Horizon nods to the others. The woman reaches to carry his bag but he shakes his head, I'll take care of it. Oh, understood Doctor, she politely nods and gestures for him to walk up the stairs. He doesn't hesitate, but is sure to announce as he walks to the top, I'd rather you just call me Horizon. Doctor still feels a bit odd. At least that's what he said, but in truth, being called Doctor annoyed him to no end. In his eyes, anyone can become a doctor, but the only me is me. A few minutes later and Horizon is sitting stiffly in the comfy leather seat of the jet, a small table in front of him with a seat on the other side occupied by his bag. Looking out the window as the pilots position the jet for takeoff he anxiously taps his fingers on the table. As he sinks into his seat when they begin accelerating his tapping continues, quickly feeling his sense of absolute control being ripped away. He looks out the window to see Tokyo shrinking beneath them and less than a minute later it's far behind them. A few minutes after that and the view is filled with clouds. Before he realizes it the flight attendant is standing at his table, a pleasant smile on her face as she speaks to him. Would you perhaps like a refreshment to help you relax, she asks, with only good intentions. It was impossible not to see his constant tapping on the table. I'm fine, thank you, he politely refuses, trying to ignore the fact that they were already up to probably 1,000 miles per hour 1600 kmph, as expected of a year 2112 luxury jet. Just call if you need anything, she gestures to one of the buttons built into the table and a few other places about the lounge area. I will, he says, dismissing her. Trying to distract himself he reaches across the table and takes out his laptop, connecting his visor and computer he starts playing some music, light lo-fi background music, and starts typing. I'll call it, the miracle list, yeah, he thinks aloud, another attempt to distract himself from his current location. Typing everything that I can heal is too long, so I'll focus on what I can't heal. Genetic deterioration. Genetic deformities. Some mental disorders too. His fingers move like lightning to compile the specifics of his arrangement. When I work for people do I want them talking, he thinks on it for a moment then shrugs. More chatter means more competition, that means better bids, and I can go from unknown to celebrity during the sports festival, get ahead of everyone else, he chuckles. I'll make it so that they can reveal anything they want but I can't, since I'm the doctor, special agreements for special scenarios of course. He sits back and looks at the document he made. Nearly 5 pages of specifics. Everything from what he provides to confidentiality to where he's willing to travel to meet with patients. And I should also tell them that I'll only be able to travel outside of Japan for the next 11 months, that gives me a month to settle back in Japan before UA. Doubt Nizu wants me ditching class and hero duties because I got a nice offer. He types some more, and before he knows it he's already had a few drinks and a full meal while working. Finishing up the last of his document, it now being a full 12 pages of very clear and specific requirements and services, he only has one more thing to do. Price, he mutters. leaning back into his seat to consider it very carefully. My clients are supposed to be the most wealthy people in the world, but I don't really have any sense of how to price things like this. The standard prices Dad used won't apply here for what I'm trying to do. These people see every bit of money they spend as a flex of their status. And if I'm too conservative with the price, they'll think it's bullshit. Fuck. How do you put a price on time? Time with a loved one, time added to your own life. How? He spends a few minutes thinking about it before finally giving in, deciding that maybe some outside perspective would help. Pressing the button on the table once more, the flight attendant quickly arrives. As she's about to take the empty glass and plate away, he raises a hand to stop her. I'd actually like to ask you something, if that's all right with you. Yes sir, she nods. He gestures for her to take the seat opposite him, which she does, after moving his bag. How may I help you, sir? I'm trying to price my product, and I'm hitting a roadblock here. I was hoping you'd be able to give some perspective. Oh, of course, sir, she smiles and nods, excited at the idea of a medical prodigy asking her opinion. My product is time. How much would you pay for that? She freezes, then looks confused, then shakes her head and blinks a few times. Do you mean? Like rewinding time? No, that wouldn't solve anything. Horizon scoffs at the idea. Rewinding time wouldn't necessarily heal the things I can. I'm talking about a miracle cure. How much would you pay for something that would give you more time in your life, or with the people you care about, that kind of time? Her eyes widen at the idea, suddenly realizing she was sitting opposite something humans have been searching for since the beginning of time, a miracle elixir. As he waits patiently, she scrunched her face, trying to imagine all the sick people she wished would get better. How much she'd pay to have her parents in perfect health, to heal her kids if something terrible happened. Eventually, she releases a tired sigh, and gives an apologetic look. I'm sorry sir, but I think all lives are equally invaluable, none can be summed up for any amount of money. I'd give any and everything I have for what you're describing, she nods. All lives equal and precious, he almost laughs at the idea, a certain lightness in his slightly mechanical voice. Well, that's a stupid idea, he scoffs. But I suppose most people view things like that everyone is equal and should be saved instead of measured by the value and services they can provide, certainly makes pricing this a lot harder. She keeps a polite expression, suppressing her disgust at his words and the urge to launch into a tirade or simply yell at his blatant disregard for human lives. Giving a polite bow, she stands up. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you, sir, she says while clearing the dishes from the table. On the contrary, you told me everything I needed, thank you, he nods and begins typing once more. As she walks away, he continues speaking to himself, I don't need to put a price on anything. All I do is set the minimum and let them decide. How much they care and how much money they have will dictate how high the bids go, just need to set a minimum. After a few more minutes of typing a page of rules for the bidding, he saves the document once more. Minimum bid of $10 million, gifts can be added but the cash bid dictates the initial ranking, perfect. He saves it one last time, then hits send, almost instantly receiving a confirmation from the men he was on the way to meet. Checking the time, Horizon closes the laptop and leans back into his seat, seeing rolling clouds outside his window, Asia 38 kilometers below him. The view itself helped him relax and drift off to sleep. Only a few more hours until they arrived at Bern, and sleeping was the best way for him to not be anxious the entire flight. End chapter. Chapter 15, Chapter 015, Swiss Vault. Chapter start. As the plane descends to the runway, Horizon looks out the window at the mountainous Swiss landscape. Picturesque, somehow layered with the massive sprawling city of Bern, the capital of Switzerland. One of the only places Horizon has ever been that he can honestly say, perfectly blends traditional architecture and the modernity of 2114, it truly was a sight to behold. A winding river dividing the city, bridges built over it, appearing as if they were built hundreds of years ago, the style perfectly emulated, but no older than he was. Skyscrapers reaching to the heavens as if trying to compete with the mountains in the distance, a fruitless effort as the snow-capped peaks give a sense of grandeur that no skyscraper could ever match. He can't help but smile beneath his mask, thankful that he'd never be able to forget this portrait-like view, with light snow falling upon the city. I could get used to this, he mutters as the plane touches down. A moment later the jet comes to a full stop, and Horizon gets up, bag already secured at his side, and makes his way to the exit ramp. He receives a stiff nod from the flight attendant before exiting the jet. Immediately greeted with the sight of a literal mountain only 200 meters away. Covered in trees and grass, but with a section carved into it at the side of the runway. Doors running parallel to the landing strip itself. But perhaps doors wasn't the right word at all. Wow, was all he could say. Two massive tungsten gates. Each is 30 meters tall and together 50 meters wide. The Switzerland coat of arms painted in the middle of the otherwise black surface, a red shield with a white cross. Making it to the end of the ramp, his gaze finally drops, seeing all the fortified buildings along the runway and especially toward the gate. He takes a moment to appreciate no longer being on the plane. He had no fear of flying it itself. But moving at nearly 500 meters per second meant his quirk was damn near useless. The travel speed would rip him out of his room before he could give any real commands. It's the only time he has no true control of his world. Casting that thought aside, he focuses back on the view around him. The light snow falls around him as he turns to see two small carts, one with a driver already in the seat and a slim blonde man standing beside it. The other driver approaches and politely takes his bag, after some hesitation on Horizon's part. "I see you're awestruck by the magnificence of my nation," the blonde man says in clearly rusty Japanese, this thick accent somewhat slurring the words. He walks up and reaches out to shake Horizon's hand. "I speak your languages, sir, we may speak normally," Horizon says while shaking his hand, oddly fluent Swiss German leaving his mouth. "And yes, this country is breathtaking." The man smiles and takes a step away, turning to gesture at the mountain fortress. "She truly is one of a kind," he says, returning to his usual Swiss German. "And it seems I stayed awake refreshing my Japanese for nothing, yes." Horizon chuckles. "My mother traveled a lot for work. She taught me that learning a language is always better than having a translator, more reliable and secure." The man nods. "A woman after my own heart. Please allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Locke. I control this unique establishment." He gestures to the entire area around them. Looking down the runway, Horizon couldn't see the end. He also couldn't see barriers in any direction aside from the mountain itself. "It certainly is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Locke. I am Horizon, and please, don't call me Doctor, it's already gotten old for me," he chuckles. "I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Now, shall we?" He gestures to the leading cart and Horizon begins walking toward it. "So, Mr. Horizon." "Horizon is fine, no need for titles with me." "Ah, then I suppose you may simply call me Locke." They arrive at the cart and both take their seats. "So, what has Mr. Nizu told you about us?" "Almost nothing," Horizon says as the cart begins driving toward the gates. "He said that you can facilitate my business, handle the bids and cash flow, as well as manage my assets." Locke chuckles. "He truly spoils me. He knows how much I enjoy giving the breakdown and tour." "Oh, then please, enlighten me on this mysterious place." "This my new friend, is Swiss Vault," Locke says as they arrive at the gates. Unlike anything he expected, a portal opens a few meters before the gates for them to drive through. The border was angular, with each point appearing like a shining star, giving the sense that they drove into a constellation. The portal made it visible what was on the other side, a massive black and gold palace-like atrium. Ceilings 20 meters high, massive columns of black marble along the walls, guards standing posted. And a woman positioned above who was giving energy to the portals. "The doors never open if not absolutely necessary," Locke says. "She is our gatekeeper. Warping quirks are among the rarest, only a handful exist, and we were fortunate enough to hire one." "Truly incredible," Horizon admits. "Opening a perfect warp gate is something that anyone could be envious of and see the appeal in. A necessary measure to protect our assets." The cart comes to a stop as Locke nods toward Gatekeeper. She closes her eyes and focuses, then a dagger appears to float above her, glowing bright white before staking the ground a few feet ahead of them. Another gate opens, this time leading to an office overlooking the runway itself. "My office," Locke says, gesturing for Horizon to enter. "I like your style, Locke," he says, entering before Locke, followed by the bag handler who rests his bag on a table in the office. Locke moves to take a seat at his desk and Horizon sits opposite him, not spending more than a passing glance at the pristine and luxurious office. Clearly black and gold were Locke's colors. "So, impressed yet?" Locke asks, a cheeky grin on his lips. "Nizu said you'd be impossible to impress. This facility, and your staff, are incredible, but I'm still not sure what exactly it does." "That's why we're here, the fun part," Locke smiles. "What do you remember about World War III? The long or short version?" Horizon asks. "Short version." Horizon relaxes back into his seat. After the advent of Quirk's country started an arms race. 5 years later war is declared after both America and Germany each invent entirely green and cheap alternative synthetic fuels using quirks. Some militias took over Africa, and Europe tore itself apart. Go on. And the entire world nearly burned itself to the ground. Countries had to call off the war because of internal threats, the first wave of villains. Since then the entire world went from fighting each other to focusing everything on internal security. Hasn't been a single military skirmish between nations since, almost 200 years, Horizon shrugs. "Did I mention what you wanted?" "Close enough," Locke says. "During that war, Switzerland, like many nations, went bankrupt. We became scraps for everyone to pull apart, and because of our location, we didn't last a week. Our main resources before quirks were salt, granite, sand, and marble. All cheaper than dirt because of early quirks," Horizon says. "Exactly. We had nothing, and until 50 years ago we were heavily dependent on our allies to help us, until..." "Swiss Vault?" Horizon asks. "Exactly," Locke says excitedly. 50 years ago a mouse was discovered to have a quirk. Nizu. Yes, high-spec, intellect beyond comprehension. He saw our situation, and on his campaign across the world to design systems and infrastructure, he came to us. With his consultation, we reformed our national constitution, mainly in the areas of taxes and privacy laws, and became the world's largest asset and capital holding company. Swiss Vault. Switzerland, Locke corrects him. We have no villains. Our best military assets are within this mountain protecting the vaults and supercomputers, also designed by Nizu. Our business is money, and it's brought us out of that slump and into fortune once more. I see. Horizon brings a finger up to tap the chin of his visor. And how does it work exactly? In theory, it's actually quite simple, Locke says. Effectively speaking, we offer a subscription service. You open an account with us, we hold your assets and funds under the name of the Swiss government, insured by the Swiss government. And each year you pay either 50 million USD or 5% of your assets, whichever comes first. If the payment cannot be made or you cancel your account, then all assets are transferred back into your name. So if I get into any legal trouble, what are they going to do? You don't technically own those assets since it's on our name, not yours, Locke shrugs. They can't arrest Switzerland, and with Nizu's assistance we effectively have immunity so long as it's short of starting a war. But if my name is on it? No name, Locke shakes his head. Only a number and biometric security, which is protected by our privacy section of the Swiss constitution. Very smart, as expected of Nizu, Horizon says. We are a full-service company to act as the middleman, so to speak. If you require any service that can be legally purchased in your current country and don't want the hassle of sorting it out, we can take care of things for you. Want us to host a business for you? Sure. So long as it involves money, we have no issue with such things, and the infrastructure for your own business has already been constructed. No wonder Nizu sent me here. You're exactly what I need, a way to move my assets without worrying about someone connecting my identities, Horizon says. Another thing protected by our laws, I assure you. The only way anyone will know that either of your identities are connected to us is if you inform them, Locke says. Right, Horizon nods. I guess now we've just got to get to reading the contract. Locke reaches down and rests a stack of nearly 500 pages on the desk. Horizon loudly groans, of course. 2 hours later. How are the tax laws this simple? Horizon asks, handing over the final page of the 400-page contract before storing his copy in his bag. Locke smiles and chuckles slightly. The office of many world leaders, at least the ones that can afford it, each have an account with us. We also only offer services to people or companies with a total value of at least $10 billion, you being the only exception. They have a very good reason to keep tax laws lenient for us. Wow, Horizon nods. That's a pretty high bar of entry. Exclusivity and security demanded, Locke says as he sets the contract aside and reaches down, placing a black briefcase on the desk between both men. What's this? Your membership package. Locke opens the briefcase and turns it around to face Horizon. He pops it open to reveal a few objects. A sleek black laptop, smartphone, and a banking card, all with Horizon's logo already printed on them in blue. So Nizu told you about the logo, he chuckles, reaching down to pick up the phone. The moment he does, it activates and begins powering up. The biometrics were set to imprint when you touch it, Locke explains. Your account has officially become active and the bids for your services have already begun. Scan me through my gloves, not bad. He sets the phone aside to inspect the cards. Those are directly connected to your account, they're made of platinum, and can be used with any bank globally, even the most obscure banks. And can only be used by your or any person you give access to your account. So only ever me, nice. I assume the laptop is the same thing. Exactly so. If any of these breaks or are reported lost, we will contact you, or you may return here for a replacement. Good to know. Horizon puts the cards in his wallet and leaves the phone and laptop on the desk. And about the bids? Already connected to both your new devices, I recommend only using them for your business. We have one of the best cybersecurity systems in the world, best put it to use. You really do provide everything, so, shall we see how good business looks? Be my guest. Locke gestures to the closed laptop and leans back into his chair, watching Horizon open it up. With the screen facing away from him to protect Horizon's privacy, he only sees the blurry reflection in the visor as Horizon leans forward. Horizon couldn't believe what he was seeing, the list constantly changing, the leading bid increasing by the second as people fought for the top spot. This is a lot higher than I expected, and it's barely been a minute, Horizon says in awe. I may have changed it slightly, Locke confesses, causing Horizon's head to snap toward him. I did some data collection and found that the starting $10 million bid you set was too low. The clients felt insulted or as if they were being scammed, especially considering the services you claim to provide. So I changed the opening bid. 50 million was much more reassuring to them. Looking back to the screen, Horizon saw the highest bid at nearly 200 million and just shrugged. Well, I won't complain, not. 1 bit. Looks like I'm on the way to hitting the $10 billion requirement you have, huh? Locke chuckles, that would still make you account number 5,729 in terms of the pure liquid value. How many do you even have? 5,729, now that you've joined, Locke smiles cheekily. But this is good, I've informed all those account holders of your service, and since Swiss Vault is the middleman, good business for you is good business for us. Horizon laughs at that, get your interests to line up with that of all the powerful people and you're well protected, very clever. Well, it was Nizu's idea, Locke admits. I'll be sure to thank him when I see him, but for now, it's time to get rich, I think I'll quite enjoy that. And I'll enjoy the business you bring us, Locke says as they shake hands, putting an end to this meeting. 12 months until UA. End chapter. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, May 2114. Chapter start. Within a makeshift operating room, there are two men. One lays face down, strapped to a soft massage table, his top bare, a rectangular hole running down the middle of his entire back, spine completely removed. Looking into the exposed cavity, the soft beats of his heart can be seen thumping away. His idle snores are soft and barely audible, and he feels nothing while the doctor works. At a small table away from the man sits Horizon, the man's spine lay on the metal table. The 5 bones at the base fractured and splintered, steadily being repaired and fused together. Unbecoming of the miraculous operation that was taking place, the room looked no different than a simple bedroom. The steady beats of the heart monitor were barely heard over Horizon's humming. His head bobs along to the tune in his mind as he casually performs the impossible. Horizon was wearing an outfit many would consider ill-suited to this usually bloody operation. Thankfully his quirk allowed him to remove only the spine. A simple white suit, his body glove showing the same color, black visor with blue eyes looking down at the spine as his hands moved about. Tweezers in one hand and a scalpel in the other, carefully binding bones and nerves back together. Thankfully his quirk allowed harmless and painless operations. As he finishes putting the final pieces of this bone jigsaw puzzle back together, Horizon can't help but let a few words of the tune in his head slip out. Best to, give me your loyalty. 'Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. He places a hand on the now fully reconstructed spine and focuses his energy. Booster shot, he mutters. He feels his stamina drain slightly as blue energy radiates from his body and flows into the spine. The cracks and fractures on each segment perfectly heals. He hears the heart monitor spike for a moment before it becomes stable again. As the assembly is complete, a clear rectangular casing forms around the spine, appearing and feeling as if it were made of jelly. Leaning back in his chair, he carefully picks up the spine, holding it delicately with both hands and rising from his seat, walking over to his patient. So this is what $3 billion can buy, huh? He chuckles to himself, placing the spine back into his patient as if he were assembling a basic puzzle. The spatial casing of the spine, the jelly-like rectangular shell, perfectly slides into the hole in his patient's back. And as the pieces fit together, a blue sheen shimmers slightly as the jelly reverts into flesh and muscle, as if the back was never tampered with. Law shakes his head. One day I'll figure out how exactly that works, he mutters, placing his palm flat on the man's back. Scan. Remaining in physical contact, he focuses on the man, scanning him down to a cellular level, searching for any abnormalities. To search for such tiny abnormalities, he needs to remain in contact. If he were simply trying to rip out someone's spine, however, once his room is open, he simply has to skin them once by making physical contact, even through clothes. Locating such a normal and massive component would be easy. Then he could walk away while focusing on them, and when enough energy is gathered, simply touch them once more and rip it out. Unfortunately, the process would have to restart if the room closes. Needing to restart the entire surgery also wouldn't return the energy he committed to it. After nearly 5 minutes of searching, he perks up. Finding what he was looking for, Law begins focusing his energy, feeling a slight strain as he tracked down all the medication in his patient. Mess, he commands. Raising his hand from the man's back, beneath his palm a small sphere of white clear liquid rises up, coma-inducing medication torn out of the man. GAH, the man startles awake, panicking and falling off the table. Horizon stares at him, not expecting such a lively response. The table falls over as the man scrambles to his feet, looking around with wide eyes, not able to make sense of any of this. Where am I? He demands, speaking perfect traditional Arabic. Horizon shakes his head and turns away, not paying the quirkless man any mind and moving to pack up his medical bag. As he begins sterilizing his equipment, however, a loud knock sounds from the double doors. We're coming in, 10 seconds, a worried voice booms out, also in perfect Arabic. Horizon pays it no mind and continues packing his things. By the time the doors are opened and 2 men with automatic rifles enter, just one step ahead from a robed elder gentleman, brown skin and a thick gray beard, head wrapped and his outfit draped in so much gold that it screamed Middle Eastern royalty. The man and his guards all freeze at the sight of the prince, standing on his own and staring at them. The prince asks question after question, demanding to know what was going on. Yet his father simply walked up and embraced him, holding his son close as both guards watch in amazement. The reunion is interrupted when Horizon zips up his bag and takes out a notepad, writing something down quickly before turning to both men. "This is Dr. Horizon," the man says to his son. "He saved your life, please give me a moment with him, your mother and sisters are waiting for you upstairs." The man looks at his son once more and pats him on the shoulder, as if to check if this was a dream. What?" the prince asks, completely confused. His father nods and pats his shoulder, gesturing to the guards, "I will join you shortly, please, go see your mother." A minute later and only Horizon and the sheik are standing in the courtyard, his medical bag already at his side. Looking out at the garden, the man wasn't quite sure what to say, so he simply spoke his true thoughts. "I had my doubts about you, at least until now." The sheik says. "You threw that much money on something you had doubts about." He joins him in speaking Arabic, although with a heavy accent, not practiced enough to completely shake off the Japanese tones. "Money is nothing," the man says. "When I heard he was in a car accident, that he'd never wake up again, much less walk, it was the one time all my money and influence meant nothing. A dynasty that has controlled this region for hundreds of years, and we couldn't do anything." Horizon nods. "Money couldn't buy time, until me." The man chuckles. "Well said. And that is exactly why when I saw a person that sold time, I jumped at the chance. After the first few clients, seems everyone wants more time. We're only human," the man shrugs. "We may be the richest and most influential people in the world, but we all want more time. Your service will always do well. Better than I ever thought, honestly," Horizon admits. "Time is the only thing we couldn't buy, so you can understand that we're quite eager," the man says. "MHM, and this is the part where you ask me to stay here." The men can't help but laugh at that, so this happens often then. Every time, without fail. Everyone wants a miracle in their backyard. And you always refuse? Always, no matter the offer. The man raises a brow at that. "I'm willing to bet that I can beat any offer you've ever seen." "You can, but unfortunately I have a previous contract." "Honorable in the face of great temptation, very respectable," the man strokes his beard and nods. "My family would likely be unable to enter Japan when you settle your practice there next year, so I had to make an offer now. I completely understand, but unfortunately Japan has the one thing nobody else can get me, and no amount of money can replace. Family." Horizon nods. "I see, then I wish you all the best, Doc. Horizon," the man corrects himself. "Thank you, Sheikh Amir," Horizon bows slightly. "Now if you'll excuse me, I've never been to Dubai before, and as this is my first day, I've made reservations to quite a fine establishment for later tonight." 5 minutes later. Sitting in the back of an armored black SUV, Horizon leans back and scrolls through his phone. "That's all the clients in this region, time for Eastern Europe, and I'll even have time for the Grand Prix before going to Paris," he muses. Glancing out the window to see the massive skyscrapers passing by as he arrives at his hotel. Putting his phone away, he exits the vehicle and walks in. The valet immediately moves to take his bag, which only had a few medical supplies within, while another leads him inside. They instantly recognized him by his visor, as expected when you rent the top suite of their hotel for the entire week. Checking in, he takes the elevator up to his suite and dismissed the staff, telling them that he'd like to rest from his flight into the country this morning. He ignores everything around him and simply walks to a particular window. Directly across the street is another hotel, smaller and less prestigious, but it had everything he needed. Leaving his bag and everything else behind, he opens up a room, large enough to reach across the street and into the other hotel. Shambles. He disappears, swapping places with a napkin of all things. He reappears in the opposite hotel, in the penthouse suite. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief and removes his visor, walking around the suite to the bedroom where he changes his clothes. He packs his metal case with his Horizon gear as La Matani comes out once more. "Okay, a week in Dubai was fun, but time to get the fuck out of here, lots of things to enjoy elsewhere," he says. Exiting the hotel is La Matani, who had been staying here for the entire week. He enters a limo, so over the top that nobody would ever expect him to be the mysterious doctor who the sheik believed to have only arrived that morning. And who wouldn't check out of the hotel for another 5 days. Perhaps paranoid, but he wouldn't take any chances with having these two people connected. When the valet places his bags in the limo, he arrives at the airport in only half an hour. Greeted by the sight of his very own private jet. Larger than the average passenger plane, as it was a double-decker, entirely refitted to be as luxurious yet functional as possible. Painted black with gold accents, and the word Matani on the side in case anyone was curious about who owned it. Law steps out of the limo to be greeted by the flight staff at the ramp. Taking a deep breath, he looks around. Limo. Private jet. Private hangar. I love being rich. End chapter. Chapter 17, Chapter 017, Two Types of People. Chapter start. Sitting submerged up to his shoulders in his hot tub, Law has a glass of whiskey in one hand and a textbook in the other. In the modest but luxurious bathroom, he has music playing quietly through the surrounding speakers built into the walls as he lazily reads. The book in his hand is UA's Hero Procedure and Regulations, and beside the tub was a stack of over a dozen other books that would be needed over the 3-year hero course at UA. Finally, Law sighs as he puts down his glass and turns to the last page. After reading it and the entire index at the back, he sets the book down atop the pile and sinks down to his chin in the warm water. Bunch of boring junk. Law closes his eyes and enjoys the warm water for all of 7 minutes before his music is overshadowed by a cacophony of loud chimes. He grumbles, knowing that specific ringtone. He sits up and flicks some water off his hand before reaching for his phone, thankfully waterproof, and answers the video call. "Kinda late for a call, don't you think?" he asks in an annoyed voice. "Sorry, I had some paperwork to deal with," Nizu says, sitting on the couch in his office with a cup of tea. "Figured you would finally go a day without calling me since today was the big sports festival. Guess I was wrong." Law sighs. "You're too important for me to not check in on you," Nizu says. "So were you up to anything interesting? I hope I didn't interrupt." Law rolls his eyes. "Just got done with the stack of books you sent me. You can have them back when I get back to Japan." "Those are yours. You'll need them during your time at UA." "No, I won't. I read them once, that's all I need." "Oh." Nizu nods along. "I see. Well, keep them, just in case." "Whatever. Did you by any chance watch the sports festival?" "I caught the beginning of it in the car to my patient, but had to cut it off when I got there. Also, what the hell was with the streaker?" Nizu chuckles. "Togata's quirk makes clothes logistically difficult. His hero suit has to be organic then. I know your handbook says it's not allowed, but you could have at least let him use the pants." Law laughs. He insisted on sticking to the rules himself. That attitude combined with his excellent work ethic is what makes him one of our best, and soon to be one of Japan's best. "Seriously?" Law asks, more surprised than anything. "The naked blonde dude, you sure about that?" "If you ever get to meet him, you'll find out rather quickly how capable he is." "I'll take your word for it, whatever." Law shrugs. "You promised competition, so I'll take what I can get. Phasing is pretty interesting at least." "Permeation," Nizu corrects him. "But good guess on the name." "Thanks, but is there a particular reason you called this time?" "I just wanted to inform you that Toshinori has been feeling much better this past month." He wanted to extend his thanks once more. "Just doing my job. Is he taking it easy as I said?" Nizu gives an awkward smile. Law straightens up and looks at the screen. "I don't like having my time wasted, Nizu. Why have me fix something that's just gonna break itself again?" He's a bit stubborn. Unfortunately, he won't listen to anyone. "Ugh, well, I can't extend his life a second time, so whatever. Once he knows what he's doing." Law shrugs and sinks back down. It's his life, he can end it if he wants. He fully understands the consequences of his actions. Nizu nods. "What about your other patients?" "You know I can't discuss that with you, Nizu," Law says. "I'm not asking for specifics, just anything super miraculous that nobody else would have been able to accomplish." "Well." Law thinks for a moment. "A few tumors here and there, heart disease in a few people. Failing organs, growths on the brain, and I fixed some spines so people could walk." "You say that like it's nothing impressive," Nizu points out. "Oh, I know how impossible this stuff is for everyone else, I'm just used to it." Law shrugs. "Didn't really understand the last one completely." What do you mean?" "Well, the man spends billions of dollars for me to fix his kid's spine right, cracks and shattered bones. The guy was in a coma for a long time before me, but he's quirkless." "What don't you get?" Nizu's voice was a bit concerned as to where this was going. "Why spend so much to save some quirkless trash? Just make another kid, or fucking buy a better one with all that money." Law shakes his head. "Honestly, I'll never understand that. He was from the generation before me, so like 5% of them are quirkless, 1% of mine. Just replace him." I didn't realize you were that kind of person." "Not to this extent." Nizu had a disappointed tone in his voice. "What kind of person?" "Someone who discriminates. Is it only about those that are quirkless?" Nizu asks bluntly. Law pauses for a moment, then laughs, nearly dropping his phone in the tub. "You're kidding, right? You think I pay enough attention to those ants to care about where they come from or how they look or who they want to fuck? Like I care about that." He breaks out into a fit of laughter at the very idea. Him caring that much about useless people was so foreign to him. "Then why do you care if he's quirkless?" "Because, Nizu, quirks are nature's metric of showing how useful you are. Better the quirk, the more useful you are. And quirkless people are level 0, anything they can do, someone with a quirk out there can do it 100 times better. You should know, your quirk is what separates you from the other mice. Do you really think you're of equal value to them?" Nizu stops and takes a moment to think of his response. "I can understand how someone born as powerful as you may think like that, but I believe all people are capable of great things, quirk or not. Hopefully I can show you that during your time with me. Trying to make me a hero is one thing, trying to convince me that some quirkless filth could ever be anything more than worthless is an impossible dream. Quirks give people inherent value. The fact that you've never had a quirkless hero in your school shows that on some level even you believe that. Anything they can do we can do better. Nizu doesn't speak, realizing that this conversation would get absolutely nowhere. Law is from a school of thought similar to might makes right, he thinks as Law takes another sip of his drink. A school of thought where usefulness and competence determine value. Not even morality or ethics are considered in his actions, only the most effective way of completing the task, and he's willing to step down if someone is proven to be more competent at a task than him. Convincing him with words is impossible. Nizu sighs in temporary defeat. Well, I'm glad you don't discriminate by race, appearance, or gender. That would be much more problematic, Nizu says. I at least know the requirements to prove you wrong. You will see that there are all different types of people in this world, and everyone has a purpose, even if they aren't born at the top like you. Law grumbles, I wasn't born at the top, I trained my ass off for 11 years to get here, before I even had my quirk. Oh, you never mentioned that before. Because it's not really any of your business, but don't belittle my hard work by saying it's all my quirk. I was trained to be perfect, that's why I'm better, and my quirk manifested based on that. What? Nizu didn't miss that little bit of information that Law accidentally let slip. Nothing, Law quickly says. Just know that there are only two types of people in this world. People who are useful, and people who aren't, Nizu says. Nope, Law shakes his head and smiles before looking directly at the camera. People who are perfect, and people who aren't me. Nizu is left speechless by that statement, and the moment he opens his mouth to speak. Knock knock knock. Law's head shifts over to look at the door. Sir, the captain says we're 20 minutes from Milan, I need to secure the tub before we land, the flight attendant says in a sweet voice. Sorry Nizu, gotta go. End chapter. Chapter 18, First Blood. So I just woke up and saw this story hit 1K plus power stones for the first time, figured you all deserve something for that. No, this won't be a weekly challenge. I just had a few minutes before my usual upload time, and since I've already edited all the August chapters, one decided to put this together. Sorry if it's a bit terrible, it was spontaneous and rushed, uneasy face. Chapter start. Sitting on the balcony of their rented beach house, Kiku and Corazon are having breakfast, while the currently 9-year-old Law is more occupied staring at the neighbors. Hey, finish your breakfast first, Kiku says, causing him to return his focus to the table, rolling her eyes at his eagerness. Perched only a dozen meters from the sandy shore in this remote part of Japan, the beach house they rented was not very modest, but certainly served multiple purposes. A perfect weekend at the beach for a little surfing trip, relaxing between Kiku's big solo jobs, and Law's first targets were their neighbors. It was perfect. So you decided how you're gonna take her out yet? Corazon asks, taking a sip of his orange juice after finishing his breakfast. Yeah, Law says to his dad after swallowing a mouthful of scrambled eggs. I'm gonna just find a spot up on a nearby hill and use Mom's rifle, he explains casually. Kiku and Corazon look at each other for a moment, then both break out in laughter. What's wrong? That's how we always do things, Law says. Nothing, son, Kiku says. That's how I always do things, my quirk makes me a living arsenal, hence the name, but you're a walking talking act of God. Look around you, there's certainly something here you can use. After all, the best hits and the ones that nobody knows is a hit. She nods toward the ocean. It takes a second and Law immediately smacks his forehead, hard enough to leave a red mark. I didn't think of that. Corazon laughs, because you look up to your mom too much. Take the lessons she taught you and understand why they work, then apply them in your own way. That's what you've always done in the operating room after all, and you're already ahead of me. Of course it helps that your brain is a cheat sheet, his dad jokingly adds. Jealous? Law asks cheekily. Literally everyone is, Corazon rolls his eyes. But the point is you need to get your own operating style. Exactly, Kiku adds. You can take everything we teach you to a completely different level, just gotta stop being us and start being you, and it'll always be enough. Yeah, you're right, Law turns in his seat, seeing the ocean nearby, and the neighbors. A lovely Japanese couple with a picture-perfect family. But unfortunately, someone wanted to ruin it. Luckily it wasn't his place to judge, they were just names on a list after all, the first names on his list. He narrows his eyes at the woman as she plays with her kids on the beach. I've got it, he says. They always go in the water after lunch, it'll be easy. We'll get packed up before then. Kiku says, casually drinking her tea as their little vacation comes to an end. Hours of beach fun later, they're all ready to head back to Tokyo, with a long drive ahead of them. Sitting in the back of the Jeep they rented for this trip, Law is all packed and ready to go, his parents loading the last of their bags in the trunk and tying the surfboards to the roof. He has his phone in his hands, his entire body tilting side to side as he plays a new racing game he installed. He hums along to the engine sounds coming from his phone as both his parents get in the car, with his mom in the driver's seat. She and yet, his mom asks. Almost, Law says, not taking his eyes off the screen. His quirk allows him to keep tabs on his target easily and with no indication that he's doing anything. And a few minutes later, okay, she's going in, shambles, he says. At the shore. While the Matanis were already at the road ready to leave, Yua and her family were playing in the sand. The young couple, only 30 years old, and both their daughters, 6 and 5 years old respectively. She wears a simple blue bikini and sits in the sand with them, watching her husband help them make yet another sandcastle. Taking a look at the sparkling water in the midday sun, she sighs and stands up. I'm going in, anyone coming with me? Girls, the man asks his daughter, earning headshakes from both of them. Looks like we're playing in the sand today, don't go too far. I know, she says, walking toward the ocean. He makes sure to keep an eye on the water, unknowingly watching his wife walk in for the very last time. Walking into waist-high water, Yua sinks down until up to her neck was submerged, feeling the gentle push and pull of the ocean relaxing her body, eyes locked on the shore toward her family. She sees her husband and daughters wave, and she happily waves back, only 20 meters away from them. Gah, she takes a deep breath, and submerges her body entirely, disappearing beneath the surface to search for some seashells. Looking down, she sees a few in the fine sand, and the moment she reaches out to grab them. Shambles. Her view suddenly shifts from fine sand near the shore, illuminated by the sunlight through only a meter of water, to dark and cold water. The shells are gone in exchange for massive rocks and kelp. Ah, she panics and screams at the sudden change, releasing the remaining air she had. Immediately looking up, she sees the sun above, 10 meters above her. Her eyes widen in horror as she puts all her energy into rushing to the surface. No, she screams over and over in her mind, desperate to get some air, to get back to her family. As her fingers just barely breach the surface, she feels air against her fingertips, freedom, life. Shambles. NGH, she suppresses her scream, suddenly feeling rocks against her back as she finds herself on the ocean floor again, restarting her journey. Desperately rushing back upward, she doesn't even notice the small rock sinking down, from the spot she had recently been in. No. Please, she feels her throat burn as her body instinctively tries to breathe. Arg, water floods her lungs, searing pain like swallowing red-hot coals. She keeps fighting, working on pure adrenaline and primal instinct, and for the second time, she reaches the surface. Shambles. NGH, appearing on the ocean floor again, she looks up, one last time. The light fades away as her body goes numb and cold. Her eyes stayed open, as if still desperately begging to live, to get one last breath, to see her family one last time. And she finally stops fighting, slowly floating with the current, as her family happily makes sand castles only 100 meters away. A gruesome and confusing death, but everyone who investigated would come to the same conclusion: a freak accident, swept away by the current and pulled under the water, no fault to anyone, just nature at work, a true tragedy. The Matanis. Looking up from his phone, Law smiles. It's done, I did it. Never doubted you, clean efficient work, just like we taught you. His mom cheers him on, already driving away from the house. MHM, and you know, the first job is kind of a big deal. His dad turns around in the front seat to give Law a proud smile. You know what that means. Katsudon, they all yell at once, happy smiles all around. His dad reaches back and ruffles his hair, much to Law's annoyance, and since we expected this perfect success, I even got us some special Wagyu steaks for burgers tomorrow. Law's mouth starts to water at the thought. I love you guys. Kiku can't help but laugh. Don't worry, we'll always be here for you, no matter what, because we love you too. Yet another happy family adventure for the Matanis, and one of the many jobs that would never be traced back to any of them. On the long drive back through rural forests, Law takes out his phone and plays on it until the battery dies, then takes a small nap, enjoying what he would see as an ideal childhood, with his perfect parents. The only people in the world who mattered to him, the only other people, who were truly perfect. End chapter. Nizu, you'll be a great hero. Chapter 19, Chapter 018, August 2114. Chapter start. The sun slowly begins to descend beyond the horizon, orange hues caught in the sparkling ocean water. The eerily calm water barely ripples about in the bay. At the base of a small mountain only surrounded by trees and a single dirt road leading to the shore. Standing on a surfboard in the calm evening water, Law feels the gently shifting water rocking him side to side. Wearing only a pair of blue shorts, his messy hair sticks to his head as he focuses. Room. He creates the largest room he can, extending 1,000 meters in every direction. Scan. He's assaulted by an influx of information in a flash. Everything from the beach and forests 100 meters behind him to all the plants and animals further inland, as well as all the fish for 1,000 meters in front of him. This secluded beach is the perfect place for him to train between clients on this island. Eyes closed, he has both hands on the hilt of his new weapon. A katana, not his preferred blade but one that would send the message he wanted to convey to the world. The weapon was a carbon fiber and tungsten mixture, specially made by Power Loader. The metal itself was white, even the blade. The hilt and scabbard were the exact same, both with small accents of blue, and his smiley face logo with its checkered teeth along both this hilt and scabbard. The guard was small and also white with a blue edge. Amputate. He slashes downward. The ocean splits before him, a thin deviation of only an inch, not enough to disturb the water much before it merges back. His board gently rocks, slightly shaking his concentration. The larger the room, the more energy it would take to both open and maintain, and the more concentration it requires to keep it active. Law wipes a bead of sweat from his face. During all his traveling he took any chance he could get to find a proper training spot. Training with Mom was one thing, that was all about assassinations, but places like these are the best. Amputate. Another thin division in the water before it instantly reforms. Heroes are always fighting in public. Amputate. Another division, this time the board rocks and his concentration falters. His eyes snap open before closing shut again. In that split second his room shrinks hundreds of meters. He takes a deep breath and pushes himself, opening it fully once more. Amputate. Another slash before the water merges with itself. A straight line of dirt begins rising to the surface. The result of dozens of slashes carving out 1,000 meters through the ocean floor and bedrock, releasing stone and dirt into the water. Heroes fight in public, so I can be loud. And I'll need to be able to handle anything, everything. Amputate. He practices for another hour until... Gah. Law drops to one knee as his room shrinks to only a few meters. Alright, that's enough for today, Shambles. For a brief instant, his room forcibly expands to reach the shore before he disappears, substituted with a clump of sand. He drops his surfboard on the sand and sheathes his blade. He moved to sit in the sand and enjoy a refreshing bottle of water. Leaning against his cooler he takes a minute to catch his breath before opening another room. His phone appears in his hand, warping from his jeep parked only a dozen meters away on the dirt road leading to this beach. Opening his phone he begins scrolling through his notifications. Construction began, nice, he muses. His new home was finally under construction. Now all I need is a place in Musudafu to park so people don't see Horizon driving the same cars as La Matani. Hopefully I get somewhere close to UA. He continues scrolling. As he's about to start searching for places in Musudafu to buy, his phone begins ringing. Did you forget you already checked in on me today? He asks. This isn't about that, Nizu says. I may need you to return to Japan before next year, at least for a few days to visit. Law stiffens at that. What happened? Nothing if I can help it, Nizu says. Some powerful people are lobbying for your parents' execution. People with a lot of sway from abroad and within Japan. We expected that, Law says. They've got a lot of enemies, but you said you could keep them alive, can you? Of course. Nizu insists. I may simply need to take drastic measures to keep them hidden. If it comes to that, then nobody will be able to get in touch with them for a long time, so I'll try to arrange for you to speak to them. I thought you said that's impossible. I will make it happen, I promise, Nizu says. I'll likely have to pull a lot of strings and use much of the favors I have, but I'll make it happen, don't worry. Law leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and holds his head. Right, not like I've got much of a choice, just keep me in the loop on this please. Of course, I've already got some people taking care of things. You just keep doing what you're doing, which, by the looks of it, you went surfing right after landing. Nizu asks. You found the Horizon social media account. Law chuckles. I'm surprised you even made one. It's all about brand image. When I really go public during the sports festival I need something to feed the media. It's hard to cheer for a ghost after all. I see. Just curious, how strict is UA's no scouting policy? Law asks. Extremely, no exception has been made, ever, aside from you. Could you handle the backlash if that got out? Law asks, a calculating look on his face. If the person that was revealed proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that not scouting them would have been a terrible decision, otherwise it could look bad, he explains. Ah, then it's a good thing I'm perfect, huh? Just think very carefully before you make such a decision. I can't stop you from announcing that part of our contract, but I also have an image to uphold. Don't worry, I'll keep it pristine, but right now I need to go get food and prepare for surgery in the morning, then I'm off to Italy. Italy? Again. Yeah, Law groans. Just when I thought I did everything cool there. Including your maid. Law shrugs, when in Rome. You were in Milan, and I recall you did the same thing in Paris. French maid, come on, who hasn't thought about that, he scoffs. Do you ever tell any one of these women that you're 15? Law thinks about it for a moment. You know, between me being 6'2", muscular, good-looking, and rich, it never comes up. Nizu sighs. Thankfully Horizon has nothing to do with the extravagant playboy Law Matani. You've really gotten the hang of this dual identity life. Honestly, warping makes it a lot easier. They stay in separate hotels within my range so they never even cross paths or go to the same places. Pretty easy when you can pull that off. I assumed as much, Nizu says. And how are you enjoying the new sword? Training in Hawaii with it must be fun. It's perfect, I just need a bit more time to get used to the curve of the blade. Aiming is a bit odd, Law says. Ah, that other ability you refuse to explain. That's the one, he chuckles. You know you can't keep them all hidden forever, right? Obviously, Law says. But, I just feel more comfortable keeping them to myself, it's how I was trained and raised. Never reveal your hand until everyone else is dead. But when I'm in UA I can start to open up more, at that point you'll have a real stake in the game, and it'll really get people itching to recruit me after the sports festival. That is very concerning. And I'm glad you're already planning for your bid debut. Yeah well, let's just say if I did reveal my hand when I clashed with Hawks things would have gone very differently, far from the only mistake I made that day. An awkward pause settles between both of them before Nizu breaks the silence, so, roam again. Right, Law shakes his head, focusing back on the conversation. Some sinner needs me to undo a divine punishment, and I'm charging him a lot more and making it somewhat public as the cost. You'll see it on Horizon's profile page. When it goes fully public, Law gives a hearty laugh at that. Sinner, is it who I think it is? Nizu asks, a tinge of worry in his voice. You've got a dozen supercomputers for a brain, so I'm betting it is. My god, Nizu mutters. That's exactly what he'll be saying, I'll be his new god. End chapter. Chapter 20, Chapter 019, Blasphemy. Chapter start. Wow, Horizon mutters in genuine awe, staring up at the 20-meter-high ceilings. Marble floor, massive tiles lined with gold and platinum that lead up the wall into the ceilings. A massive mural of angels bringing divine light down from the heavens as if they were here to save him. He walks carefully behind the Pope's valet, taking in every possible detail, within the inner halls of the Pope's personal atrium where he holds worship. This sight never gets old, the valet says, an older gentleman with graying hair on his head. Always so breathtaking. Wealth without bound, Horizon says, wearing a brand new three-piece suit. White with a blue undershirt and black vest, the jacket draped along his shoulders without his arms being in the sleeves. Attached to his shoulder themselves so they don't fall. The sound of his steps faintly travels down the halls as he carries his medical bag at his side. So this is what 2,500 years of willing and unwilling collection from the masses will get you. I am. Impressed, he nods along. The valet casts an insulted glance back at Horizon. This is what the faith of true believers gets you, Doctor. Right, the Vatican is filled with gold because of faith, sure. Horizon shakes his head and silently follows behind the men. After a long and silent walk, they finally arrive at the sacred inner chamber of the Pope. Opening the doors, the valet leads him into the massive chambers, lined with purple and gold silk. Each fixture appeared as if it would cost a small fortune, because it certainly would. The valet leads him to the bedside, and Pope Valentine greets him with a strained smile. His once vibrant complexion was now ashy and worn out. Skin hanging off his frame clearly showing all the weight he lost. Pope Valentine, Law greets the men in perfect Italian, his father's native language. The Pope looked somewhat surprised at this. Dr. Horizon, he nods weakly. Thank you for coming. Horizon turns to the valet. You can go now, everything from here is strictly between my patient and myself. The valet looks from Horizon to the Pope, and receives a nod. I'll be outside, sir, he nods and exits the room. As the door shuts behind him, Law immediately opens a room, 100 meters in every direction around him. He scans for cameras and recorders of any kind, finding none within the private chambers, but a group of guards moving to take positions outside. Wow, lots of guards, not surprising, Horizon says as he moves to get a chair, placing it at Pope Valentine's bedside. So, you read the special contract, he asks casually. You are not what I expected, Valentine says. I always heard you were so strict. Normally, yeah, Horizon shrugs, but I find this funny. You think my state funny? Valentine asks, not sure what he should be feeling, deciding to settle on confusion. No, God no. Oh, sorry, he says to the Pope. But I do think it's a bit ironic, you spend your life worshipping God and he puts a tumor in on your brainstem. And suddenly you, the man touted to have the most powerful healing quirk of all time, is helpless and dying. I fail to see how my state is amusing to you, the Pope says calmly. Right, well, the custom contract I made for you says you get charged an absurd amount, which you've already paid, thank you for that by the way, and I get to take a picture with you when the operation is done and tell the world I saved your life. And you never get to tell anyone or thing what happened in here, right? Right, the Pope nods. So, Pope Valentine, what did you do for that miserable cunt in the sky to put a tumor in your skull? Horizon asks. I mean, normally he reserves his petty anger for the weak and helpless, he loves watching kids die, but you, his most devoted slave, why? Valentine takes a deep breath as it all begins to fit together. I see, you're a non-believer. Horizon shrugs. Even if I did believe, anyone can tell your church is a business, and besides, you should be thanking that asshole in the sky. I don't believe in him. If I did, I would have let him have his way and just leave you to die. Pope Valentine's face twitches, rage clashing with serenity. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, focusing his thoughts. What exactly is your point, Doctor? I do hope you intend to keep your end of the bargain up. Horizon chuckles. Oh, don't worry, I'll still save you. I never break my word. I just wanted you to know, you worship a vengeful petty bitch in the sky that turned around and put a tumor in your skull, and I'm the only one that can save you. I should be the one you convince billions of people to pray to so you can rob them. I am the closest you will ever get to meet a god. I am your only hope of salvation, me, Horizon. I'm the only god you have. His cold, slightly mechanical voice says, sending a shiver down the Pope's spine. Why you? The man mutters in disbelief and horror. You're a monster, he says in a quiet voice, all the authority he'd grown used to speaking with now gone. No, Horizon stands up and opens his medical bag. I'm a god, but of course you'd think I'm a monster. You've never been this close to one before. 20 minutes later. HNGH, Pope Valentine opens his eyes, feeling sleepy. Not weary and tired like his illness had caused, but simply sleepy. What? Finally awake, huh? Horizon says, already back in his chair beside the Pope. How long was I asleep? The Pope asks, not even realizing that he'd instinctively moved to sit up against his backboard. 20 minutes, Horizon shrugs. 20 minutes. But the cancer. Gone, he points to the bedside table. The Pope turns and freezes at what he sees, a small grape-sized ball of flesh in a cup. Your God's gift to you, perfectly preserved, he shakes his head. The Pope stares at the tumor for a few minutes in complete silence, and as he does his body slightly glows as it bulks up to his regular body mass, no longer looking shriveled up. Now much more rotund. The power of the greatest healing quirk ever, although the growls coming from Pope Valentine's stomach were another story. Well, that didn't take long, Horizon chuckles. Time for our picture. Don't worry, my account is private until I'm ready to go public. The Pope recedes into his mind as the next events happen. Lost in thought as Horizon guides him to stand for a few pictures, completely zoning out and not listening to the doctor. What was that? The Pope finally asks, snapping out of his daze. I said my job here is done, contract complete, I'm leaving. And if a new tumor emerges? Valentine asks. Horizon shrugs, the contract only covers one. I had to charge you more than anyone else for moral reasons. The risk of undoing your God's work after all, he chuckles. The Pope sighs, already knowing it was no use engaging in this nonsense. I understand, but may I ask one question? Of course, Horizon says. Why did you never ask if I believe? That's actually quite simple, he chuckles. Why would I ever give a fuck about what you think? I just find this whole situation hilarious. Really? Yeah, and I already know there is a God. I'm right here, he shrugs. The Pope is once again shocked by the arrogance of one man. You wish to become a god, is that your goal? No, that is what I am, but what I will become is a hero. Hero, wait a moment, you're a child. Horizon raises a finger to his visor in a shushing motion. That's a surprise for when I go public. Let's keep that between the three of us, he points upward, at heaven. The Pope sighs and pats his shoulder. Son, I shall pray for you to become a good person, and a hero. Horizon brushes his hand aside. I'm perfect, and your prayers are useless. If they could work, you wouldn't have needed me. Save them for the sheep that follow you. He turns on his heel and begins walking away. As Horizon is walking away, the Pope only shakes his head and frowns. Horizon waves back. The next miracle I sell you costs double, Valentine. And maybe consider putting a mural of me on one of these walls, it'd look better. He says before exiting the room. As he leaves, the Pope makes the sign of the cross and says a not-so-short prayer, a futile effort to humble the ego of a walking miracle. End chapter. Chapter 21, Chapter 020, Merry Christmas. Chapter start. Japan, the Matani estate. Clang. The metal bar crashes down onto its resting place above the weight bench. 440 pounds - 200 kg of metal plates once again coming to a rest. Law sits up from his spot on the bench and wipes the sweat from his face. Taking a deep breath, he focuses for a moment, then exhales, feeling his heart steady itself. In the past 9 months since meeting Nizu, his life has changed so much, and now the dreaded day has come. He'd finally get to speak to them. He stands up and looks around his home gym, more like a mini commercial gym. It even had a boxing ring. A wall of tinted glass windows shows the heavy snow falling outside, the gentle slope of his backyard hill covered in snow for 100 meters before it cascades into the boardwalk separating his lawn from his private beach. Now risen to his full height, the differences in him now and 9 months ago are glaringly obvious. Now standing at 192 centimeters 6 feet 3.5, and more muscular. His much leaner physique was now gone in exchange for more muscle. Still perfectly defined and almost statuesque. Coming in at 190 pounds 86 kg, with a head of messy black hair and his cold white blue eyes. His face was shaven completely clean, but peeking out from his loose top, the most obvious standouts were his tattoos. As he turns off his music and cleans the sweat from the equipment, he takes off his shirt to cool off, exposing his tattoos. A massive heart on his chest, covering much of his chest with the curved outline of a heart, the base of it as well as the two arches at the very top have tendrils extending out from them, 3 on each side. At the top they extend as if trying to go over his shoulder and onto his back, stopping in the middle of his shoulder. When the high arcs of each side of the heart meet, they touch at the center of his chest, connection to a checkered teeth smiley face, Horizon's logo. His shoulders have similar curvy hearts, concentric with a smaller identical heart within, his father's symbol. Lower on his forearms is a large gear, his mother's symbol, and within is a solid black circle with spokes coming out of it. Bits of a broken circle are attached to each of the 6 spokes. Lower down is the tattoo at the back of his hand, a solid black circle with only 4 of the spokes protruding out, still holding bits of a broken circle on them. And finally the only non-symmetrical tattoo on his body, his knuckle tattoos. On his right hand, they spell give, while on the left hand is take, with only the thumb having no letters. Positioned in such a way that to read them he'd either have to hold his hands up like a surgeon having a nurse put on gloves for him, or more likely, he'd be giving you the middle finger. Perfect for the man who gives and takes both life and time from people. Shambles, Law disappears from the gym and appears in his bedroom. Moving from the 2nd to the 3rd floor of his house, the floor which contains a few things, most notable his massive bedroom. With the connected private lounge, hot tub, bathroom, and office. After a warm shower he shuts off the water and runs a hand through his hair, not bothering to even use a towel. He simply mutters shambles, and appears in his large walk-in closet. The water on his body remained in the shower, allowing him to instantly dry off. With enough familiarity with an object, he could bring it to him without needing a substitution to make locking onto it or space easier. With enough familiarity with a location, he could warp around as he pleases. And he'd spend some time getting used to his new home. Getting dressed he pulled on a simple short-sleeved black t-shirt, the same tattoo from his chest was printed on the front of the shirt in yellow. A pair of long black pants, some simple dress shoes, and a long blue high-collared coat. Leaving it open to show off the t-shirt, the coat also sports a print of his tattoo. The hearts on his shoulders are in yellow at the same spots. Everything Law Matani wears has his tattoos on it somewhere, and everything Horizon wears has Horizon's logo printed on it. All done personally with the clothing press in his home. Because branding is everything, Law mutters as he looks in the mirror. Putting 2 simple gold earrings in each ear, both sharing the earlobe, small enough to go almost unnoticed but enough to get someone's attention if he wanted to. Shambles. He appears in his bedroom, seeing his body glove, sword, and visor, laid out on the bed. Freshly cleaned, he sighs and moves to get his phone, keys, a simple black and gold watch, and his wallet. After making a quick stop in the kitchen. Shambles. He appears in the only basement floor of this 3-story house, his garage. 25 cars, but he only ever really planned to use a few. Walking a few steps he arrives at a jet black 2-door, 4-seat, sports car, the same design from his chest on both its doors. A custom Pagani, made with the best 2114 tech a civilian can get. Money well spent, he chuckles, sitting in the driver's seat and starting the engine. The entire garage is drowned in a cacophony of noise for almost an entire second before it settles into a low grumble, still slightly echoing off the walls. Far too much power to be street legal in any country, but nothing a healthy donation to the police pension fund didn't solve. Room. Securing his protein shake, he expands his room to 1,500 meters and speeds up the ramp. He begins racing down his 100-meter driveway to the first barrier. A tall black metal fence formed a circle around his home, almost 200 meters in radius. Already pushing nearly 200 miles per hour, 320 km/h, by the time he's a few feet from the still closed gate he smirks. Shambles. His car swaps places with a few pieces of snow on the other side of the gate and he continues accelerating. Out of the first barrier, he was suddenly driving down a road surrounded by forests. Large mountains in the distance just barely peeking over the trees. He slows down as the roads begin to wind, settling into a cruising speed as he takes out his phone. He idly scrolled through some options to order his breakfast. A few moments later and he arrives at the second barrier, a 10-meter tall metal barrier, and blocking the road is a solid black gate which also had his logo in yellow metal at the center of it. The Matani estate began here, then 2 kilometers in is the main house. And all of this is only 20 minutes from Muzurafu. Following the only mountain road leading to his estate, empty as usual, he enters the city and switches his car into quiet mode to avoid waking up everyone too early. Before long he pulls up to a pizza shop. He can't imagine they're happy to be working on Christmas, but he also wanted pizza for breakfast. Shutting off his car, he gets out and walks into the store, noticing that it was completely empty, as expected. Approaching the register, the man behind the counter gulps nervously. Appearing not much older than Law, no older than 20. His eyes flicker up at Law, almost having to lean back to look at him properly, then they move over to the 2 small golden earrings in each ear, and finally down to Law's hands, knuckle tattoos, not good news in his line of work. The man sighs, seriously. It's Christmas. Law sighs even louder, order for Matani. That's me, he says flatly. Oh, the man looks away, sorry It's fine, happens a lot, but maybe next time you think someone is here to hurt you, at least prepare to defend yourself instead of waiting. He shakes his head in disappointment. Right, thanks. The man moves to place 3 medium pizzas on the counter. That'll be $25. Perfect. He takes out his wallet and drops a stack of hundreds on the counter. Merry Christmas. He takes the boxes and leaves before the man can even process what just happened. Only driving a few blocks back the way he came, Law pulls into an underground parking area. Above it is a modest 5-story building, bland and unassuming. The entire place completely empty, as he bought the entire building, converting the office space into a secondary living space for him, or more accurately, for Horizon, if ever needed. Taking the elevator, he enters the top floor suite, carrying a protein shake and his breakfast as he enters the living room. Placing everything down on the coffee table, he sits back and enjoys the view. On the other side of his wall of glass was still heavy snow falling from the sky. But only a few streets away was the foot of the road leading up to UA, the surrounding forest on the entire hill dusted white with snow. And he gets an unobstructed view of the entire thing from his 5th floor vantage point. Taking off his coat and draping it on the back of the couch, he takes a gulp of his protein shake before leaning forward. He opens one of the boxes. An extra cheesy Italian pizza greets him, steaming hot. Law grabs a slice with a napkin and takes out his phone. I'm here, he says into the phone. I'm just finishing up some work, but you do know we still have until 1 p.m. yes? Nizu asks. I'd rather not miss this, Law grumbles. Just call when you're done and I'll bring you here. I don't like warping. You'll get over it. 4 hours later. Law is still sitting in his same spot, one less pizza, now just an empty box, and his protein shake already replaced with a second one. He watches a fantasy movie on TV until his phone rings. Before it rings a second time, he answers, ready. Yeah, I just got done here, Nizu says. Room. Law extends his room all the way up the hill to UA's main building. 5,000 meters up to Nizu's office. Scan. Focusing on UA, he doesn't sense anyone but Nizu on campus. Opening his bottle, he flicks a drop of water over to one of the single seats. Shambles. Nizu and the water droplet swap places before it hits the couch. Still annoying, Nizu says. Holding a laptop in his arms. That's half the fun, Law says between quiet deep breaths, taking a sip of his shake as he closes his room, the strain of maintaining such a massive room eating away at his stamina. So your quirk does have a limit after all, Nizu says curiously. Guess you aren't as invincible as you claim. TCH, I'm actively trying to push my limits, but trust me, in a head-to-head fight, I won't lose, not even against All Might. Oh, Nizu says dramatically. Quite a bold statement, but I doubt warping and healing are enough to hurt the symbol of peace, perhaps one of the tricks you refuse to tell me about. You'll have to wait and see, Law shrugs. A few minutes later, while Nizu is eating a slice of 5-cheese pizza, Law asks a curious question. Do you always spend Christmas alone at UA, or is that just because of this? My work keeps me busy, Nizu says between bites. So this is the usual, huh? MHM, how do you normally spend it? Nizu asks. Well, Law thinks about it for a moment, deciding exactly how much to share. Normally we have this little tradition, no matter where any of us are or what we're doing, birthdays, Christmas, and New Year's, we all get together and have katsudon. Katsudon. And a glass of whiskey, Law shrugs. So that's where your bad habit came from. Not a bad habit if alcohol doesn't work on you. Fair point, that sounds like a wonderful tradition, but one question. Why katsudon? MHM. It's what they had on their first date. Nizu sighs and shakes his head. Do you know why we never expected you to be with Arsenal that day? Why? Because every criminal psychologist we passed her file to came to one conclusion. A bloodthirsty psychopath incapable of caring, of feeling sympathy, of love. Nizu freezes for a moment as he sees Law glaring daggers at him, but we were wrong. Law's gaze softens. She does care, and love, for you, and your father. Maybe nothing even a step beyond that, but the fact that she cares shows we were wrong. Law nods. I know how the world, and especially places like America and Japan, view villains, although Japan isn't as brutal as America is on theirs, but I'm not gonna make any excuses. People make choices, and if you can't defend your choice or accept responsibility for it, then you shouldn't have made it. We made ours, and now we're paying for it, that's all it is. But you never really got a choice, Nizu says. You're still only 15, as accomplished and mature as you are, you never really had a choice. Law scoffs, tell that to Chrome, or Mindbinder, or Shifter. I could have just stayed in the clinic with Dad, but I chose to be an adventurer like my mom too. I made that choice, and I led us here, to ruin. Adventurer. Not hero or villain, we just do whatever we want. Hurting and saving people isn't even considered in our lives the most pure way to live, he says with a bit of reverence for the idea. Like the ocean. The ocean. Nizu was even more confused now. Taking and giving life without bias or personal attachment, too powerful for anyone to really stop it from doing whatever it wants. It's perfection. Why the ocean? Of all the things that meet that example, why that? Nizu asks, still wanting to learn more. It's where my mom began. Nearly drowned, got pulled into a current when she was a little girl, she managed to get onto a rock to survive, barely, but it taught her. Taught her what? That the weak don't get to decide anything, not even how they die. Law looks toward Nizu and smiles, but the strong, we can do whatever we want. Beep beep beep. Nizu checks his phone before opening his laptop and placing it on the coffee table. Tartarus is starting the video feed in a few minutes, get ready. Yeah, I'll be ready, time to say hi to my parents. End chapter. Chapter 22, Chapter 021, Toxic Matanis. Chapter start. Law leans back into the couch with his arms spread across the backrest as he nervously taps his foot. Feeling his heartbeat in his ears, staring at the black screen on the laptop as it connects to Tartarus. He glances to the left to see Nizu sitting quietly waiting for the connection to be established. I can't believe this is happening, Law mutters quietly. I expected that the next time I see them would be when I get them out. Nizu nods, I know that's what you expected, but with more and more international pressure demanding their executions, we have to move them into isolated confinement for a while, at least until the next big story overshadows them. This is the only chance you'll have until you get them out. Law runs a hand through his hair, thanks. It's the very least I could do, although getting a connection through Tartarus was difficult, even I didn't have enough leverage for it to happen alone. Thankfully All Might is a UA alumnus, Nizu says. All Might. Did you? No, Nizu waves off his concern. He trusts me enough to allow me to use his name without asking questions. And I sent Naomesa ahead to inform them not to say any names on the call. The camera in the laptop also isn't working, you'll be able to see them but they can't see you. How much did he tell them? Only that they'll get to speak to you without revealing your identity or connection. What you decide to speak about will only be known to yourselves and me, even the Tartarus guards won't be able to hear you. Right, Law sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes to focus his mind. Just a few minutes to unpack all the things that happened, no big deal, he says bitterly. Beep beep beep. Before he can even focus, the screen goes live, split down the middle, the left showing his mother and the right his father. His heart drops at the sight, a sickening feeling permeates his body as he stares at the screen for a few moments. To the left is his mother, strapped and chained to a metal cross with her limbs spread out, stuck upright with her body wrapped in white durable metal mesh fabric, and tubes flowing into the floor from in her wrapping, likely for waste. All to avoid her using her quirk. Her long black hair seems to blend and merge perfectly with the sleek gray metal cross holding her. Taking a closer look, he sees the division between flesh and metal is non-existent. It was as if the cross was attached to her very skin. As he feels his rage bubbling up, he looks at his father. The man was in a much different cell. While his mother was bound to a cross in her empty cell, his father had much more relaxed accommodations. The man sits on a metal chair, a metal table in one corner of his cell, while a small single bed was neatly made in the other, wearing a white jumpsuit. What Law noticed, however, was a metal cord connecting to his left wrist. It didn't take a genius to assume that it was also fused to him like Kiku's cross. They basically merged them with Tartarus. Since I can't warp only part of an object, I can't just grab them out of their cell unless I can move the whole prison, and they probably have implants that explode if I do move them. He scowls at the screen. Taking in the forlorn look of both his parents, Law speaks up, "Hi Mom, Dad." They both suddenly burst with excitement at his voice. "Son," they yell in unison, both equally surprised to hear each other's voice, the entire family on this three-way call. "Have you been okay?" his father asks. "I should be asking you too that," Law frowns. "I'm sorry things went like this." It's not your fault," his mother cuts him off sharply. "We trained you to do exactly what you did, and you performed perfectly." "But..." "She's right, son," his dad cuts in. "You can't blame yourself for this, you did everything right, but sometimes that doesn't mean you win, that's just life. We're just glad you're not in here with us." The man chuckles. He actually manages to chuckle in this situation. The sound of his laugh surprises Law, bringing back memories of old. "So what have you been up to?" Kiku asks, "How did you manage this call into Tartarus of all places?" Law takes a deep breath and gets right into it. Without mentioning the specifics, he explains everything, and their faces shift from curiosity to complete disappointment. And when I've done enough, then I can get you guys out on some special conditions, then we'll all be back together again, he says with a hopeful tune in his voice. For the first time he sounds like what Nizu would expect a 15-year-old to be like. That youthful vigor of hope that he always tries to nurture in his students. As expected, it only comes out when he speaks of Or to his family. Dead silence fills the air as both his parents take in exactly what they just heard, and in one voice they speak in unison. No. What? What do you mean, no, what's wrong? Law asks. This isn't right, Kiku says. You got out fine, and now you're giving up this chance at a new life, to be truly free. For us, no. We chose the lives we did, his father says. Now you get to start a new one, why waste so much of it chasing after the past? But no. This is how we get back together, Law argues. This is how I fix it, how I make our family whole. You sound so fucking pathetic, Kiku spits out the words harshly. Nizu almost falls off his seat in shock. We taught you better than this. Apparently not enough, Corazon agrees. We don't bow to anyone, Kiku says. We do whatever the hell we want, because we're adventurers. And we certainly don't play that stupid hero-villain game, we're above that. And we especially don't do things we don't enjoy, Corazon adds. You'll hate every moment you spend risking your life and wasting your time to save those useless people who can't fend for themselves, people who always need some wannabe hero coming to hold their hand just across the street. You're too good to be spending time on people like that. But I'm not doing this for them. Law argues. I'm doing this because I want you two back. I just need to save enough people. You need to follow your training. Kiku yells. Did you forget what the fuck I taught you? Always talk only to the men in charge, and if he has leverage on you, get rid of it. So why haven't you gotten rid of it? Law sits back and just stares at the screen. He knew this is what he was supposed to do, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Because you're my parents. He says in a quiet voice. Yes, Corazon agrees. And parents exist to help their children, to nurture them and build them up. We've done that perfectly, your perfect son. You're more than we could each ever be. You've taken everything we taught you to heights we could never have dreamed of. You're a god, and now we're holding you back from living the life you want. Let us go, Kiku says. Just let us go and they won't have any leverage, then you can really do whatever you want, and nobody in this world can even hope to stop you. But, you'll die, Law says in a quiet, desperate voice. And you'll be truly free, Kiku says, and both of them nod. You're a perfect god, and we've clearly outlived our usefulness. It's time for you to show the world what you're really about, and do it all your way. Nizu nervously fidgets about, not at all expecting this turn of events, and now slightly unsure of how things would go. A tense silence befalls the trio as Law leans back and considers his options. You're right, he says, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees, fingers knitted together under his chin. I am a god, you trained me to be perfect and peerless, and I am. You've both outlived your usefulness to me. Both his parents smile at that, at the prospect of their son being truly free. But, Law says. Since I can do whatever I want, that means I can save you, because all I want is for us to be whole again, and to fix my mistake. So I'm going to play this game out, complete this contract, and save both of you, you'll see. Corazon shakes his head sadly, but with a small smile on his lips. Kiku scowls. You really are a fucking disappointment, she curses. And after a tense moment she cracks a wide smile, but I also couldn't be prouder, deciding your own path and not letting anyone stop you, not even us. That's exactly the kind of person you're meant to be, son. Just do us one favor. Anything. Show them why you're the best, peerless, a god. If you're gonna play the hero-villain game, then crush everyone and everything that tries to compete with you, alright? Of course, that was always the plan, Law chuckles. We really couldn't have asked for or raised a better son, Corazon admits. Don't let what happened to us distract you anymore, and remember, we love you, no matter what. Yes, no matter what, we love you, always, Kiku says. I love you too, Law says. And I promise I'll get you out of there, and then we'll never have to worry about anything else again. Kiku chuckles. In that case, we can't wait to see what you'll have become by that time. We're counting on you. I'll be on top of the world, I promise. We don't doubt that one bit, Corazon says. That's where you've always been meant to be. We'll see you then. Yeah, I love you too. Law says as the connection cuts off. As the screen shuts off, Law leans back, head tilted back on the soft couch to stare up at the ceiling. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly feels mentally and emotionally exhausted. To his left, Nizu is breathing a sigh of relief. The conversation ended how he expected, but the road to get there was certainly filled with surprises. But at least now he's seen firsthand where Law inherited his thought process. Nizu checks his phone, then sets it aside. They're already moving them down to level 5 of Tartarus. Down there on the deepest floor, it's inevitable the world forgets about them. We just need to wait for the international pressure to settle down. Right. Law sighs and gets up, opening a massive room reaching 5 kilometers in every direction, enough to cover UA's main building. Feeling it straining his energy, he doesn't let it show at all, the perfect facade of effortless power. With that out of the way, I need to get back on my routine, and I'll need to go to Monaco to check the modifications on the new mega yacht. Oh. And perhaps visit that Nami girl you were running around with a few months ago in Monaco. I prefer new shiny things, Law shrugs. I just need to get as many miracles under my belt before UA, when Horizon goes public during the sports festival. The higher the number the better it looks. And how many have you done thus far? Nizu asks. Only 87. Nizu's supercomputer brain instantly does the math, with a 50 million minimum bid that's at least 4.3 billion, not bad for 9 months of work at 15. Yeah, nothing compared to you, but thankfully I don't have most of my money wrapped up in UA and other companies, so I have more spending power than pretty much anyone else. The joys of working in cash, Nizu muses. Well, you can send me back to my office now, I'll contact you if needed, aside from my usual calls. Gotcha, see ya. Law snaps his fingers. Shambles. Nizu disappears from his seat, swapped with a single pen from in his office. Closing the room, Law takes a deep breath and wipes a hand down his face, feeling the emotions hammering away at him. Come on, he says to himself. You're perfect, let's just get the job done, just 3 months left until UA, time to make the most of it. End chapter. UA starts the next chapter, Expectations. Chapter 23, Chapter 022, First Day at UA. Chapter start. April 7th, 2115 Matani Estate. So are you excited for your first day? Nizu's cheery voice asks, excitedly waving to Law through the video on his phone. Law just sighs, silently cleans up his kitchen after making his protein shake, and grabs it as well as his phone. It's too early for you to be this excited, he grumbles. Nizu can't help but shake his head as Law's bare upper body comes into view, all the tattoos exposed for him to see. It's your first day of school, the first day in a place where you can use your quirk without having to hide, you should be excited too. Shambles. Law appears in his bedroom and sets the phone down on the dresser. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he walks over to his bed and sighs, then looks out to the sun already hanging above the ocean. So early, is Yagi even there yet, he asks. Shambles. His white body glove appears on his body, already covered by his UA uniform, gray blazer with green pants, long red tie, and a white shirt beneath. A single button on each shoulder to indicate he's in the hero course. In addition, he has a white Rolex on his left wrist and a pair of white dress shoes on his feet. The visor is already on his head, his voice now becomes slightly more mechanical. He's on his way, Nizu says, seeing Horizon turn away from the camera and walk across the room. On the back of his gray UA blazer, he sees Horizon's logo. Did you really have to put that on the uniform, he scoffs. Shaking his head at the sight of Horizon's logo printed in the same UA green on the back of the uniform. Would you believe it helps with my quirk? No. Oh well, Horizon shrugs as he gets to the other side of the room. Reaching his table to pick up a katana, safely stored within the white scabbard decorated with Horizon's blue smiley face logo, is a 120 cm 4 feet long white blade. The guard is square with blue accents and connects to the 25 cm 10 in hilt, which is also white with blue accents. Overall, his sword from the tip of the blade to the end of its hilt is 1 inch shorter than Tsuyu Azui. Picking up the sword, he also grabs the briefcase-like metal case that was resting beside it, previously silver with 19 on it, but now repainted in white with his logo in blue on both sides. Do you really have to put your logo on everything? Nizu asks. Branding is important. I sent you your hero gear early for you to get used to it, and you still haven't told me what that's supposed to mean, by the way. Not for you to deface UA property. It's not like anyone else is gonna be using my stuff, Horizon says as the hero gear disappears and the view suddenly swaps to his office. As he grabs a fresh ring binder notebook and pencil case, both also with his logo, Nizu sighs. How do you even do this? Is there anything you didn't add it to? No. Is this really gonna be a problem? Just try to only put it on things that are yours, meaning no more UA property. Done, Horizon says as the view once again changes. This time Nizu recognizes the inside of his car. Just gotta get this off, he mutters before removing his visor. Can't let people see Horizon driving Law's car after all. While Horizon secures everything in the back seat, Nizu can't help but make a suggestion. You know, if you went for the collapsible sword design we recommended, this would be a lot easier. And it would also be weaker, plus I needed the extra length in case I ever have to get too close to a power type or something. I'm tall, I might as well use it to my advantage. And did everything else meet your standards? Yeah, looks good too. Have you considered one of the more heroic designs I sent you, perhaps one with the giant scalpel for a sword? Nizu asks. Oh fuck no, I'm not some gimmicky hero. Sleek efficiency, that's part of the image. Law starts his car and begins driving. I suppose your outfit does better fit your image. I'll set out a spot for you to warp to. Toshinori has almost arrived. Nizu hangs up, letting Law enjoy the short drive to UA in peace. 15 minutes later. Law sits in his car and carefully puts on his visor, already parked in the garage of his Musadofa building. His perception expands, the few thousand meters between him and Nizu's office are covered. He focuses on Nizu's office and notices a single leaf, likely from one of the plants in the room, resting on the couch. Shambles, he appears on the couch, sitting comfortably in his uniform. In front of him is a coffee table, on the other side is an identical black couch. To his right is Nizu's desk with the principal sorting out some paperwork, a cabinet along the wall to the side of the room with a tea-making station, and a massive glass pane behind Nizu, looking out as Musadofu. I can foresee that many people won't appreciate your warping around campus, Nizu says without even looking up at him. They'll get over it, Horizon says. He raises a hand and snaps his finger, the katana and metal case appear on the couch beside him. With him getting more attuned to them he can freely summon them to his location once they're within his room, but this is the extent of his control thus far. He closes his massive room and opens a smaller one. Scan, he gets an entire 3D map of the main building, 4 15-story buildings connected by walkways halfway up and at the base, making a massive square shape. 4 pillars supporting the future of all its students. He can see everyone moving about, all he gets are vague forms. As if they were all in black and white with blank features, simple 3D outlines. With more dedicated focus he could hone in on singular components, effectively if he were more perverse, or simply someone who wasn't a doctor that was used to seeing people naked. He could peer past their clothes once it isn't melded to their body and get a true outline of them. Looking around campus he could only see less than a third of the people he expected, not surprising since it was only 7:20 a.m., but he focused in on the cafeteria especially. I need to get used to this campus as quickly as possible so I can warp around, get ahead of all the lines. Lunch rush must always have, a cafeteria run by a pro chef hero must be good. He muses to himself as Nizu finishes up his paperwork. Yagi is in the elevator, Horizon says. He just got off the phone. Nizu puts his completed paperwork to the side and hops down from his chair, nearly disappearing behind his desk if not for his ears, casually walking over to his tea station. Tea. I'm good, Horizon lifts his protein shake. Nizu begins making 2 cups of tea. So will you ever tell me how that whole sensing people through walls ability works? That one, probably not. Horizon opens the base of his visor to take a drink of his shake. But I'll reveal some of my abilities during the sports festival. Really? I recall you saying that information is power. I'm surprised you'd be willing to do such a thing. Nizu moves to sit on the couch opposite Horizon, 2 teacups in his paws. It is, but I realize that I'm a rare case where knowing what my quirk is will act as a deterrent. It's like if you know someone has super strength you would work around it. But if you know someone is invincible you just avoid them entirely. Plus it helps that even if someone knows what my quirk is, it's indefensible, he shrugs. I see, Nizu scampers up to take a seat on the couch, then takes a sip of his tea. Well, healing is one thing, but warp is certainly one that no villain will be rushing to challenge, certainly not your type of instant warping. I haven't revealed your abilities to anyone, not even your homeroom teacher. In fact, only Detective Naomesa and I know that you can both warp and heal, even Yagi only knows about the healing. Any particular reason? Your homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, he disagrees with me allowing you into the school without taking one of the entrance exams, but he trusts me enough to not question it, at least not anymore. He said he doesn't care what quirk registration forms say, only how you apply it, although Hand of God is left blank in the description section, that made him curious. Right, his quirk erases other quirks, but he needs to see part of me that is still connected to me. Horizon raises his gloved hand. My body glove prevents me from being influenced by his quirk, but you already knew that since you always planned to pair me with him, so why allow it? Nizu takes another sip of his tea then rests the cup on the table. I trust you enough not to do anything drastic and get expelled. You're a man of integrity, and you have too much to lose. Horizon nods and just leans back into the couch, taking another sip of his drink. Good assessment. He looks at the door. Come in. Click. The door opens and Yagi shyly peeks inside. Just as I was about to knock, he says while entering and closing it behind him. Wearing a simple black suit a few sizes too big for him. Good morning Horizon, Principal Nizu. He sits beside Nizu, directly opposite Horizon's gear. Nice sword. Thanks, how are you feeling? Much better. Yagi takes his cup of tea. I honestly didn't realize how much I missed solid food. Have you been sticking to the diet? Horizon asks in a near-threatening growl. Of course. And I've been taking the vitamins you prescribed. I haven't strayed once from them, I promise. Horizon shrugs. Well, it's your life, end it if you want. Now can we get this over with? I want to go walk around campus. Are students allowed on the roof? No, Nizu immediately says. Sure. Horizon says with amusement in his voice, chuckling at the exasperated sigh Nizu gives him. Just try not to cause too much trouble, please. Of course, principal, now let's get this over with, you know the drill. Horizon leans forward and extends a hand to Yagi, noticing that the man was slightly less skeletal than when they met a year ago. Actually, there is something else I'd like your opinion on before that, Nizu says. Horizon leans back and looks at him. Only Yagi is in my contract. I'm not recovery girl, I'm not healing everything you point me at. Nothing like that. Nizu waves his hands around dramatically. He then reaches into his vest and pulls out a remote. With a click, a hologram appears to hover above the coffee table. In it is a massive robot and what looks to be a girl with brown hair trapped under some rubble. The focus of the image is a green-haired boy in a tracksuit who looks to be running toward the robot while everyone else runs away. What is this? A picture from the entrance exam. A video, Nizu says. What happens next can potentially reflect poorly on UA. I'd like your analysis of his quirk. His name is Izuku, and he's about to destroy that zero-pointer robot. Why me? Yagi raises a hand slightly. Principal Nizu has touted your analytical abilities when it comes to quirks as second to none. This is a chance for you to prove it. I am second to none, Horizon insists. Doesn't mean I do charity, my minimum bid is 50 million for a reason, just give me the remote. Nizu tosses the remote and he casually catches it, laying back and playing the video. In the video Izuku runs forward a few steps before crouching down slightly, then his right arm and both legs buckle and strain unnaturally as the road beneath his feet cracks. Horizon pauses the video. I've seen enough, he tosses the remote back to Nizu. What? Yagi asks, shocked and somewhat disappointed at how quickly the video was dismissed. Let me guess, Horizon leans forward and pokes the hologram with 2 fingers, zooming in on Izuku's feet. Since the floor beneath him cracked so easily while his body didn't naturally position itself to handle the impact, either he isn't used to fighting or for some reason has never bothered to train his quirk before coming to this exam. Then considering the angles his legs are about to be strained at, I'm guessing he breaks them, and his arm since he looks to be gearing up for a strong right, worse form than a rookie but it's still a punch. Then he breaks his arm and falls to his death because he's worthless trash, right? Nizu and Yagi look at each other in amazement before awkwardly turning back to Horizon. Someone caught him thankfully, Yagi says. Horizon plays the video and it happens exactly like he expected, aside from Izuku being caught. Your analysis is truly incredible. He says in awe. Honestly, I'm more surprised Mr. 12 supercomputers for a brain even needed help. Horizon chuckles and nods toward Nizu, taking a final sip of his shake. My aptitude is almost entirely in logistics, the inner workings of quirks is an entirely different situation, Nizu says. Thankfully we have you, and you're incredible both. Is there anything you'd recommend for this boy? Yagi asks, trying and failing to hide his excitement at the thought of Izuku having someone who can solve his problem with one for all. Yeah, go do something where he doesn't need his quirk. Horizon shakes his head at the video. Can't believe someone as pathetic as that actually had the balls to take the exam. Honestly, it's so reckless and irresponsible that it's almost impressive, but assuming by some miracle he doesn't die the next time he does that, likely by accidentally sending power upward and breaking his own neck or spine, he'll end up a cripple after a few more of those hits, he shrugs. Recovery girl is good but she makes the body functional, she can't completely undo damage to nerves, bones, and tissue, that's all me. He's just lucky his joints didn't break this time. Yagi nearly throws up at those words. Nizu gives him a small pat on the leg to help him keep focused. He needs the fabric of his pants and looks across to Horizon. And how would you recommend he gets that power under control? Oh god, Horizon looks at Nizu, please tell me you didn't actually accept this useless fuck. We did. Horizon groans, and is it in my class? He is. Horizon throws his head back and groans even louder, you promised me competition and now give me a fucking cripple, what a disappointment. You know in any other school you'd be punished for that kind of language, Nizu says. You're lucky our hero course students are expected to deal with that kind of behavior, the public won't hold back with their words so we can use you to prepare them for that. I don't care about helping you train heroes, Horizon says. He points at Izuku on the screen, and I'm not here to be a teacher. His problems are his level of mastery with the power flow, distribution, and regulation, and he's clearly a moron for going this long in his life without solving that. Figured 10 years of having a quirk you'd stop hurting yourself, he must be a special kind of dumbass. What do you mean by that exactly? Yagi asks, hoping to get some insight into what his protege needs. Horizon just shrugs, that's all you're getting. I don't help self-harming garbage, especially not for free. Boo, Yagi is about to launch into a speech when Nizu rests a paw on his leg, already knowing this would only escalate, as has many conversations between him and Horizon this past year. How about we get to why we're here, Nizu suggests, getting a nod from both men. Alright, just take my hand. Horizon reaches over the table. Yagi nods and takes his hand, and Horizon immediately begins scanning him. After a few seconds, Yagi lets go, but Horizon tightens his hold. That's odd. He mutters quietly, visor staring directly at Yagi's chest. It's as if your quirk is suddenly gone. Both Nizu and Yagi stiffen at that, not liking where this is going. Yagi tries to yank his hand away only for Horizon's free hand to also hold onto it. Horizon shakes his head muttering under his breath, "That's impossible, quirks can't just, what?" He keeps scanning over and over for a few more seconds before looking at Yagi. "What happened to your quirk?" he asks in a strange voice, both menacing and curious. All while constantly pouring more and more of his energy into scanning Yagi. Over and over, still unable to believe or make sense of what he was sensing in each cell. I don't know what you're talking about." Yagi tries to lie and fails miserably. TCH, even if that was a convincing lie, Horizon raises his hands, still holding Yagi's one massive right hand. "While I'm touching someone I act as a polygraph, something I developed after meeting the detective, so, be honest this time, what happened to your quirk?" End chapter. Wow, what a way to start the weekend. See y'all Monday, smiley face. Chapter 24, Chapter 023, Unprecedented. Chapter start. So, be honest this time, what happened to your quirk? Yagi and Nizu both froze at those words, Nizu's mind racing to solve this problem without starting a fight, while Yagi still had Horizon's hand holding his right hand. Staring into the two blue eyes of Horizon's visor. He felt a shiver run down his spine, all the hairs at the back of his neck standing on end. This sickening feeling, the sudden change in atmosphere. From a crude but necessary doctor to such an imminent threat. Yagi was astonished, but as All Might's faced worse. And as his bright blue pupils stare right back at Horizon, just as when he faced up against the symbol of evil and the countless villains in his life, his eyes never blink. Conviction and hope keep them bright and as unflinching as ever. "My quirk was unique," Yagi said. "Unique how?" "It allowed the user to get rid of it, allowing me to completely rid myself of it, as you've detected." I'm not detecting a lie, but quirks are part of us, part of our DNA, this doesn't make sense, it's hard to believe," Horizon says in a low, nearly threatening voice. "I know," Yagi sighs. "But this is the truth, I got rid of it when I realized that it was time for me to let go, for me to stop clinging to the past and focus on the future, when I finally accepted what was going to happen to me." He lifts his left hand up to touch his side. A tense silence hangs in the air for a while as everyone holds their breaths, not sure what would happen next. "Can it happen to me?" Horizon asks. Yagi shakes his head. "No, this was a feature of my quirk, it can't affect others, and even if it could, I'm essentially quirkless now, running on the last embers of my power." Horizon doesn't detect any lies, so instead he focuses on Yagi's body. Pouring more and more energy into scanning him, so much that he could barely support a room large enough to fit UA's main building. He mapped much of his DNA and genome before taking a step back and dropping back in his seat. Mentally exhausted, although he refused to show it. To both the people sitting across from him, nothing changed. Taking a few deep breaths he steadies his mind. "I don't particularly care about you, obviously I'm interested in how your quirk managed to do that. But I just had to make sure that you can't remove my quirk," he shrugs. Yagi and Nizu both breathe a sigh of relief. "Well, I'm glad that's all taken care of," Nizu says. "But I won't be healing him anymore," Horizon cuts their little celebration short. "What? Why?" Yagi asks. "Because you've wasted my time. I performed a miracle to heal you, yet the energy reserves in you diminished so much, unnaturally fast. You've been using your quirk damn near every day since that first day we met. Plus it's not like I could do any more for you, just try not to get hurt, you're in the contract so I'll honor that, but I'd rather not waste my time healing self-sacrificial trash." "Ah, I see," Yagi bows politely, "thank you. Your timer is down to 6 years, Horizon says. "That's less than half of what I originally gave you, try not to waste it. Honestly, nothing about you is normal, not surprising since you're the only person to probably ever exist that's born with a quirk while not having the extra bone in their toe that quirk users have, such an odd case. But one that I'll eventually solve," Horizon thinks to himself as Yagi and Nizu share a moment of relief. "I can't mess with genetics yet, but after an entire year of traveling and training I was able to map his genetic sequences while making contact for a few minutes, I'll figure out more about this whole situation on my own, pressing them any further could complicate things and put my position at risk." "Thank you for not prying," Yagi nods respectfully. "And for everything that you've done for me. TCH, don't mention it." Horizon turns to Nizu and checks the time on his phone, only 5 minutes until homeroom starts. "Are we done here?" Toshinori has something to take care of, Nizu gives Yagi a curt nod, thankfully he seems to have gotten the hint. "But you and I have some other things to discuss." "What things?" "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll at least find it entertaining." "Then I'll be on my way." Yagi gets up and gives them both a nod. "I need to go make a quick phone call, I wish you both a good day." Nizu nods and Horizon makes no effort to respond, only sitting in his spot and taking deep breaths, trying to restore what stamina he can after scanning Yagi for so many details. At the moment he didn't even have a room open, he was simply that drained. Stepping into the hallway, Yagi immediately dug into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Seeing it was only a few minutes before homeroom begins, he frantically called Izuku. As expected of a fanboy, he thinks as the call is answered before the first ring can even finish. "Ah, hello, I'm walking to class," Izuku says in a quiet voice, not wanting anyone to know he's talking to All Might. "Right, young Midoriya, there's something I need to warn you about before homeroom." Yagi scans the hallway, thankful the top floor of this tower was currently barren, as usual. "Warn me." "Settle down, kid, it's one of your classmates, I need you to be careful around him." Is he dangerous?" Izuku asks with a shaky voice. "In a way, listen, I know you don't have much time, but I'll make it real simple. You've got a lot more competition than I ever expected. Principal Nizu has been bragging about this kid for a while and it looks like it wasn't all hot air." "The principal?" "Yeah, the same doctor I told you was able to somewhat heal me, that guy." "A doctor? But I thought you said classmate." "I did," Yagi says. "He's in your class, he just turned 16, and he's a serious monster. Don't give him any information about One for All, got it? Stick to the cover that your quirk is just superpower." "Got it, but is it really that bad?" "Well, I just had a casual checkup with him, it took him all of 2 seconds to notice the difference from a year ago, that my quirk is gone. He kept scanning me, he supposedly read my DNA, if that's true then he'll notice One for All in me." Izuku sounded like he wanted to cry already. "Stop with the waterworks," Yagi groans. "Sorry." He sniffles. "Listen, his quirk is touch-based, just don't let him touch you and you'll be fine. But when he touches you he can also detect any lies you try to tell. Not to mention he was able to figure out what you've been doing wrong with One for All and how to fix it at a glance. He basically saw a picture of you before you left the ground to smash that robot and gave a full breakdown. That's impossible. Even you haven't been able to." Izuku cuts himself off. "Wait. No. I mean, I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, it just..." "I know what you meant, kid, it's fine," Yagi sighs. "Honestly, it felt like crap sitting there and watching him be better at my job than me, but the reason I'm telling you this is so that you don't underestimate him. Don't give him any information at all unless you want him to put the pieces together, got it?" "Yes sir, I'll be sure to keep my distance and not say a word." "Good, but don't forget that there will be things you can learn from all of your classmates, especially this one." "Of course, I always look for things I can learn from others. That's one of the many things that I like about you, kid," Yagi chuckles. "As for the kid I warned you about, his name is Horizon, trust me, you won't be able to miss him." Nizu's office. "So what do we need to talk about?" Horizon asks. "Oh, Eraserhead is about to give your classmates their first little taste of life in UA, I figured we could watch together," Nizu says cheerfully as he removes the remote from his vest and activates the hologram between them. This time to an empty training field. Shouldn't you be at the entrance ceremony, Mr. Principal?" "Vice Principal Ectoplasm can cover for me this time, I'd much rather be here. I promised you competition, this is my first chance to make good on that promise. And shouldn't I be down there too? Not that I want to be." "Oh, this quirk apprehension test isn't necessary for you, it's simply a way of getting the message into their heads that quirks are part of their beings. While society at large suppresses the use of quirks unless you're a hero, here at UA we encourage hero course students to use their quirks wherever they can effectively apply them. Most of your classmates went to public schools where they would get in trouble for quirk use, so this message will take a while for them to understand." Makes sense." Horizon thinks it over for a second. "Most Todoroki was homeschooled, just like you, and I assume he must have been trained very well by his father." "Todoroki? Like Endeavor?" "His son, yes." "Interesting, Endeavor is the hero with the highest level of quirk mastery, highest in the world as far as I can see. It's actually very impressive, even by my standards. If his son is anything like that, it could actually be fun to slap him around." Horizon chuckles at the thought. "Really? Slap him around? Are you that confident against the child of the number 2 hero?" Horizon laughs at that ridiculous question. "Trust me, basic elemental quirks can't beat me, no matter how strong they are, but that doesn't mean I can't have some fun before winning." They're taking the field, Nizu says as 19 students begin walking onto the training ground. "I'm sure at least one of them will have a quirk you find interesting. We'll see about that." End chapter. Comment, please don't drop this book. Me, already writing the October chapters, I got you, buddy. Chapter 25, Chapter 024, Disappointments. Chapter start. "He's up, cripple boy," Horizon says, leaning back on Nizu's couch with a bottle of water in his hand. "You're calling him cripple boy?" Nizu asks, watching Izuku walk up to throw the baseball. "It's what he'll be if he doesn't get his shit together, but if Eraserhead is as much of a hardest as you said, his hero career ends here." Horizon shrugs and gives the screen his full attention. Nizu takes a sip from his second cup of tea. Unfortunately, unless Midoriya has made some great improvements, that appears to be the case, normally he'd expel you for not showing up on the first day of school, but since you're with me he can't do that. They see Izuku eventually throw the ball by only activating one for all in a single finger, and Nizu smiles, but Horizon just sighs in disappointment. It's rare for a quirk to hurt the user like that, Horizon says. Most quirks have a kind of built-in recoil absorption, but somehow you let in two quirks without that adaptation. One breaks bones and the other needs a diaper. True, but Midoriya and Aoyama have great potential, as he's just shown, Nizu says as they watch Eraserhead restrain Bakugo. As they continue watching the test, Eraserhead guides the students to the sit-up, push-up, and long-distance running sections, and both Nizu and Horizon can't help but get a bit bored. So how much did you tell your staff about me? Horizon asks. Absolutely nothing, Nizu cackles a bit but gets himself under control. I think it'll be quite amusing to see their reactions, especially since many of them were against me breaking our no scouting policy for you. They were up in arms after I didn't require you to take the entrance exam, or even the recommended students exam. And you want me to show off and prove them wrong, right? Right, it's quite obvious that I'm playing favorites for you, so I'd like you to show that I made the right decision to do so. Not like that wasn't the plan anyway, Horizon shrugs. Popularity is the easiest way to climb the ranks, so I'll be using everything I can. Excellent, now, did you see any quirks from your classmates that you believe can challenge you? Nizu asks with a smirk. Nope, not even close, Horizon casually says, then takes a sip of his water. Todoroki. Nizu asks. I can warp, that makes projectiles and brawlers pretty much useless, plus my sword can outdamage literally everything in that class. Could have maybe been fun if the guy would use his fire, but it looks like he isn't confident with that side of his body. Bakugo. Same thing as Todoroki, just he seems more loud and annoying. But he can't hit me and I can beat his damage, very badly at that. Nizu strokes his chin for a moment. Midoriya. Superpower that he can't even control, what a joke. Ida. Warping makes speed irrelevant since my reaction time is near instant, Horizon shrugs. Fumikage. Dark Shadow Ha. I'm fairly sure it sucks against light, judging by the name and appearance, so I can counter it. Naval Laser. That had better be a joke, Horizon grumbles. Hardening. I can break any defense. Zero gravity. Doesn't really work against people who aren't dependent on gravity to move, like flyers or warpers. Tail. Oh now you're just trying to be funny, Horizon chuckles. He's basically any quirkless fuck with a stick. Invisibility. I can sense people, but is it mutation or emitter type? Mutation, Nizu says. Damn, if it was emitter I'd be able to see her, but wait, if she isn't blind then it's an emitter type, right? True invisibility is impossible as a mutation because it would make you either blind or a pair of floating eyeballs, he says. Her application said mutation, and she's been invisible since birth, Nizu says. Perhaps it was wrong, but you'll find out soon enough. What about her? Horizon asks, gesturing to a pretty girl with a wild ponytail. The one doing sit-ups with Jiro. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu. Horizon asks, surprise in his voice. Never expected that family is almost as rich as me, he chuckles. You would have bumped them off the top 20 most wealthy dynasties in Japan if your assets were publicly audited, Nizu says. Still nowhere close to being number one however. Well I'm sorry if I don't have the biggest brain on the planet to work stocks and sell patents, but unlike you, I don't have to sink all my money into funding UA. How much does it cost you a year? Construction is dirt cheap since quirks exist, but you really like using robots. The cost is astronomical, plus the infrared security system is also quite expensive, since UA is a dozen kilometers across. Yeah well I'm sure the hero tax on people like All Might and Endeavor paid for some of it, right? Aside from them that hasn't covered much, Nizu shrugs. But the tax isn't about the money, not entirely. MHM, Horizon nods. A completely free education with all books and uniforms included, on the condition that you get 5% of their hero salary for the first 10 years of hero work, a good way to make sure you don't let any good quirks slip by just because they couldn't afford the otherwise insane cost of studying here. Exactly, and speaking of Ms. Yaoyorozu, she was a recommended student. Really, her quick is item creation. Horizon asks, seeing her making roller skates and starting the long-distance run. No, just creation, any non-living thing can be made from her fat cells. Horizon stares at the screen for a moment, she's made a baseball pitcher, skates, a vise, car jacks, and a few other things, so either she ignores the laws of thermodynamics, or her fat cells are extra dense because of her quirk. She hasn't mentioned either of those, Nizu says. She probably hasn't noticed, most people don't notice things like that. I didn't notice the changes my quirk makes to my body until I started blacking out, wasn't eating enough, he shrugs. Well that explains why you're always eating when I see you, you're big but 2 pizzas is still a bit much. You'll get used to it, but as for creation girl, I'm guessing she isn't allowed to make firearms or certain weapons, right, because from the looks of it her items don't decay. Nope, she's forbidden from making any reusable illegal items. Grenades and such are fine because they're destroyed with each use, but guns are a no-no, Nizu says in a cheery voice. Are you perhaps interested in her? I was. Really? Well, you do have a type from what I've seen. Horizon grumbles, not like that Nizu, and you know I can't date heroes, that's a nightmare. Her quirk, I've never seen anything so close to reaching mine, not as powerful but the versatility makes up for it. If she didn't have such limited fuel then we could have maybe had a good fight, even I can't be ready for everything she can do with that quirk. Exactly why we accepted her, along with her getting the third highest score on the recommended entrance exam, but the first place winner declined UA after the exam for some reason, Nizu says in a sad voice, a small sigh escapes his mouth as he recalls such promising talent walking away from UA. Must have been one hell of an obstacle course race, too bad he didn't accept, maybe he would have been some competition. His quirk was wind manipulation. Never mind, add him to the trash pile. Horizon groans in disappointment and leans back. Nizu shakes his head, I just hope you don't embarrass yourself when the time comes to back up all your talk. He glances to the screen, seeing the field completely empty. Looking at his phone he reads a short message from Eraserhead. It looks like Midoriya won't be expelled for his performance today. What? That doesn't make any sense, why? You can ask him when you see him, however, I have absolute trust in Aizawa. Nizu hops down from the couch and walks over to Horizon. What? He looks down at Nizu. Your classmates will be back in the classroom soon to get a breakdown of the UA syllabus, but I'll need to steal Aizawa away for a few minutes to discuss some things with Vlad King. He's Class 1 BS teacher. Let's go to your homeroom. I'd like to say hello to your classmates, and explain your absence so Aizawa doesn't snap. Nizu makes a pick-up gesture similar to a baby. Horizon groans and shakes his head, I'm not carrying you. Come on, I'm less than a meter tall, look at these adorable tiny legs. He gestures to his feet and moves them about. You're 193 centimeters 6 feet 3 just carry me so we'll save time. Horizon looks at Nizu, then at his metal case, and katana, I can't believe this. The sword can remain in my office, there isn't a spot for it in the shelves, Nizu says. Horizon sighs and reaches down, placing Nizu to sit on his shoulder as he stands up. I can't believe I'm doing this. Do you do this with everyone? He asks while picking up his metal case, book, and pencil case, all with his logo on them. Mostly with Vlad King, he's about as tall as you are, but a lot nicer. You'll get over it. Horizon mutters as they leave the office, careful and bored steps toward Class 1A. End chapter. Chapter 26, Chapter 025, Enter Horizon. Chapter start. Don't waste that much time walking back to class next time, Aizawa grumbles as everyone enters the classroom, the quiet conversations going silent as they find their seats. He looks over the class, and glances at Izuku, how's your finger? Much better, sir. Izuku answers, raising his hand and waving around the bandaged digit. Good, because this is how low the bar has been set. From this moment onward, I expect constant improvement from each and every one of you. Everyone stiffens up as his voice suddenly becomes strict. Look around, there are 20 students in this class, and hundreds that want your spots. At UA we demand constant improvement. To stop improving is to fall behind, and people are just waiting for the chance to take your place. Some people begin to sweat ever so slightly at those words. Sir. Ida raises his hand. What is it? You said 20 students, but... He looks to his left, past Koda, past Tokoyami, to the empty seat behind Izuku and in front of Yaoyorozu. He's a special case, and he'll be here shortly, Aizawa says. For now I want you to focus on these. Aizawa taps the board and a long list appears. These are your scores from the entrance exams and the test we just completed. The recommended students are colored in blue while everyone else is in white, only because they had a different practical exam during the entrance exam. You've all been ranked. A flurry of oohs is heard as each student scans the board. Yaoyorozu fights the proud smirk on her lips, yet blushes slightly, genuinely surprised to be at the very top of the board. Scoring 92 on the written exam, third in the obstacle course for the recommended entrance exam, and first in the QUIRK test. The entire class turns to her for a moment, causing her to blush even more. Todoroki is in third, with Bakugo between them. And Bagwo's face splits into a devious grin, suppressing his rowdy victorious laugh as he sees Izuku down at number 19. As you can see, Aizawa says, at UA, competition is one of our primary motivators. Every exam, every test, every midterm and finals, you will be ranked like this and everyone will see your scores. You aren't just trying to surpass yourself from yesterday, but all the people here sitting beside you. The entire room perks up at his words, suddenly feeling more and more pressure trying to crush them, the expectations of a UA student. For some like Ida and Bakugo, it made them stronger, made them want to fight harder and surpass their limits. For Yaoyorozu and Izuku, it made them feel to curl up into a ball and hide away. But everyone felt something at this realization finally setting in. This year alone 17,000 people were competing for these spots. In this room alone we've got 2 recommended students, most of the class glances back at Todoroki and Yayorozu, and 17 public entrance exam students. If you slack off it's over. As Aizawa continues, most of the class does the simple math and can't quite get it out of their heads. 17 plus 2 is equal to 19, not 20. They look past Aizawa and to the board behind him, eyes dropping to the very bottom of the list. Horizon. Entrance exam score. Written exam score. QUIRK apprehension test. Ida can't help it and raises his hand, unable to fight his desire to stand and confront this. Eraser grumbles and glances over to him. If you want to know, just ask Horizon when he gets here, he says before going back to his terrifying speech. Ida sits back in his seat impatiently. Hearing that name and seeing it on the board confirms what All Might told him earlier, and Izuka begins sweating nervously, looking down at his hand. If he touches me he could notice how unusual One for All is, and connect me with All Might. No, with Toshinori Yagi. Since he doesn't know he's All Might, I need to be careful. He clenches his fist and nearly screams in pain, forgetting about his injured finger. Alright, now I'll give a short breakdown of the syllabus. In the hero course each homeroom teacher has complete control over their class, so... Knock. 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 The massive door at the front of the room slides open. All eyes are glued to Horizon and Nizu, stepping into the room with the metal case for his hero costume hanging in his right hand, and a notebook and pencil case in his left. Towering over most of the class and taller than Shoji by just 5 centimeters minus 2 inches dash, making him look like a giant before some of his peers. The UA uniform didn't do much to stop the intimidating presence he gave off, silently turning his head, the black visor glancing about the room, completely unreadable. But this presence caused everyone to get confused when they looked up to see Nizu sitting on his shoulder, happily smiling down at them. So cute, most of the girls thought, while some people were just confused about the entire situation. Hello everyone. Nizu excitedly waves at the students. It's your favorite mouse bear, impossibly adorable, and most importantly, your principal. Nizu, he sees confused and amazed looks at his introduction. He taps the top of Horizon's visor a few times, and this is your classmate, Horizon. Sorry he's a bit late. He actually got to school early but I called him into my office to deal with some matters, and we decided to watch your QUIRK test from there. Excellent work everyone. I can tell we've got a batch of future heroes right here. You're really the principal? Uraraka blurts out, you're so cute. Aizawa groans which they all ignore, and Horizon just quietly listens, currently acting as a statue for Nizu to sit on. Of course I'm your principal Ms. Uraraka, he waves to her. It was decided by who had the best hair, and naturally no human could ever match the luscious shine of my coat, so I've been the principal of UA for nearly 50 years. All but a few people freeze at that, since Nizu isn't in the spotlight like most heroes. Young children will rarely know about him unless they have to. He's messing with you, Infinity Girl, Horizon says, his slightly mechanical voice sending a chill down her spine. He's a mouse that developed a quirk, high spec, gives him a brain better than a dozen supercomputers, intellect beyond human comprehension, is the official description. He also pays for all the robots that tried to kill you in the entrance exam, most important person in UA. And he's so cute. Mina can't help but yell out, earning a small chorus of agreement. Aizawa grumbles loudly, Nizu, here for 1 minute and already turned my class into a damn circus. He points at Horizon while everyone stares. And you, don't get too comfortable because Principal Nizu is playing favorites. I expect you to work hard just like everyone else here, prove you deserve your spot. But I'm not playing favorites. Nizu weakly defends, earning a doubtful glance from everyone in the room. Whatever, let's go, Vlad is waiting. Aizawa steps closer and Nizu hops down from Horizon's shoulder and onto his, getting comfortable in his scarf. He turns to the class, suddenly looking a lot less intimidating with Nizu on him, and speaks in a gruff voice. I'll be back in a few minutes to explain the syllabus, don't get rowdy. Good luck students, I'm expecting great things from all of you. Nizu excitedly waves as the door closes, now leaving Horizon standing in front of the class room. He immediately turns to look at Toru Hagakure, the formerly invisible girl. Now he sees an adorable and slim girl with short white-green hair and eyes excitedly bouncing in her seat, mouthing the words to a song as she looks around the room. Guess it isn't a mutation, I should tell Nizu sometime. He turns without saying a word and walks to the end of the room, directly opposite the front door. May I ask a question, Horizon? He stops and sighs, turning to see Ida standing stiffly, eyes completely focused on him. Well, I can't stop you. My name is Tenya Ida, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ida nods, and below his visor Horizon rolls his eyes. Get to the point, engine. Right, I'd like to know why you don't have any scores on the board. Ida points to the board behind Horizon, and he glances back for a moment to see. Oh, that. Question, why do those exams exist? He asks nobody in particular. To test who is worthy of entering UA Academy, of course, Ida answers immediately. Exactly, Horizon places his one book and pencil case down on Aizawa's desk and continues walking to the far wall. So why waste time and energy on someone who you know will always get a perfect score, and is incapable of losing to anyone else at the exam? What are you saying? Ida asks. Much of the class immediately got heated at Horizon's attitude and insinuation. Bakugo could almost feel his hands sweating as his veins bulged and eyes narrowed. Horizon taps the wall, the closest of the 4 marked rectangles almost reaching from floor to ceiling to the front wall, and out comes a shelf with 5 similar metal cases. He places his repainted case in the spot where number 19 would go while he answers, I'm saying it's impossible for me not to get a perfect score, or to get beaten by any of you. He pushes the shelf back into the wall and moves to get his things from Aizawa's desk. Now turning to face the class, so while all of you were fighting your little hearts out to get these precious spots, I took a day for myself and went surfing. He chuckles at their angry and horrified expressions. Angry that he'd get such special treatment, and act like this toward them, but some were rightly horrified at a simple thought. If he didn't need the exams, just what kind of a monster is it? Mainly Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Izuku, and Yaoyorozu immediately thought of this, but over the next few seconds the thought entered everyone's mind, causing his already intimidating presence to appear downright monstrous. And in their moment of horror and awe, that monster turned his attention to the most nervous and sweaty person in the room, judging by how he was shaking and already had a layer of cold sweat on him. Izuku Midoriya. Leaning back against Aizawa's desk, Horizon keeps his arms at his side, palms down on the desk, and looks directly at Izuku. So, cripple boy, Izuku Midoriya, why the fuck are you still here? End chapter. Chapter 27, Chapter 026, Diagnosis, Pathetic. Chapter start. So, cripple boy, Izuku Midoriya, why the fuck are you still here? Horizon asks, earning shocked and angry looks from most of the class. Well, Izuku's voice is barely audible. Mr. Aizawa said that he still needs to explain the SIL. At UA, Horizon explains. Why are you still here at UA and not expelled, like you should be? Well. Bakugo smiles so hard at those words, leaning forward and almost growling out, yeah, answer the question, Deku. Hey, stop. Uraraka stands up and yells, you can't just go around bullying people like th. Heroes need to be able to stand up for themselves, Horizon says bluntly. Let him talk, and honestly, you're in the same boat. How the fuck do you get your foot stuck under a rock and need saving, when your quirk is literally to make things weightless? Well. Uraraka freezes, and Horizon tilts his head, as if asking her to respond. Well, my quirk has a limit that. Excuses that I'm sure the people you fail to save will appreciate at their funerals, right? He asks, and Uraraka feels sick to her stomach. Still not as bad as him, her gestures to Izuku, now covered in a thin sheen of sweat. You plan to answer the question. Uraraka silently takes her seat, head hanging in shame, and after a few moments, Izuku finally finds a voice. Mr. Aizawa said he wasn't serious about expelling anyone, he says in a shaky voice. Horizon chuckles, right, the guy who is our homeroom teacher because he expelled all of what would have been Class 2A on their first day, was kidding, really. The entire class breaks into murmurs at that, those at the lower end of the list realizing how close they were to really going home. Ida stands up and points to Horizon, why are you bullying our classmate, are you really so insistent on him going home? It's not bullying, it's a reality check, Horizon says, causing everyone to look at him all confused. Deku, nice name by the way, breaks his body every time he uses his quirk, contrary to what you morons think. Recovery Girl doesn't fully heal anything, she stimulates the cells of your body, essentially cutting your lifespan to accelerate the healing time, and it doesn't properly fix things like nerve damage. Deku looks down at his hand, a mortified expression on his face. Meaning Deku only has about 3 or 4 more chances before he becomes a fucking cripple, or he just dies. His pathetic level of quirk mastery doesn't deserve to be here, he can't even save himself. Horizon says, but his true thoughts were so much different. Everyone in the room casts a wary look at Deku, all horrified at the damage he really takes to use his quirk. But I want to be a hero too, Deku declares, still sounding so unsure of himself. Why? Deku somehow looks confused by the question. Because, I want to help people, like All Might, he finally sounds confident. Horizon groans loudly, you put yourself and your family at risk because you're a hero-worshipping piece of trash, even when you can't control your quirk, you're even more pathetic than I thought, and you're selfish too, disgusting. What, how is that selfish? I want to help people, Deku mumbles out. Horizon just shakes his head, look, either you quit now, or you're gonna end up a vegetable with shattered nerves, or dead, that's my professional opinion, and as the only person in the world who'd be able to heal you, I promise I'd rather watch you die than heal some self-sacrificing moron, he says coldly, then gestures to the door. So, decide. Deku stares down at his desk, hands kneading together, feeling the bandage around his finger. His mind flooded with countless horrifying thoughts. All Might said Horizon really is the best doctor, so if he won't heal me then I'm done. I'll be a cripple for the rest of my life, I'll probably never be able to get out of bed. But this is UA, my dream, I can be just like All Might, I can help people, he looks down at his bandaged finger. But I'll destroy my body if I keep doing this, and I'm nowhere near ready to control one for all. He mulls it over for a long moment before speaking. Looking directly at Horizon, he has a determined look on his face, even as tears are flowing down his face and onto his desk. Oh great, it's crying. Horizon groans. Sacrificing yourself for others is what it means to be a true hero. Deku declares proudly. I'll break my body as many times as it takes, if I can at least save one person. Uraraka and a few others look at him in amazement, awestruck by his determination, while others look at him like a moron, and Bakugo is seething with rage that he didn't just quit. Well, if that's your choice, Horizon picks up his single book and pencil case from Aizawa's desk and looks at Deku. Honestly, I was hoping when you quit whoever replaces you would actually be able to give me some competition, because this roster is disappointing enough without you dragging it down. He sees everyone glare at him as he begins walking toward his seat. But now I guess I'll wait for you to cripple yourself or just die, he shrugs, stopping beside Deku and looking down at the crying boy, towering over him. I just feel bad for your parents, they'll probably have to take care of a vegetable for the rest of their life, but hey, maybe they'll get lucky and your quirk will kill you, then they can start over with a kid that isn't a complete disappointment, he says before casually taking his seat. Most of the class looks disgusted by his words, and questions why someone like him is even here in the first place. Dude, what the hell is your problem? Kirishima stands up and yells across at Horizon. Meanwhile, Deku breaks down into sobs, Uraraka and Ida already moving toward his desk to talk to him. I had a very low bar when I entered UA, Horizon says, leaning back in his chair and taking out his phone. I expected all of you to have at least a decent level of quirk mastery, sadly only 3 of you aren't worthless. And one of you morons doesn't even know what your quirk actually does, not to mention Cripple Boy and Naval Laser who actively hurt themselves. The bar was low and you disappointments managed to limbo under it. That doesn't mean you get to be a bully, not manly at all, dude. Kirishima insists. I agree, Momo says from behind Horizon, as he starts playing a racing game on his phone. If anyone should be expelled, it's you. That behavior was inexcusable, nobody deserves to be spoken to like that. Well, it's a good thing I and most of the staff don't care about what any of you think, huh? They view this as practice for you to stand up for yourself and handle criticism from the press, another thing Deku is failing at. So why don't you go fuck yourself, Momo, he says while enjoying his mobile game. Momo looks mortified at his statement but can't think of a proper response, so she just sits down and hangs her head in shame. I can't even stand up to a bully, how am I supposed to be a hero? She berates herself. Everyone silently agrees to pretend Horizon doesn't exist, burying any spike of anger caused by his attitude, leaving him to enjoy a few races on his mobile game, the audio connected directly to his visor allowing him to better ignore all their chatter. A few minutes later the door slides open, and Aizawa immediately spots Ida and Uraraka standing at Deku's desk. Get to your seats, he mutters, not paying the crying boy any mind. Sir, we have a serious situation here. Ida says, causing Aizawa to stop and look at him. Horizon just verbally abused Izuku. I believe his behavior is unheroic and should be reprimanded, he insists. Aizawa gives him a slow blink and sighs, looking between Horizon who was still playing on his phone, and Deku who was trying to wipe his tears. Did he hit him? What? Ida asks. Did he hit him? No sir, Ida says. Then get to your seats and start taking notes, I'm not repeating myself, and I'd like to make this quick to take a nap. Aizawa turns his back to the class and begins writing on the board. Everyone looks mortified at his non-reaction, and Ida casts an angry glare at Horizon, who actually responds. Letting go of his phone for a moment to give Ida the middle finger, earning more grumbles from his classmates. With a final pat on the shoulder, Ida and Uraraka return to their seats, both still occasionally casting glares back at Horizon. Momo and Tokoyami felt disgusted by having to be desk neighbors with him, but he kept playing on his phone until Aizawa began talking. Opening his book and placing a pen on it, but just leaning back and listening, not writing at all. Listen up, Aizawa says in a tired voice. He can feel the animosity between everyone in Horizon but ignores it. You can call me Aizawa or Eraserhead, I don't really care which. At UA your homeroom teacher decides pretty much everything. We stay with you from day 1 until graduation, then we get a new class. As you all know, the Hero course has a 6-day school week, with Sundays off. Before lunch is the regular classes but after lunch is Hero classes. The procedure to use the facilities are in the handbook. If you have any questions they should also be in there, or you can log into the school website and search for an answer. Be sure to do both those things before asking me. Aizawa goes on for almost 10 minutes, occasionally glancing over to Horizon, noticing his pen and book hadn't moved once. The boy spent the entire explanation staring out the window at the massive forest outside while all his classmates had their heads down diligently writing. Eraser shakes his head, thinks he's too cool for UA, people like that never last, he thinks to himself. Something he's seen many times before. And finally, Eraser says. This is your homeroom, so unless you need to use other facilities for a lesson, your teachers will be coming here to have classes. Keep it clean and tidy, or there will be consequences. Most of the class shudders nervously at that, now knowing that he really does expel students. All right, that's all, Eraser says and immediately begins walking toward the door. Be sure to be ready for your first real day tomorrow. While everyone breaks into chatter, excited about finally getting into their dream school, packing their books away in their bags. Horizon places his book and pencil case in his desk and gets up, pushing in his chair and scrolling through a few recipes, deciding what to cook for dinner. A few people notice something strange about him, finally spotting the odd logo on the back of his blazer. Some faces warp in disgust, others in jealousy, all because he somehow got away with defacing the uniform of their prestigious school. But a few others were already annoyed, believing to better understand him. Seeing him walk away with his phone in his hand, and his other hand in his pocket, no book bag at all, only coming with a single notebook in fact. Almost everyone rolled their eyes. I thought UA wouldn't have those cliché bad boy types, they thought. But everyone could agree, even Bakugo, they did not like Horizon, either for how he spoke to their classmates, or how he blatantly looked down on them. End chapter. Chapter 28, Chapter 027, Student Life. Chapter start. Tap tap tap. HNGH. Horizon wakes up groggily after feeling someone tapping on his visor, lifting his head from the desk and looking around, seeing present Mike standing over him and everyone in the room staring at him. Leaning back into his chair, he stretches his arms out and cracks his neck before looking to present Mike. Yeah. Mike just looks annoyed at him, arms folded and tapping his foot. It's the second day of school, you didn't bring your textbook, and you fell asleep in my class. What do you have to say for yourself? Horizon looks around his homeroom to see everyone else looking at him, each with their English textbook open and writing something from it. He glances at the board and sees the instructions, page number, and the paragraph they were expected to translate into English. Page 73, line 5. Right, he speaks in perfect English. So, roses are the most beautiful flower, but simultaneously are the most dangerous to hold. He perfectly translates the specific line from the book. Mike freezes, not expecting him to do that at all. How did? I read the book once in the tub, and English is one of the languages I'm perfectly fluent in, he says, still speaking perfect English. Looking down at his left hand, he checks the time and turns to Mike. Lunch is in 10 minutes, can I go early to beat the line? I really don't need to be here. At this point, everyone is paying attention to the English-speaking duo. Sure, just don't get into trouble, Mike says and begins walking back to the board. Thanks, Horizon gets up without sparing a glance at his classmates, placing his blank book back inside his desk before leaving the room. I wonder what lunch Rush is serving today. Everyone always talks about how awesome his food is. He thinks to himself while walking through the hallways. Making it to the stairs, he casually walks down to the first floor from the third where his class is located, enjoying how empty the halls are. Arriving at the large cafeteria doors, they open automatically, leading into a full-sized food court, no smaller than what would be found in a mall. Tables seating 10 people each are set up all about the room with potted plants to break up the monotony of the room. The wall to his right is one massive line of food with servers manning the stations. In the middle of it all is Lunch Rush himself, dressed in a white chef's hat and outfit, where his head should be is a strange hose leading over his shoulder and into his back. Horizon decides not to try and peek with his quirk, simply walking through the cafeteria, noticing some glances thrown his way as the few people there are undoubtedly curious about his visor, but nobody really bats an eye at it. Such things aren't uncommon, and he didn't look that different from his math teacher, Ectoplasm. Although Horizon didn't have the scary teeth or demonic voice. Walking about, he takes a look at all the available food and reads some of the menus, deciding to get a simple burger and fries combo, with a mango smoothie. With the paper bag in one hand and smoothie in the other, he begins walking briskly back up the stairs. Room. His room encompasses the entire building. Focusing on his classroom for a moment, he feels everyone packing their things as Mike dismisses the class. As he climbs up to the second floor, he makes his way to the elevator and sets it to take him to floor 15, the top floor. As the doors open and he steps onto the top floor, and the bell rings for lunch to begin. Just in time, he mutters and follows the 3D map in his head, courtesy of his quirk. The top floor of their tower only had Nizu's office and a few other things, but what he needed was the far stairwell. Making it to the door, he presses down on the handle. Locked. Of course, students aren't allowed on the roof. He looks left and right before performing a scan of the floor with his quirk, sensing Nizu and Yagi in his office, but the floor is otherwise empty. Tact. He lets go of his smoothie and food, leaving them to float in place. Holding his hand out, palm up, he uses Shambles to summon what looks like metallic throwing cards, sharp edges, white with his blue logo on them. Something he requested along with his hero costume, and thankfully he got his costume a few weeks early, getting himself familiar with every component so he didn't have to substitute them to use Shambles. He could freely summon them to him at will. Taking one of the 10 cards, he crouches down and slides it below the door, and into the stairwell. Shambles. He suddenly finds himself in a dark stairwell, thankful his skin made the map for him to follow. Taking out 2 more of the cards, he holds them out for a moment. Shambles. They swap with his food and smoothie, which he grabs as TAKT deactivated. Holding all his food in one hand, he reaches out. Shambles. All the metallic throwing cards are summoned back to him. He keeps them in his hand until he reaches the top of the stairs, expecting another locked door. Sliding another card beneath the door, he repeats the steps, and a moment later he's standing under the midday sun, protected from the heat and glare by his visor and body glove. Wow, he can't help but mutter, seeing thousands of meters of lush forest, with the occasional massive building scattered about, all owned by UA. Mapping it with his quirk was always black and white, closer to echolocation than really seeing things. Unless he was standing in the same room, he couldn't get a proper visual image of certain things, like Hagakure, even through her invisibility, but even that takes focus. Walking to the edge of the building, he places his food down on the wall, hopping up to sit on the wall, his feet hanging over the edge of the 15-story building. He leans forward slightly, seeing students walking about below him entering and exiting the building. Taking out his burger, he begins eating, playing music directly into his visor with his phone. Eventually, he finishes his burger and moves on to the fries, and that's when he gets some surprising company. Less than 2 meters away, a small blue bird lands, slowly creeping closer and closer to his fries. Hungry, he asks, mostly himself. Tact. One of his fries suddenly floats out of the box and gently rolls toward the bird, which happily begins pecking at it. That's cute. He takes out his phone and holds it over the edge, taking a picture directly down, his feet appearing as if he were standing on air, the 15-story drop plain as day. Tact. He sets a timer on his phone and carefully floats it behind him, snapping an image of his back. Feet still hanging over the edge, all of UA's land in front of him, and a single bird sharing lunch with him. Shambles. His phone appears in his hand and he looks at the picture. Yeah, the public will like this, he says, taking in the picture, and his logo on the back of his uniform. He immediately posts it to Horizon's social media account, with his location. By the time he finishes his meal, he checks his phone and can't help but chuckle. So Horizon the World Traveler had barely 1,000 followers, but I post one picture in the UA Hero Course uniform and I'm already at 50,000. This entire world really does worship heroes, fucking pathetic, but I can use it at least. He sighs and lays down. Raising one foot up and leaving the other hanging off the edge, I wonder what the first hero class will be like. He muses. Nizu's office. I don't know Nizu, it's supposed to be random, Yagi says, sitting on a couch with Nizu directly opposite him on another couch, a cup of tea in his hand. It will still mostly be random, I just need you to make sure those 2 are last, that's all. And it's not like it matters who people are matched with at this point since none of them really know each other that well, Nizu says. I just rather not lie to students, even a small lie like that. I will be there to explain, and I'll take full responsibility for it, you have my word, All Might. I guess. Yagi takes a sip of his tea. Hey, could you have a talk with Horizon about the way he speaks to his classmates? Oh, what about? Well, Midoriya almost had, well not almost, he definitely had a small panic attack when I went to talk to him yesterday. Horizon said some really hurtful things. And he basically called the entire class pathetic trash, or something like that. Pretty sure they all hate him and it's only the second day. I'd rather not get involved in the personal affairs of my students, Nizu says. But I'm sure it will all be cleared up by the end of your class, I'll explain all I can when I arrive. Right, well I guess that's something. And I'll have a talk with Horizon later. Thank you, I know we usually let students sort out interpersonal issues, but Midoriya needs a bit of extra help right now. MHM, Nizu smiles coyly, remember that promise you made about not playing favorites, more difficult than expected, right? I'm not the only one, Yagi says. I don't know what. Ping. Nizu immediately checks his phone, causing Yagi to raise a brow. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, Horizon just posted some pictures, apparently he's having lunch on the roof, with a bird, he named it Pell. Nizu excitedly shows Yagi the picture, causing the men to chuckle. Remind me again who is playing favorites, Principal Nizu. This proves nothing, Nizu says while saving the picture. He's simply trying to build a brand before his big debut at the sports festival. He even has a packet ready to send out to media offices. He expects to do well, and will use the sudden flood of people searching for him online to boost his popularity. That's pretty genius actually, Yagi admits. Heroes live and die based on popularity these days, getting a head start is smart. And since most people won't have much to their name, it'll basically be him and Todoroki that the public can't get enough of. True, the son of the number 2 hero naturally will get a lot of attention, almost impossible to compete with. I'm sure Horizon will manage. You should be more concerned about your successor. He'll struggle in the sports festival if he can't control his quirk, you know, and Horizon won't budge to help. Yagi sighs, I know. I just don't know what to do. Everything always came naturally to me, so teaching is difficult. The curse of having natural heroic talent, well, somewhat natural. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I will, Yagi says. But right now, I need to go alter the script to fit your request. Then, his body releases steam as he bulks up, expanding to his full All Might size, 220 centimeters 7 feet 2, and 263 kilograms 580 lbs of pure muscle. Immediately filling out his usually oversized clothes. All Might will have his first class, he loudly declares. Nizu frantically waves his arms around. What are you doing? Horizon is on the roof above us. Yagi's eyes widen as he immediately deflates, a cloud of smoke forming around him for a moment. Do you think he could sense that? I don't know, but you need to be extra careful until we better understand him, and just like Midoriya you need to be sure not to touch him. I already know that, I just hope Midoriya can avoid contact, or somehow tell a convincing story when it eventually happens. Luckily for both men, Horizon was already asleep on the roof, taking an after-lunch nap. End chapter. Chapter 29, Chapter 028, 1:1000000000000. Chapter start. Walking into his homeroom 10 minutes before lunch ends, Horizon notices that he's the last to arrive. At a glance he sees everyone excitedly waiting, itching for their first hero basic training class. He doesn't give any reaction, simply keeping his hands in his pockets and moving to his seat, walking past Toru, seeing her playing with her hair, Bakugo with his feet up on his desk behind her, and Deku writing something in his battered notebook, quietly mumbling to himself. Quiet conversations were happening among some students, including Tokoyami who sat to his right talking to Shiro, who sits in front of Tokoyami. Horizon takes his seat and leans back in his chair, quietly yawning as he just wakes up. And behind him, Momo is reading over her notes from English class while Todoroki is just staring out the window at nothing beside her. As he's about to nod off into sleep again, Tokoyami interrupts. Horizon, are you awake? Horizon sits up and looks over at Tokoyami, seeing both he and Shiro looking at him nervously. Yeah, need something. Sorry man, Shiro says, we honestly could tell because well, you know. I get that a lot, Horizon replies. The entire class gets quiet to listen in, not expecting him to be this hospitable to anyone after his first impression yesterday. Right, we were just wondering, did you get kicked out of English class earlier? Shiro asks, scratching the back of his neck. No, I asked Mike if I could go for lunch early since I'm fluent in English, and he let me go, Horizon shrugs. You can speak English. Kirishima yells in surprise, sitting 3 seats away. Among other languages, yes, so I used the time to get ahead of the lunch lines. Very wise, Tokoyami adds. We were caught in the lunch crowd. Even with the size of the cafeteria, it can still get quite crowded, but lunch rush's food is worth it. Yeah, I don't really like the cafeteria noise, so I went up to the roof. By the time you guys were packing your things I was already on the top floor. The roof is off limits to students, Momo says, putting down her book to join the conversation. Supposedly yeah, that's why it was locked. Nothing my quirk couldn't get past, plus it was nice and quiet, and I got to take and post some nice pics too, he shrugs. Really? Can we see? Shiro asks. I can show you my profile if you want, I've got lots of cool pictures on it from the places I go. Sure, what's the profile name? Shiro and a few other curious people take out their phones. Horizon. Just Horizon. Tokoyami asks, phone in hand and typing it in. It cost me a small fortune to get the original name, but having a trademark helps. Your profile picture is the thing on your back. Shiro notices as he begins scrolling, eyes widening as he sees more and more pictures of Horizon all across the world in the past year. Holy crap. Indeed, was all Tokoyami could say as he was also staring at his screen. The symbol is my logo, and yeah, the last year has been exciting. Figured I'd live it up a little before I'm spending 6 days a week in UA. You call yourself a miracle? Seriously. Jairu spins around in her chair, beside Bakugo, phone in hand on his profile, and casts a disappointed look at Horizon. I am a miracle, 1 in 10 billion. The world only has 9 billion people, she says. Exactly, but I'm sure all the people I healed would agree I'm a miracle. I don't think he has to worry about getting into trouble, Tokoyami says, still scrolling through the profile. The first comment on his roof picture is, this view never gets old, and it's from Principal Nizu. Everyone just gives Horizon a confused look and he shrugs in response. Oh right, Shiro snaps his fingers, causing all the people who were looking at Horizon's profile on their phones to look up. You mentioned your healing quirk before, right, when you said you're the only person that could heal Midoriya. True, Tokoyami adds, but you also said it allowed you access to the roof. I hope you didn't break the locks then heal yourself after. Destruction of school property is a serious offense. Horizon chuckles, technically I didn't use the doors, they're still locked. And my quirk isn't just for healing, but it is the most powerful healing in the world, by an immensely large margin. I thought Recovery Girl was the strongest, Tokoyami says. The Pope is said to have the most potent healing quirk, Momo corrects him. Both good answers, Horizon says, leaning back in his chair with his back to the window so he can speak to everyone. Almost all the eyes in class now focused on him. Recovery Girl and the Pope have the same quirk, they force cell activation. The difference is Recovery Girl uses the patient's stamina while the Pope uses his own. This means if someone is seriously hurt, the Pope can heal them while she may not be able to heal them entirely at once because the stamina drain would kill them. Her quirk can kill you like that? Sato asks, utter disbelief in his voice. Yeah, and the Pope can accidentally kill himself the same way. They're the same, but he is better for big injuries on a single person, while hers is better for lots of smaller injuries, the kind of injuries students at UA always have. He nods toward Deku. Oh, I get it, Siro says. So one is a big health potion and the other is like 100 smaller ones. Basically, Horizon says. But the issue is almost all healing quirks are just variations of the same quirk, forced cell activation. It causes your cells to divide by adding or directing energy in your body, but like I explained yesterday, this can't heal things like nerve damage, so all it does is accelerate the rate at which you would have naturally healed, and since cells can only divide so many times within a lifetime. It's like chipping away your life, Tokoyami says. A noticeable amount? Unlikely, Horizon says. But pennies add up to dollars eventually. How is your quirk any different, Mr. Miracle? Jiro asks mockingly. Because, my quirk is the only one that heals without using cell activation, he says. Raising his hand for them to see his palm, a faint blue glow swirls in the middle of his palm on the white body glove. I convert my own stamina into energy and use it to heal people, but unlike other quirks, mine is true healing. I don't activate cells, I give your body temporary cell regeneration, assuming your cells are normal, he adds. Understanding that for someone like Yagi, adding brand new cells to join his power stockpiling quirk would go poorly. Seeing them looking a bit confused, he elaborates, basically if you lose an eye or limb, Recovery Girl can't fix that, but with me, I can help you grow it back, good as new. That also means no scars. He turns to look at Jiro and she sinks into her chair a bit. Does that mean? No, you don't have a class medic, he cuts off Siro's train of thought. Aw, but at least now we have a better idea of why you're acting like that, Siro says. Indeed, Tokoyami closes his eyes, trying and failing to look mysterious as he speaks. Healing quirks are rare in themselves, the rarest in fact. The most versatile and outright powerful healing quirk in the world should be nurtured at a place like UA, not enrolling you would be a disservice to mankind as a whole. True, Horizon says, but healing quirks aren't technically the rarest, just second place. The number one spot is usually ignored because a lot of people think they don't even exist. What? Tokoyami asks. Warping. Deku can't help but blurt out, overcome with excitement that overpowers his anxiety and fears, turning to face Tokoyami. Only around 5 warping quirks have ever been discovered, but none have ever gone pro. They all either get hired for private work or get recruited by their government, so naturally most people don't think they exist simply because of how rare it is to even see one in action. Deku freezes after his rambling, now noticing all the eyes in the room on him. Slowly and stiffly he turns back to face his desk and returns to his hero notes. Right, Horizon gestures to Deku, what he said. But as I said earlier, my quirk isn't a healing quirk, it just happens that one of the things I can do is heal. Honestly, it's like the third thing I discovered, he shrugs. Your quirk has multiple abilities. Kirishima jumps out of his seat and yells. No fair. I only have hardening. He makes a fist and hardens it, causing it to look like a jagged rock. Life isn't fair, don't be a pussy about it. Horizon shakes his head while most of the class looks disgusted by his words. Right, sorry, I was just surprised. Kirishima chuckles and sits down. Returning his full focus to the conversation, just as everyone else in the room was doing the same thing. My abilities put together can perform miracles, that's what I've been doing all my life, and all those places you see me at on my profile are places I went to perform those miracles, for the right price obviously, he chuckles. And what do you consider to be a miracle exactly? Shoji asks from the front of the class. Oh, the usual incurable problems. Horizon casually waves his hand in the air as he speaks. Cancer in the brain, spine, or wherever else it is, shattered spine, blindness, deafness, heart disease. I cured diabetes once, but that was a real pain in the ass, took me like 12 hours, he groans at the memory. And I needed a lot of new tissue to graft onto the pancreas, but yeah, that kind of stuff. Everyone looks both impressed and horrified at how casually he's speaking of these real miracles. So you're like a doctor? Todoroki asks. But what else can your quirk do, if healing isn't your only ability? I find it hard to believe a healing quirk as capable as yours exists, much less having more abilities. All eyes shift to Todoroki. For most of the class this is the first time they've heard his voice. Oh, I could show you if you want. Horizon takes out his stack of metal throwing cards and raises one between his fingers. Come on, it'll be fun, I'm just gonna. I am here. All Might bursts into the room through the front door, causing everyone to begin murmuring in excitement, wearing an older version of his costume with red as the main color and a long flowing cape. Wow, he's bigger than he looks on TV, was Horizon's only real thought, not viewing All Might through the same hero-worshipping lens as most of the world. But the hulking 220 centimeters 7 feet 3 figure was certainly imposing, especially considering All Might had the power and speed that would make him a threat to Horizon. I wonder if he's faster than my reaction time. He ponders as All Might gives a basic breakdown of the class. Welcome to the most important class at UA High, think of it as Heroing 101, this is where you'll learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good, All Might says while flexing for the class. Fight for the government, yeah, Horizon rolls his eyes at the over-the-top speech, while everyone just eats it up. Now let's get into it, today's lesson is, battle training. All Might announces proudly, causing a small commotion in the class. Skipping the ethics and regulations and going in for hands-on training, can't say I'm surprised. Horizon nods and leans back in his chair. Well, I'll get to see if anyone here is any fun to slap around at least. But one of the keys to being a hero is, looking good. All Might opens the shelves in the wall to reveal all the cases. Labeled number 1 to 20, with the number 19 white instead of silver, Horizon's blue logo painted on the face of it. A loud commotion starts but some eyes glance over to Horizon, finally realizing what was in that case he had on the very first day. So he had access to his costume early, they thought, curious about exactly what it could be. Alright, go buy your seat numbers and come get your costume, then head to the 1A locker room and get changed, I'll be waiting at training ground beta. All Might gives them a thumbs up and dazzling smile. Being number 19 Horizon is almost the last person to collect his costume, but he doesn't like waiting. Time to get dressed I suppose, he grumbles and stands up, before Aoyama, seat 1, could ever get to the shelves. With both hands at his side. Ida immediately stands up to reprimand him, but All Might beats him to it, young Horizon, you must wait your turn, patience is essential to being a hero, and you must be courteous to others, he says politely as Horizon is only 2 steps from his desk. Aha. Shambles. Horizon's clothes are swapped out for his hero costume, his uniform stored safely and neatly in the metal case as the pristine 3-piece white suit appears on him. White jacket and pants, matching the dress shoes he wears to school. His white Rolex stays on his wrist, a black vest above his blue shirt with a long dark blue tie. His logo in blue at the back of the white jacket, draped on his shoulder without his arms in the sleeves, kept in place by subtle and clever buttons. Everyone freezes at the sight. Warping. Half the room, including All Might, yell in surprise, eyes wide in shock. Warping is one of my other abilities, he stops at Jiro's desk and raises his hand. Shambles. His katana appears in his hand, from end to end 145 centimeters 4 feet 9, almost as tall as Jiro and Azui, but aside from the odd size, his logo along the scabbard and the white color caught their eyes. Holding the sword at his side he looks down at Jiro, and she could just feel the smug grin behind his black visor. See, 1 in 10 billion, he begins walking out of the room, not looking back as he says, I'll be waiting at training ground beta. End chapter. Chapter 30, Chapter 029, Battle Trial Start. Chapter Start. Walking through the dark hallway Horizon eventually enters training ground beta. Sword magnetically attached to his belt, phone in his left hand, and his set of throwing cards in his jacket pocket. Fast, he thinks as he feels All Might rushing out of the main building and toward him. He doesn't flinch when the giant of a man appears beside him, making a note that the speed isn't impossible to deal with, but certainly difficult, at least once he already has a room active. If he catches me off guard without a room up, I'm dead, he concludes. Situations like this is exactly why he'd never reveal his room requirement to anyone, not even Nizu. Young Horizon. All Might's cheerful voice rings out, the man walks beside Horizon and moves to pat him on the back, but freezes a few inches away. Crap, that could have been bad, All Might thinks. Awkwardly lowering his hand to his side as they continue walking. He's avoiding touching me. Horizon notes, but doesn't react, still just scrolling on his phone. All Might, he finally greets the men as they exit the tunnel, a fully built concrete jungle, 5 city blocks by 10 city blocks. One of the many massive training grounds at UA, all paid for by Nizu, and constructed by Cementos, Power Loader, and a small army of drones. I assume Nizu knows about the warping. Naturally, Horizon says. It is quite incredible, I've never encountered a warping quirk before, he admits. I've only ever heard stories, but they all work by emitting something, either a portal or something else, yours seems to simply be instant. It is instant, Horizon says, putting the phone away to look up at All Might as they wait in the training ground, on a street just outside the tunnel entrance. And undodgeable, once I want something to move, it will move. Quite the formidable ability, All Might holds his chin as he takes a proper look at Horizon's hero costume. A simple white and blue suit, the visor you always wear, and a katana. I understand the sword, it works well for quick decisive blows since to my knowledge your quirk doesn't provide any damaging abilities. And considering how much Nizu brags about your combat smarts you do well with a simple but versatile weapon, but why the rest of your costume? What do you mean? Well, heroes are meant to be inspiring symbols. All Might places his hands at his side and puffs out his chest, cape suddenly bellowing behind him with no wind at all. Your costume is quite normal. I'm not wearing some stupid cape and spandex monkey suit. All Might feels an arrow hit his pride at those words. Plus my costume serves its purpose and tells people what I'm all about. I'm all business, no wasting time, just get the job done and move on. Everything from the sword to the colors I chose were picked for very specific reasons. I thought about my costume a lot. I see, still think you'd look good in a cape though. All Might nods a few times. Some of your classmates requested support equipment. Do you have any, aside from that life support visor and body glove of course? Yeah, just the sword and these. He takes out the small stack of cards. They're a super durable alloy, and sharp. All Might holds one of the cards, and Horizon notices how careful the man was not to touch him, looking at the white card with Horizon's blue logo on it, noticing how sharp the edges were. So you plan to use them like shuriken? Something like that, Horizon says, as the card disappears from All Might's hand and rejoins the deck. Well, I suppose you won't need much to stand out. The world's first and only warping hero is enough to sell you to the public. But I'm sure you realize, Nizu has high expectations of you, and because of this everyone at UA has the same expectations. You've got more eyes on you than everyone else, aside from perhaps young Todoroki. Just don't stare. Looking at divinity is a bad idea. Horizon turns to face down the tunnel, seeing everyone approaching them. Only 4 of them have full masks, and the invisible girl is mostly naked. Well, I guess that makes sense, he sighs. Only Shiro, Sato, Ida, and Deku had full masks. You can see them from this far away. It's a bit complicated, don't worry about it. Alright, but why does the mask issue bother you so much? Most heroes have public identities these days. Plus, not everyone can hide their identities, like young Shoji. True, Horizon says. But being a hero means you have a target on your back. The higher the rank, the bigger the target. And even if it's a 1 in 100 chance, you don't want to be the hero that goes home to find his family killed by some revenge-hungry villain. Protecting your identity is the easiest way to avoid that, and by extension not going to UA, since the sports festival kills any chance of that. I see. All Might thinks back to his master, Nana Shimura, how she lost her husband to this exact situation, how she had to put her son into an orphanage to protect him, all because she didn't bother to protect her identity. Honestly, that's not something most people think about. I guess the idea of helping people, or whatever else drives heroes to do what they do, it blinds us, he says solemnly. Horizon turns to look up at him. You sound like you speak from experience. It happened to someone I once knew, nearly broke her, but I guess most people just think they'll never be the 1 in 100. That's unfortunate enough, he says quietly. It was odd seeing someone always apparently brimming with positive energy look so vulnerable, but Horizon didn't believe anyone could genuinely be that positive all the time in the first place. What about you? Huh, what do you mean? Your face is the most famous. Have villains ever attacked your family? I don't really have any family, I never did, and I spend so much time on my hero work that it wouldn't really be fair to them, All Might says with a smile, already having made peace with the life he chose, and the fact that he was given away at birth for not having a quirk. Horizon chuckles darkly at that, which catches All Might off guard. You know, my mom warned me that I could end up like you one day, just another lonely god, and I guess right now I am. I'm sorry to hear that. A few moments later and the other students arrive, interrupting another quiet conversation between Horizon and All Might. Both men stop talking and look toward the class. Horizon takes a look at all the costumes, noticing a few that he actually likes. So Shiro has the best of them. Froggy is thematic and effective, and Bakugo's is loud but appropriate. That means the worst one is definitely Momo, just another pair of tits in a bimbo suit, but not like she needs the money. Guess she's a Midnight fan. He then glances over at Toru, only seeing pair of baby blue gloves and boots. Everything else is exposed to the elements, and subsequently, as the only person who can actively see her, his eyes roam her body. Short white-green hair falling just past her shoulders, with a petite body that's obviously toned with all the right curves, the horny 16-year-old part of his brain takes over for a moment before he snaps his eyes back onto All Might. All Might takes a few steps back so everyone can focus on him and begins explaining. Today we'll be doing indoor battle training. Statistically, most villain encounters happen indoors, backroom deals, home invasions, secret bases, that kind of thing. Smart villains stay hidden as long as possible, so for this training exercise you'll be split into pairs, 1 hero team, and 1 villain team, to have an indoor battle. Isn't this a little advanced? Azui asks. I agree, Ida says, raising his hand stiffly. Wouldn't it be proper to better familiarize ourselves with each other's quirks before entering such a scenario? Horizon groans loudly and rolls his eyes. Don't be such a pussy, villains won't give you time to familiarize yourself with anything, and UA has recovery girl, just try not to kill anyone, plus experience is the best teacher, painful lessons are rarely forgotten. Well said, All Might nods to Horizon, although you should speak to your classmates a little nicer. No. All Might just fake coughs and ignores that. Right, so let's begin. A flurry of questions is pelted at All Might, causing him to wince. All right, listen up. He takes out a small booklet and begins reading word for word. The villains have hidden a nuclear device somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must stop them. To do that, you must either use the capture tape provided to catch the villains, or recover the device. Simply touching the objective will count as removing it. The villains win if they protect the device until the 15-minute timer is done, or capture the heroes with capture tape. How will the teams be chosen, sir? Ida asks. Teams will be selected before each match by random lots in the control room, All Might says. But wouldn't it be better to group us by comparative skill for more of a challenge? Horizon groans loudly, causing many annoyed glares to shift toward him. You don't know enough about each other to judge that, and life isn't fair. Sometimes you get an opponent out of your league. Get over it. Exactly, All Might says. Heroes are always at a disadvantage because we have to extra careful while villains can let loose with their quirks, and sometimes we get placed into situations where we're outmatched or a bad matchup, but heroes always have to pull through in the end. This best simulates that, he adds. I see. I hadn't thought about this as a proper simulation and only training. My apologies. Ida bows politely to All Might. No problem. Now follow me to the control room and we'll get this started. Everyone walks behind All Might to a building attached to the outer wall of the training grounds. On the short walk there a few people were mulling over the short briefing, begrudgingly coming to a conclusion that they wish wasn't the case. Horizon is a jerk, but he definitely knows his stuff, and his quirk is insane. How do I beat warping? A curious look from Todoroki and the heated glare from Bakugo didn't go unnoticed by anyone. And as they enter the room, a large room with a massive holographic screen on the far wall, with a guardrail and control panel. A small yellow box resting on the control panel with lots printed across the front waiting for them. Alright, time to decide the first team. All Might picks up the box and turns to face everyone, digging on hand in and grabbing a ball. Half the class get nervous, not wanting to be the first team, and certainly not wanting to get a bad matchup. And All Might is also nervous. Come on, theirs are different, so just make sure you save those for last, he reminds himself. Taking out the first ball, 4, he reads aloud. Seat number 4. Ida steps forward. You'll be paired with number 17, Bakugo steps forward. And the next team is 5, Uraraka steps forward. Paired with 18, Deku steps forward to stand beside her. Alright, teams have been decided. All Might opens a compartment under the control panel and takes out 4 rolls of thin tape and 4 earpieces. These are capture tape, each of you get one, wrap it around your opponent and they're out. Each team also gets a pair of these earpieces so you can talk to each other. He hands them out. Everyone puts in their earpiece and stores away their tape. You'll also get these. He reaches back into the compartment and takes out 2 booklets. We've prepared a few buildings, so each team works with a different map. These are yours. The villains have 5 minutes to go get set up, then the timer starts, and the heroes wait outside until then. They all nod and begin moving out. As Bakugo and Ida are setting up, as the villains Deku and Uraraka are chatting outside the building, seemingly reviewing the floor plan. All Might activates the cameras inside for everyone to watch. Will we be able to hear them? Horizon asks. Only I can hear them, All Might says. I have a control earpiece connected to theirs. The surveillance in the building doesn't have audio. I suggest you all take note of how they approach this situation and begin thinking of how to use your quirk to complete the scenario. Horizon shakes his head. Warp to the bomb and touch it if I'm the hero, or just have some fun testing people then touch the bomb. Yeah, that sounds a lot more fun. I should let them know what I'm all about. Start. All Might announces as the timer begins counting down from 15 minutes. I'll have to make sure Horizon is the villain because of his quirk, he decides, forming the same conclusion as Horizon now that warping was revealed. I wonder how young Todoroki and Yaoyorozu will deal with warping. End chapter. Chapter 31, Chapter 030, Power vs. Mastery. Chapter start. So who do you guys think will win? Kaminari asks nobody in particular. Horizon glances over at him, then turns back to the screen where Deku and Uraraka are still reading the map and strategizing. Bakugo and Ida seem like a strong duo, Azui says. Plus Midoriya hurts himself when he uses his quirk. Yeah, but his quirk is super strong. Sato adds. It would probably only take one hit to take one of them down, or both if he gets lucky. Or Uraraka could float them into the sky, Shoji says. Yeah, but she has to touch them. Mina taps her chin, brain working overtime to consider the combatants. Getting close is a no-no with Bakugo. Taking a grenade to the face isn't a good idea. It's starting. All Might says as the timer begins and the heroes enter the building. They already failed. Horizon shakes his head in disappointment, something All Might noticed in the corner of his eye. Room. He creates a room 300 meters wide, easily covering the building they were in. Scan. He keeps a constant 3D map of the building and people moving in real time in his mind, lining it up with the 5 camera feeds on the screen. Noticing most of the cameras empty, he feels Bakugo moving slowly, creeping up on the heroes. Sneak attack incoming, Horizon says, causing everyone to look at him confused, including All Might. What do you mean? Mina asks. 3, 2, now. Boom. Deku just barely dodges an explosion to the face. All eyes are glued to the screen. Dude, how'd you know that? Kaminari asks, I still glued to the screen but very creeped out. Horizon only shrugs in response. Watching the fight, he ignores his classmates' impressed cheers as Deku performs some of the most basic, admittedly sloppy, moves. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor, not at all impressed, as expected of someone trained by Arsenal, who most combatants consider a close combat monster. Keeping his mental map up, he sees Uraraka begin searching the upper floors for the bomb while Deku and Bakugo play cat and mouse on the second floor. Bakugo looks feral, Horizon chuckles as he sees them brawling once more, or more accurately, Deku barely dodging blow after blow. His pride is immense, All Might says, much like yours, but he's much louder about it. Probably because unlike me he can't back up his talk, so he always shouts, Horizon shrugs. Both these teams are honestly disasters, let's hope something exciting happens, oh. They all see Bakugo yelling and aiming his gauntlet, and All Might immediately begins yelling to stop him. The entire building therein shakes from the shock of Bakugo's explosion an entire block away. All Might gives another warning before the fight continues, and Horizon is again disappointed by what he sees, until he notices something strange. Bakugo throws another big right hook, and in the moment Deku dodges, Horizon puts the pieces together. Focusing on his map instead of what he sees from the cameras, he notices Uraraka dancing around with Ida, constantly keeping herself at the edge of the 5th floor. And looking at it on the cameras it's impossible to tell, but with his map showing the building's 5 floors stacked he could see Deku constantly leading the fight to the middle of the 2nd floor. So neither of them can win 1-on-1, so what's the play if Deku can't get away from Bakugo? If he hits him with his quirk he also takes himself out and they lose, he needs to help Uraraka, or take out Ida, and he's got the power to do it, oh, I see. All the pieces brought together in 0.01 seconds, the monstrous power of a brain developed to handle the information flow from his quirk. The heroes don't stand a chance here, Kaminari says, joined by a few others asking All Might to call an end to this brutal beatdown. Too bad the villains are meatheads, so the heroes win, Horizon says, suddenly silencing all the requests from his classmates to end the match as they see Deku get pummeled. Dude, are you even watching? Zero asks, looking entirely confused. Listen, because I'm only saying this once, Horizon says, even getting All Might's attention as the battle rages on. Deku is pulling Bakugo to the middle of his floor while Uraraka is trying to bait Ida into the middle of floor 5 while staying at the edges. Heroes can't win 1-on-1 or in a team battle, they need a 2-on-1. But with a few floors between them, the only way to do that is. He gestures for anyone to fill in the rest. And everyone stares at him looking confused. Ugh, he sighs. The cripple boy needs to punch the ceiling below Ida. If he hits Bagwo, even if he manages not to kill him it takes both of them out and Uraraka loses her fight, so they lose. Take out Ida or the floor below his feet and she can jump across and touch the bomb, easy win, he shrugs. They all stare at him as if he's lost his mind. They've been lining it up since the first time she tried to touch the bomb, he says. The one good thing about Deku is that he knows how worthless he is, so at least he'll focus on the objective victory instead of a combat win. He earns a dozen glares with that last statement, even when he's given a compliment he's a total dick. They all thought. A couple of minutes later and the observation room is silent as it plays out exactly as predicted. And everyone slowly turns to stare at Horizon in horror. Told ya, I should have taken bets, he chuckles as All Might rushes off with 2 medical drones to collect the students. Horizon turns back to the screen, seeing Deku being loaded onto a stretcher. Honestly he did nothing right and somehow won, but at least it was a bit amusing. You know if you weren't such a jerk you'd be pretty cool, Azui bluntly says. Yeah, and how did you even know their plan anyway? Jiro asks, voicing the question that everyone wanted to ask. I just considered the battlefield, quirks, mentalities, and all the information I already had. Horizon shrugs as if it were nothing special. It helps that meatheads are predictable. So much for recommended student supposedly being the top. Momo glances between Horizon and Todoroki, who was also staring at him with a focused expression. Todoroki considered all his classmates during the quirk apprehension test, and not one of them seemed like any competition, until today. Healing, warping, and he's some kind of genius strategist. I need to be careful of my surroundings, and be cautious of any other abilities he may have. He turns away from Horizon and sees All Might entering the room with Uraraka, Bakugo, and Ida. As everyone gets settled All Might names Ida the MVP and asks for anything people noticed during the review session. And everyone immediately turns to Horizon. Figure it out yourselves, was all he said, dismissing them. Momo scoffs and raises her hand, volunteering and giving a decent breakdown of the battle, and standing across from her Bakugo has his head down, feeling his ego get more and more crushed with each word she says. Horizon, since you were able to predict every action in the match, this gets Bakugo, Ida, and Uraraka staring at him bewildered. Is there anything you'd like to add? All Might asks. Not really. Oh, because she said everything, or because you didn't spot anything that she didn't? I honestly expected that genius brain of yours to have noticed something. All Might challenges with a wide grin. He's playing on my ego, but if I just answer this one I can get them off my back for the other matches, and it'd be good for them to just know I'm better and not question me in the future. Horizon grumbles and turns to him. I know what you're doing, trying to play on my ego, and I'll only allow it this once, then they can figure out everything in the other matches, got it? Great. All Might gives a joyous thumbs up. Alright, Horizon sighs. Let's start with the villains. Honestly, most of what you did was correct. Most of the class, including Bakugo, look surprised at that. With Bakugo's quirk, a 2v2 fight is out of the question since Ida is melee. That's just asking for friendly fire since none of us are familiar with each other yet. And he can't be in the bomb room since his quirk would just set it off. Sending him out to deal with the heroes makes the most sense, especially considering he's the fastest person in the fight. Ida immediately raises his hand to correct that, but Horizon cuts him off, speaking directly to him. Consider your quirk, engine. High top speed but shit at cornering, in a 5-story building full of narrow hallways and a cramped stairwell to the top where the bomb is. Compared to that, Bakugo is good at cornering and can fly, meaning he can just hop out a window, fly to the top floor and get back inside, outpacing everyone. That's what he should have done the moment Uraraka got away and Deku got a bit hurt, then you capture her and wait for Deku, easily winning, but he got tunnel vision and overcommit. I see, Ida and everyone else nods along, understanding what Horizon meant, while Bakugo just feels his ego get ripped apart more and more. Like I said, the villain did everything aside from not regrouping right, he shrugs. The heroes on the other hand, he turns to Uraraka. You two failed literally the moment you step inside. What? She asks, looking confused and ashamed. Use your head, your quirk is making things and people float, yet you entered through a window on the first floor. The bomb will obviously be at the furthest point from the entrance, which is the top floor. Just float either both or one of you up a few floors to get the drop on them. Would have been perfect in this case since Bakugo was already down on floor 3 when the timer began. Oh. She looks down at her feet, ashamed that she didn't think of that. Aside from the lack of any thought toward the verticality of the battlefield from both teams, the heroes clearly look up to a certain meathead too much. He looks directly at All Might, causing the men to nervously freeze. What do you mean? All Might asks. Horizon sighs. What I mean is, you get away with being just one big vein bicep because the difference in power between you and the people you fight is so vast. They didn't have that advantage, and even if they did they shouldn't try to deal with everything head on, because the one time they can't overpower the enemy they will suffer for it. It's a terrible habit. Horizon turns back to the class as he continues. If you try to just duel every enemy eventually you'll lose. Use the uniqueness of your quirk to your advantage in any situation you can. Basically what I'm saying is find a way to cheat. Instead of just focusing on brute power, focus on mastery. That's the difference between people like All Might and Endeavor. Todoroki flinches at those words. All Might has an insane amount of power. If you try to replicate that you will fail, and it will cost you. Endeavor doesn't have that, so in exchange he makes up for it by being what I consider the only person in the world with perfect quirk mastery. Master your quirk and utilize it to give yourselves every advantage, at least before it comes down to some brawl, and if brawling is all you do, then you'd better be really damn smart about it, got it? Everyone nods along. Good, your job is to be quick and efficient, not look good for the cameras, so less All Might, more Endeavor. Todoroki flinches again, balling his fists at his sides. Aside from that, well, the heroes were pretty much trash at everything else too. They were overmatched, and Deku still has to break himself to use his quirk because he's pathetic, so there's that too. The only person who actually deserves a win here was Ida. The rest of you need to get your shit together. Excellent points, All Might says. But again, it wouldn't kill you to be a bit nicer. Well, I've never done it before, so it could. Horizon shrugs, best not to take the chance. All Might sighs and announces the next match. After 3 more matches, each ending with Horizon not contributing anything to the review, near falling asleep with how bored he was at the simple battles. Time for the final match. All Might says. Only 4 people are left, so let's see how they'll be paired up, he said, already knowing what teams Nizu chose. Horizon, Todoroki, Momo, and Ojiro, those were the final 4. The teams will be Horizon and Ojiro as the villains, and that leaves Todoroki and Yaoyorozu as the heroes. He gives everyone the basic items, capture tape and earpieces. Horizon places the earpiece in a small compartment at the side of his visor and syncs to it, only taking a glance at the map before handing it to Ojiro and walking away. Finally I get to do something, he says while stretching his arms out to wake himself up. Placing one of his metal throwing cards face down on the control panel he turns and leaves the room, Ojiro a few steps behind him still reading the map. All 4 students leave the control room to prepare, and everyone in the control room waits with bated breath for the most exciting match to begin. End chapter. Chapter 32, Chapter 031, Nizu's Bet. Chapter start. Walking to the designated building, Ojiro and Horizon are side by side in the middle of the street, only 200 meters away from the control room. Arriving in front of the 6-story building, Horizon enters without saying a word while Ojiro is still looking at the map in his hand. Do you know where you're going? Ojiro asks. Of course. But I'm the one with the map, he says as they effortlessly find the stairs. I took a look at it, so I'm fine without it. Oh, okay. Do you have a plan? Todoroki and Yayorozu are recommended students, so we should be ready for anything. Horizon stops as they reach the 3rd floor, slowly turns and looks Ojiro up and down, then shakes his head and continues walking up the stairs. Why are you barefoot? Horizon asks. Well, this is traditional, Ojiro pats his karate gi. I'm aiming to be a martial arts hero, so I figured that you'd fight villains with no protection as a melee fighter, with a quirk that's basically having a stick attached to your back. Genius, he rolls his eyes beneath the visor. Hey, it's prehensile too, so I can grab stuff. The only thing you're gonna grab is some frostbite when Todoroki decides to ice the building. If you can avoid that, then just make yourself useful somehow. Horizon sighs as they reach the top floor with the bomb. Honestly, a quirkless guy with a bat is better than you in this situation, assuming he's wearing shoes. Ojiro suddenly looks like a kicked puppy as they enter the bomb room. Seeing the bomb in the middle of the room and a few crates scattered about, Horizon just moves one of the empty crates in front of the bomb and takes a seat, leaning back against the bomb and waiting for All Might. The 5-minute timer starts now, use this time to carefully prepare. All Might announces in their ears. So should we figure out the ice problem, then talk to me. A moment later, Ojiro sees Horizon wave at a blank wall, but decides not to question it. Turning his back to Horizon and taking a ready stance facing the door to this room. Minutes earlier. Moments after the last 4 students left the room, 4 people entered. Deku. Uraraka cheered as she saw her friend, with his arm in a sling and bandages all over his body. Accompanied by Aizawa, Recover Girl, and on Aizawa's shoulder, Principal Nizu. Hello students, Nizu happily greets them with an adorable wave as Deku moves to join Uraraka. Everyone is surprised by the new additions but gladly welcomes them. So, All Might, what have I missed? Nizu asks. They just left the room. Yayorozu and Todoroki are the heroes with Horizon and Ojiro as the villains, just as you requested. Requested? All the students yell in surprise. Right, well I suppose I should explain. Nizu makes the pick-up motion and All Might lifts him onto his left shoulder. While all the other matches were random, I had this one planned out from the beginning. All Might was against this dishonest tactic, but I persuaded him. Nizu taps All Might's head, and the man simply takes out his earpiece and hands it to Nizu, who seemingly attaches it to his phone and amplifies the volume of it for all to hear. Everyone then turns to look at the screen as he continues. Before I explain, I should say that I owe all of you an apology, the students I mean. So I'm sorry for any awful thing Horizon has said to you, and I take full responsibility for them. These words cause everyone to stare in surprise. This was the last thing they expected. I brought Horizon to UA knowing fully well that he would be like this. He is someone who only respects merit, and he isn't afraid to speak his mind when anyone doesn't meet his standard, the same standard he holds himself to. This attitude isn't uncommon at all, especially not among pro heroes. That's why many pros will only work with people of a certain rank. But because of that, it's hardly ever as apparent as Horizon's. This is mainly because he is someone that has proven himself capable enough to be among Japan's top 10 pro heroes. Everyone, including All Might, looks both amazed and horrified at that revelation. And Bakugo feels like the earth would open and swallow him at any moment, because how else could he sink any lower than this? A top 10 pro, a dozen people yell out. Nizu nods politely. Yes, he entered UA based on his own merit. Not only is he a licensed doctor, likely the best in the world, but he's also a top-level combatant. Horizon is exceptional, even among the current pros, but due to the laws he has to graduate a hero course to get his license, he says. It takes a moment for everyone, including the teachers, to process exactly what he just said. Even All Might didn't know any more than him being a miracle doctor until today. But what does that have to do with this match? Eraser asks, as everyone else was just staring at the screen and listening to Horizon and Ojiro talk while walking up the stairs, trying to make sense of all this. That's actually quite simple. I need Yayorozu to realize that Todoroki isn't invincible like she imagines. She, like most of the student body, views recommended students above everyone else. But not herself, only Todoroki, as he is at the top of this year's recommended students. If she sees that he too can make mistakes, then suddenly what she imagines as an impossible distance between them won't be such a hindrance anymore. For Todoroki, I need him to realize that he isn't invincible. He needs to be humbled before a villain does it instead. For Ojiro, I need him to realize that he cannot just accept himself as he is now. He must try to be more than he already is, or he'll never improve, and he is also a test for Horizon. All Might raises a brow at that. How is his teammate a test for him? Because, as capable as Horizon is, his mind is also terrifyingly bright, by human standards at least, he chuckles grimly. I know he will be a great leader of heroes in the future, and this is his first test into that, and if during his time at UA his spirit becomes more heroic, then I would have been right to bet on him, All Might, to replace you. What? Eraser asks, not believing what he's hearing. After all, he's met Horizon. You think he can be? Yes. Nizu says excitedly. If all goes well, he will be out next. Symbol of peace. All Might tries to keep a smile on, but from the corner of his eye he sees Deku one step away from breaking into a full sobbing mess. Hearing Nizu, one of the few people who knows about One for All, declare someone else as the next All Might completely broke his heart, and All Might would need to have a talk with Nizu about this later. And in the far back of the room, Bakugo's entire mind went blank, staring into nothing as the world seemed to get blurred. Heart pounding in his ears, breathing becoming shallow, mouth drying up. For a moment he felt rage building up, his palm aching to blast something, anything, until all the fight drained out of him and they just hung limply at his sides, staring at the screen with all the fight knocked out of him, just like Deku was. The other students had no delusions about their futures, they smiled and happily chattered for a moment, excited and amazed to have someone like that in their class. And some, mainly Kirishima and Sato, were excited to train with Horizon. That explains why you're playing favorites, Eraser says. I'm doing no such thing, Nizu says, and All Might, Eraser, and Recovery Girl just shake their heads at the bold lie. In fact, this matchup is tailored to be the most difficult possible for him, from the students present at their current level that is. Eraser thinks for a moment. Todoroki and Yayorozu are versatile and powerful, plus they have more training than anyone other than Horizon, but if he's as good as you claim, he's probably best in the school, by a pretty large margin. He is, Nizu says confidently, causing Deku and Bakugo to feel a pit in their stomachs. And honestly, I'm basing all of this on the information I have. I still don't even know what his quirk actually does. Nizu cackles wildly at the idea. What? Eraser is equal parts horrified and pissed at the confession. What if it's dangerous? Oh yes, the only abilities I know about are his healing, warping, and some strange ghost bullets. Ghost bullets, all the students imagined a gun firing little bedsheet ghosts at people, some suppressing a chuckle at the idea and others feeling creeped out. Look at this, Nizu says, then waves at the screen. And on the screen, Horizon turns his head toward their direction, staring at a blank wall, and waves back. See, I don't even know how that works. That's still creepy, All Might says. Everyone nods in agreement. I'm hoping that this matchup can draw out some of the abilities he's been hiding from me, Nizu says. They have the highest chance of giving him a challenge, so this is the best bet, for now. It won't take long until all of you are capable of fighting with the best of them, he gestures to the other students, earning wide grins from them. This is gonna be awesome. Mina cheers loudly, immediately joined by Uraraka, all swept up in the excitement as Deku and Bakugo just stand at the back of the crowd, feeling the immense pressure of a new rival. Everyone begins theorizing what his quirk is and how the battle will go, meanwhile two of the unsuspecting pawns approach the battlefield. A moment later Todoroki and Momo are standing at the entrance, and Nizu turns the volume all the way up so everyone in the room can clearly hear. For your own safety, wait outside, Todoroki says, and places a single hand on the outside of the building. A thick layer of ice begins spreading out, moving around the outside and inside of the building, creeping up floor by floor all the way to the top. Todoroki exhales and it comes out as frost mist, and Yayorozu takes a few steps back in amazement. As Todoroki enters the building the entire control room is silent, surprised by this display of power. If not for what Nizu said earlier, they were sure this would be the strongest student in their class. Deku and Bakugo felt nothing, already numb to the sensation of being outclassed for today, now they were just watching with blank stares. Well, I guess that's that, Momo sighs, not surprised by how capable her fellow recommended student was, but a bit sad that she didn't get to do anything. He froze them to the building. Sato yells, noticing Ojiro trying to move his feet, and Horizon now standing in front of the bomb with his feet also frozen to the floor. Is it over already? Hagakure asks, not seeing Horizon or Ojiro breaking out. If you move your feet it'll rip off your skin, Horizon tells Ojiro, and the students listening and wince as he stops moving immediately. This is why you need shoes, moron. Crack. He uses the scabbard of his sword to shatter the ice and free himself, taking a step back to sit on the crate and simply wait for Shoto. Booster shot. Beneath his pants and shoes, even beneath his body glove, the near-frozen skin is immediately healed. Cold, as expected, and he perfectly froze the building, not bad, Horizon thinks as he sees Ojiro trying to keep his balance. Horizon broke out. Kirishima cheers, clenching a fist in excitement, but quickly gets confused as he sees Horizon just return to his seat. Hey! Why isn't he helping his teammate? Because he doesn't care, Eraser explains, glaring daggers at the screen, a deep scowl on his face. He views Ojiro as useless in this situation, not surprising considering how he spoke earlier, too selfish to be a hero. Agreed, Nizu says, still beaming with pride much to the annoyance of Eraser. That's why he's in UA, to build his heroic spirit, and I'm sure as everyone grows he will see their capabilities and grow to respect them all. As Shoto begins climbing the stairs, Eraser continues, heroes should at least have a base level of compassion for people, especially their teammates, before they're allowed entry into UA, he says with a touch of venom in his voice. All Might and everyone else nods in agreement, but Nizu just chuckles. I agree, but while UA only accepts people who can largely be considered prodigies, that includes all of you, he sees some students looking up at him with stars in their eyes. We also realize that sometimes heroes aren't born, they have to be built, and that is what UA is best at, right All Might? All Might stiffens at that, and Deku swallows dryly, obviously knowing what Nizu was referring to, their inherited quirk. Right, I completely agree, All Might says. It's not about where you are now, it's about where you can be if given the chance, and at UA, you've got until graduation to become your best self and enter the world. Look, it's happening. Kaminari excitedly points at the screen, causing Eraser and Nizu to get quiet for a moment. Shoto enters the frozen room, glancing around with an indifferent expression. He sees Ojiro frozen to the floor, as expected, but he turns to fully face Horizon, seeing him sitting on a crate as if this wasn't a battle, perfectly relaxed. Glancing down, he notices the broken ice. You broke the ice, but if you don't want to get frozen again, just get out of the way. Really? Horizon casually takes out one of his throwing cards, playing with it between the fingers of his left hand, sword in his right. Shoto takes a battle stance, right foot forward and ready to unleash more ice. Don't do anything, just surrender. Horizon chuckles, oh, this is gonna be fun, go ahead, try it. CRCHHH. A sudden torrent of ice fires at Horizon. Shoto took no chances at all, thick blue ice freezing half the room into a massive ice cube and causing a layer of thin mist to block their vision for a moment. Huh. Shoto and everyone else look completely confused and horrified at what they see. Frozen in Horizon's place is Momo, already hugging herself, exposed costume providing no protection, skin already becoming pale and frozen, almost up to her chest stuck in ice, and the bomb behind her completely untouched. Todoroki, she asks through shivering lips, completely bewildered. He can warp people, Todoroki says, instantly realizing that Horizon was more dangerous than he realized. Shambles. Momo disappears, collapsing to the ground on the road outside. In her place, the simple throwing card. Now is my chance. Todoroki rushes forward, and before he can even take one step. Shambles. He's suddenly standing beside Momo, looking around frantically for any surprise attacks. His warping is instant and irresistible, I didn't even feel anything, he properly assesses. Keep your eyes peeled for him to appear behind us. Standing back in the bomb room, Horizon collects his card by warping it back into his hand, then draws his sword. Without turning his head, he aims down to his right side. Injection shot. Injection shot. Injection shot. Injection shot. Injection shot. Arg. Todoroki screams in agony as he feels 5 bullets hit him, ripping through the building, his clothes, and the street below him, one in each limb and another in his left shoulder. Ojiro looks both confused and terrified as he sees the bullet holes appear in the floor. Todoroki. Momo forces herself up, limbs still numb as she looks down at Shoto. He shot you, she asks confused. Seeing the holes on both sides of his uniform and in the road, but his skin was untouched. I don't understand. Back in the bomb room, Horizon turns and begins walking to the far wall, toward the street. And with a wide swing of his sword. Amputate. Crash. The entire building is divided diagonally, with the face of it being cut off and sliding down toward the street. Move. Shoto grits out to Momo, seeing the face of the building, 3 stories of concrete sliding down toward them, and a massive slash mark in the road just in front of them. Horizon raises a single finger and flicks it upward to point at the sky. TAKT. The falling section suddenly begins floating, causing everyone to stare in surprise. These last 2 abilities were news even to Nizu, something that nobody missed with the way his mouth was agape. Horizon puts his sword away and walks to the edge of the building, the newly made balcony as it would seem, all while the cut-off section was now floating a few meters above the roof, directly above Shoto and Momo. Horizon looks down at them, and they could feel the judgment behind his visor, so, surrender. Or I could drop it, he gestures to the building hovering above them. Shoto glares daggers at him, but Momo doesn't hesitate to take the initiative. We surrender. She doesn't even put up a fight, something that would haunt her for quite a while. The villain team wins. All Might announces stiffly. Well, those abilities are new, Nizu chuckles darkly, earning another set of glares from Eraser while everyone just takes in the destruction on screen. The top recommended student was crushed, the second place left helpless, and a large section of the building was held aloft in the air by nothing. TCH, damn it Nizu, All Might feels conflicted at what this means, thankful to have Horizon, but certainly not expecting his doctor to be such intense competition for his chosen successor. This was supposed to be Izuku's year. Where the hell did you find this thing? End chapter. Chapter 33, Chapter 032, Battle Reviews. Chapter Start. Shambles. Horizon appears back in the control room, standing beside All Might as he swaps places with the card he left there earlier. All the students take a cautious step back in surprise as he reaches out and summons the card back into his hand. Well, that was boring, he shrugs. Can I go home now? You still have to review the battles after this, Eraser says. Hero course ends at 5, as you know. Hey, I can dream. He takes a few steps away from All Might, then turns to face everyone. So, did you three come just to see me? Exactly, Nisa says. But first, could you please deal with that? He gestures to the screen. All eyes snap back to the screen to see Momo dragging Shoto from beneath the building hovering above them, and Ojiro still frozen in place. Sure, Horizon raises a hand and gestures to the left with his pointer finger, and the floating building does exactly that, suddenly jerking to the left and shattering as it hits the road. Done. And can you bring them here? Eraser asks. They can manage without me. Horizon, Nisa says. Horizon sighs, ugh, fine. He takes out 3 cards and throws them to the floor. Shambles. Momo, Shoto, and Ojiro swap places with the cards. Recovery Girl immediately moves to heal them, ignoring their confused and surprised expressions. Horizon once again warps the cards back to him, placing all 10 back into his jacket pocket. So, why did you come here? He asks Nizu, looking up at the mouse that was still on All Might's shoulder. Everyone just remains silent, carefully listening to every word. I came to see you in action, Nizu says. So, telekinesis and what? Air slashes. No and no, Horizon says. Will you explain, or are these more abilities you intend to keep secret? Horizon shrugs. I tell the world what to do, and it obeys, because it knows better, that's all. Everyone's sweat drops at that response, but somehow at this point, they weren't that surprised. Well then, good job today everyone. All Might loudly announces, feeling his time about to run out. I'll now entrust you all to Aizawa for more in-depth reviews. But allow this experience to expand your views. No matter how strong you believe yourself to be, there will always be competition. I know this was a serious eye-opener for some of you. He sees both Shoto staring daggers at Horizon while Bakugo looks heartbroken. Even you, young Horizon, he absent-mindedly pats Horizon on the back, then holds his shoulder as he continues. This is only the second day. If you don't take things seriously, you'll find yourself struggling to even keep up with these young and talented heroes in training. All Might smiles brightly at everyone, seeing many of their faces light up at his words. Until he looks at Deku, a completely mortified look on his face, then he sees a look of disappointment on Aizawa and Recovery Girl as they just shake their head at him. What's going on, he wonders, until Nizu taps his shoulder and whispers something in his ear. All Might immediately freezes, then looks down at Horizon, not realizing that he was still holding the young man's shoulder, and Horizon, he was staring at exactly where Yagi's injury was. Shit. The jig is up. All Might's smile quivers for a moment as Nizu gives Horizon a subtle nod and they both turn back to the class. Horizon sets the revelation aside for now as the class is sent to get cleaned up and return to their homeroom for reviews. While everyone goes to the locker room, he heads back to the homeroom. But before splitting off, he hears them excitedly chattering about the final match, and he overhears a bit of what Nizu told them about him. So they know he's betting on me. That changes nothing, he decides before taking out one of his cards, seeing the UA main building in the distance, and his classmates walking a dozen meters ahead. Shambles. He swaps places with the book he left on his desk, appearing sitting on his desk as it falls to the lawn outside. Shambles. The book reappears, another item he was completely attuned to for moments like these. Taking his seat, he leans his sword against the window and gets comfortable as he waits for everyone else. Shambles. His hero costume swaps back for his uniform, as if it never left him. Thankfully, he'd basically done nothing but stand around since class began. Back in the control room, the moment the students left, Yagi instantly deflated, a small cloud of smoke appearing around him as Nizu hops across to Aizawa's shoulder. Well, at least I don't have to worry about him sensing me anymore when I transform. He tries to find a bright side to this, only getting unamused looks from everyone. You couldn't go one class without messing up? Recovery Girl asks. Honestly, it's a wonder you became the world's best hero. Do we need to worry about him running his mouth? Eraser asks. Him being Yagi's doctor is one thing, but All Might is an actual big deal. This story is worth a fortune. Horizon certainly doesn't need the money. Nizu waves away his worries. And more importantly, he'd never break an agreement that includes patient-doctor confidentiality. All Might is safe, but we will have to speak with him after school to clear up some things. Yeah, I figured as much, Yagi says, holding up his now baggy hero costume as it hangs off his frame. But did you seriously have to hype him up that much in front of the students, Nizu? I simply spoke the truth, All Might, and it provided context that I'm sure he never would have volunteered. And where did you find this kid anyway? Eraser asks. Warping, healing, and whatever else he has. I know you said you found him to heal All Might, but he's trained, very well trained. Were his parents pros? I still don't like that he didn't take any entrance exams, Eraser grumbles, but I see why he got to skip them. Now I need to go to class before they get caught up in the post-battle excitement. Right, thank you Aizawa. All Might politely nods as the man leaves with Nizu on his shoulder, then turns back to the screen, seeing all the destruction caused today. And I should call Cementos and tell him about this. MHM, Recovery Girl agrees. I don't suppose you two could convince Horizon to help out at the infirmary, could you? It'd be nice having an extra pair of hands, especially if that boy of yours is going to keep breaking his bones every day, she says with a bit of venom. I've already got one conversation with Horizon that I'm sure he won't be pleasant during later today. If I ask him to do something like that, well, I'll mention it to Nizu at least, All Might says. Oh, I asked you because Lord knows everyone here looks up to you. Does the All Might charm not work on him? She asks cheekily. Honestly, it has the complete opposite effect, I think. He only really respects Nizu. Even today he called me meathead a few times, and I'm his teacher. He sighs and rubs the back of his head. But you are a meathead. Ugh, not you too. Yagi sulks as Recovery Girl just giggles quietly. A few minutes later and Ida is the first to arrive, walking beside Deku and Sato. They pause for a moment at the front door to the class, seeing Horizon leaning back in his chair playing a game on his phone. He'd already received a message from Nizu to speak later, so for now he was just putting the big reveal of All Might being sick aside. While most people would panic, especially his classmates, he didn't really care. Not my body, not my problem, he summarizes, the thought of revealing the secret never entering his mind as Yagi was still his patient. Hey Horizon, Sato waves politely while walking to his seat, at the back of the second column. Nice work out there today, he gives a thumbs up. You too, Horizon's words cause both Deku and Ida to freeze, not expecting any kind of compliment. Guess you're a wrestling fan. He recalls Sato's basic but effective wrestling moves used to subdue Shoji earlier. Sato blushes and rubs the back of his head, not used to compliments. Thanks man, means a lot coming from the next symbol of peace. Deku's heart aches at those words, another nail being hammered in to tell him how far he'd have to go, and how much further ahead his competition already was. What? Horizon pauses his game and turns to face Sato. The rest of the class walks in as Sato explains. Oh, during your match Principal Nizu gave this big speech, said you're pretty much guaranteed to be the next #1 hero, and said you're already good enough for the top 10. He said some other things too but I can't really remember, sorry. Oh, he revealed that, was all Horizon said, surprising everyone as he turned back to his phone. So it is true, Shoto steps out of the crowd and begins walking to Horizon as everyone gets to their seats, the entire class silent and listening in. He's a big dreamer, Horizon shrugs, not looking up at Shoto. And you aren't? Meh, Horizon shrugs. Don't really care for crap like that, being a hero is just a job, you people can kill each other for the top spot as far as I care. Everyone is shocked, yet again. Their minds couldn't comprehend it. Here was someone that the smartest being in the world declared as the next symbol of peace, and he didn't want it, what they were sweating and bleeding for, and he didn't even care. Shoto just glares down at him, Horizon still just playing a game on his phone, good, because the #1 spot is mine, and I won't lose to anyone, not even you. Unless I wake up one day and decide to take it, Horizon chuckles. Really isn't anything you can do to stop me, you do kinda suck, remember. Get to your seats, Eraser enters the room, breaking up the tension. As everyone gets seated and he gets ready to teach, some odd glances are thrown about, the moment of calm lets the thoughts get properly realized in all their minds. He thinks Todoroki is weak. Momo wonders, staring blankly at the back of Horizon's head. Deku looks down at his bandaged arm, still in the sling, and frowns. I thought Kacchan was the biggest problem, but Todoroki is stronger than him, and Horizon is so far beyond that, why did All Might even choose me when people like them exist? Bakugo was blankly staring forward, his body and mind idly flowing through the motions as it tries to put itself back together. In a word, today had been humbling for him. Expectations and reality clash. Most of his classmates were exactly as expected, weaker than him. But first Deku is able to actually compete, and even win. Then Todoroki freezes an entire building with minimal effort. And then there was Horizon, the thought made him feel the throw up and cry all at once. He clenched his fist at the memory, that damn rat thinks he'll be the best, better than anyone, better than me. And he's so strong, and he's a genius from what Shitty Hair told me, how am I supposed to beat that? Alright, let's get this class started, Eraser taps the board, and the pairs they were grouped in before appear listed. This session is all about reviewing everything that happened, but let's get the standout performances out of the way first. Most of the class stiffens up at that, expecting some harsh punishment as a result of poor performance. First off, this is the start of your real hero training. I expect constant improvement from this point onward. That goes double for you. He looks directly at Deku. I took a look at the recording. You've got a good head on your shoulders. If you master that quirk, then you'll be a useful and versatile hero in the future. Deku manages to smile, finally feeling like he got a win today. The next standout is Bakugo. You didn't work with your teammate and let your emotions cost you the victory. Terrible. Focus on building some discipline, or what would have been easy wins will keep evading you. Bakugo just stares down at his desk, somehow going from the look of a kicked puppy to a completely beat-up puppy. Todoroki, Eraser throws his gaze to the back of the class. This confuses everyone as Shoto seemingly performed fine. You're confident in your abilities, clearly. But this world is a big place, and today you were matched against someone clearly stronger than you. I doubt it would have mattered in the end, but you would have had a better chance had you not disregarded what Yaoyorozu could have added, if you didn't take the lead and sideline her. Your confidence is not unfounded, but leaping into unknown situations with no backup is stupid, even for the strongest heroes. Shoto just nods and glances over at Horizon. So even Aizawa thinks we couldn't have won, was all he heard, was all many people heard. And I saved the worst of all for last. He looks directly at Horizon, surprising everyone. Horizon doesn't react, still leaning back in his chair and paying attention. You not only disregarded what your ally could add, but you didn't both to help free him from the ice at all. Helping your allies is the absolute basics, yet somehow you didn't know that. Aizawa glares slightly before composing himself. Not to mention, I can tell when someone isn't trying, and you weren't even half-assing it. That would be a lot more effort than whatever you did out there. UA is for people willing to put everything they have into being a hero. Have some respect for your classmates, and at least try. It's literally the least you should do. Got it, Horizon says, no intention to ever stress himself about any of this. Right, now on to the main reviews. End chapter. Chapter 34, Chapter 033, Making Friends. Chapter start. Alright, see you all tomorrow. Eraser finally wraps up class, the sun already setting on the horizon as everyone begins packing their bags. Horizon just places his blank book and pencil case in his desk and checks his phone. 5 minutes, Nizu's text says. And he can feel Yagi still in the teacher's lounge reading something. Focusing on Nizu, he feels him talking to Recovery Girl over a cup of tea in his office, and decides not to interrupt. Bakugo is the first to leave, sulking away with a blank expression, and Deku immediately leaves his items and rushes out of the room to talk to him. Horizon only shakes his head and leans back, closing his eyes, trying to enjoy a few minutes of peace as everyone leaves. Horizon, Tokoyami interrupts his me time. Sorry to bother you, but aren't you leaving? I assumed you would have warped away the moment Aizawa dismissed us. Horizon looks to his right to see Tokoyami sitting on his desk. Zero at his desk in front of Tokoyami, turned in his seat to face Horizon, and in front of him, Momo and Jiro are talking quietly at Jiro's desk. Normally I would, but Nizu wants to talk to me in a few minutes, probably about the new abilities I showed and some other stuff. He shrugs. Makes sense. Zero taps his chin and nods along. Telekinesis and air slashes, pretty strong on their own, but you've got both. I'm sure he wants to know more about them. And in addition to your warp and heal, I can certainly understand why he has such faith in you, Tokoyami adds. Don't forget the ghost bullets, Jiro adds, causing both girls to join the conversation. Yes, those are quite dangerous, but Recovery Girl couldn't understand how they worked, Momo says. At least when Todoroki and I went to the infirmary before getting changed. I assumed they were just air bullets, Jiro says. Horizon laughs. Air bullets is a really pathetic quirk in comparison. Mine are a lot more hard-hitting, but less versatile. They can't be used to push objects or people around, only damage. And they aren't air, Momo says. They tore through layers of concrete, but when they hit Todoroki it didn't break the skin, destroying his clothes and the floor behind him, but never broke the skin. Very odd. Honestly, most of my abilities are scarier if you know how they actually work, Horizon shrugs. But until my big debut at the sports festival, I'll be keeping everything close to the vest. I don't like the idea of people knowing what I can do, but heroes have to be marketable to be successful, and the public gets more invested if they can actually understand what you're doing. That's why signature moves exist. I didn't even think about that, Jiro says. But it's not like you have to do much. Warp alone would be enough to get every pro in the world sending you offers. Indeed, Momo solemnly nods along. A near-mythic status quirk, and to think it's only one of your abilities. This particular phrase causes Shoji to turn around, bag slung across his shoulder as he approaches the group. I have a question. Aha, Horizon looks up at him. What's the name of your quirk, or quirks? I'd imagine it has to be something cool. Mine is dupli arms. It lets me duplicate any body part on the end of my extra arm tentacles, and they're an enhanced version of my usual set. Shoji creates a second mouth at the end of a tentacle and smiles at them with it. Any body part? Horizon says with a curious tone, causing Shoji to groan. Yes, even that. Ah, the ladies must love you, he chuckles, but everyone else in the conversation just blushes. Somehow that's always the first thing people think about, Shoji mutters. It's literally human nature, if we can't fight it, fuck it, or feed on it, we don't really care about it, our kids are the only exception. At least for sane people. Momo cringes at the thought in his crass language. Then I suppose we should all introduce our quirks. My quirk is creation, it allows me to create any non-living thing from the lipids in my body. I can essentially transform my body fat into items, she says with a proud smile. That's awesome. Zero cheers. So you can make gold and just get super rich. She's already super rich, Horizon says. She's a Yayorozu. Momo freezes, not expecting this to surface so soon. Forcing herself to smile, she continues, well yes, my family is rather comfortable, but I also cannot use my quirk in such a manner. The restrictions because of its nature are numerous, including banning me from making certain items like firearms and precious gems and minerals, as well as currency. I also have to know the molecular composition of anything I'm making. The most versatile quirk in the world, Horizon says. When we were watching the quirk test in his office, I told Nisa that nobody here could match me, but you're one of the only people in the world that could make a plan that I can't predict, because basically anything in the world can be in your pocket. Momo blushes deeply, but a moment later she's crushed by even more expectations placed on her, atop the mountain of pressure that comes with being a recommended student and proving that you deserve your spot. Now the potential future symbol of peace is complementing her potential. Jiro gives her a pat on the back and begins talking to distract everyone. My quirk is earphone jack, basically, my earlobes are AUX cords, I can plug them in to listen to music or amplify my heartbeat with them to attack, they're also tougher than store-bought jacks, oh, and I can extend them. She extends one all the way to the ceiling and taps it before recalling it. I didn't expect the heartbeat thing, not too strong on their own, but since they work with technology you can make up for that, at least they're cute, Horizon says. Jiro fights through the blush, thank you, she twirls one on her finger. And yeah, my boots in my hero costume act as speakers and amps. Smart, can I touch one? Horizon asks plainly. You want to touch one? She's surprised at how blunt he is. That's what I said, yeah. Right, sure, she extends one out to him, about a meter away until he reaches out and touches it, holding it carefully in his hand. Scan. He immediately gets a full breakdown of her body, he can even tell that she had rice and curry for lunch. But what really gets his attention are the extra bones in her ears and dense layers of cartilage that make up her earphone jacks, hidden beneath a layer of soft skin. He also senses the many extra bones in her ears to better differentiate sounds, and finally, the nerve clusters that point out the tips of her jacks as erogenous areas. He seemingly absent-mindedly begins playing with the jack, gently touching the nerve clusters at the end of it while turning to Zero. So, tape, he asks. All while Jiro is frozen in embarrassment and panic, never having someone else, especially a boy, play with her jacks, and not knowing how to handle the situation. Yeah, I can just shoot tape from my elbows, Zero shrugs. It's pretty simple, but there's this guy in America, Web Slinger, his quirk is similar and he's in their top 10, so I've been trying to follow his lead. Is it just one type of tape? Tokoyami asks, now pulling all attention to him. Nah, I can make a bunch of types, but the stronger the tape the more it drains out of me, and the more I use the more water it takes from my body. If I use too much I get really dry skin, Zero explains. Web Slinger, that's the guy who swings around New York, Horizon says. But he's also got super strength and a few other things, but I suppose you could try to make up for it with versatility. That's the plan, Zero grins happily. I suppose I'm next, Tokoyami says, being the next person in the circle before Horizon. This is Dark Shadow, a bird-like shadow demon creature appears from his belly. Dark purple and seemingly having the same pattern as static on a TV. Hi everyone. Dark Shadow cutely greets them, currently only as big as a small dog. Can I? Horizon raises his right hand, asking permission to touch him, all the while still playing with Jiro's jack in his left. Glancing at her through the corner of his eye, he could see her nervously sweating, standing a bit behind Momo and out of the circle, eyes glazed over and staring at him. Go ahead, Tokoyami says, and Dark Shadow bows its head. He reaches out and pets it, and Zero does the same. Scan. Pure energy made physical, he could sense everything within Tokoyami as well, including 4 apples. But what made him very curious and excited was the cells in his belly, seemingly constantly producing the same energy as Dark Shadow, but very fragile against other energy types, with no other information it could have taken him hours to solve. But the name Dark Shadow and its appearance was a dead giveaway as to what energy it was weak against. Looks cool, Horizon says, pulling his hand away as Dark Shadow blushes. So what does it do? Well, I can extend him a fair distance to fight for me, and some basic shape-shifting, nothing too crazy yet. He can also think independently or with my influence, Tokoyami says. Versatile and it looks cool, you'll definitely stand out, Zero says. Assuming you can solve the issues with it, Horizon draws all eyes back onto him, his voice becoming a bit more serious. The obvious weakness is one thing, support items can fix that. He sees Tokoyami's eyes widen in worry. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, honestly I had it figured out since the QUIRK test. But your mastery level is around the weakest in the class, right down there with Todoroki and a few others. Tokoyami nods, improving my QUIRK is one of the main reasons I'm here, I'll be sure to consider your advice about support equipment as well. He retracts Dark Shadow. Power versus mastery Shoji says. You explained that earlier and I didn't quite get it, but now I kinda do. With Dark Shadow, it's more about how he uses it rather than just sending him out to box, right? Exactly, Horizon says. Basic enhancer quirks are easy to gauge because you can put a number to how good they are, how much they can lift or throw, that kind of thing. But with quirks like all of ours, we need to be more tactful with how we use them, and some quirks require both. I see, and what exactly is your quirk? Momo asks, still oblivious to Jiro's predicament behind her as he continues playing with the jack. My quirk is called Hand of God. I've got a lot of abilities but the potential is boundless, only limited by time, experience, discipline, and energy. He shrugs. They all stare at him before Zero shakes his head and speaks, that's such a lame name, man. It's meant to be descriptive, Horizon says. Name aside, what exactly does it do? Like how does a quirk that can potentially do anything even work, or exist? Tokoyami asks. It's actually a lot more simple and complicated in certain regards than what I explained just now, Horizon admits. All you need to know are the abilities it gives me, those slashes, healing, the warping, the bullets, what you call telekinesis, and a few other things. He shrugs. There are more. Momo asks, a mix of surprise and fear in her voice. Yeah, he says casually, fully aware of how insane this sounds, but used to it. Honestly, each of my abilities is equivalent to a super move from a pro. I don't even know what an intentional super move for my quirk would look like. Damn, I knew competition at UA would be tough but this is insane, Zero says. That's a matter of perspective, Horizon says, dropping Jiro's jack which instantly retracts to the flustered girl, now covered in a thin layer of glistening sweat with her face beet red. She stared at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Forced to bite her tongue to prevent further embarrassment but also wanted to yell at him, partly for what he presumably unknowingly did, and partly because he stopped just before the finale, leaving her panties drenched and body hot with no proper payoff. Horizon just glances at her beneath his visor, an amused look on his face as he sees how flustered he made her, like putty in his hand. Too easy, he thinks to himself. I figured you were over that whole phase, man, Zero says. You seem pretty chill today compared to yesterday when you were just calling us worthless. Not worthless, Horizon says. Just not competition when compared to me. I don't have a problem with people in general once they can stay in their lane. I just really don't like when my time is wasted, or when people who are objectively trash think they can stand beside me, like Deku. I came to UA expecting everyone to have the most basic level of competence. Honestly, he should quit and let someone from general studies take his place, rather than waste time that can be used to train a useful hero. Isn't that a bit harsh? Momo asks. Well, the bare minimum for any sort of emergency service member is to be an asset, not another liability. If the first thing you do is hurt yourself, you're certainly not an asset. They all frowned, but nobody tried to argue against that logic. They were all here to be heroes, people that the public could depend on during a crisis, not people who needed to be saved like everyone else. I see, Tokoyami nods along. While I don't entirely disagree, everyone has the right to chase their dreams, and since he's already made it this far there must be potential in him that our teachers recognize. The others nod along, but Horizon doesn't react, and Jiro finally catches her breath. Well, I don't really believe in potential, I believe in what you can do. I doubt civilians will accept, I just needed a bit more training, I have the potential to save those people next time, as an excuse. Everyone looks a bit sad at that example, another situation that they couldn't argue against. Well, enough about such dreary things. Tokoyami looks past Horizon, leaning slightly to the side to see his sword. May I try out your sword? You like swords? Everyone likes swords, and everyone nods in agreement. You know, Nizu told me not to hand it to just anyone, especially anyone untrained, since it's a bit special, but Pain is a good teacher. He reaches out toward Tokoyami and warps it into his hand. Just don't do anything too bloody. I can heal you but I can't get rid of bloodstains easily. Thank you. Tokoyami reaches out and holds it, and the moment Horizon lets go the end of the scabbard hits the floor. Heavier than the replicas I have at home. He says. Now with someone of more average size sitting beside it, the sword was taller than the seated Tokoyami. Measuring in at 145 centimeters 4 feet 10 it was suddenly very apparent that the only reason they hadn't properly realized how big it was is because of Horizon's large 193 centimeters 6 feet 3.5 size. It's almost as tall as me, Jiro minus 154 centimeters, 5 feet, mutters as Tokoyami carefully lifts it. It needed to be bigger to fit all the tungsten and carbon fiber into it, Horizon says. Average katanas weigh about 2.5 kilograms, 5 lbs with the scabbard. This one is nearly 3 times that. I needed the durability because it's meant for any close encounters with power-type villains. Can't have my sword breaking against their skin after all, and if I ever have to block instead of just warping away, I'd like it to not shatter. Power Loader is a genius at support items, so it only took him like a few hours to make it. He also made my visor. He reaches up and taps his visor. Tokoyami carefully unsheathes it, revealing the pristine white blade with a blue edge. Is everything blue and white with you? That's part of the Horizon brand, he shrugs. Your quirk must provide some sort of super strength then, if you can use this without getting tired, right? Momo asks. Not really. A byproduct of my quirk is that I have enhanced physical attributes, nothing that would count as super in any way, just better than most. It's also why I'm so tall. I mean, Shoji is tall and he's a mutant type, so it makes a lot more sense than me in some ways, and I'm taller than him, he shrugs. Wait a minute. Siro puts his hands up, causing everyone to stare at him. Your quirk is super powerful, rare, versatile, and makes you tall and buff. I work out a lot to build muscle. Man. Life really does pick favorites. The girls are gonna be all over you, he groans in annoyance and jealousy. UA is just one big gym for hero course students, so we'll all have people wanting us, plus we'll be celebrities to the public. I mean, literally all the girls in our class are hot. Momo and Jiro both blush at that. Yeah, you're right, Seo says. But you've still got a lot more going for you than most. Don't forget super rich, Horizon adds. Miracle surgeries cost a lot, and I work for the highest bidder. It adds up, and being good looking is just a bonus. I hate you, Siro mutters jokingly. Horizon just chuckles. It's not that you're bad, I'm just perfect. For some reason, nobody could make an argument against that. Beep beep beep. Horizon's phone alerts him to a text, and glancing down at it for a moment he sighs. Time to go see Nizu. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Shambles. He disappears from his seat, replaced with an inconspicuous pen. Huh. Jiro and Siro stare at it for a moment before it's replaced with one of his cards, then both that and his sword disappear. I'll never get used to that, Siro says. But man, is it cool, just being able to disappear whenever you want like that. It certainly is enviable, Tokoyami says. Warping alone is enough for entire nations to fight over him, adding everything else is simply stacking the deck even further. It's no surprise they wanted him in UA so badly, Shoji says. That power is too dangerous to be just out there independently. It's like giving someone a button that prints money and asking them not to use it. He looks at Momo awkwardly. It's quite fine, I understand, she says. The Yayorozus were among the first heroes in Japan, and the first hero agency in this county. Because of that we've always had exceptional quirks, and although we haven't had a hero among us in over a century, I too can see how my quirk would be too great a temptation for most, even myself, had I not been fortunate enough to be born into our financial situation. Siro laughs. Yeah, if I had that quirk back in middle school I'd get to buy all the candy and games I wanted. Eat a pizza and make a bar of gold. Jiro nods in agreement. Definitely too much temptation for anyone that isn't a hero. Wait a minute, Siro put on his thinking face. If she turns food into items, then isn't her quirk just fancy poop? And the last thing he sees is Jiro's Jack flying toward him. End chapter. Chapter 35, Chapter 034, Fading Symbol, Paradigm Shift. Chapter start. Suddenly appearing beside Nizu on one of the couches in the principal office, Horizon closes his room and relaxes. He leans his sword against the wall, placing one of his throwing cards on the coffee table. I should leave this here if I'm gonna be in here often, he says. Recovery Girl and Yagi sit opposite them, and the woman just shakes her head. I've always imagined warping quirks as these great mythical abilities, but yours is rather abrupt and annoying. But more effective in combat than having to make a portal, Horizon says. So, aside from you two, who else knows about All Might? He gestures to Yagi, back in an oversized suit. I'm guessing Eraser, since he saw him deflate after we left. So you really can sense that. Yagi taps his chin in thought before getting back to the topic. All the UA staff knows, we're trying to keep it private, that includes the other students. Yeah, villains would go wild if they knew you couldn't kick us like you used to, Horizon says. Well, you're still my patient, so this doesn't change anything. If anything, this is just annoying me even more, because now I know for sure that I extended your life just for you to exert yourself and undo my work, wasting my time. For the record, I've been trying to get him to retire for the past few years, Recovery Girl says, but Toshinori has muscles for brains. Yeah, I noticed, Horizon grumbles. And the proud #1 hero just sits there feeling small as both his doctors cut him down. So I assume whoever did that is gone now, right? Horizon asks, gesturing to Yagi's injury. I'm surprised you could be hurt that badly. Must have been one hell of a fight. It was, and yes, the villain is gone now. I made sure of it. A bit of rage bubbles up in Yagi's voice before it disappears. I see. The room falls silent as Horizon thinks for a moment. Well, this doesn't change anything, but at least now I better understand why Yagi was so valuable to Nizu, and why you're so desperate for a new symbol of peace. Not desperate, Nizu says. We still have years of time, and there are many people I could have supported, but you were the most logical choice, even under the questionable circumstances, he says, trying not to give Recovery Girl and Yagi too many hints. I still don't see it, but whatever, are we done here? Honestly, it's only the second day at UA and it already feels like I've been here a week. I'd just like to go over some of the new developments with your quirk, Nizu says. Recovery Girl and Yagi begin moving to exit. Have a good evening, you two. They both turn and give a polite nod before leaving only Nizu and Horizon in the room. So, telekinesis? Nizu asks. Close enough. Air slashes. Not really, but sure. And the ghost bullets? Self-explanatory, right? Not at all, but they're invisible and undetectable, very dangerous in the hands of someone with lethal intent. I'll take your word for it, Horizon chuckles. Nizu sighs and shakes his head. You know you'll have to give proper explanations for your big debut, right, for marketability and all that. I know, but until then let's just say I rather keep it mysterious, Horizon shrugs. Honestly, when I explain what I can do, nobody sane or smart will want to fight me, but the dramatic reveal will get a lot of views and make me even more famous. And slingshot you ahead of your peers on the path to being a top hero. MHM, Horizon nods. Now, can we wrap this up? I want to go get food and head home. One last thing, are you sure the situation with All Might doesn't change anything between us? Nizu asks, caution in his voice, but already predicting a certain answer. Changes nothing, Horizon says. I still don't renegotiate contracts, but if anything this makes it a lot stronger. How so? Well, now I know how badly you need me to step up as some great hero, and if you ever stab me in the back, I also know for sure the only person who had any chance of stopping me from turning Japan into rubble and ash already has a foot in the grave. And you know I know this, so you'll stay in line. Nizu doesn't react, perfectly predicting this response. I see, well that's good to hear, especially since I intend to honor our deal fully. Good, now if that's all. It is, I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you've been enjoying your time at UA. It's pretty boring, but the people aren't that bad, but I've had enough of it for today. MHM, and about your harsh words to Midoriya yesterday? Nizu asks flatly. You gonna give me a play nice talk? No, I know you already understood the potential repercussions, not that there are any, but if you went any further. I wouldn't tell him to kill himself, in school. Nizu sighs and shakes his head, to try to recall your training to be a hero. So is he, so he can either be a pussy and quit, or just get over it. Shambles. 5 minutes earlier. Wearing his UA uniform with his right arm bandaged up, Izuku rushes out of the main building, as always, desperate to catch up to Bakugo. Kaken. He calls out, and Bakugo stops just in front of the main UA gate, not turning around to face Izuku. Wait, there's something I need to tell you. Bakugo just silently stands there, back still facing Izuku, not bothering to respond. It's about my quirk. Izuku immediately freezes, questioning exactly what he was about to do. But I promised All Might I wouldn't tell anyone. But it's Kaken, we've been friends for a long time, and I can tell it's killing him inside that he thinks I kept this from him. He thinks I was just mocking him by pretending to be quirkless, but will he even believe me? I barely believed All Might, and he's All Might. The truth is, he finally musters the courage to continue, determined to explain the situation to Bakugo. My quirk was. I don't care, Deku. Bakugo looks back at him over his shoulder, and Izuku can see tears flowing down his face, a mix of rage and sadness on his face. Kaken, he mutters, not sure what he was even seeing, his symbol of victory looked so helpless, like he needed saving. I don't care about your quirk, or you, I can't, Bakugo says surprisingly quietly, as if this is the first time he's admitting it to himself. I failed at everything today, I lost to you of all people, then Ponytail and Glass Face tore me apart in the review, and I agreed with them. KAC. Then I saw them fight, he spits bitterly, now turning to face Izuku. I knew I couldn't beat Icy Hot from his first move. Then that fucking Glass Face had to go and crush him. And he's the worst one. Heroes are supposed to give their all no matter what, and the real hero will always win. But he doesn't even try, so why did he win? He wipes his tears with his sleeve and Izuku just stands helpless. But I knew I couldn't win, I couldn't even beat you, how the hell am I supposed to fight them? So I don't care about your quirk, or why you're here, if I only focus on you I'll never beat them, I'll never be the best. So I'm done with you, Deku. He mutters his name quietly and turns around, wiping his tears one more time. Bakugo grips his shirt and declares proudly, I'll work 10 times as hard, I'll keep giving it everything I have. I'll beat Icy Hot, and even Glass Face. I'll be the best hero, he desperately pants, trying to catch his breath. And in a smaller, tired voice, he ends the conversation. And every second I spend thinking about you, they get further ahead, so just stay out of my way. Bakugo leaves Izuku frozen in place, unable to say a single word as his mind still can't process what happened. Watching Bakugo walk away, Izuku looks down at his bandaged hand, seeing the tears falling from his eyes onto it. Kaken, you really think you can't win, he mutters to himself. Then what am I supposed to do? He gave me this power and I can't even use it properly. I had to break myself to barely get past you. Izuku looks up, glancing around the walkway to the main UA building, seeing all the statues of UA's founders lining both sides of the path, then looks up at the intimidating building, the learning ground for All Might, Endeavor, Best Genist, and dozens of other top pros. An entire campus of people more worthy than me to have this power. All Might, you should have chosen one of them. He blinks a few times, a dangerous idea popping into his mind. With some hesitation he reaches up to touch his hair, remembering how All Might passed One for All onto him only a month ago. One for All should belong to the next symbol of peace, Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 36, Chapter 035, The Man Who Has Everything. Chapter start. Standing on the beach, Izuku watches the stars in the sky, enjoying the sound of gentle waves crashing and spotting a few people walking along what was a dump site, now a lovely beach thanks to all his hard work. He looks sad and uncertain, but his expression brightens as a voice calls out from behind him. Young Midoriya, he turns to see Yagi approaching him. Sorry I had you waiting, there was a situation nearby that needed my help. Plus since we can't talk on campus because of Horizon, this was the only option to meet in person. Oh, it's okay, I needed the time to think anyway, he says, both men now facing each other. Yagi raises a brow at the contemplative look on Izuku's face. Everything okay, kid? Actually, All Might, I don't think everything is. He looks down at his feet, worrying Yagi. Well, spit it out, whatever it is I'm sure we'll figure it out together. That's the problem. Today, after seeing how hurt Kaken was, thinking I'd kept this secret from him for 10 years, I went to go tell him. Oh crap, did you tell him? Yagi seemed more scared than upset, knowing Izuku isn't the type to brag about things. No, I tried, but he interrupted me. Izuku sighs and looks up at Yagi, tears flowing down his face. He said that he didn't want anything to do with me, that he had to focus on Todoroki and Horizon, that even he couldn't beat them. That every second he spends thinking about me they just get further ahead. I see, Yagi raises a finger to his chin. A completely focused mind can accomplish great things. His mindset isn't wrong, but it can be dangerous if taken to extreme levels. Yeah, but that's not what I called you all the way here for. Oh, you didn't want me to go talk to young Bakugo. No, it's about something he said. Yagi quietly waits as Izuku carefully chooses his words. He said that Horizon was so far beyond him, and since he's already so far ahead of me, I don't even know what that makes me. Not to mention Principal Niza thinks he'll be the next you, the future symbol of peace. What I'm trying to say is, he takes a deep breath and bows. I'm sorry. But I've decided to give him One for All. Izuku expects disappointment, or to get hit, but all that happens is Yagi mutters out I see. He looks up startled to see a sympathetic look on Yagi's face. What? You aren't mad about me wanting to give away your quirk? It's not my quirk anymore, kid, it's yours, and I can't stop you from giving it away if that's what you really want to do, and it sounds like you've already made up your mind. I have. I just think he'll be able to help a lot more people than me with One for All. You're right, Yagi nods in agreement, and Izuku feels whatever little piece of him that was hoping his hero would argue with him get crushed. Horizon is undoubtedly talented, I'd even say peerless, and that's considering most pros. Say, want to hear about the first time I met him? He asks oddly cheerfully, ignoring Izuku's watery eyes. Aye. Great, Yagi cuts him off. It was, as of yesterday, exactly 1 year ago. I know I only told you about him yesterday when school began, but I've known him for a while. Izuku stares in surprise. He's the reason I can stay in my muscular form for so long, and help so many people, a real living miracle, and I thought that before I even knew he could fight. He chuckles. See, I don't think I've ever met someone like him, good at everything, powerful quirk, genius mind, near perfect training from what I've seen, and he has the confidence to always speak his mind. He's a perfect hero. Yeah, Izuku mutters, that's why I'm giving him One for All. Well, almost perfect, Yagi adds, causing Izuku to look up in surprise. What? You thought if he was actually perfect, and I met him before you, that you would have still gotten One for All? Come on, kid, you're supposed to be smart, you must have realized there was a reason, right? Izuku retreats into his mind for a moment, comparing himself to Horizon. But in the end he just shakes his head and feels worse than before. I can't think of anything I'm better at than him. That's the point of One for All, Yagi says. You don't have to be born powerful or talented, you've got the strength of all the previous users, all the previous heroes. No matter who gets One for All, they will have the power of a top pro, and since it enhances any existing quirk in the user, I'm sure Horizon's quirk, whatever it is, would become near almighty. He'd likely save so many people that history will forget about me completely. He's just that capable after all. Yeah, that's what I figured too, but why didn't you give it to him? Because, while One for All can give you the power of a great hero, it can't give you the heroic spirit needed, and the desire to become a great hero. Yagi places a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. I saw that heroic spirit in you, stronger than I've ever seen in anyone, including myself. When you master One for All, you'll have all the power I did, and with your spirit, I can trust you to stay on the righteous path no matter what life throws at you. That's why I chose you. Really? Izuku asks, fighting the tears and clearly about to lose. Yup, Horizon has everything, a perfect life, and is a perfectly capable person, but you've got the heroic spirit I was looking for. Yagi gives a dazzling smile. Izuku breaks down into ugly sobs, causing Yagi to frown. Seriously kid, you need to get your waterworks under control. Sorry, he wipes his face a few times with his sleeves. I just can't believe you'd think that about me. I figured anyone at UA would be heroic enough. Yagi chuckles at that idea. Young Midoriya, you'll soon learn that for many people this is a job, and in Horizon's case, it's not even a job he wanted. Izuku looks surprised at that. I don't know the details, but Nizu worked attending UA into whatever deal they made. That's the only reason he's there. See, he was never any competition for One for All. So of course I'd bet on you to be the next symbol of peace. After he composes himself, Izuku smiles at Yagi. That's exactly what I needed to hear, thank you. Don't sweat it kid, honestly the fact that you always put others above yourself is what makes you so heroic, but it clouds your vision when you try to objectively compare yourself with your peers. Get that under control along with your quirk and you'll see how fair the playing field is. Really, even with Todoroki and Horizon? Izuku doesn't look convinced, and the way Yagi awkwardly rubs the back of his neck doesn't make him feel better. Well, Todoroki sure, but warping is just plain unfair. He's the only warping hero in the world too, so he'll surely be more popular at the start. You've got a lot of work to do to catch up to him, but the moment you make One for All your own, you'll be neck and neck with your other classmates. Izuku clenches his bandaged fist, already healed to the point of not feeling pain from it, then looks up at Yagi. I'll catch up, and I'll be a great hero. I'll save a lot of people, just like you. Now that's what I want to hear. Yagi ruffles his hair before pulling him into a hug. You've got a lot more work ahead of you than even I can imagine. If all the supercomputers in Nizu's brain say betting on Horizon is the right move, then your spirit is in for one hell of a journey, young Midoriya. Matani Estate. PFF. Law's MMA gloves smash into the heavy bag. Drenched in sweat, shirtless, and wearing only a pair of shorts and shoes, he continues his evening workout. The stars are high above the ocean, offering an incredible view through the wall of windows in his gym. PFF. Another barrage of punches with pristine form. Booster shot, he mutters, and a surge of healing energy permeates his body. Not finding anything to heal, it enhances what is already there. Bam. His strong right slams into the heavy bag, with so much force that the 400-pound-181 kg bag swings and nearly becomes parallel to the ground. Then the top of the bag rips, and it goes flying for a few meters away. A clear tear in the leather where his gloves connected. Fuck, another one, he mutters while feeling his extremely temporary enhanced strength rapidly fade as the bag skids to a stop a few meters away. He looks down to see sand already leaking out of the bag. I'll pick up a new one tomorrow, should get one that power types use anyway. He mutters while walking away, taking off his gloves. Whilst Booster Shot was energy-intensive and extremely short-lived, it did allow him to increase his strength a respectable amount. Still, nothing compared to what actual power types like Sato could unleash. At best it allowed him to unleash 3 times his base strength, while Sato has an x5 increase in strength at a minimum for 3 whole minutes from one activation of his Shiver Rush quirk. Horizon only has x3 increase for a few seconds at best, and that's after non-stop training this past year. Barely any increase at all from what it previously was. Only good for one clean hit, otherwise it simply wasn't economical to use stamina for it. Not like I enjoy brawling anyway, but Booster Shot really needs improvement, he mutters while considering how weak his enhancement is compared to the rest of his classmates, mainly Sato and Kirishima. After getting cleaned up, he's sitting in his massive kitchen at the counter. The entire open floor of his living and entertainment area was furnished, seemingly full of life, a perfect family home built at his request. But it was cold and empty. And the man who has everything, the perfect life, the perfect quirk, the peerless talent, everything people assumed when they saw or met him. He sat alone at the kitchen counter eating a massive plate of lasagna, quietly listening to the news about Best Jeanist resolving a hostage crisis hours ago. Just glancing up from his phone, he takes another bite of his food and looks across at the picture he brought down to have dinner with. The picture Nizu had saved a year ago and brought to him, the only physical picture he had left, as everything else was on his phone or in isolated hard drives in safe houses. He, Corazon, and Kiku, at the beach after a certain surfing trip. Placed in a simple picture frame and stood upright on the counter to face him. So while his classmates were having dinner and chatting with their families, he did the same. So, today was my second day at UA, he says, seemingly to nobody, but his parents were always the people he could talk to about anything, and this is the closest he could get to that. It wasn't bad, some of my classmates seem nice enough. I think they know not to get in my way, so that's good. He takes another bite of his food. I got the lasagna recipe right, well, I perfected it a while back, but it's the first time I've made it in this house, you know. Can't wait for you guys to try it. He sees the new story change to Gang Orca. Yeah, I already have everything ready, just need to get to the sports festival and take the spotlight. After that everything should run normally until I get my provisional license next year. UA lets second years take the test, but I'll try to talk Nizu into letting me take it early. I'm sure he'll like the idea, he chuckles. He finishes his meal quickly after that, cleans up, then takes the picture and warps into his bedroom. A massive bed with gray sheets, easily capable of comfortably holding 5 people of his large size. Plugging in his phone to charge, he lays in bed and takes one last look in the picture, eyes focusing on his parents, shaking his head at the memory of those words his mom said, and how true they are now. I really am a lonely god, he mutters sadly. But it's only for a few more years, I'll bring us back together, I'll fix this, then we never have to set foot in Japan again. He rolls on his side and places the picture frame in the drawer of his bedside table. And now I need to go back to pretending like you aren't who you are, as if I could ever be ashamed of you, he says in disgust at the thought. Turning off the lights, he takes one last look at the clock, groaning as he sees it's almost 2 a.m., then covers himself in the blanket and closes his eyes. Just a few more years being a lonely god. End chapter. Chapter 37, Chapter 036, The Logical Choice. Chapter start. 1A Classroom 8 a.m. Horizon leans forward lazily on his desk, idly scrolling on his phone. Constantly fighting his desire to take a nap as people chatter all around him. I'll take a nap on the roof during lunch. I got too into my training yesterday, again. He shakes his head and straightens up, feeling Eraser walking down the hallways toward them. Doing a quick scan around campus, he doesn't feel All Might anywhere, but he notices a massive crowd at the front gate of UA. The joys of being a celebrity hero, and most of those morons never wear a mask, so those people and villains can just show up at their house. He looks around the classroom, recalling how only a handful of his classmates bothered to wear masks, at least of those who could realistically hide their identities. He didn't judge people like Shoji. Hiding all the extra arms was pretty much impossible, but he did question why they'd ever become a hero when they knew hiding was impossible. He turns to his side and calls out to his seatmate, "Hey Tokoyami." The bird boy looks over at him and gives a polite nod, "Yes." "Why'd you decide to become a hero?" he asks in an obviously tired voice. "Oh, that, my quirk can be difficult to control, dangerous in fact." Tokoyami summons Dark Shadow, who happily waves at Horizon, looking more like a docile puppy under the morning sun. "The darkness in my heart is vast. I hope proper hero training can allow me to control the demon within." Horizon looks between the edgelord and his currently adorable quirk a few times and just nods. Quirk control, that's pretty cool I guess. "What about you?" Tokoyami asks. "Oh, family reasons, and I made a deal with Nizu that I'd join UA, Horizon shrugs. "Wait," Siro swivels around in his chair to join the conversation, leaning forward on Tokoyami's desk. "So the principal was the one who asked you to join, not the other way around. Why would I ever want to come here?" Horizon asks genuinely, and all the people around him aren't too sure how to feel about that, about him disregarding what many of them had been dreaming about all their lives. Siro chuckles nervously. "Well, you guys have a lot cooler reasons than me. My family has always been poor, figured this would be a good way to change that," he shyly admits. "That's actually a really good reason, certainly one of the very few that I respect," Horizon says. "Plus you have a real mask to protect them, better than most." His response surprises those who were listening in, not expecting him to react positively to what many would deem a hollow desire. "Wait, what do you mean the masks protects th?" Siro is cut off as Eraser enters the room. "Get to your seats and quiet down," he loudly announces, walking to the desk at the front of the class with a tall stack of papers in his hands, sleeping bag draped over his shoulder. Within seconds everyone is silently facing the front of the classroom, their sleepy teacher yawning as he glances about. "Yeah, me too," Horizon thinks, feeling sleepy as well. "Alright, listen up, now you'll have to make a decision that will determine your future, so think very carefully about this." Horizon raises a brow at this while everyone else stiffens nervously, now wary of Eraser's record of expelling students. "You need to pick a class representative." The entire class bursts into chaos. Everyone trying to prop themselves up, yelling and shouting, small arguments breaking out. Horizon closes his eyes to tune it all out, until Bakugo starts yelling. And suddenly it felt like someone was hammering away at his skull. "Shut up," the entire class falls silent and stares at him. Taking a breath he turns in his seat to look at them, half of them standing where they were to lobby for themselves. "Write your vote on something and put it on the desk at the front of the class, quietly. I'll count them up, just stop making noise, it's annoying." Sensing the irritation in his voice nobody argues, simply returning to their seats to prepare their votes. Eraser opens his sleeping bag and starts getting into it. I don't care how you do it, just have an answer before my nap is done. Horizon gets up and walks toward the front of the class, waiting not so patiently for everyone to submit their votes, and one by one they begin flooding in. Some people like Bakugo only take as long as it would to write his own name on paper, surprising absolutely no one. Others he could tell were overthinking it, having some sort of internal struggle. He rolls his eyes at Ida, who was shivering and sweating at the back of the class, pen shaky in his hand as he considers the options. What am I supposed to do here? Ida racks his mind. Obviously I'd love this position, the first step in being a great leader of heroes like my brother, the first step in living up to the Ida family name, but am I ready? He looks across the room to see Izuku. He's certainly a lot more heroic and perceptive than I am, sacrificing himself to save Uraraka at the entrance exams, and he was able to figure out the rescue points part of the test, while I just ran away and thought about myself. He feels shame bubbling up at those memories, the shame of not being the hero he thought he was. The hero he wants to be, a hero just like his brother. To be ingenium. He looks to the back of the room, at Momo and Todoroki, recommended students, certainly above me. Both powerful and having great analytical minds, nearly peerless. He looks toward Horizon at the front of the room. Idly standing by as Azui submits her vote. Nearly, but he's even above them. Ida recalls the first time they met Horizon, all the things he said that made them disgusted and angry. His attitude is appalling, unbefitting of a hero, nothing at all like my brother. But he is capable, and a class representative is supposed to be a leader. Someone we look toward in times of crisis or for more mundane activities. My attitude and style will certainly be better for the day-to-day operations of our class, but if a crisis happens, Horizon is easily our best bet as a leader. Ida massages his temple, a thin sheen of sweat on his face. Horizon showed he can lead, and has the respect of the classmates at the least. With one command he organized this vote and took charge, and I just sat here and hesitated. If that were a dangerous situation I could have cost us lives. Ida grits his teeth and begins writing. Heroes make the best choices to save the most lives, and I'm not quite there yet. He swallows his pride and makes the only logical choice. Alright, Horizon claps once to get their attention, stopping all the murmuring. All 19 votes are in, let's get this over with. These are the top 3 votes. He begins writing on the board. Horizon, 6 votes. Momo, 2 votes. Izuku, 2 votes. Horizon isn't surprised at all. I didn't make any effort to actually get votes, but the main thing people are being judged by is likely the battle trial we had yesterday. And since I crushed that they voted for me, plus Nizu's big speech about me being the next great leader of heroes certainly helps a lot, guess this was inevitable. He looks back to see everyone trying to theorize who voted for who, and some lamenting their lack of votes. Yeah, I would have definitely given the responsibility for these people over to someone like Ida since he has a stick shoved all the way up his ass, but this'll look pretty good when I'm being scouted, not that I need the help, but every bit counts. And a perfect school record will still hold value, guess I'm class rep, he decides in barely a moment. Bakugo is seething at the sight, balling his fist so his palms don't start crackling. Wow. Kaminari gawks. You got 6 votes. Yup, Horizon shrugs and lifts the stack of papers they submitted. Feel free to come count them if you want. Give me those. Bakugo rushes up and takes the votes and counts them. Argh, he scorches them in his hands then stomps back to his seat. Guess it's legit, Kirishima chuckles. Anyway, we've got a tiebreaker so I guess I'll go with. Uraraka's hand shoots up as she springs to her feet. Shouldn't we decide as a class? No, because I didn't vote earlier, Horizon says. I would have voted for Ida by the way, but I'll use it to get Momo as my second seat. Momo's eyes widen in surprise, the most capable student in their class actually choosing her. She could almost feel her cheeks burning. And Ida is dumbstruck at Horizon's words, expecting what he saw as their clear distaste for each other to make that possibility impossible. And a soft smile forms on his face as he realizes that who he saw as the only real choice for this role, also saw him in a similar light. That's why you said 19 votes earlier, Jiro realizes. Plus I didn't see you write anything, not that you would have to since you're counting. Oh, okay, Uraraka says, failing to hide the disappointment in her voice, and sending an apologetic look at Deku. Ugh, Horizon rolls his eyes. Look, I know you wanted your friend to win or whatever, but this isn't about who you like, it's about who is right for the job. If you only think with your heart you're gonna get people killed because when they need a hero that will make the right choices you're gonna let feelings guide you. So how about instead of always propping up that loser you work on yourself and become someone worth voting for, because right now, it's pathetic how you follow him around like a lost puppy. Uraraka just sits down and places her hands in her lap, staring down at her desk and trying not to cry, eventually quickly failing. And now it's crying, whatever, Momo, congratulations. Momo wants to feel proud of herself for being elected, but looking across at Uraraka who was quietly being comforted by Ida, then to Horizon at the front of the room, she wasn't quite sure if she made the right decision voting for him. A sentiment shared by many people. Alright, Eraser stands up in his sleeping bag and unzips it, walking over to Horizon. Congratulations or whatever, these are yours, he gestures to the stack of paper from earlier. Fill them out before the end of the day and return them to me. Horizon doesn't react and simply takes the stack of paper. Then Eraser sees Uraraka crying and sighs. Every time you get up here and address the class someone starts crying. What you said wasn't entirely wrong, but you don't always have to make people cry. Part of being a hero is making people feel better. Almost everyone nods along. TCH, Horizon sees Uraraka wiping her tears and shrugs. Heroes also have to be tough, she'll get over it. Your path is gonna be a lot harder this way, just saying. Anyways, make your first address as class reps, then get ready for first period, Eraser says before leaving the room, and a moment later Momo is standing beside Horizon. For the first time she realizes how imposing he is, never really standing beside him before, her head barely reaching his neck, she could certainly disappear behind him. A feeling that she's had since the first time they met. And one that's only gotten stronger each day. Well, I guess I'll go first, Momo says nervously, giving everyone her best smile. As your class vice representative, I pledge to solve as many of your issues as possible within my power for us all to have a comfortable and productive learning experience. That way we can all become our greatest selves and be great heroes in the future. She gets a chorus of resounding cheers from the class. And everyone silently turns to Horizon, hoping for something similar. No, fuck all of what she just said, he says dryly, causing everyone to just stare blankly. You're training to be pro-heroes, people that the useless general public look toward as problem solvers. That training starts now. Do whatever you can within the rules to solve your own problems before you come whining to either of us. Got it? They nervously nod along. Good, he continues. We aren't here to babysit you. Don't only depend on other people. If you've done your best and still need help with something, then come to us, but only for things within our responsibilities, that's all. He takes the stack of papers and returns to his desk, silently filling them out. Low chatter begins once more, but the class eventually agrees with him, not wanting to be heroes that had to rely on others, but heroes people could rely on. Maybe he won't be that bad. Momo thinks as she fills out her own vice representative form. End chapter. Chapter 38, Chapter 037, Trespassers. Chapter start. What? Horizon startles awake, nearly rolling off his spot on the roof as alarms start blaring. Sitting up, he immediately opens a room, not sensing any fights taking place. A mob, he senses dozens of people rushing the front of the school. Shambles. One of his throwing cards appears in his hand and he immediately throws it across to the other tower. Shambles. He swaps with the card before recalling it, casually walking to the edge of this tower and looking down. The hero-worshipping trash broke in, he mutters, watching the press desperately scramble like the ants they are, Eraser and Present Mike already blocking them from the main doors. So much for the UA barrier keeping them out. Wait, he shrinks his room down until only the main campus and the main gate were inside, then focuses on the main gate. They broke it. Guess one of them has some serious balls, not bad. After a few minutes the police arrive, quickly kicking the intruders off UA property and clearing them from the sidewalk. And moments later Nizu, Midnight, and Recovery Girl walk out, moving toward a pile of rubble where the main gate was. Horizon stays on the roof, watching the pros inspect the gate, until Nizu turns around and looks up at him, seeing him standing on the ledge, his toes at the edge of a 15-story drop to the ground. All the others turns around, and he sees Recovery Girl and Present Mike panic before Nizu gestures for him to join them. Alright, he throws down a card, and a moment before it reaches them swaps to it, then summons it back to himself. So you really can warp, Midnight says, her sexual persona cast aside to deal with this serious matter. Among other things, Horizon says, looking down at Nizu. You need something? Could you take a look at this for me? You may see something we don't. Nizu gestures to the pile of rubble where the gate was. Appearing like black sand. Sure, Horizon walks up and touches the rubble, scan. This is the gate, 3 feet of solid steel, disintegrated. Disintegrated? Eraser asks in surprise. We know the quirks of all the press that was here, none of them could do that. And even if they could, they wouldn't, Mike adds. They know how illegal it is to just use your quirk in public without a hero license, and especially how bad it could get if you attack UA. I see, Nizu taps his chin and considers his options. Closing school for the day could cause a panic over nothing, and this isn't the first time a villain would have done something like this. The teachers and upper-year hero course students can handle the run-of-the-mill villains. Once the main campus hasn't been infiltrated, we should be fine. How do you want to proceed? Recovery Girl asks. Let's have a full sweep of the main campus. He turns to Horizon. Can you check for anyone suspicious or new, or any destruction like this at least? All the other staff look toward Horizon, not sure what the hell Nizu was talking about. Sure, Horizon shrugs, much to their surprise. Room. He expands his room 500 meters in every direction, with him in the middle as always. Enough to cover the 4 main towers and all the training fields and courtyards directly around them, and since his room is a massive sphere, he also got the sewer system. Scan. He focuses for a few seconds, then shakes his head. Nothing new or destroyed, aside from one person. All the staff stands on edge at that, Eraser and Midnight ready to rush into action. Is 13 in the staff lounge? Horizon asks, and everyone relaxes. So you really can do that, huh? Eraser says. And yet 13 is here as a guest lecturer. Niza bribed her with a fancy new facility and a big budget. Niza smiles proudly at that, nothing but the best for my students of course. Right, well I only scanned everything for a few hundred meters around me, sewers included. I can expand my range if you want. The security system can handle the rest, Niza says. This building is where most of the students are, so it's our main priority, but right now you all need to get to class. Lunch is about to finish. You should get to class, Horizon, and congratulations on the election. Horizon rolls his eyes, right, as if you didn't plan that. Niza smiles innocently, I have no idea what you're talking about. Whatever. Shambles. Wow, Present Mike says as Horizon leaves. Playing hide and seek with him must have sucked. I don't know, Midnight smiles lecherously, I bet he could find all the best spots. Recover Girl smacks her in the shin with her walking stick. Eraser just shakes his head, let's just be glad he has whatever he just did, the security system can do the rest. And at least now we know a bit more about his warping, he can just find something and decide to move it, there's warping, then there's that. I told you he's impressive, Niza boasts. Plus I'm sure it will make your rescue training lesson a breeze for him. I'll probably have to stop him from warping the dummies out, just to make sure he knows the procedure. Isn't he a doctor? Midnight asks. I figured he'd know how to take care of people. Recovery Girl frowns, his bedside manner is by far the worst I've seen. Well, there was that one surgeon I worked with for a while in Central Hospital, he was also horrible, and we know how that turned out. The important thing is that this campus is safe and we're learning more about our students. Niza quickly changes the subject from Recovery Girl's story. I think it best for Aizawa to join All Might and 13 for rescue training later, better safe than sorry. I agree, Eraser says. I'll go talk it over with them so everyone is on the same page. After making a quick detour to the washroom, Horizon takes a casual walk into class, letting his body wake up after that refreshing nap. Walking past Class 1B's homeroom, their neighbors, he can't help but stop in front of the glass panel separating them from the hallway. Freezing in place, he slowly turns, seeing one of the students finishing up a snack, or more like starting a snack. With white hair and void black skin and features, only his smile and eyes standing out on his shadow-like body, the boy was sitting at the second-to-last seat in the back of the first column, eating a cookie, a meter-wide chocolate chip cookie. I need this in my life. Horizon mutters and immediately walks to the back door of Class 1B. With 3 quick knocks he pulls the door open, thankfully not sensing any teachers on this floor yet, so he had some time. Yo. He leans into the room and casually waves at everyone, and the entire room falls silent as everyone turns back to stare at him. Hi. The orange-haired girl in the back of the first row greets him, only a meter away from him. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm Horizon, the 1A class rep, just wanna know where he got that. He points directly to the massive cookie. Please tell me Lunch Rush sells those. Sorry man, Kuwaro turns around and smiles apologetically. Yui made this, he gestures to a girl at the front. Short black hair and a blank expression on her face. Bakery QUIRK. It's size, hi, I'm Kendo by the way, the orange-haired girl greets him with a handshake. I'm the class rep for 1B. Nice to meet you, Horizon steps into the room and shakes her hand, and suddenly Kendo's looking up at him. Scan. He immediately senses the odd telomeres, bones, and stem cells in her hands. Oh, big fists, he asks. Kendo's eyes widen in surprise as they break the handshake. How'd you know that? Lucky guess, he shrugs. Anyway, I should get out of here. Vlad just left the teacher's lounge with Eraser, really sucks that I'm stuck with Tailboy and Deca while you guys get Cookie Girl, he sighs and begins leaving. Wait, Kendo says, causing him to stop and turn back to her. Since you know mine, what's your quirk, Horizon? Kendo raises a hand and enlarges it to the size of a car door, flexing it, and then brings it back to normal. That's fair, my quirk is called Hand of God, it lets me do a lot of things. 1 seat away Ibra, a girl with green vines for hair, flinches at the blasphemous name. While everyone else just looks confused. A lot of things like what? With a name like that it has to be strong, right? A silver-haired boy excitedly asks, eyelashes so long it appears as if he were wearing a domino mask. Kendo sighs, and this guy with no manners is Tetsu. He gets excited meeting new people. And you're the first person from your class we've met. Tetsu says. Right, well I figured you'd meet us at the sports festival anyway, but yeah, my quirk lets me do things like warping, healing, telekinesis, invisible bullets, and a few other things, Horizon says, enjoying their looks of disbelief and amazement, unsure if to believe something that impossible. Oh, you're that guy, a girl with green hair says, only 156 centimeters tall, Setsuna Tokage. What guy? Well, there was some chatter about a student that can warp, she says. I heard some people talking about it, they thought it was a third year but apparently this debunks it, so it's you. I guess so, apparently word got out faster than I expected. People love to gossip about what the hero course quirks can do, Kendo says. I've even got a friend in the second year that heard about you, but the rumor started when someone heard ectoplasm talking, so nobody knew who it was. Makes sense, well now if anyone asks you know who to point them toward, Horizon says casually, as if it wasn't the most sought-after quirk in the world. So how does it work? Tetsu asks. Like do you open a big magic gate and walk into it or something or what? Horizon sees everyone staring at him expectantly and beneath his visor he can't help but smile, always willing to have some fun with new people. I'll show you, he walks toward the window at the far side of the room, and looks toward the massive open training field. 400 meters of dirt before a concrete wall, and behind it a massive grass field. Tetsu, do you see that field out there? He points out the window, and everyone follows his directions to stare at it. Yeah. Room. For 500 m in every direction, his room opens up. Good, get ready to take a picture, he turns back to Tetsu and raises his hand, ready to snap his fingers. Shambles. The boy disappears, swapped with a small rock the moment he snapped his fingers. Wow, people gape and yell out in surprise, never expecting to actually see a warping quirk in person. Where'd you send him? Kendo asks, concern in her voice. Outside. Shambles. They swap back, and Tetsu has his phone in his hand. That was so weird, 1 second I'm here and the next I'm out there, he points to the window. Then shows them all the pictures he took from the grass field. A chorus of praise echoes out before Horizon feels Eraser and Vlad walking down the hallway. I need to get going, teachers are almost here, he begins walking away. If you guys ever want to trade I'll give you Tail Boy and Naval Laser for Cookie Girl, he casually says without looking back. Yui says, still not talking but expressing something, nobody was completely sure. But they had a fair guess when Ibra looked at her with clear worry in her eyes, really, the blasphemous boy. Ibra just frowns and decides to ignore it, I'll pray or her to make better choices in the future. As Kendo is getting her class under control, trying to get their excitement down after Horizon's quirk display, Horizon walks back into 1A to see everyone standing around chatting. Get to your seats, Eraser is in the hallway, he walks to his seat while everyone scrambles about. A moment later Eraser walks in and starts class, getting everyone ready for rescue training and handing out their hero costumes. And now they were all just standing outside waiting for Eraser to bring the bus around and take them to 13. Horizon was standing beside Momo, both in full costume like almost everyone else. Only Deku had his PE outfit on since his costume was destroyed. He just stands back while Momo adds him to a class group chat, other students scattered about having light conversations. So you really like this class rep stuff, huh? Horizon asks, watching her put his number into the group chat. Well, it's best to stay on top of things and proactive, being prepared is always a must, she gives him a beaming smile. That's why I voted for you, Jiro adds as she joins them, Mina and Kaminari beside her. I figured you'd be super responsible with us. Just don't babysit them too much, Horizon says. Yeah, I'm with Horizon on that, Mina adds. He made a pretty good point earlier, he actually almost always has a good point, he's just a total jerk at expressing it. Really? Horizon asks jokingly. You guys have only ever seen me be either nice or neutral, you really wouldn't want to see me actually try to be mean. Those words send a shiver down their spines. So who do you guys think the third pro is? Aizawa is supposed to be taking us to meet them and All Might, right? Jiro asks. I hope it's midnight. Kaminari cheers, immediately joined by Siro a few meters away. It's 13, Horizon says flatly. 13. Uraraka screams, as if trying to rival Mike. Horizon tunes out her and Deku as they begin having a fanboy meltdown of some kind. How do you know it's 13? Azui walks up and asks, now joining the circle. Nizu asked me to do a quick check of the main campus earlier after the alarm scare, found her, Eraser mentioned she's here as a guest teacher. Something about Nizu giving her a dream facility or something, he shrugs. While they asked you to check the school, that's a pretty big responsibility, Principal Nizu really trusts you a lot, Azui points out, and everyone nods along. I just had to check if anything was off with the main campus building, Eraser's here, Horizon nods toward the bus before it even rounds the corner for them to see. Did he just sense it? A few people wonder as it stops in front of them. Alright, everybody in, Horizon orders, and everyone silently boards. He and Momo board last, entering to see the open layout in the first half of the bus. He spared an odd glance at the small robot driving the bus with Eraser in the seat behind it. How far away is this place? Only 3 kilometers, should only be a 5-minute drive, Eraser says as everyone gets seated, with Horizon and Sato sitting beside each other in the front while Momo moves to sit with Jiro in the middle. Horizon leans back to enjoy a quiet ride, an impossibility with his classmates, and naturally, the conversation drifts toward heroics. Opposite him, Kirishima sighs, "Man, I hope I can do something to stand out today. It's hard enough trying to go pro with just my plain quirk, but the competition in this class is insane." "Well, at least you don't have to worry about Bakugo," Azui says. "He's way too loud and violent to ever get public support, especially considering what his quirk is." Bakugo's eyes snap open, he leans forward to respond, but just decides to bite his tongue and sit back. Not in the mood to compare himself to the obvious competition, glaring at Horizon sitting close to Azui. This reaction doesn't go unnoticed by Deku, who just looks down at his lap, kneading the fabric of his PE clothes nervously. "Yet Todoroki and Horizon are the main competition," Aoyama says. "And moi, of course, my naval laser is stylish, flashy, and powerful, the people will be sure to love me." "Too bad you need a diaper," Horizon mutters, causing everyone to laugh lightly. "Then I guess that leaves Todoroki," Sato says. "Fire and ice in one quirk, pretty hard to compete with. I mean, I'm in an even worse boat than Kirishima, at least his hardening can look cool." "If you stack enough wins it doesn't matter," Horizon says. "Endeavor is intolerable, but he's got by far the most resolved incidents in the world, even more than All Might, yet it helps that his quirk is flashy, but the commission uses raw numbers to calculate rank too." "Easy for you to say," Kaminari groans. "Your quirk is warping, that's like a golden ticket into the top 10, plus all the other stuff you can do, and you're good in a fight too. Honestly man, it's like you were grown in a test tube to make us feel bad." "I kinda was," Horizon says flatly, causing everyone, including Eraser, to stare in worry. "Not the test tube thing, but my parents have been teaching me since I was 5, homeschool and all that, everything from the basics to medicine to combat and quirk training, not much of a surprise that I'm so much better," he shrugs. Todoroki frowns at that description, memories of his horrendous childhood with Endeavor surfacing, the thought that he and Horizon weren't that different slowly forming in his mind. A dangerous assumption. "That explains why you're so much better at this stuff," Siro says. "You've been at it for like 10 years, most of us didn't start training till a year or 2 ago," most of the other students nod in agreement. "It helps that your quirk is super cool," Mina says. "But I guess all the homeschooling and training explains why you suck at making friends, huh?" "Excuse me?" Horizon leans forward to look at her. "What do you mean?" Mina raises her hands in surrender, "Nothing personal, just, people respond better when you're nice to them, you're super abrasive and direct, not cute at all." "It doesn't matter," Horizon says. "All that matters is competency, everything else is secondary." "Oh," Mina gets a thoughtful look, the pieces finally coming together. "That explains why you suck at making friends, you just don't think social skills matter," she snaps her fingers, solving the case. "Why would I care if we're here?" Eraser announces as the bus comes to a stop. Stepping off the bus, they're immediately greeted by an absurdly massive concrete dome. The massive simulation area Nizu had constructed to 13 specifications. And standing in the middle of the massive red pathway leading into the fancy orange entry doors is the hero herself. Space Hero, 13, looking like an extra puffy astronaut in her white spacesuit-themed costume, complete with a black bowl-like headpiece with 2 large white eyes. Deku and Uraraka immediately go into full hero-worshipping mode as Horizon walks behind everyone with Eraser and Shoji. Not paying much attention to 13's speech as she explains the facility. "So one big dome with a half-dozen natural disaster environments built inside, pretty smart to have this honestly," he couldn't help but admit it was one of the most intricate and clever things he's seen at UA. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. By the time the speech finishes, they're standing inside, at the end of a long and wide walkway leading to a massive set of stairs down to the main floor. A large water fountain is in the exact middle of the dome. A smaller red dome at one end, covered in flame decals. A fire rescue simulation area. A similar dome painted white and blue, the hurricane zone. He also saw a shipwreck zone, a small lake with a medium-sized ship floating in it, and a tall curving water spout to simulate a waterfall. A mountain and landslide zone with loose rocks, some small steep drop-offs, and crumbled buildings, likely also doubling as an earthquake zone since this is Japan. Room. Horizon opens a 250m room, covering the entire USJ facility and taking a few scans. As 13 is explaining, Eraser stands beside her, noticing Horizon's head moving about, looking between all the different zones. "And that's exactly why this facility was constructed," 13 continues explaining. "Today you won't be fighting or destroying anything, you'll strictly be using your quirk to rescue and save people, that wah." "Shut up," Horizon rudely interrupts and begins pushing through the crowd, head on a swivel looking between all the zones. "Hey!" 13 yells, "You see Eraser steps forward and raises a hand to silence her. Horizon, what are you sensing? Horizon draws his sword and points at the lake. Something is distorting space at the bottom of the lake, actually, in all the zones. This feels familiar, Horizon thinks. It's still forming, but I've felt this before. Blink, he recalls the warp user in Swiss Vault, how she'd bend and fold space before forming her warp gates. It's a warp gate quirk. Horizon says, I can sense villains coming out. Eraser and 13 are immediately on guard, turning toward the stairs ready for action. Everyone stay together. Eraser says. Left. Horizon yells, causing everyone to turn, and a small ball of purple mist begins expanding in the air to the left of them. Hor, a deep shrill voice begins speaking through the mist. Amputate. He slashes the air, and as his invisible slash hits the mist, the conflicting commands of space cause the warp gate to collapse instantly. I can close them, he thinks, then immediately dumps more stamina into his room, expanding it another 3 kilometers. Shambles. 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 What the hell? 13 yells as she's suddenly in Class 1A's homeroom, standing at the front of the class where the teacher's desk was. Everyone else was standing behind their desks with their chairs missing, and Horizon's desk was swapped with Eraser. Everyone okay? Horizon asks, trying to keep his breathing steady so nobody realizes how much stamina he just dumped into that move. Looks like everyone is fine, Eraser says. I need to go alert Nizu. 13 stay with them, he orders, rushing toward the door while everyone is still reeling from what just happened. But before Eraser could even reach the door. Warp gate. The entire floor becomes purple mist, rising up, climbing the walls and the ceiling where both Azui and Siro had already stuck to, reflexively leaping away from the floor. Horizon instantly raises his sword to slash the warp gate, but freezes. If I cancel the gate then everyone could get fuck up, he notices their legs already knee-deep in the purple mist. And if I try to shambles us away while part of us is in it, could it rip us apart? He can't take the chance. And the moment it was completely sealed, they were in a different space. And his room collapsed. End chapter. Chapter 39, Chapter 038, USJ. Chapter start. Room, Horizon unconsciously says aloud, the moment his feet touch the ground and light hits his eyes, standing in the middle of what looks like a collapsed mountainside in USJ. RNGH, he turns just in time to see a massive hulking villain. 300 centimeters tall and built like a Hulk, black-purple skin with tears exposing the muscles beneath. Its brain was exposed for him to see, with a beak-like mouth. The monster cleared the 24 meters between them in a blink. Amputate. Horizon casually slashes out, his slash reaches the other end of the USJ dome and leaves a line in the concrete wall. Buildings collapse as they were simply in the way, but Nomu remains standing. He stumbles and flinches, but to Horizon's surprise, he doesn't get divided in two. The slash across his chest immediately heals and he swings at Horizon. Shambles. He picks a random rock from the landslide zone and swaps with it, appearing behind Nomu, just in time to see the air pressure from its punch carve out a piece of the mountainside, a 10-meter-wide trench extending for dozens of meters. Superpower, he questions, and expands his room to encompass the entirety of USJ, already hearing explosions echoing out across the dome. What the hell is going on here, he mutters to himself as Nomu instantly turns and rushes him again. An unintelligible shriek is the only sound it makes. It was far too fast for his eyes to keep up, but thankfully that's what his room was for. Shambles. He swaps with a rock directly beside it the moment it swings another strong right hook at his visor. Scan. The moment his hand touches its side, and everything freezes. He feels it shifting from a strong right hook to a backhand at his head, and the rest of the information floods in, and all the information floods in. All my classmates are here in USJ, and the Warp Gate villain is at the fountain fighting Eraser and 13 with a few dozen villains. My classmates are scattered about but look to be holding up, at least for now. But this thing. It's like Frankenstein's monster, a cobbled-together assortment of body parts, fused with science, quirks, and drugs. Its mind doesn't have any sentience, only the ability to follow commands. And its quirk, no, quirks. I can feel multiple quirks. Superpower, it has super dense muscles with a layer of elasticity, shock absorption. And stem cells, super regeneration, that's why amputate didn't work, it healed as my slash was dividing it, effectively healing around the cut before it was finished. But nobody knows how amputate works, they think it's air slash, so this guy wasn't built for me, he was built to kill All Might. But All Might's quirk is an accumulation type, starting from 0 and getting stronger through his life. I don't think this thing can hit the same highs, it's more like Deku, starting with a lot of power that can't increase, superpower. And if it's here to kill All Might, and he isn't here, then why is he attacking me instead of the pros? Horizon feels a warp gate preparing to open down at the fountain. The warp gate villain said, "Whore," before I shut the gate in his face, "my name may be. But they can't know about my quirk, a spy. But he probably locked onto us when he first entered USJ, so if I warp everyone anyway he'll just drag us back, best leave everyone to deal with the fodder while I take care of this guy. If any students or teachers die here my class and graduation could be in danger, and that puts my contract in danger. I'll deal with this guy before sickly All Might shows up and gets hurt even more, or worse, the villains get lucky. I won't let anyone die or get hurt, I won't let some stupid villains put my contract at risk." An obscene amount of information was processed and a plan formulated, all in the time it took Nomu to realize Horizon had warped to his side and touched him. Shambles. He narrowly warps away from a vicious backhand, another swath of destruction carved out by the air pressure. The hurricane zone would have been perfect for this fight, I could have used the rain, but I can't feel it, so power is probably out in a few places. He constantly flickers about, evading strike after strike while slashing into Nomu. No, he feels the warp gate villain opening a gate and immediately slashes down in its direction, toward the main plaza and water fountain. Amputate. The slash cleaves through the entire mountain zone, dozens of meters of solid rock before hitting the air and reaching all the way to the fountain, slamming into the warp gate and closing it. Their game of extreme tag continues, every time Nomu would swing Horizon warps away and slashes. The entire mountain zone was slashed and smashed to pieces, becoming more and more unstable by the second. This thing isn't alive, so let's try something drastic. He sees Nomu turn and beeline toward him with a left hook, grips the hilt of his sword tightly, and prepares himself. Shambles. One of his throwing cards appears in his left hand and he throws it above himself, and the moment the punch is inches away from his visor. Shambles. He swaps with the card, appearing directly above Nomu's exposed brain. Incision, he yells and thrusts his sword down into Nomu's brain, feeling the super regeneration trying to literally push the blade out of its body. Counter shock. Arcs of blue electricity flow down from his hands and into the blade, reaching the brain and spine of the Nomu. Shit, Shambles, he disappears with a rock meters away as Nomu reaches up to crush him in a massive hand, not even fazed by a shock to the brain. Their battle continues as Horizon tries to form a new plan. I haven't sensed a warp gate for a minute, Eraser must have used his quirk on him, that means if I take this thing down there and he blinks things could go very badly, I'll have to deal with this solo, but since it has no organs, it's just a ball of muscles and nerves, not to mention if I remove the brain it'll probably grow back. I need to think of something drastic. Horizon predicts an obvious grab at super speed, stepping outside of the arc and making direct contact with his blade. Metal against flesh. Incision. Booster shot. He feels the shock absorption kick in instantly, as if he swung a kitchen knife against a steel wall, the recoil rattling his arms. Figured as much, my enhanced direct slashes don't work, it's as if this damn power type was built to counter me. Nomu takes the chance and raises both arms up, slamming down and destroying the landslide zone. Shit. Horizon yells as the entire mountainside begins to crumble, and all of USJ rattles. Shambles. He disappears, swapped with a villain in the conflagration zone before the shockwave killed him. Now within the smaller red dome were a few 5-story buildings, the zone where everything was on fire. I'm not sensing it rampaging anymore, Horizon mutters, feeling Ojiro fighting nearby. The basic thugs around him come to their senses and immediately rush him, proving to be no challenge. The first was just a muscular man, 2 meters tall with large fists. As he tries to land a sloppy punch, Horizon swings his sword, cutting the man's right fist in two, leaving a bloody stump before kneeing him in the torso, knocking the wind out of him, and taking him out of the fight. The final two were twins, 2 women with quirks that gave them guns for index fingers, aiming and firing a constant stream of bone bullets at Horizon. Trash, he thinks to himself before swapping for one of the women, causing both sisters to riddle each other with spiked bullets. Horizon. Ojiro yells as he lands beside Horizon, clearly happy to see an ally. Dude, what's going on? Just some, Horizon freezes, then looks up to a certain part of the dome. Shit. Nomu comes crashing through the top of the dome, shaking the entire structure and causing spiderweb cracks to spread through the roof of it. Crash. Nomu brings down 2 buildings and tears up the road as he makes his entrance, immediately locking onto Horizon and rushing him faster than either student could see. Shambles. They both swap with nearby rubble as Nomu punches where they were. Ojiro's heart skips a beat when he sees the air pressure of that punch bring down multiple buildings. I'll deal with this, you stay with the pros, Horizon says before swapping Ojiro for a villain near to Eraser. Huh. The man asks confused, Arg, he yells as Horizon stabs him in the leg from behind him. He looks up in time to see Nomu already about to punch him. Shambles, he swaps out for rubble, and the villain he just stabbed become red mist when the punch connects. Okay, let's go. he says to Nomu, challenging the monster. 4 minutes later. Half the class was rushing toward the main plaza, the first to finish up their fights. Most notably was Deku, being carried by Sato because of his broken legs, shattered when he used his quirk to push Mina to safety from falling debris. What's with all the shaking? Todoroki asks, leading the pack beside Bakugo and Kirishima. It's Horizon. Ojiro says. He's fighting some super strong villain. They've been moving between zones and tearing them up. Some people silently nod along, having seen pieces of the battle earlier as they warped and jumped between all the different zones. Bakugo just grits his teeth and keeps quiet, head on a swivel as he feels quakes happening all around them as the duo constantly move their fight. Down in the main plaza, Eraser is panting, quickly running out of energy, one elbow slightly disintegrated, the skin gone to reveal muscle beneath. 13 wasn't faring any better, currently fighting with one hand, the other hanging limply at her side, broken. Kurogiri, get us out of here. Shigaraki demands, scratching his skin to the point of drawing blood, his disheveled blue hair and all the hands attached to his body and face giving an eerie feeling to all the students around. I can't, Kurogiri says. The purple mistman tries to open another warp gate only for it to instantly collapse. Horizon keeps cutting them, we need to kill him, but somehow Noma still hasn't managed. Damn it, Shigaraki scratches his skin even more, staring at the heroes opposite him as the standoff continues, Eraser having cancelled his quirk for the moment but 13 standing guard with her black hole quirk so he couldn't rush in. He's the secondary target, but we weren't told he'd be this strong. He turns to see a dozen students rushing at him. Todoroki, Bakugo, Momo, Tokoyami, and Kirishima led the pack. As they were ready to jump in and break the deadlock, Horizon swapped places with one of the basic thugs. He ignored everyone and just looked toward the water fountain. Exactly what I need. Horizon, what? Eraser is cut off by what sounds like a massive explosion. A huge gust of wind pushes everyone back as Nomo lands in the plaza, scattering everyone. Eraser blinks, and Shigaraki feels his quirk return. The monster wastes no time rushing Horizon again. Faster than any of them could see, Horizon warps away. Thankfully his back was against the water, causing the air pressure to make a rift along the lake. Amputate. Standing at the fountain, he slashes down with one hand, holding a throwing card in the other. A massive slash reaches out, cutting through Nomo and the water, slicing the ship floating on the lake in two and leaving a thin slit in USJ's dome. That thing is strong, like All Might, everyone thought, and he's been fighting it all this time. Nomo is staggered for a moment before his super regeneration kicks in, then he immediately turns and digs his bare feet into the stone floor, cratering the ground as he pushes off. Midway through the rush, 2 attacks reach out to intercept before Nomo gets to Horizon. Die, slash heaven-piercing ice wall. Bakugo and Todoroki launch their strongest attacks, ice, and a powerful explosion. The heroes and villains alike are amazed by their power, but Nomo just backhands the air and destroys all their efforts. In the same instant that ice and smoke are swatted away, causing everyone to crouch down as the wind tried to rip them off the floor, Nomo swings out at Horizon. Before their eyes, he warps Nomo above him, swapped with the card he just tossed over the fountain. Come on, make it rain, Horizon thinks as he feels Nomo now falling, twisting its body down to punch directly under it, inches away from Horizon's skull. Shambles. The moment the punch is about to make contact, he swaps with a piece of ice close to his classmates. An explosion of dust and water forms a mushroom cloud of debris dozens of meters high, as if it were raining. Game over, Horizon says, a vicious smile on his lips, but all they could see was the blank visor as he shrinks his room. From covering all of USJ to only the main plaza, he swaps to one of the water droplets in the air, and swaps Nomo for another. The room shrinks to only cover a few dozen meters around them. Before anyone could realize what was happening, he slossed out, amputate. Nomo flinches, the cut across its face instantly healing. Change the angle, make the lines cross, separate the pieces, Horizon decides. Amputate. Another clean slash. Shambles. Before it can heal, he appears on the other side of Nomo. Amputate. It crosses the previous slash, effectively cutting a piece of the monster out. Shambles. He fails to warp the piece away before it heals. What the hell is he doing? Kirishima asks as the students stare in wonder. Seeing Horizon and Nomo constantly flickering about, but nobody has time to realize or even give a response. After the first dozen slashes, he finally gets the first success, Shambles. A chunk of Nomo's arm swaps for a drop of water and hits the floor. Then another piece of the monster. Then another, and another. No. Shigaraki screams, that's impossible, super regeneration is still active. By the time Horizon was done, the entire floor and fountain were sliced and diced into little pieces, and Nomo was a still living puzzle on the floor, waiting to be put back together. Shigaraki was seething with rage, damn it, you cheated. Kurogiri, he turns, and finally notices Kurogiri already frozen in a thick block of ice. No. Horizon's room immediately collapses as he drops to one knee. Over 100 slashes in such little time completely emptied out his stamina. Stupid villains. Horizon glances over to his classmates as he takes exhausted breaths, then looks toward the villains. Kurogiri is a popsicle and Shigerai is already pinned down by Eraser. So much for UA being a breeze, Hanizu. I guess I've got a lot of work to do. He decides, realizing that there were some situations that he just didn't have a proper answer to. End chapter. Hyper-regeneration is a really damn bad matchup for Law. The more I thought about it, the more it makes sense, and thematically someone with that quirk would counter a doctor. Didn't feel like making USJ into a 5-chapter mini-arc, so let's just get to the fun stuff. I finished writing this volume recently, so this week it's daily uploads. Curious to see how many power stones we can get, smiley face. Chapter 40, Chapter 039, Debrief. Chapter start. Minutes after Nomo was defeated, Kurogiri and Shigarami were already knocked out. All Might and the other pros arrived and quickly swept up the other villains, which leaves us where we are now. With Horizon standing at the fountain speaking to Detective Tsukachi. Are you sure it's alive? Tsukachi asks, looking at the dozens of pieces of Nomo on the floor, all the police officers standing around with disgusted looks, metal cases ready to store the pieces, while others kept loading up villains. It is, Horizon says, it's a walking corpse made from a few different people. It wasn't really alive in the first place, more like the muscles were just getting commands. But it's alive. If you put these pieces in the same box you'll have to deal with it again, so don't do that. Freaky, the detective says, noticing one of the eyes still looking around as part of its head was still intact. What kind of monster would think to even do this? No clue, Horizon says. Now since you know I didn't kill anyone, can I go join the others? Right, I'll be over in a bit to get all the other stories. Taking a rather exhausting walk up the massive staircase and out of USJ, Horizon sees a dozen prison buses parked outside, a small army of police cars accompanying them. Off to the left, he sees all his classmates standing with Present Mike at a UA bus, clearly waiting for him. Quietly chattering about their first villain experience. Horizon. Mina yells excitedly, causing everyone to turn toward him. You were super cool in there, the way you cut up that villain. Thanks, he says in a tired voice. We ready to go? Yup, Mike says. We were just waiting for you. Eraser and Midoriya are already at Recovery Girl, 13 too. Great, let's get out of here. Everyone boarded the bus and Horizon immediately gets a text from Nizu. My office, was all it said. Of course. Present Mike sat at the front while the robot was driving, with Horizon only one seat behind him, sitting beside Momo and Jiro. Everyone is still chattering about what they just encountered when Todoroki's voice cuts through the noise. Horizon, his monotone voice silences the bus, sitting closer to the back while Horizon was at the front. Yeah. Horizon asks, leaning back and trying to relax. We know the villains made that creature to kill All Might, but how did you beat it? It was as strong as him. It even shrugged off our best attacks. He glances at Bakugo, who was one step from exploding at the memory. But you beat it by yourself, how? Even Present Mike turns to look at him, not sure what kind of answer to expect. Simple, because I'm better, Horizon shrugs. Everyone just glares daggers at him before he continues explaining. I had to overcome its quirks, shock absorption, superpower, super regeneration, and anything else it had. Power types are easy for me, but the regeneration was a real pain. Without that I could have handled it in one slash. Plus the fact that I had to deal with Kurogiri. Every time he made a warp gate I had to take a second to close it before he decided to move any of you around again. Honestly, it was more of a challenge than I ever expected to face at UA. They look both amazed and horrified that a student could deal with a situation like that. Your reaction in stressful situations is also admirable, Momo adds. You instantly warped us back to our homeroom from USJ when the villains arrived. If he wasn't able to warp us back, then I'm sure you would have done that again. Yup. Meant to think you got the final boss while we had to clean up those street punks. Not that I could have done anything to help. I mean, one of his punches was destroying buildings. I'm not ready for that yet, Kirishima whines. Good job, class rep. Everyone echoes his cheer, and they could slowly feel the distance between them and Horizon widening. No, not widening, they were simply realizing how far ahead he really was. Shoto quietly sits and stares at Horizon. I wonder how much he suffered to become this strong. I can't imagine what he survived. Bakugo just glares out the window, a new sense of numbness spreading in his chest, as if his body didn't have that burning desire to catch up anymore, as if he was slowly realizing how hopeless it was. Ida was proud of himself. He now knew for sure that he made the right choice voting for Horizon. And sitting directly beside Horizon, Momo frowns and tunes out Jiro, who was chatting with her. Suddenly there was an infinite chasm separating her, the vice class rep, from the class representative. Her doubts and insecurities about her own value suddenly amplified to heights unheard of for her. Jiro notices the change in Momo's mood and rests a hand on her leg, giving her a concerned look, but Momo just puts on a weak fake smile, not even fooling herself. Stepping off the bus, Horizon ignores everyone and makes a beeline to Nizu's office, quickly entering and laying down on one of the couches, not even wanting to activate his quirk to swap his hero costume. Leaning his sword against the coffee table, he closes his eyes and nods off, taking a small nap while the pros finish up, 2 hours later. Tap tap tap. Horizon wakes up groggily, seeing Yagi standing over him tapping his visor as if it were a fishbowl. Horizon groans and sits up, looking around to see Nizu and Tsukachi on the opposite couch already. How long was I asleep? It's only 5, Yagi says, taking a seat beside Horizon. You've had a long day, makes sense that you're tired. Yeah, from doing your job. Horizon groans, and everyone frowns in response. So why am I here? We just need to ask some questions, mainly about the Nomu, Tsukachi says. Right, go ahead. What can you tell us about it? Pretty much everything, Horizon shrugs. Well, they cobbled together 4 corpses to make it, one was a base and the others for the quirks. Shock absorption, superpower, super regeneration, a perfect all-might killing combo. That matches what Eraser said Shigaraki was boasting about, Nizu says. You got all that from touching Nomu? Yagi asks. Yeah, it was nasty, Horizon says. The thing was a walking corpse, so I didn't mind cutting it up. It wasn't even sentient, only the parts of the brain needed to accept commands were working. The strain of multiple quirks is too much for a body to handle, something had to give. Any idea of how it was done? Yagi asks, a bit of trepidation in his voice. With medical operations, or did it seem a bit more natural? Horizon raises a brow at that. Well, I could tell it involved a lot of drugs and operations. The pieces were put together and grafted before the brain was rewired. Super regeneration helped pull it all together, but that's a 1 in 200,000 quirk, if it's even that common. Yagi, Tsukachi, and Nizu share a look of relief, glad to hear that it wasn't as simple as someone placing a hand on a villain and giving him multiple quirks. And about Kurogiri? Nizu asks. Warp gate guy, Horizon sighs. Didn't get to touch him, I just kept cancelling his warp gates from wherever I was in USJ at time. It has a pretty obvious tell for me, not the first warp gate I've encountered. Really? Both Tsukachi and Yagi are surprised, but Nizu just nods along. Right, but this was of a completely different nature, Nizu says. Plus this one didn't need an anchor, Horizon adds. Worked by either coordinates or lock-on, not sure. But after I warped everyone back to my homeroom, he pulled us back into USJ, our feet were already in the mist, so I didn't want to cancel it or try to rip us out. Good call, Yagi says. That could have gone bloody. I figured as much, Horizon says. Then I just cut up Nomu, you pretty much know the rest. I see, Tsukachi finishes writing everything Horizon said. Anything else? Yeah, I think the villains were targeting me, anything on that? Everyone in the room stiffens at that. There was mention of that from Aizawa, Nizu says. The villains said that since All Might wasn't there they would kill the secondary target, you. But the fact that they were also able to identify you, that is concerning. Unless they got in touch with one of my patients or something, but that's unlikely, Horizon says. Nobody would hand over a miracle cure. Coupled with the fact that they knew we would be at USJ and who would be there, you've got a leak. Possibly, Nizu says. But I'd rather not jump to that conclusion. We need to have a united front instead of all suspecting each other, especially right now. I just hope you find the leak before I do, Horizon grumbles out. For their sake, I hope so too, Nizu says. Anyway, now we only have to deal with the matter of our PR nightmare. All 80 villains have been arrested and are already en route to Tartarus, including Nomu. And the school was searched, so my job here is done. Tsukachi stands and politely nods to everyone. I'll let you all deal with this while I continue investigating this league of villains. Thank you for all your hard work, Tsukachi. Nizu politely bows to the detective before he leaves the room. After Tsukachi leaves, Horizon relaxes a bit more. So, is this crap stopping the sports festival? Because that really messes up my plan. I think it best that we continue as usual, with added security, Nizu says, ignoring Yagi's worried look. We need to show the public and our students that this incident won't hinder us at all. I suppose that's right, Yagi says. And our students need the opportunity to make their proper debut to the world. Good, because I've had the info packs ready to send to news outlets for a while, Horizon says. When I win the sports festival and everyone is searching my name, they'll find what I want them to find. Careful now, young Horizon, Yagi says. If you're too confident, victory could slip away from you. People are most vulnerable when they think they've won. I'm not arrogant, Horizon says. It's a proper assessment of my skill compared to everyone else I've seen. Honestly, the closest is probably Bakugo, and he's hot garbage compared to me. Well, I'll be sure to watch your performance closely, Yagi says. One thing, since my quirk is warping, it's legal for me to summon my sword, right? Completely, after the game officially begins, that is, Nizu says. But if you cause too much damage with it you'll be disqualified, the same goes for everyone and their quirks too. Easy win then, Horizon says. Well, now that we've handled those things, I just need to figure out the PR nightmare this situation has caused. People are already demanding All Might step down for the safety of the students, Nizu says sadly. Why not tell the truth? Horizon asks flatly. What do you mean? Yagi asks. Well, if you just consider it all at face value, villains made this incredibly intricate master plan expending a crap ton of resources to kill All Might, only to be stopped by a class of first years 3 days into school, their homeroom teacher and a rescue hero that almost never fights. Villains suck and UA looks good and Nizu cuts him off. You'll want us to name you specifically and credit you with taking down their weapon and disrupting their warp gate user, playing an instrumental part in our victory, and putting the spotlight on yourself even before the sports festival. Well, Horizon shrugs. It's not like we'd be lying. But we place our students in the crosshairs of any revenge attacks, and antagonize the villains by humiliating them, Nizu points out, a serious frown on his face. That's why I already disregarded this option. While I am proud of my students, we still don't know the full extent of the League of Villains. Yeah, but you'd put most of the heat on me, and I'm certainly good bait, Horizon says. If another attack happens and any student gets hurt we'd be in a lot more trouble after pulling such a stunt, Nizu says. I already plan to more properly insulate the school and all our teaching schedules. Smart move, Yagi says. And I should make a better effort to actually be here. I got sidetracked doing heroics and wasn't even here when my students needed me. Agreed, Horizon says harshly. You made a deal, honor it, no matter what. Breaking contracts is grounds to be put down, remember that. Yagi just looks at him a bit nervously. Right, yeah. Well, I should get the press statement out, Nizu says. I'll follow Horizon's plan, showing that everyone at UA is capable will look much better. I don't want any students scared to come to our school. Nizu immediately takes out a tablet and types up a proper statement. And 20 minutes later it's posted. Already at 5 million views and it's only been seconds. Nizu chuckles. Horizon's phone immediately begins going off, he unlocks it to see his EA profile going crazy. And I'm already at 1 million followers, he can't help but laugh. Man, those hero-worshipping idiots are too easy. Hey now, you shouldn't call your fans that, Yagi says. TCH, fuck those sheeple. Beep beep beep. Yagi's phone goes off, he reaches for it so quickly you'd think it burnt him. Emergency Hero Network alert, he says, then his face looks drained of all life as he sees the article. He places it on the table for Nizu and Horizon to see, an entire city block turned to rubble. Dozens of armored trucks and cop cars were crushed and tossed about as if they were nothing. What the hell did that? Where is that? Horizon asks. That was the League of Villains convoy, Yagi says. Apparently they were attacked by something, hit with a EMP and attacked before anyone could respond. No survivors or witnesses, but lots of missing prisoners, including a certain trio. Let me guess, Nizu groans. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu. Yagi just nods sadly, knowing this fight was far from over. End chapter. So I failed to explain properly the interaction between amputate and super regeneration last chapter and a lot of people got mad. It'll come up again and I'll go more in depth at that point. Just need you to trust me until then. Law is still up, smiley face. Chapter 41, Chapter 040, Understandable Assumptions. Chapter start. Sitting in a dimly lit room, All for One is in his usual black formal suit, his head exposed, various tubes inserted into his skin to help keep him alive as he sits with his oldest friend. His head only had a mouth, no ears or other sensory parts, no hair, appearing burnt and battered, like a rotting potato that a child stitched together. The giant 225 centimeters 7 feet 4, tall man, just barely taller than All Might, relaxes in his comfortable chair and listens to Dr. Garaki prattle on about his creations. The man's pride in his Nomu is boundless as always, only second to his admiration of All for One himself. Not even the value of his own life could match those things. Dr. Garaki was a short and portly man with large glasses and a thick white mustache contrasting his bald head. Appearing no older than 60, but in truth, he was the second oldest person on the planet, at over 120 years old, second only to All for One, a being that has existed since the first generation of quirks. Any news, Kyudai? All for One asks in a deep yet calm voice, and the doctor just sighs as he looks at the screens in front of him. Honestly, this is a waste of time, the man grumbles, the only person in the world who could speak to the demon lord so casually. I don't get why we even gave that brat those two nomas, especially Kurogiri, after we took over a decade to create his warp gate quirk. That damn child could never be your successor, master. Tamura is still young, Kyudai, he will make mistakes. And get 2 of our nomas caught, the man grumbles. Yes, but we already have someone en route to rescue them, all 3 of them, and collect the simple thugs to make more nomas. To think that I may one day have to work with that child, Garaki begins silently crying at the thought, looking at his dear friend and master with sadness in his eyes. If only I could heal your body, then you could rule forever as we've always wanted. I know, doctor, but that dream died when All Might and I had our last encounter. Now he is teaching, certainly trying to find someone to inherit his power, his next bet for the symbol of peace, so I must do the same and pass everything to a successor, wouldn't you agree? Garaki sighs, I just wish I could have done more, 100 years of experimentation, yet I can't save the person who matters most to me, I feel useless. No Kyudai, it's not your fault, All for One comforts his friend. You are the only person in this world who cannot be replaced, my oldest friend and confidant, in fact, your usefulness has even outlived me, or at least it will. Garaki can't help but shed another tear at those words, but he's unable to accept what forgiveness All for One was offering. Beep beep beep. Garaki turns back to the screen, it seems UA has released a report, now we can get some idea of what happened at the USJ. Indeed, our Trojan told us one part of the story, but I'd like to see how they spin this tale, All for One says. How will UA handle the media after they've been attacked, and the symbol of peace wasn't even there to help, a difficult situation, but I'm sure Nizu will solve it. Yes, that high-spec wielding bear mouse, Garaki grumbles as the news report reads the document aloud. If it were possible to create a brain that could handle that quirk, we could dominate the world, easily. Assuming we could even get to him, All for One says. UA has some of the most meticulous and weaponized security in the world, and he never leaves his fortress. It's like a private country within Japan, it's honestly a miracle the USJ attack was even a success. Thankfully you have people everywhere, Garaki says. A few minutes later and the news report is complete, propping up Horizon, 13, and Eraser, while putting down the villains for foolishly attacking UA, 80 villains infiltrated, and all were arrested, including their abomination of a superweapon, now publicly known as Nomu. In the end, the villains didn't manage to damage any of the students, and a quick trip to Recovery Girl fixed both pros. Exactly as we heard, it seems his classmate was the main problem, that Horizon kid, Garaki said, not thinking much of the fact that villains were captured, they'd be back soon enough anyway. But to think he beat Brainless and nullified Kurogiri, very impressive. More than just impressive Kyudai, superhuman, All for One says, a vicious smile on his lips. It wasn't clear before, but I believe this confirms it. First Nizu claims he is capable of being the next symbol of peace, then our friend inside tells us his quirk is warping, among other things. But now he has offensive power that I only suspected people like All Might, Endeavor, and Star and Stripe to possess, quite a scary combo. You think he has one for all? That All Might passed his quirk onto this child, Garaki thinks about it for a moment and can't help but agree. That would explain how he beat Brainless that was built to kill All Might, but how would we know for sure? We already had our people in the Hero Public Safety Commission check, his private record just says Hand of God. Because of Nizu. Nizu. Garaki asks, not putting the pieces together. Yes, he has been blocking all of our contacts, any attempt we made to track or contact Horizon this past year was blocked, we couldn't tell by who, but it could only be Nizu. We assumed the miracle doctor had friends in high places, but now we know he has a sponsor at the very top of this world. Then it's a good thing we didn't manage to make contact with him to get you an appointment for healing, Garaki sighs in relief. Things could have gone very poorly, and we don't have any way to deal with his warping since it's so instantaneous, with a massive range too. Yes, but this report also made it obvious that Horizon is the next one for all user, he says, confusing the doctor slightly. I'm sorry but I don't follow, the report only said what we already confirmed happened, Garaki says. Yes, exactly. But Nizu would never put a student's name in such a report and antagonize us, even if he thinks the entire League of Villains was arrested, he would quicker pin everything on the teachers and All Might to make them targets instead of students. This shows his absolute unshakable faith in Horizon to defend himself from any villains we send after him. It's alarming how much confidence he has in the boy, even if it's only so because they believe I'm dead. One for all would explain that level of confidence in the kid for sure. Should we take the bait and attack him? We don't have any more Nomus that can match Brainless, so it'll be a while before we're ready, Garaki says. But taking one for all is worth it. No, that won't work, my body as it is right now can't handle the power amplification of my little brother's quirk. And even if I went in person he could simply warp away, I would need a reason for him to stay in the fight, and hostages don't work since he will simply remove them too, All for One says, then he frowns. I'll have to make things personal, make him want to fight me. Our spy says he's an asshole so that'll be tough, Garaki says flatly. Honestly unless we can get Nizu or someone he cares about I don't see how this will work. Well luckily we are not alone, I'll contact all the people I can, we'll dig up all the information we can on Horizon, he must have someone or something we can take to piss him off, every man has something they care about. Oh, and I'll contact the Aoyama family as well, make sure they know their new role in all of this. And what about the so-called League of Villains? Garaki asks, clearly annoyed at having to indulge All for One's desire to groom Shigaraki. When they escape it will cause much panic, especially considering who we sent and how he operates, it would be best to shift the focus away from UA to ease the mind of those students. The other hero courses across Japan? Garaki asks. Precisely, and it will play into Nizu's plan to make Horizon looks even better. We need him confident in himself to the point that he would fight anyone, and we need UA and All Might safe from media scrutiny. Killing someone is easier if they stay in one place 6 days a week after all, much better than when All Might was running about Japan and Horizon was traveling the world. And how would you like to deal with the other hero courses? Garaki asks. After he gets back from rescuing them we could just warp him into those schools, it'd be easy. No, All for One disregards that idea entirely. Let's ramp up production of Nomus. Tamura needs his own army, he isn't ready to command you or him just yet, far from it actually. We'll send a few dozen Nomus out to one school at a time, but make sure they're all weak. We want the media shaming the other schools for failing while UA has a first year that was able to stop a monster intended to kill All Might. Oh, and you can collect the corpses to make more. That many will take at least a month. If we needed them capable of accepting orders, yes, All for One says. But these are just wild animals to be unleashed on students to stack bodies. We'll make them quickly and let them run wild until the pros put them down, and Kurogiri will collect the bodies. Garaki smiles at that. That much genetic material will greatly help my research, and a lot of those kids probably have strong quirks too. Not to mention this will further make them believe that I'm dead, because why would I ever expend resources that don't directly hurt All Might? It's so out of character that it can't be me. He smiles victoriously at the thought of them thinking he's gone. A single move with so many layers, your evil genius is truly unmatched, my friend, Garaki says. Now I need to be ready to operate on many fresh subjects. Yes, doctor, if all goes well I'll have to build you yet another lab. All for One chuckles darkly before loud beeping interrupts them. Garaki takes out his phone and checks the message. Good news I expect, as usual from him, All for One says. Both the Nomus are recovered. Kurogiri is a bit damaged from the ice and brainless needs to be put back together, Garaki says happily. And Tamura? Oh, the brat is fine too, they're already at another safe house. Garaki immediately begins typing on his computer. I'll start looking into which schools we should hit first. Japan has thousands of hero courses. Aside from Shiketsu we need to make sure the targets we select have people with useful quirks. Good, and have Kurogiri warp me to their location when the coast is clear. I'd like to go in person to greet them. After all, my presence is the greatest reward I can give him. Garaki nods in agreement. Well, he never fails, and he exists to serve and protect you. Honestly, the fact that his body can handle 7 quirks without any modifications helped make the foundation for my Nomu program. I can't imagine a better bodyguard and attack dog. If anyone deserves to see you in person, it's him. All for One smiles proudly. Yes, I too am quite impressed by him. Gigantomachia. End chapter. Chapter 42, Chapter 041, Declared, War on Heroes. Chapter start. Sitting in his kitchen, Law enjoys a simple dinner of white rice, black mushrooms, and grilled chicken. After a long and admittedly difficult workout, Law sits at the counter and turns on the TV, taking a sip of his water as the news starts. Welcome to Shinjitsu News, the anchor starts, a slender older gentleman with water for hair, styled like a constantly flowing waterfall but never reaching past his shoulders or even touching his gray suit. Following the villain attack at UA's disaster simulation facility yesterday, new information has been uncovered. Law takes another sip of his water and continues eating, eyes still on the screen as the man continues. The statement released by UA only hours after the attack has been completely confirmed by the administration. The police have also confirmed via statements and claims the villains made during the attack that they fully intended to attack and kill All Might, our symbol of peace. 77 low-level thugs were gathered as well as the ringleader, a blue-haired man with dried and cracked gray skin and multiple detached human hands gripping his body. He goes by the name Shigaraki, as far as officials know. A picture of Shigaraki appears, bound in metal restraints. His quirk is a disintegration quirk. When all 5 of his fingers on either hand touch anything it immediately begins falling apart, organic and inorganic matter alike. Accompanying him was his presumed second-in-command, the man identified by the name Kurogiri, a villain possessing the most rare and sought-after of all quirk types, a warping quirk, specifically Warp Gate. His real face and body structure are unknown as the purple mist created by his quirk never leaves his body. A picture of Kurogiri appears, bound from head to toe in metal restraints, the purple mist seeping through the gaps in the metal. Guess he needs to move his body to activate Warp Gate. Horizon can't help but smile at that. Another way Hand of God is better. And finally we have the bioengineered creature, codenamed Anomu. This time a much less clear picture appears, a distant shot from within USJ by one of the few working security drones that were signal blocked from the main campus, but thankfully the cameras worked. The picture was of Nomu standing beside Shigaraki, Eraser, and 13 were in the corner of the frame, surely moments before Horizon entered to finish the fight. This creature was created by horrific means, using 4 separate corpses as genetic material to force their quirks into one being. It has no sentience and is technically dead, a walking corpse only existing to obey commands. Truly these villains have hit depths previously undreamt of by even the most wretched of scum. The man shakes his head in disgust before he continues. This creature was created specifically to kill All Might. It had a combination of quirks which have thankfully been identified by the work of Horizon during the fight and the arrogant boasting of Shigaraki. Shock absorption, superpower, and super regeneration. They show a few short clips of Nomo punching, ripping apart the landscape with pure air pressure. Nizu really went all out with building my reputation, Horizon chuckles, fully understanding what the next part of the announcement would be. Thankfully the villains failed to hurt any students, and the pros only had minor scrapes, the men said, sounding relieved and somehow proud. While the ringleader and other villains were distracted for most of the incident, the Nomo was defeated. A picture of the destroyed fountain and diced up Nomo appears on the screen. The remaining thugs were easily dealt with by the students until more heroes arrived, the man says, his voice clearly swelling in anticipation. The leader Shigaraki and his assistant Kurogiri were blocked by the present pros, Eraserhead, and Rescue Hero 13. And the Nomo was defeated, by a student no less. He pauses for a moment, and Law rolled his eyes. Talk about building hype. That's right, a student from Class 1A defeated the monster that they built to kill All Might. A picture of some students walking back into the main campus, stepping off the bus, appeared on the screen. Clearly shot from beyond the UA boundary in the street, the image was barely visible. Okay, that's more than I expected, Law admits. Seeing a picture of him, dressed in full hero costume, walking beside a slightly blurry Momo and Tokoyami, with a clear arrow pointed at him. This student has been allegedly identified as the Horizon from UA's report, the man says excitedly. Credited with taking down the Nomo, which was made to kill All Might Dash, as well as nullifying Kurogiri's warp gate to prevent further havoc and violence. Truly a promising start to the career of a future hero. No other information is known about him and UA won't comment further, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him at the sports festival. Law smiles at that, yeah, when I win. But sadly the villains were not done here, the anchor says. While the strength of UA's Class 1A and 2 of their pros was enough to defend their students, today has proven that is not the case of other hero courses across Japan. Law sits up at that, not sure what the hell he was talking about. After their bloody and devastating escape from custody yesterday, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the USJ Nomo have yet to make another appearance. But a scourge of much weaker Nomas has attacked 7 hero courses today alone. Dozens have been reported dead at each attack, and most of the corpses were taken for what officials believe to be further experimentation and creation of Nomas. The man sounds moments away from crying. Law looks genuinely confused at that. Why didn't they just wait and attack UA again? That doesn't make much sense. It seems that the villains care about more than just killing our symbol of peace, the man says bitterly. They want to destroy all our hopes and dreams, to eradicate our guardians and the great places we've dedicated to training and raising them. They want to kill all heroes, and yes, they are certainly a fearsome foe. The man's expression shifts from sad and somber to determined, almost angry as his flowing water hair begins swirling and bubbling. But we won't break that easily, he yells out, raising a fist to the sky, a fanatical tinge in his voice. UA in their first years of Class 1A have proven that these villains can be defeated. So I'm sure that the pros will capture them, and if they ever have the chance to come face to face with All Might, he'll smash them into pieces and lock them in Tartarus with no issue, as he always does to the scum that threatens the safety of our beloved country. The man tries to catch his breath from his rant that Law would bet surely inspired the masses. Well shit, Law chuckles. That worked a whole lot better than expected, and Nizu really went above and beyond with that picture of Noma's defeat. Law takes out his phone and sees Horizon's follower count steadily marching toward 3 million, sitting at half that number when he sat down to eat. Heroes live and die by popularity and public opinion, so I'll be living very well. The man finally composes himself, his hair returning to gently flowing streams. However, unfortunately not everyone shares these hopeful views. Public outrage and scrutiny at the security and conduct at the attacked hero courses have never been higher. Pictures of protests and borderline riots appear on the screen. Law rolls his eyes, scared people not sure what to do when their heroes start seemingly failing, not surprising at all since most of them probably can't even fight some quirkless brat with a knife. The screen then has a picture of crowds holding candles and placing flowers at the gates of multiple hero course schools. Others have come out in force to share their sympathy for the lives lost because of these villains and their monsters. And some are even questioning the capability of the pros at the affected schools, with good reason of course. And a vocal few are calling for All Might to stop teaching and resume his patrols, equating this attack to his lack of presence on the streets. Bullshit, he's always ditching school to babysit you useless fucks, Law grumbles, now finishing up his meal and moving to do the dishes. But no matter the outcome, one thing is clear, the news anchor says. These villains have declared war on all heroes, no matter if you're a training or a fully licensed pro, and I know our heroes won't let this stand, so if the League of Villains is watching this, my message to you is, enjoy these last few days of freedom, because they're quickly counting down. Now on to other news. Hawks. Law cuts off the TV immediately. A war on heroes, he considers it for a moment. Well, wars need war heroes on both sides. Guess I've found another easy way to climb the ranks. Now I should call Nizu and thank him for the popularity boost. End chapter. Chapter 43, Chapter 042, Superhuman Potential. Chapter start. Friday, 2 days after USJ. Law sat at the patio furniture outside his home. The massive 20m by 10m pool was clear and stagnant under the midday sun, tempting him after his workout. Leaning forward, wearing only his workout shorts, elbows resting on the table as he drinks some water from his bottle, MMA gloves and hand wraps in front of him, new but already torn up from constant abuse. Law leans back and takes a deep breath, body covered in sweat and aching from another successful workout, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough, he grumbles, thinking aloud. I won the fight but I didn't really beat Nomu, not enough, and my style just isn't compatible with something like that. Since the League of Villains escaped with it, then I may have to face it, or stronger Nomus in the future. But how do I solve the problem? He takes another large gulp of water and runs through the possibilities. Super regeneration is 1 in a 200 million maybe. I doubt they'll have more Nomus with that. I should focus on the other aspects first. I never thought a power type would be able to make me actually try, but that thing had a serious mix of power and durability. I won, but it wasn't clean, and it was far from economical or efficient, he grumbles, remembering how tired he was after USJ. Law considers the scenario more thoroughly. The main threat was the immense speed paired with my energy expenditure. I've got shambles, amputate, incision, booster shot, scan, counter shock, and injection shock, in addition to the cost of creating and maintaining a room. Amputate, counter shock, and booster shot are by far the most costly, but those are the ones I would need the most to deal with another Nomu, along with shambles to dodge attacks. I need to either develop something that can deal with Nomu's power and regeneration, or figure out how to make my moves more economical, or increase my stamina pool even more. He sighs and rubs his head. Fuck, I've rarely really fought power types and they've always gone down in one hit. This super regeneration shit is a nightmare. It takes me months or years to plan and execute new moves, not to mention how long it takes for me to practice enough that I can use them smoothly. Horizon warps his phone into his hand, reading the most recent news alert, the 19th Hero Course attacked by the League of Villains and their army of Nomus. Looks like regenerating Nomus are super rare, and none as strong as the USJ Nomu. I've got a lot of offense already. If I'm gonna be a hero, there may be times when I can't move myself or people for whatever reason, and I'm sure an army of monsters with multiple quirks can have a reason or two. I'll need some kind of defensive move for a change. Horizon taps the table for a minute, considering how he could solve this problem, never before needing to consider defense because he could always warp away, but now he actually had to at least pretend to care about other people and their lives. He rolls his eye at the thought. Snap. He snaps his fingers as the thought forms. I don't need to create a new offense if I just upgrade the ones I have. Incision amplifies my slashes. Paired with booster shot, it can slash through a lot of stuff. If I increase my base strength and incision, then I can at least stall better until openings show up, assuming I have to fight that same Nomu again. He quickly opens his phone and searches for Endeavor catches falling car, and he instantly gets hundreds of video results. Tapping the first, he's greeted by a video of Endeavor hovering in the air and catching a car as it falls from the overpass above him, then descending to the ground and gently placing it down, with a lot of obvious effort. Okay, he made that look a lot easier than I expected, Law admits. Endeavor was his gold standard for most things he considers when judging a hero. Perfect quirk mastery, perfect battlefield command, a great strategic mind, and excellent at quirk analysis in battle. Now he had to add this to the list. I don't know if I can tap into my latent superhuman potential to that level, he mutters. Since his quirk works by changing his skin and body structure and giving him a lot more energy, we should be in the same boat. He's like an inch taller than me, but I'm only 190 pounds, 86 kg, and he's like 260 118 kg. That's a lot more muscle backing him. Law considers this approach, taking a more brawler style in certain situations and using his quirk more sparingly. That's what Endeavor does, and his quirk has clear limits. He needs energy to use it, and he makes sure to space out his big attacks from what Law can see, likely due to overheating, he figures. Certain quirks give passive effects. For example, Ida's legs are super strong to compensate for the engines in his calves. Other quirks have bonuses that seemingly don't make much sense, like Endeavor and his low-level superhuman strength, even though his quirk is all about fire. This superhuman potential is exactly what Law intended to take advantage of. Since his quirk requires a high level of passive energy in his body, the limits of baseline humans, quirkless people don't exactly apply to him in some regards. This is mainly why he believes quirkless people to be obsolete and that they simply cannot live up to the potential of those with quirks. Because they operate with the now ancient expectations humans had, but now anyone with a quirk could potentially exceed these limits in ways that their quirk simply wouldn't lead you to believe. Quirks are just nature's way of pointing out that your limiters are off, that you've taken the next step to evolve, is exactly how Law would put it. I'll have to bulk up, go from lean 193 centimeters to maybe a few steps closer to Endeavor, but that means. He frowns at the very thought. Fuck, I already eat so damn much because of this quirk, and now I'll have to eat even more, and probably sleep more. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. For the next half hour Law sits there crunching numbers and ordering a lot more food from his grocery delivery service. Realizing he'll have to drink a second large protein shake every day and either fit 3 more meals into his diet or make his existing meals a lot bigger. I wish I could just photosynthesize, he sighs. Just wake up, drink water, lay in the sun, and enjoy the gains. Lucky damn plants. I bet Ibra can do that if she tries hard enough. Would make sense with vines for hair. Saving his meal and workout plan, Law opens the class group chat for the very first time, seeing over 1,000 unread messages over the last 2 days. Since this chat was only made minutes before boarding the bus to USJ, he can already guess what they were talking about. He sees a few mentions of his name with people tagging him to get his attention, but he just ignores them, clicking the members list for the group to see Momo as the administrator, then scrolling halfway down the list. Gotcha, you're strong but not all might strong. You'll be a good baseline for me to push myself to insane levels of base strength, he says while hitting call on his classmate's icon. A few seconds later and on the second ring his call is answered. Ah, hello. Sato asks warily. Yo, Sato, you busy? Wait, who is this? Horizon, Law says, not understanding the confusion. Wait, why isn't your voice all robot-like? It's usually kinda robot-y, Sato says. Law looks genuinely confused at why this was so strange, because I took off the visor since I'm at home. That comes off. Dude, we thought that was your face. Huh. Wait. Did everyone think that was my face? Is that why nobody ever asked about it? Pretty much, man. I mean, we all had some chats about it and figured it best not to ask. I mean, why else would you wear it 24/7? Because I don't want everyone knowing my business. Law asks expectantly. Now that doesn't make sense. Why wear that thing in school anyway? Sato disregards his logic immediately. Wait, is the body glove also just you being paranoid? It's not paranoid, Law growls out. Dunno, man, sounds like what a paranoid person would say. Law pinches the bridge of his nose and just sighs. Okay, can we get to why I called you, please? Oh right, sure thing, class rep, what's up? It's about your quirk, strength enhancer, right? Law asks. Yeah, it's called Sugar Rush. I eat 10 grams of sugar and get a time 5 boost in strength for 3 minutes. But as the time runs out I get really sleepy, then I crash. Every 10 grams more increases my strength by another 1 time and extends the limit, but only a little bit on the timer part, and I crash even harder afterward, Sato explains with a bit of hesitance, feeling rather self-conscious describing his clearly limited quirk to Horizon of all people. A rushdown quirk that's good for 1 quick charge that's sure to take down some villains, Law says. Clear strength and limits to be trained too, good potential. Thanks, man. Sato's voice suddenly had a small layer of pride. I'm actually calling you because I'm starting a new training regiment at home and needed someone to compare to. Oh, what do you need to know? How much you can bench without your quirk? I can solve the rest from there, Law says. Oh, just 700, naturally my quirk makes it easier for me to hit high numbers since it's all about muscles. It basically puts my regular muscles into a power mode, for a bit. Even through the phone Law could tell Sato was shy about his personal records, even as impressive as they are. I see, I'm only at 400 right now, I think I can get my base stronger than yours but obviously you have a multiplier and I don't, that'll be a good challenge, Law says. That's awesome. And if you ever need a gym buddy you know how to find me. I don't work out in the body glove or visor, sweat and all that, so I rather train solo, nothing personal. It's cool man, no hard feelings, I'm just happy to help. Since you helped me I should at least return the favor, it's only fair, Law says, trying to keep the debts even between him and his classmates as much as possible. I see you eating sugar cubes and cookies during training to trigger your quirk, right? Yeah, I bake 'em myself, taste great and the sugar is for my quirk, Sato says plainly. Yeah well, half of being a hero is public image, so cut that shit out unless you only plan to market yourself to kids. Head to the support department and get some high-density sugar pills made, easier to store and you can label them power pills or something for branding, and you can sell them as candy or whatever when you go pro. They won't taste as good but you'll get more sugar per handful and won't take as long to enter a fight. Oh wow. Sato pauses for a moment. I didn't even think about the support department being able to do stuff like that. I'll get on that right away, class rep, thanks for the advice. Just returning the favor, I'll see you Monday. Yeah yo, Law hangs up before Sato finishes talking. Honestly, he and Cookie Girl would have an epic bakery, Law mutters, nodding along at the idea of a bakery that sells meter-wide cookies. Now that's a dream I can get behind. Gulping down the rest of his water, Law gets up to go enjoy a shower. Tonight Law Matani was going out on the town. End chapter. Chapter 44, Chapter 043, Working the Press. Chapter start. Walking along the sidewalk in his full uniform, Horizon glances down to his wrist, reading the time on his white-a-blue Rolex, seeing it's barely 7:30. Right on time, he mutters. The early morning sun beaming down on him, to his right is a massive 20-meter tall black wall. UA's new barrier, reinforced while school was closed for the past 5 days. 2 feet of solid black steel wrapped all around the school's perimeter. Room. He opens a room for 200 meters around him, sensing a mob of reporters and other members of the press hounding every student as they enter UA, the first day back since the USJ incident. These people were the reason he was walking to school instead of warping from his building directly onto campus. His name and face, or at least Horizon and the picture of his visor, had been trending for the past few days. In the midst of more and more attacks on hero courses, pros dying as well as students, by the dozens each time, he was credited with stopping the most powerful of all the Nomas, the USJ Nomo, one that has yet to make a second appearance. His EA profile has been on fire ever since, everyone bombarding him with questions and requests for interviews, but he's ignored them all, until now. Entering the final stretch, he sees the press mob ahead, nearly blocking off the school gates. Delving a bit deeper with his skin, he senses turrets and other drones in hidden compartments of the school's lawn. How do they even build things that fast? He can't help but wonder, always amazed by the efficiency of Nizu, Cementos, and Power Loader. It's Horizon, he hears one of the reports yell, a petite dark-haired lady in a blue suit, mic in hand and a cameraman beside her. She excitedly points and breaks into a full sprint. The entire crowd follows, moving the dozen meters between them so fast that he could feel someone getting trampled at the back. The entire crowd clears the gateway for the other grateful students to pass and completely blockade Horizon. Good morning, he greets politely, his slightly mechanical voice surprising them somewhat. A chorus of greetings responds to him, and he even hears some murmurs of people wondering about why he wears his visor. Everyone who saw the report only saw his class in full costume, so they expected it to be part of his costume. Horizon, can we please ask you some questions? The public is in dire need of more information regarding the events of this past week. The same lady takes charge. All cameras raise and turn to him, recorders and notepads rise up and everyone gets quiet. Sure, he says, surprising everyone. They've been at UA since last week Monday when All Might was announced as a teacher, and not even students would give a proper statement. They never expected to get information about this war against heroes so easily. All eyes flicker over to the woman, a single bead of sweat runs down her face as she realizes everyone was suddenly counting on her to ask the right questions and not ruin this golden opportunity. The biggest story in Japan for the last decade, and they had the main participant in front of them, a clear golden ticket. Right, do you feel UA failed in any way to protect you and the other students during the USJ attack? The famed UA barrier was breached and students were attacked. You could have possibly been hurt. Do you put any blame on the school for this security breach? No, he says immediately, surprising everyone. I've seen some of the time and effort put into keeping the students here safe. UA has the best security of any hero course in the world, and it's comparable to most places just short of Tartarus. The only reason it couldn't stop the League of Villains is because of Kurogiri's warp gate quirk. In our superhuman society, it's virtually impossible to defend against everything, and warping abilities are by far the rarest and most dangerous, especially for matters of infiltration. All the resources in the world can't stop a villain from warping if they really want to. Much of the crowd nods along as the woman responds, you say that, yet you were credited with halting any further warping, preventing the villains from regrouping and escaping. Do you have any insight on how you did that? Sharing such important information could truly limit the usefulness of the villain's quirk. They've already attacked 37 hero courses across Japan and the death toll is well in the hundreds. Do you not feel that you have a responsibility to best educate others to protect themselves against these enemies? That's impossible, Horizon says bluntly. It's unfortunate that so many have died to those monsters, but as far as I can imagine, I'm the only counter to Warp Gate. My quirk is entirely unique for many individual reasons, far more powerful than even Kurogiri's. But sadly there is only one of me and I'm at UA. This is just the life of a hero, fighting impossible odds to protect others. We don't get to run away just because the villains have an advantage. They almost always have an advantage. The other hero courses will endure and rise up even stronger than before, I'm sure of it, because that's what heroes do, right? They all nod along solemnly, feeling an odd mix of emotions from his somewhat inspirational, but ultimately bittersweet words. The woman gives a weak smile and lifts the mic up slightly toward him, still looking up at his towering figure. And how do you feel about the fact that villains are attacking hero courses as a whole? Some are blaming the villains while others are blaming the heroes. As someone who helped in thwarting one of these attacks, what is your opinion on the matter? It's a completely logical move, Horizon says bluntly, causing everyone to wince. It's not morally right or a good image, obviously, but villains don't play by the rules of society. That's part of their whole idea. Hero courses train the people that will likely lock each and every one of them in prison for a long time. Why would they ever wait until graduation to fight instead of killing students within days of school's opening? How many villains do you think wish they ran into All Might and Endeavor back when they were students and much weaker than they are now? I see, she says. And about the hero side of things? This was an eventuality, but I'm not quite sure why people are so surprised and outraged, he shrugs. Yes, it's unfortunate that you sent your kids to school and they get killed during the first week, but now or after graduation, what's the difference? This is what you sign up for once you enter a hero course, and you know the enemy doesn't care about things like rules or ages. If anything, the public is to blame for this tragedy. What? How is the public responsible for this? Her question and tone resonated with the mob, with red faces and scowls all around. Because there are 114,000 active pro heroes in Japan, Horizon says. The public is so reliant on pros to do everything for them that more and more hero courses are constantly popping up. It was only a matter of time before they would be attacked when villains are backing into this much of a corner. If the public were less reliant on hero courses constantly pumping out pros, there wouldn't be thousands of kids itching to start fighting to the death against villains right now, and this could have been avoided. But, with that being said, in superhuman society, heroes are somewhat of a necessity to keep the peace, so it's a difficult situation for all sides involved. I see, she nods along, understanding that this matter was anything but simple. And do you have any comment on All Might taking the teaching position instead of doing heroics full-time as he has for the past decades? Some speculate that this is him announcing a soft retirement. Horizon looks around to see everyone genuinely terrified of that idea, the symbol of peace retiring, not something most citizens in Japan ever wanted. Well, All Might is 49 now, certainly around the age when people in such taxing jobs start to retire. The color drains from a dozen faces. But, I've spoken to him a bit, and he's still incapable of ignoring anyone who needs help. That spirit is what made him the symbol of peace, and it's just as strong as ever. They all look relieved to hear those words. And speaking of his inability to ignore those in need, how do you feel about All Might not being there during the USJ incident to stop the villains? It's completely fine, Horizon says. This time the mob expected this answer, already getting a better idea of how he thinks. All Might is a new teacher, he's clearly still adjusting to his role. The fact that he prefers to teach using battlefield scenarios and training rather than on the chalkboard shows that. I'm sure in time he'll get the hang of it. He was late that day because people elsewhere needed saving and he got sidetracked, but is that really something that we should call getting sidetracked? What do you mean? A man in the back of the crowd asks. Well, on one hand, he was supposed to already be at USJ when class began, and if he was, the villains wouldn't have had any hope. Much of the crowd smiles at that, always proud of their symbol of peace. But on the other hand, we signed up to be heroes, right? So even if someone died, I still wouldn't blame All Might one bit. We are training to risk our lives to save others. If he abandoned those people who needed saving to come and save us instead, do we really deserve to be called heroes at that point? Is sacrificing ourselves not what we signed up for? Even if we all died, those people he saved would be alive, and that's all that really matters. The reporter and many others wipe their tears, moved by the words of a true hero, and Law just rolls his eyes at it all. I see, she sniffles quietly and composes herself. Truly a heroic view on things. And what of the UA Sports Festival in 2 weeks? Do you feel safe attending that UA can protect not only the students but also the civilians that will be there? I'm sure Principal Nizu will spare no expense or manpower to ensure the security of everyone, between all the pros that teach at UA, including All Might, not to mention that Endeavor will likely be there because his son is in my class. We'll be fine, Horizon says casually. And speaking of your classmates, did this attack have an adverse effect on them in any way? And what can you tell us about the youngest Todoroki? UA provided counseling and medical treatment, and from what I can tell they've only gotten stronger from this experience. He recalls what he saw while skimming the group chat yesterday. And Todoroki is quiet and keeps to himself. I haven't really spoken to him much, he shrugs. I see, that's very good to hear at least, she gives a sincere smile. And lastly, are you excited about the UA Sports Festival? The entire world will be watching your class especially, and after those short clips of what the USJ Noma was capable of, people have already been speculating about the overall winner, between you and Todoroki, although we don't know what either of your quirks are. Horizon chuckles at that. Well, winning isn't all that matters at the festival, at least not for me. What matters is that I show the public that they can trust and have confidence in me to protect them in the future. I'd like to show them in the world that everything will be okay, because I am here. The entire crowd gets chills at that, his already heroic presence constantly building and building, and now it felt as if they were standing in front of a future top pro. No, they knew they were standing in front of a future top pro. The reporter wipes another tear, and he rolls his eyes once again, thankful that his visor was one way. Such an incredible outlook on this situation. I'm sure you'll do great things to help everyone in the future. The press mob gives him a round of praise before settling back down. And how do you plan to show us that this is your time, your era? The woman asks. Horizon shrugs. There really isn't anything I can do to prove that. That's for all of you to decide for yourselves, right? So, just keep your eyes on me, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. Just watch me. They all look at him with stars in their eyes before he checks his watch. I'm sorry to cut this short, but it would set a bad example if the class rep was late for homeroom, he says apologetically. Oh, the woman bows respectfully, and most of the mob copies her. Thank you for speaking to us. We've been here for days without one comment. This truly was a blessing. Horizon laughs at that. Heroes are public servants. I don't mind talking to the press, at least to let you know that everything will be all right. After some polite and thankful farewells, he quickly walks into UA, for the very first time using the main entrance. Walking through the halls he sees more than a fair share of people giving him amazed and worried looks. Some were amazed by those clips of USJ Nomu and knowing that he stopped it, and some worried that a first year was that powerful. That he'd show them up in the future. He turned to a group of girls who were in the upper years, quietly murmuring and stealing glances at him as he walks through the halls. He gives a polite wave and half of them start blushing wildly. Okay, this is gonna be really damn fun, but I guess I'll have to keep playing up the hero bullshit for the press, whatever, it's just for a few more years. End chapter. Chapter 45, Chapter 044, Mounting Pressure. Chapter start. Entering through the back of his homeroom, Horizon is greeted by the sight of most of the class, standing around and chatting with each other. As he begins walking to his seat, Sato gives him a polite but somewhat awkward wave. Hey Horizon, how's the new workout going? Kirishima and Deku were standing at the back of the class with him chatting, all turning as Horizon joins them. I was just telling these guys about the UA gym, when they've got everything here. I can even work out while using my quirk since the weights go up to tens of tons, Sato excitedly says. Damn, Horizon says, genuinely impressed, but not really surprised. I don't like sweating in this getup, so I'll keep working out at home. I even bought a new heavy bag, one of the kinds that power types use. No way. Kirishima gets excited at the thought. Those things are crazy expensive. I wanted to ask my parents for one, but honestly I'm not that strong yet. Hardening gives more physical power, but nothing like Sato and Izuku have. Deku just stays quiet, hoping and praying Horizon continues to ignore him. That's actually why he called me, Sato says. Wanted to know my bench press record to compare or something about a training routine. Pretty much, Horizon nods. Figured if I can get anywhere close to your current power, at least before you activate your quirk dash, that will be pretty helpful in the future, even if my quirk isn't really affected by strength in most cases. What's the record? Kirishima asks excitedly, and all eyes shift to Sato, causing him to blush a bit. I'm at 250 pounds-114 kg-. Oh, Sato rubs the back of his neck. I just hit 800 pounds-362 kg-, but honestly the last few years it's barely even moved at all, so I think I'm at my limit, or at least close to it. That's almost 9 of me, Azui says as she walks over to them with Mina and Uraraka. Crazy strength, Sato. I bet you're even more amazing when you use your quirk. 4,000 pounds is more than most thugs can handle, Horizon says. Pretty sure Death Arms is only at half that, but he's one of those useless D-list heroes. You can definitely aim higher than that if you're this strong at the beginning of UA. Once again everyone is genuinely surprised at Horizon for not being a complete jerk, even giving a compliment. Yeah. Uraraka does a small hop as she cheers on Sato. And most rescue situations can actually be solved by your current limit, so you could already have a job out there, getting people out of car wrecks and collapsed buildings, things like that. But wouldn't this also mean you've got super strength too? Mina asks Horizon. Seems like a lot when you add it to the other things you do. But you do at least seem super muscly and big, like a smaller All Might. At least from what I can tell, since you always have on a jacket and suit. Well, yes and no, he says. My quirk makes me, well, the best way to think of it is like I'm a perfected human, meaning if someone without a quirk can do it, then I can do it better before I even use my quirk. This pretty much goes for everything, including muscles and strength. So I don't have any real super strength like Sato or All Might, nothing that crazy. Currently I can only bench 400 pounds, he shrugs. Tokoyami spins around in his chair to look over at them. It's concerning that I can't tell if you're serious or not when you call yourself a perfected human, don't you think? It's more factual than anything else, Horizon says. Nobody is sure how to respond to that. So what's the new workout? Kirishima asks, mostly to break the tension. Nothing really changes honestly, just more steaks, weights, and protein shakes, Horizon shrugs. Sato snaps his fingers. That reminds me, I already visited the support department this morning. They said they'll have the power pills ready by tomorrow for me. Thanks again for that idea, man. It was the least I could do. Oh yeah, Principal Nizu mentioned that, remember, Azui says. He said you're like a super genius at quirks analysis, that you even knew how to fix Midoriya's problem by pretty much looking at a picture. That's incredible. Is that what you did for Sato? No, Horizon says. I just told him to get the support course to make sugar pills to activate his quirk so he doesn't look like a joke forcing down cupcakes before fighting villains. But you could help us if you wanted to, right? Mina asks. Easily. I already know what all of you have to do to either improve or completely change the way you view your quirks. Some of you don't even know what your quirk actually does or what class it belongs to. He turns to look down at Deku as he continues. But it's your quirk, so figure it out yourself. Can't depend on people to hold your hand for you, right? Well, I guess I won't ask you to help Midoriya, Azui says bluntly. Smart move, Azui. You can call me Tsu, she says. Normally only my friends can call me that, but even if you're a huge jerk, we're all in the same class and trying to be heroes, so I'm sure once we get to know you, you're pretty nice. I'll take your word for it, Tsu. Oh yeah. Hagakure rushes over into the circle, grabbing Mina by the arm and both looking at Horizon. So we were wondering. What do you look like under the mask? They both yell at once. Mina continues, so Sato may have mentioned in the group chat that this whole outfit can come off and we've been curious ever since, like is it for your quirk like Aoyama's belt? Are you shy? What is it? Yeah, what do you look like under the mask? Jiro asks, walking over with Shoji and Momo. I must admit I've also been curious, Momo says shyly. But it's quite alright if you don't want to tell us, we won't force you to do anything. You can't force me to do anything, he corrects her. But, muscled, well-defined, tattooed, and handsome, what did you expect? All the girls in the room were currently in the large group at the back of the class, and Horizon could see them all zone in and out ogling his body. He smiles devilishly at that and enjoys it until Ciro's loud groan snaps them all out of it. Man, life really does play favorites. He rests his head on his desk in defeat. Kaminari copies him and begins sulking too. I've got everything and nothing, Horizon thinks as more small conversations start up. Eventually, he finds himself sitting at his desk, Tokoyami beside him in his seat, Ciro on Tokoyami's desk, and Momo leaning against his with Jiro standing in the walkway. So you really think that? Ciro asks Horizon. It makes sense, Horizon shrugs. Why would the villains attack if the heroes will be on alert now? Plus they know that I can shut down the warp gates, and while I'm doing that All Might can deal with the USJ Nomu, even if it'll take a lot out of him. UA will have a lot of other heroes at the sports festival, including his dad. He gestures back to Todoroki, who was sitting quietly and ignoring everyone. Attacking would be stupid. But they've also got whatever caused the jailbreak, Tokoyami says. The police suspect it to be a Nomu with gigantification, if the footprints are anything to go by. Won't matter, Horizon says. The USJ Nomu was a very rare instance of anything taking more than one of my attacks. Without hyper-regeneration nothing else can do that, not even All Might. That's a bold claim, Momo says. You may be overstepping a bit by saying that. Nah, I've spoken to All Might, among other things, I know the limits of his quirk, Horizon says confidently, but everyone else didn't believe him. Only Deku knew exactly how true this statement was, but he couldn't risk saying anything. Sitting one seat away, Shoto cast an icy glare at Horizon, and closer to the front Bakugo just sank lower in his chair. It makes sense that people would at least be worried, Jiro adds. I mean the number is in the hundreds now, hero courses all over are either turtling up or postponing classes, it's kinda arrogant of UA to just expect not to even be attacked, even if All Might is here. Yeah, but if anywhere in Japan is safe, it's UA, Ciro adds. Or Tartarus, Momo says. Those are the two places in this half of the world with the greatest security. Horizon grits his teeth, but immediately lets the feeling go, not wanting to think about Tartarus. I'm more surprised that everyone from the class got to come back, Horizon says. I figured at least some of your parents would be smart enough not to send you back here. Well, it wasn't that smooth for me, Ciro says. But I managed to convince them since All Might is here, it's either this or I go wash dishes for the rest of my life, don't really have much in the way of high-paying skills, he admits nervously. This is the only place I can train my quirk, Tokoyami says. It's too dangerous not to control the darkness in my soul. Honestly, you just need a therapist, Horizon says seriously, earning odd looks from everyone. Your problem is all mental, he shrugs. Well, in my case my parents understand how much this means to me, Momo says. They argued of course, but I was eventually able to convince them. It may have gotten a bit ugly at the end, unfortunately, she says sadly. Jiro puts a hand on her shoulder, I'm sure when they see all the good you do it'll be alright. Momo nods thankfully, thank you Jiro. Couldn't be me, Horizon grits out. If you were my daughter and told me some stupid shit about wanting to become a hero I'd lock you in the mansion until you got over it. How can you even say that? Jiro takes an aggressive stance immediately. You'd stop your child from following their dream just like that. I'd rather have a living kid that hates me than a dead kid that followed her dreams, yeah, she'd get over it. Jiro just shakes her head and scoffs, to think the only reason I got to come back was because we're in the same class, she rolls her eyes at that. Huh. My folks saw some of the clips of Nomu at USJ, they figured if my class rep could take down something like that which was built to kill All Might, I'd be safe if you're around, she grumbles reluctantly. Aw, making sure your parents like me already. Horizon teases jokingly. Jiro blushes and turns to hide her face, only earning a fit of giggles from Ciro. Those clips really were spectacular, Tokoyami says, getting them back on track. To think you were able to keep up with that monster, it was so fast and strong, truly built for destruction. True, but if I lost to some meathead brute my mom would probably beat me into the hospital, he says jokingly, completely oblivious to the concerned glances of his classmates. I mean she's been training me since I was 5 to kick ass and I lose to the first villain at UA, that'd be a pathetic waste of her time, complete failure, he scoffs in disgust. Everyone took what he said at face value, although truthfully this was mostly his view on the situation, not his parents'. Failing in such a manner would make him a pathetic failure, undeserving of all the years of work they put into training him, in his eyes that is, because he knew their love for him is truly unconditional. His classmates gave him sympathetic looks before quickly moving the conversation along, speaking of the protests and vigils held across Japan at various hero courses, about how faith in heroes has already begun declining. Yet only one seat away Todoroki looks at Horizon in sympathy, lifting a hand to his scar as he suddenly doesn't feel so alone. Coming to the very dangerous assumption that Horizon suffered exactly as he did, in the same situation as him. With abusive parents and a traumatic childhood. In a hate-filled household. In a loveless home. Because how else could someone be so strong, be everything his own father bred and trained him for, if not forged in hate and abuse? He opens his mouth to simply ask, but just leans back in his chair, looking forward. For a moment Todoroki considers reaching out to him, but he ultimately decides to stay put and just focus on his own issues. The best decision of his otherwise very short life. Get to your seats. Horizon announces suddenly, and everyone scrambles about with no hesitation, already used to his strange ability to sense things. Morning class, Eraser enters a minute later, not even glancing at everyone, already knowing they were seated and waiting. Horizon, Eraser immediately glares at him, then his eyes lighten up. Good job dealing with the press this morning, but the other teachers and I would rather you not make any more statements, just in case you say something wrong eventually. Gotcha, Horizon says. I guess those reporters really work fast, perfect. Alright class, today we'll be changing up the schedule for a while, as you all know, in 2 weeks the UA Sports Festival starts. This is your first of 3 chances to impress pros, and the entire world, because everyone watches this event. Because of that, we'll be postponing your afternoon hero basic training to allow you all to do more independent QUIRK training. If you need access to the special training grounds, tell your class rep and he'll submit the requests to me. Remember, you're not the only people who will be training at school for this. UA has 100 hero course students who all want space to train as well, not to mention the hundreds of other students that may be training to get one of these spots. Everyone gets nervous at that. What do you mean, sir? Ida asks. Eraser gives him a bored look. What, you thought I was joking when I said you had to constantly prove you deserve these spots? It's basically impossible for anyone to transfer into the hero course from another course after the first semester because by then you'll be so far ahead that it would upset the lesson plan and they'd just flunk out, so this is their big chance to take one of their spots. If any of them take a podium spot, then we're making room by removing whoever gets the lowest spot between both hero course classes. He looks directly at Deku. But honestly, if any of them impress either Vlad or me, we could just instantly swap you out. So no pressure, huh? Kaminari says nervously. Just perform or have our dreams crushed. We crush dreams by taking these spots, Horizon says. Life isn't fair, and not everyone can be a winner. There are no participation trophies in the real world. Exactly, Eraser says, noticing how much he's been agreeing with Horizon since the second day. But more than just keeping your spot, you need to impress the pros and scouts that will be watching, this year especially since we're opening the internship program up to first years. Internships? Mina asks. Think of it like being an unpaid assistant, Eraser says. You get to shadow a pro mainly to see the back end of hero work, how to run an agency and handle patrols, things like that. It's not just all fighting villains. Your options will be based on who scouts you at the festival, so put your best foot forward. Yes, SIR, most of the class responds, while Horizon just nods along. As Eraser leaves, everyone begins chatting and hyping each other up about the sports festival, but Horizon just takes out his phone and texts Nizu, requesting a specific spot for some more secluded training. With UA facilities and space available, I'll be able to develop a lot faster. This'll be even easier than I thought. I guess you aren't worried. Horizon looks to his right to see Tokoyami talking to him. What? About the sports festival? No, not really. Behind him Momo was a nervous wreck, piping up in a shaky and shy voice, I suppose you'll place highly, we'll all be fighting just to remain in the hero course. Horizon spins in his chair so his back is facing the window, leaving Momo to his right and Tokoyami in front of him. You say that like your QUIRK isn't creation, but honestly if I didn't compete they still wouldn't kick me out, he shrugs. Everyone around him is only half surprised by his blatant boast. Do you think Principal Nizu would allow such a blatantly show of favoritism? Tokoyami asks. Honestly no, but it would be really dumb kicking out the only counter to Kurogiri, don't you think? They all just silently agreed with his logic until Siro spoke. Damn, guess you aren't under pressure like the rest of us, so that means you'll say, maybe just take it easy on us. Horizon laughs at that. Oh no, I'm gonna win, not just win, I'm gonna crush everyone so badly there is no doubt that I won, because when you're perfect, just winning isn't enough. And for some reason not a soul could muster the strength to argue with him. End chapter. Chapter 46, Chapter 045, Gold Medal Challenge. Chapter start. Running at full speed, Law feels the cool night air crash against him. Breaking what would have been mythic Olympic records before the advent of QUIRKs 300 years ago. Wearing just his UA blue and white PE pants and the white reinforced dress shoes from his hero costume, he sprints shirtless and without a body glove, a thick layer of sweat glistening on his body, sticking his short spiky black hair to his face and head. Sword at his side, already drawn, he rushes down street after street under the moonlight, hearing loud clanking in the distance ahead of him. Last one. He reminds himself, picking up the pace. Rounding the corner he sees a long street of 4-story buildings, unpainted, blank, as if this was an abandoned construction site. Even the roads were concrete and had no lines, just a vague form so you'd know what they were meant to be. Gotcha, he smiles viciously, looking up at the zero-pointer, a massive 60M-196 feet, tall green robot with 4 legs and a rectangular head reminiscent of a cannon. Inferior. Human. The robot yells, nearly shaking the street as it rushes Law. Breaking into a full sprint once again, Law feels the soreness in his legs begging him to stop. He raises his left hand and flicks his pointer finger upward. TAKT. Chunks of concrete from the road, rough and unrefined but large boulders either way, are ripped out of the ground. He runs from one to the next, ascending like a staircase until he's 30 m in the air. The robot's large clawed hand comes down to slap him out of the air. Booster shot. Incision. The healing energy floods his body, not finding any wounds. It once again boosts his physical might. His sword connects to the metal and cleaves the hand in two, 10 m of metal and wiring slashed in one smooth motion. Flipping in the air, he reaches down while upside down and grabs the robot's arm with his free hand. Booster shot. His fingers try and fail to grip into the metal, sliding off. Shit, he mutters. Until he finds a groove between the massive plates to grip onto. He pivots and finds his footing, running up the robot's arm toward the shoulder, only for the other arm to come out to swat him like a bug. Another slash divides the massive palm, and he feels himself barely hanging on, exhaustion catching up to him. He ignores the sound of metal crashing to the ground below, falling to the roof of a building and collapsing a floor or two, nothing Cementos couldn't fix. Making it to the robot's head, he slashes down with both hands, once again amplifying his slash as much as possible. Krang. The robot splits directly down for a dozen meters. Shit. He warps away as the now deactivated robot collapses, destroying a few buildings. On a nearby rooftop, he looks back at the collapsed robot, frowning at the damage of his last attack. My physical attacks are still so pathetic. He deactivates his quirk and begins taking a relaxing walk back to the front of this training ground. Minutes later. Sitting on the roof of the 10-story concrete control tower at the entrance to this training area, Law has his feet dangling over the edge. The shirt of his PE uniform and his body glove were neatly folded beside him, both sporting Horizon's logo on the back. His sword lays sheathed beside them along with his cards as he enjoys a drink from his water bottle. Accompanied by the cool night air and the sight of the full moon above this training area. A square concrete jungle 300 m wide. UA's newest addition to their list of massive training areas that puts them a cut above all the other hero courses. Click. Law hears the door to the roof open behind him. He instantly opens his room, then relaxes as the door opens, deactivating his quirk once again. So how was tonight's training? Nizu asks, casually closing the door behind him and walking up to Law, standing beside him at the edge of the roof. Same as always, but getting better, Law shrugs. That's good to hear, plus I'm sure Cementos will appreciate not having to rebuild this entire training ground first thing in the morning, a welcome change I'm sure from the past week. Nizu takes out a sandwich from behind his back and hands it over to Law. Steak. Thanks, he begins unwrapping it and eating. Well, it's almost 9 p.m, you should eat something, and considering how much you eat I figured you could use it. Law swallows and takes a drink of water, trying to bulk up is a real pain in the ass. How come you're here? Well, it's already Friday night, just one more day until the sports festival. I figured I'd come see how the new move you've been developing is going. Surprisingly well, Law admits. Usually it would take months or years to figure out a new one, but since I've got a lot of space and freedom here to move around and get rowdy it's a lot faster, but that's probably because of how simple the new move is. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Nizu sits at the edge of the roof with Law. It's certainly good that training ground Zeta is useful, since it was built to your specifications. Law takes another drink of water. No cameras or pests to bother me, that's the best part honestly, my own little playground. Especially since working out in the body glove is a nightmare, way too sweaty, it basically becomes a wetsuit. Gross. Exactly, but thanks to this place it's ready for use, just nowhere near as efficient as my other abilities. So you just, decide to do something and your quirk makes it happen? Nizu asks, still trying to understand what Hand of God does. Mystery class, beyond human and scientific comprehension, Law shrugs. As far as you need to know I can do whatever I want. Aha, but I'm not a human, Nizu points out. Still not saying. Oh well, it's not like you need help training it, so you can take care of your own quirk training. Exactly, only 3 people in the world know how my quirk works, so I'm keeping it that way. They both settle into a comfortable silence for a moment, until Law continues. Is everything ready for the sports festival in 2 days? Oh, of course, pros from all across the country have been hired as security, and even if he isn't technically working at the sports festival, Endeavor has already called me and confirmed that he'll be there. So the rank 1 and 2 heroes, assuming you can even count on Yagi. We can. He is still hellbent on being the symbol of peace, but between those two and you being present, the League of Villains should be smart enough not to show their faces. MHM, and speaking of Yagi, what's up with him and Deku? Law asks without even looking over at Nizu. What exactly do you mean? Well, I noticed him using his quirk to talk to Deku a few times these past 2 weeks. Seems like a waste of his time using his energy on that loser, Law says. He's only doing that because he knows you can sense him, Nizu thinks to himself. Well, he's fulfilling his duty, Nizu says. He's trying to help Midoriya to control his quirk. He knows the importance of the sports festival, especially for Hero Corps students, and he wants all of you to have the best possible chance of leaving a good impression during your debut. Well, he should be more discreet about it, Law says. It's a bad look having the number 1 hero constantly having meetings with one student. Says the student so well connected with the school principal, Nizu points out. Yeah, but if I didn't know better I'd think All Might was his dad or something. At least with us nobody will make such a stupid mistake, Law chuckles, looking down at the bear mouse. And why couldn't Yagi be his dad? Nizu asks, curious as to exactly what Law thinks about the mentor and successor connection. Because I've seen Yagi's medical records, no kids, plus he's told me that, Law says. But if someone doesn't know better it's the logical conclusion, since at face value their quirks look identical. You think they aren't? Nizu is both curious and amused by where this is going, half expecting Law to have figured it out by now, but grateful that Midoriya has avoided physical contact with him until now. Well, they look similar, but I know Yagi's quirk makes his cells like steel that's somehow elastic and swelling to contain more and more energy. It lets him accumulate and stockpile power, right? Right, Nizu doesn't bother trying to hide that fact. Right, that means he started weak and became stronger over his lifetime, but Deku said he broke his arm as a kid using his quirk, that it's always been strong. So it can't be an accumulation if it starts that strong, because he would have had time to learn it while it was stockpiling power, but to other people who don't know about Yagi's quirk they may look the same. True, Nizu says. His quirk did start with rather insignificant and unnoticeable strength, while Midoriya has such incredible power from the beginning. A technical truth, as one for all the quirk, did start weak. Nizu simply plays along with Law's theory. Realizing that the idea of trading and passing on quirks was so impossible to all but the very few who knew of all for one and one for all that even Law didn't consider the possibility. Especially since Yagi does in fact have an accumulation quirk, but Midoriya was able to skip the long accumulation process by having all the stockpiled energy transferred to him. That makes sense, Nizu says. At least you're the only one who noticed, thankful nobody else can see through walls. I can't technically see through walls, but no, everyone noticed. What? Oh yeah, he interrupted Deku and his friends in the hall and Uraraka mentioned it, pretty much everyone knows Yagi is training him. Oh, I hope they aren't jealous or resentful of it, Nizu says genuinely, making a mental note to scold Yagi for his carelessness. Doesn't matter, Law chuckles. Yagi is just one big veiny bicep, he doesn't have the brainpower to figure out what Deku is doing wrong, as obvious as it is. And I still can't convince you to help? Nizu asks. I rather deep-throat a whole cactus that helped that trash. That's excessive. Nizu sighs. Not like I care what happens to them at the sports festival, I'm just gonna win, have some food from the stalls, launch my career, and wave for the hero-worshipping trash in the stands, Law shrugs. Gotta make sure I look good for the cameras after all. Well, if you're so confident I'm sure you'll be fine, but don't underestimate your opponents, it could cost you. Maintaining the top spot at UA is difficult for countless reasons. If you say so. Have you considered who you'd like to intern under? I'm sure the moment you start warping about everyone will flood us with requests, not to mention you're already famous with how you've worked the press thus far. Well, ideally I'd get Endeavor, but he famously never takes interns or work-study students, Law shrugs. Hawks is rank 3, but I don't think that'll go well for anyone involved. It would be a shame to lose a top 10 pro so young, Nizu nods in agreement. Genist is rank 4, him? Yeah, we'd probably get along from what I know, but I prefer people who are a bit more active. I'm starting from a better spot than the other students but I still need to rack up a lot of credit by stopping villains, can't do that sitting in Genist office all day. So you want to go looking for trouble? Well, Endeavor has the highest number of resolved incidents in history, globally that is. Until I go pro at least, Law smirks at the thought of watching those numbers climb. But I think Miruko will be best to intern and have my work studies under next year. She isn't interested in working with anyone, Nizu says. And even if she was, I can't trust someone of her disposition with one of my students, same with All Might, not that teachers are allowed to host internships. Yeah, but I can handle her meathead terrible decisions, consider it. I'll think about it, but that woman only has one brain cell and all it does is lift weights and punch villains, not a role model for my students. Yeah, but her being a meathead will let me run around and handle villains, Law shrugs. After her would probably be Ryukyu and Gang Orca. I'd be shocked if I need anyone outside of the top 10. You forgot Edshot, your quirk would be perfect for his stealthy style. Yeah, but I need cameras around to boost my popularity, kinda works against the whole ninja thing he has going for him. That makes sense. Well, I'm sure you'll have your pick of the litter when they see what you can do. Yeah, and the gold medal will look good on me, Law chuckles. But you know, there is one thing that would really help my 4-year plan. Oh, what's that? A provisional hero license, Law says. I know normally hero courses only send second-year students to take the test, but if I get it in year 1 then the 3-year trial will be done just a few months after graduation, and I'd be able to do some freelance hero work whenever I'm not stuck in UA. Well, that is normally the case, but I intended to have you take the exam in June to get it. Really? Wait, intended, you changed your mind? Law asks. No, with the war on heroes declared by the villains, we've decided to have a summer training camp for the first years. We intend for all of you to take the September exam, just a few days before that semester starts. Why not just have me take it in June anyway? Law asks. You know I'll pass anyway, so what's a few months early? Plus that way I'd get all summer to fight villains. I'd rather have your entire class take the exam together. Teamwork is an important component in passing the exam. Do you honestly think between now and September I'll suddenly want to help those idiots pass that exam? Law asks with a blank expression. Good point, Nizu says. But keeping you with them is currently vital. We believe that the main reason the villains haven't launched a second attack at UA is because you can shut the warp gate quirk down. I can't babysit them forever, Nizu, and I'd like my summer free. Nizu thinks for a moment then nods, giving Law a brilliant smile. Alright, if you can keep your word and win the UA Sports Festival, I'll let you take the license exam at the end of June. But it has to be a perfect and absolute victory. Law laughs at this easy challenge, 1 gold medal coming up. End chapter. Chapter 47, Chapter 046, Sports Festival. Chapter start. As the bell for lunch rings, everyone begins packing up, and Zero turns back to look at Horizon. Hey, you gonna disappear during lunch again? You can totally eat with us if you want. I'm actually gonna head down to the support department to talk to Power Loader. I need new shoes for my hero costume, Horizon says. Oh, that's too bad, Zero mutters sadly. Ugh, ignore him. Jiro walks up and says, ready to go have lunch with Momo. He just wants you to have lunch with him to get noticed by your fan club. Well, some of them are pretty cute, Horizon adds. Can't blame a guy for trying and all that. He sees Zero give him a thumbs up. It is kinda creepy the way they're always lurking around me, but that's part of the whole being famous aspect of heroics these days. Well, I'm certainly not jealous of that. Having people always watching you and following you around seems like a nightmare, Jiro mutters as she walks past them and toward Momo at the back of the room. Tokoyami nods in agreement. Unfortunately, it's the life we signed up for by attending UA. Once Horizon stops talking, head snapping to the doors on the other side of the room. There's a mob outside. Everyone remaining in the room gets on alert immediately, silently looking at the windows leading into the hallway. What the hell do these people want now? How many selfies do I need to take with students before it gets old? Horizon mutters while getting up and walking to the door at the front of class, walking past Bakugo who was still packing his bag. Pulling open the door, he finds himself staring at a horde of first years, towering over them. Wow, he's huge. So he always wears the mask. Does he have the sword? I can't see. He's intense. And a dozen other lines are fired off as the crowd gets a bit rowdy. I see, only first years, so you're here because the sports festival is tomorrow, right? He asks. A few people nod nervously in response. Well, now you've seen us, so you can stop blocking the doorway now. My classmates want to go get lunch, he says casually, ignoring a few people who were blatantly taking pictures of him. Wow, a purple-haired boy with tired baggy eyes pushes his way to the front, now standing beside a short girl who was seemingly recording. I can't tell if you're arrogant or confident, but you know we've heard a lot about you, constant chatter in our ear from the news, from clips online, from our friends. But don't think that means that we can't take your SPO. Shut up, Horizon commands, causing everyone to freeze, feeling waves of annoyance radiating from him. Whatever declarations of desires, dreams, promises, and feelings you're about to vomit at my feet, swallow it. The truth is nobody in the world cares about any of that trash. We got the speech about you taking our spots, we're over it, you want them. You want to prove to UA and whoever else that you belong here instead of us. Then shut your mouth, and get to work. He gestures to the gathered mob that was now getting annoyed. Win, he says, catching them off guard. It's literally that simple, no talk, just action. Prove you should be here instead of us, because your words don't matter if you can't back up the talk. So how about you go plan your strategy for tomorrow, or literally anything more useful than this crap. Now, get out of our doorway. Horizon immediately begins walking forward, and everyone gets out of his way, an ocean of people that were all talking parting to get out of his way. Annoyance transformed into respect, although they had to admit they didn't like his abrasive manner of speaking. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, his classmates were more than a little surprised that he was so pleasant to the visitors, but their determination only grew, now seeing the mob of people that were aiming to replace them. 20 hours later. Standing with 11 other first-years, Horizon nods along to everything Ms. Midnight says, all wearing their PE uniforms, with his having his logo in black at the back of it. The shirt of his PE uniform opened to show off his white body glove beneath, his logo in blue on his chest. I expect all of you class reps to keep everyone in line out there, at least while in the stands. I want you young and hot-blooded students running wild in the games, Midnight says in a completely serious tone. Yes ma'am, everyone yells while Horizon only nods. Good, we start in 5 minutes, get to your waiting rooms, and wait for the announcements. Leaving the room, Horizon is walking beside Kendo, her PE uniform on with the arms rolled up to her elbow and legs rolled up to her knees. So you excited for this? Kendo asks, her nervousness showing as she looks up at Horizon. It's just a competition, all I've gotta do is win. Kendo frowns at that. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be nervous, you've been in the public eye for weeks, half the people are here for you, and you're so strong, she mutters quietly. They arrive at 1B's locker room in the stadium and stop at the door. They both face each other as he speaks. No need to be nervous, just do your best, that's all you can do anyway. He raises a finger to her chin, lifting her head to get a proper look at her large teal eyes. And besides, even if the gold is mine, you'll look incredible in silver, good luck. He casually walks away, leaving her to stare at his back, her face sporting a faint blush as her mind catches up to her body. Huh? Wait a minute, that jerk. She takes a breath to compose herself before entering the room to address her class. Walking into the 1A locker room, Horizon sees Deku and Todoroki looking 1 second away from a fight, with Kirishima standing beside them, the entire room tense and silent, everyone looking at the duo. Save whatever crap this is for later, we go out in 4 minutes, he announces and closes the door behind him. Everyone started getting more nervous or excited as Horizon takes out his phone, doing one last check on his online presence. That video of my speech yesterday is trending. Guess that girl was recording, not just taking pictures, and people think I was being motivational to our competition. Okay, I'll take it. He can't help but smile at that. Even when I'm not trying, this is too easy. Minutes later, they're all walking into the stadium as Present Mike announces all the classes, A through K, all 11 years, 1 classes. 220 students competing for the top spot. Holy crap, Ciro mutters nervously, standing toward the back with Horizon and Sato as they all walk into the arena. This is a lot more intense than it looks on TV. And in truth, it was, even for Horizon. Standing in the arena, soft grass all around, a 20-meter raise at the edges where the first row of views was sitting above. The absolutely gargantuan stadium was nearly 70 meters, 220 feet, tall, with rows and floors of seats for all 200,000 spectators, including the private boxes at the top behind tinted windows. Looking around as the other classes enter the arena, he can see a few people holding up posters with his symbol on them, fans cheering specifically for him. He smiles at that, raising his hand to give a polite wave before Midnight begins talking. Now, for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight proudly announces, and while Bakugo stalks up to the stage, both hands in his pockets, a fair amount of the students look at Horizon in surprise. He shrugs. Bakugo got first on the public entrance exam, he represents more of you, it's the logical choice. Was all he said before Bakugo began talking. Bakugo opens his mouth to speak, then closes it, glaring at all the other students before focusing his gaze on Horizon at the back of the class. I'll give it my all, and I won't let anyone stop me from being the absolute best hero, not even you, glass face. Horizon lifts a hand, and where his entire class expects a middle finger, he gives a thumbs up. Do your best, Bakugo, he cheers on his classmate. Everyone who knows him is surprised by this, until they remember exactly where they are, public appearances. They recall he's always talking about that. But they also knew exactly why he meant, do you best, it won't be enough. And clearly, Bakugo understood this too as he stomped off the stage fuming mad. Alright, time for the first game. Midnight gets the crowd stirred up once more. An obstacle race, the course is 4 kilometers around the stadium, quirks are allowed of course, do whatever you'd like as long as you stay on the course, first across the finish line wins. It's like they're handing me that gold medal, Horizon chuckles as his classmates just glare in envy, already knowing how this will go. Now get to your starting positions. Midnight gestures to the large red hallway built into the stadium. Everyone immediately rushes for a front spot, toes against the starting line, but when the crowd moves, Horizon is just left standing alone in the middle of the arena. Midnight has to stop herself from telling him to get to the starting point, saving herself from looking foolish on TV. As everyone gets settled, the stadium falls completely silent, and the timer begins. Horizon opens a room, 700 m in every direction, just enough to cover the entire track. A quick scan feeds him all the information he needs. A minefield, a horde of robots, and, when did they even have time to dig that hole, goddamn power loader. He finds a pebble at the finish line, identifying the banner held between two posts. Horizon takes one last look at the crowd, most people excitedly watching the starting hallway, some of his fans looking at him in worry. This is the first time the public will know what my quirk is, time for the big debut. Start. Midnight announces. Shambles. Winner. Present Mike immediately announces, and Horizon truly takes the stage. End chapter. Chapter 48, Chapter 047, All Eyes on Me. Chapter start. Appearing at the finish line, Horizon sees the stadium only 100 meters away down the dirt track. Not even a single student has made it through the gateway and onto the track, yet he grabs the banner at the finish line. Winner. Present Mick's voice rings out, reaching the crowds in and out of the stadium, like music to his ears. He drops the banner and starts taking a casual stroll back into the stadium. All the camera robots along this stretch of the course turn and focus on him, so he takes his time to give everyone a good look at their future hero. Both hands in his pockets, he listens to Mike hype him up, a wide smile beneath his visor. First place goes to Horizon. No surprise there when you put a warp user in an obstacle race, folks. Mick's voice echoes through the stadium and outside to the nearby crowds and competitors. He's the class rep for the famous Class 1A, one of the most talented sets of students UA has ever had, credited with taking down the USJ Nomo on his own, and he even acts as our counter to other warp quirks, a pillar of security for everyone around him. It's no surprise that he's favored to win this whole tournament, especially when you know his quirk can do a lot more than warping. Supposedly already so skilled and talented that if he were a pro they'd have to make room in our top 10 for him. Horizon sees a large burst of frost erupt from the narrow hallway and stops, taking in the sight of a few Hero Corps students avoiding Todoroki's attack and pulling ahead with him. He's even a world-class doctor at only 16. Mike announces loudly, catching even Horizon off guard, with hard work and talent, all bolstered by having the single most powerful heal ability in the world. He's a real tough contender for MVP in any party. Did Nizu tell him more about me? Horizon wonders. But these aren't the words of this announcer, folks. The super genius behind UA, Principal Nizu, confirmed all of this himself. This is why 1 year ago he broke his ironclad, no scouting policy to get Horizon into the hero course. He's simply playing on a whole other level. Nizu definitely told him that part. He think while arriving at the frozen students. Some lament their failure, others crying, not because their feet were frozen to the ground, but because this was their only real chance to transfer into the hero course. And Horizon sees them look up at him with admiration, jealousy, and even a hint of fear and worry as he reaches where the ice is, surely shaken by Mick's announcement. Shambles. He warps back into the arena not far away from Midnight. It takes a moment for people to realize what just happened, then the entire stadium shakes with uproar and applause, the public finally getting a glimpse of what his quirk is, now understanding why he was so integral in defending UA during the USJ incident. Your first place winner for the obstacle race. Midnight proudly announces as his name appears on the scoreboards. Horizon waves back to the cheering crowd as Mike continues announcing what happens during the race. As everyone focuses on the race, Horizon quietly makes his way to the seats on the third level reserved for his class, aware of all the eyes on him from the pros in the audience. As he expected, and pays no mind to. Even as Endeavor's fiery glare drills into his back while he walks out of the arena. Walking to his seating area, he sees Nizu already there, a large tablet in his hand with numbers constantly flowing across the screen. Don't you always act as the umpire for the third-year games? Horizon asks, taking a seat beside his principal. Normally yes, but I need to keep an eye on the security systems due to the increase in villain activity. Ectoplasm is filling in for me. Ah, makes sense, and you gave Mike how much information about me exactly? Only what he announced, Nizu says. He was the one who actually asked me about you after the obstacle race was decided. It was very obvious who the winner would be, so he wanted something to get the crowd all riled up. Always the showman, Horizon says. You're one to talk, you've been rather pleasant in the public eye. From your social media profile, to the interview you had, to how you've acted today, it's quite remarkable, and just a little bit scary. Well, it's not like I've ever lied, I just say things in more pleasant ways, even if it is really damn exhausting. Yes, but I'm sure it's worth it for you, Nizu says as Horizon takes out his phone. Shouldn't you be watching the competition? Not really, I doubt any of these people can even make me sweat, he shrugs and starts scrolling. My followers doubled, nearly 7 million already. How many people are watching the games live? Nizu fiddles with his tablet for a second. Nearly 300 million, I'm sure as more and more people get interested they'll search for you online and find your profile. Well, best to give them something to chew on. Horizon starts uploading a few files. There, just put that picture of me and the Pope on my profile, and send some anonymous information about me to the press, all about the world-traveling miracle Dr. Horizon. The public will surely love you, a capable hero that isn't camera shy, Nizu chuckles. Most heroes don't work the popularity aspect of their job enough, even though it's a clear factor when determining hero rankings, among other things. The people need to know about you to know that they can count on you after all. By the time you graduate, your media presence should be quite good. I'm looking for better than just good, Horizon says, putting away his phone and watching the games. I plan on entering the top 10 directly after graduation. Maybe I'll make a big push and take the #1 spot. That'll surely get me what I want. I thought your plan was to win by showing how capable and dependable you are. It is, Horizon nods as he chooses his words carefully. But these people, he gestures to the crowds. They're too stupid for that. They like shiny flashy things. If being capable is all that mattered, Endeavor would be rank 1. He's got the most resolved incidents in the history of heroes after all, but clearly, it's not enough. I'll be more capable than Endeavor and more beloved than All Might. That's how I'll win. Nizu smiles and focuses on the race. I'd expect nothing less from you, as our future symbol of peace. As the other students arrive at the fall, a massive 100-meter-wide pit with flat pillars littering it, all connected by heavy-duty cables, Bakugo takes the lead. Showing off his unrelenting resolve and desire to be the best, he just barely edges out to Todoroki, who has to skate across the cables by simply flying across the obstacle, widening the gap between them. Flying, huh? Horizon mutters, now seeing a girl with pink dreadlocks using some support equipment to hover above the ground and slingshot across the pit. Oh, I was always curious about that, Nizu says. About what? Why can't you fly? That's a weird question to ask someone, Horizon says, seeing Shoji spreading his arms to do small glides from pillar to pillar, overtaking most of the competition to get the 11th place. I just assumed you'd be able to fly like most people with telekinesis, either by holding your own body, although it's extremely rare for people with such a quirk to be able to affect living things. So I assumed you'd do the usual approach by controlling something like your clothes or shoes to fly around, Nizu explains. Tried that as a kid, Horizon grumbles. It's literally the first thing I did when I created TAKT. TAKT? Nizu asks. My telekinesis, I wasn't lying when I said it's more like I command the world to move and it obeys. Because of that, it can get messy if I try to move multiple objects in sync for delicate tasks, since it's more like I give and control a vector to an object instead of wrapping it in energy and moving it. Ah, Nizu immediately gets the picture. So you nearly pulled yourself apart with it. Something like that, and even if that doesn't happen, the clothes will just get torn off me, Horizon grumbles out. But on the plus side, that means you can use it on anything, while most telekinesis quirks require you to make contact first, like the 1B students. Pretty much. From any range. I'm not telling you my range, but yeah, it helps if I'm closer and can see the object at least, Horizon says. But if you were in your office right now, I could throw one of the couches in there at your head, while sitting way out here, wouldn't even have to do more than flick a finger. And is there a weight limit to what you can lift? Nizu asks. Not in the same way that Urarak has a weight limit to hers, my quirk doesn't have limits like that. So you always say, and how are the new shoes treating you? I didn't notice any difference, Nizu says. They look the same, but these are boots. Horizon pulls up the leg of his pants to show the change, dress shoes visually but providing a lot more support for his shift into being more brolic. Perfect for kicking in some teeth. Nizu chuckles nervously, don't forget you're supposed to be a hero. Katsuki Bakugo takes second place. Mike screams at the crowd, and everyone erupts into cheers as Bakugo enters the arena, followed closely by Todoroki and Ida. They all looked pissed, Horizon says. Well, second place isn't enough for UA students, Nizu says. Not to mention Ida came fourth because he stepped on a landmine. I'm sure he wanted to win since this is a race, his area of expertise, and his brother is probably watching. Oh yeah, Ingenium, guess that's where he'll be interning. Oh yes, that request came in days ago, Nizu says, hitting a few options on his tablet and bringing up a massive list. Your internship requests have already hit over 1,000, and it's only the first round. Todoroki is trailing behind with 200. Not surprising, if he ever grows a brain he'll be useful with that quirk, too bad he's a tactless meathead like All Might. You really shouldn't be hard on them, they are still students after all. Explain that to the villains that want them dead, and things will only get harder for them when villains watch this and learn about them. In my case, when I explain my quirk, villains will start running away from me even more. Well, that remains to be seen, Nizu says as the students begin pouring into the arena. So, can you tell me what the next game is gonna be? I'm not allowed to, but since I don't think it'll matter for someone like you, it's a cavalry battle, Nizu casually says as the first 20 people arrive in the arena. Ugh, teamwork crap, actually, how specific are the rules? He turns to look down at Nizu, a mischievous aura wafting off him. Nizu gives him a curious look, not sure how to feel about this. Well, what do you have in mind? End chapter. Chapter 49, Chapter 048, Quality, Quantity. Chapter start. The first game is complete. Midnight announces. The top 42 competitors will be advancing into the next round. Don't worry if you didn't make the cut, we've got other opportunities later for you to shine. Standing with his class, Horizon doesn't react, even to all the clearly worried gazes befalling him. Mick's announcement had the desired effect at least, all eyes were on him. The tension was palpable, everyone wondering how they could beat someone that warps, but his classmates had been considering this for the past month. Results inconclusive. Looking around as the second game was being decided, Horizon recognized most of the people who qualified, including everyone from 1B, some of which were not present when he first met them. So everyone from the hero course got this far, even Deku managed to get 23rd, Aoyama somehow got 42nd, barely making it in, and the purple-haired guy from yesterday got 30th, nothing special I guess. He concludes. In first place of course we've got our resident warping doctor, Horizon. Midnight announces as his name appears on the board in first place. But remaining on top takes a lot of skill, especially at UA, she licks her lips lecherously. And in the next game that'll be even more difficult, Cavalry Battle. Everyone begins murmuring but she quickly silences them and begins explaining. You'll all have 15 minutes to break into teams of up to 5 people, you've each been assigned a point value based on your ranking in the obstacle race. The points start at 5 points for 42nd place, 10 for 41st, and it keeps increasing by 5 until you get to Bakugo in second place. The point total will be worn above the shoulder on one headband by the rider and will represent the entire team. The teams with the most points at the end of the 15 minutes get into the final stage. And at the very top, the first place holder is worth. She points at Horizon. 10 million. All eyes once again fell to Horizon, and he immediately raised his hand. Yes. Midnight asks. Since I don't need any ragtag team, I'll be playing solo, Horizon says. Midnight frowns at that. Well I don't she stops talking and raises a hand to her earpiece, then she just frowns. The judges say it's allowed if you can stay off the ground, but are you sure? Allies will play a huge part in this. I'm Horizon, he says. That's enough. Midnight gives a vicious smile, that kind of bold and confident talk is a real turn-on. Horizon will be playing solo. The hologram shifts to place Horizon 10 million points in the top spot. Everyone else, you've got 15 minutes. As everyone is scrambling to make their teams, Midnight looks up to where Nizu was sitting, shaking her head. You're making your favoritism of this boy too damn obvious, Nizu. Looks like Horizon is playing solo, folks. Mike announces. Let's see what his homeroom teacher has to say about that. Eraser sighs and shakes his head. Horizon has a habit of thinking he doesn't need any help. It showed itself in training and during USJ. Fortunately, both times he was enough to overcome anything that was thrown at him, but even if he manages to win this, it's a horrible habit for any hero to have, because the one time you aren't enough, you'll die. Excellent insight. Mike cheers on his friend. But what do you say his chances are of winning this game? If the objective is collecting an item, he'll win, Eraser says flatly. This is more of a battle for second place, but that doesn't mean everyone else won't be giving it their all. Well, there you have it, folks. Unshakable confidence from his homeroom teacher. Looks like Eraserhead has a favorite. What? I don't. The mic cuts off as they both begin bickering. 15 minutes later. All the teams were decided and everyone took their positions. Alright, the countdown starts now, 1 minute to mount up. Midnight says. As everyone gets their riders into position, Horizon notices all eyes flicker over to him, standing at the far end of the arena. With his 10 million point headband around his neck, he turns his back to them and lifts his hand, flicking a finger upward. TAKT. A 2-meter cube of rock is pulled out of the floor and he steps onto it before it fully rises to float a meter above the ground. Telekinesis. Mike shouts. It's not telekinesis, Horizon says, the mic's in the arena transferring his voice across the stadium. I command the world to move, and it moves, that's all. He raises one hand and summons his cards from his hero costume, then swaps one for the chair at his desk and takes a seat, still floating on the cube above the floor. Is that even allowed? Mike asks. It's completely legal. Midnight says. Warping items is fine once it's done after the game starts. As the viewers and people outside of their class are surprised present, Mike continues talking. If he can keep that up for 15 minutes then I guess he could be fine, if he can defend his headband for 15 minutes that is. I've seen him rip the tops off buildings, Eraser says in a tired voice, he'll be fine, besides, I doubt anyone will attack him. Begin. Midnight yells, and everyone bursts into action. All teams rushing each other, explosions and ice flying about, yelling and all types of quirks being fired left and right, yet nobody even bothered Horizon, leaving him to sit with his 10 million point headband and play a game on his phone. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, still nobody even bothered to go near Horizon. Are they afraid of him? Mike asks, clearly confused as Horizon just sits there on his phone, floating on the rock. It's because they understand, Eraser says. They know that if they get close he'll just send them to the other side of the arena, and even if they manage to get his headband, they can't stop him from getting it back. He'd warp it back to him before the game is done and get first place. The logical thing to do is focus your energy on headbands that don't threaten his position, that way he ignores you and you get to keep your points. No wonder he's so cocky. With a quirk like that, anyone would be. Mike says. The audience begins muttering at the revelation. It's not baseless confidence, Eraser says, and the crowd focuses more on his words than the ongoing fights, excited to hear anything about this new rising star. At first I assumed he was another arrogant brat who'd either wash out of UA or I'd expel, but every time I see him in action I realize more and more how wrong that assumption was. He can always back up his talk, and when it's time to really rise to the challenge he crushes the competition. Even when the villains attacked, he took on by far the strongest villain while protecting everyone from Kurogiri. He's not all talk and baseless confidence. And he isn't one of those people born with a godly quirk and simply using that to get an easy life. Behind everything he says and does is over a decade of relentless training. He's the rarity of someone born at the top with a godly quirk, yet instilled with a monstrous work ethic, constantly pushing himself over and over to bring out his absolute best self. That's how you become a licensed doctor at 15, that's how you stand up to a villain most pros can't last seconds again. Even his classmates have noticed that. His blunt and matter-of-fact way of speaking doesn't push them away anymore, because they know it's just how he truly sees things, the most effective way possible, and that's why they don't even bother to approach him. Because they know he won't hesitate to show them exactly how far ahead he is, and they understand how far they have to go. It's also what makes that fire in them rage, because when you're sitting in a classroom with someone like that, you either crumble under the pressure, or rise to the challenge. Wow. You sure you don't have a favorite? Mike asks jokingly as the crowd just stares at Horizon in a new light. Eraser elbows him in the head. I don't, and it wouldn't be him of all people. Heroes should at least try to be team players, he says while glaring down at Horizon, sitting comfortably in his chair and playing his game while everyone else is fighting, giving their all. 1 minute remaining. Sitting comfortable and finishing up another race on his phone, Horizon sighs loudly and reaches out to his side with his right hand, grabbing Jiro's earphone jacks. All the cameras turn to them as she tries and fails to pull them out of his grip. Someone finally attacked Horizon. Mike announces, causing all the teams to spare just a glance in his direction. What are you trying to do here? He swivels around in his chair to look at Jiro. Her is the front horse with Sato and Kota at the back, Toru completely naked on their shoulders, no headband, 0 points. Jiro chuckles, nervous and scared. Desperate times and all that. I see. Horizon rests down his phone, noticing all cameras facing him. I don't have a massive power output like Kaminari, but he sparks up some blue electricity in his left hand, inching it closer to her earphone jacks. My control is a lot better. Wait, non. Jiro screams. Counter shock. Arf. Her entire team screams as they collapse to the floor, completely unconscious. He can use electricity too. Mike screams, riling up the crowd. Across the arena, Kaminari pouts, come on man, I've only got the one thing and you had to steal it. Time is up. Midnight yells, ending the game. In first place, no surprise here, Horizon. Mike announces, the massive screens replaying the moment he fried Jiro's team before showing him still sitting casually in his chair. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place is Team Monoma. Class 1B came out to represent. In fourth, we've got Team Todoroki, followed by Team Midoriya barely edging out Team Shinso for fifth place. 16 people from these teams will be going onto the tournament stage, but first, a 1-hour lunch break. Mike announces. After sorting out who gets to compete from the bottom teams, and some people opting out, all the names immediately appear on the board, already lined up in their brackets for the tournament. 2 name it round 1. Horizon vs Monoma. Shiso vs Siro. Midoriya vs Todoroki. Hatsum vs Kaminari. Aways vs Bakugo. Ida vs Kirishima. Tokoyami vs Uraraka. Momo vs Juzo. Looking up at the board, Horizon immediately begins walking away toward the cafeteria, seeing Jiro and her team being carted off to Recovery Girl in the distance. Monoma, I saw him copy Juzo's quirk earlier, looked like he needed to touch the person, this could be interesting. Horizon, Monoma says, causing Horizon to look over at him as he approaches. Hey, I'm Monoma, guess you and I are up first huh? He falls into step walking to the cafeteria. Looks like it, so I'm guessing you're trying to figure out what quirks you can copy from your friends to use against me, right? Monoma chuckles, naturally, I need to prepare before the battle, we can't all have built-in power like you. But Tetsu told me you're pretty cool, well, he said, super manly, but it's the same thing, I hope we have a good match. Sure, I hope to learn a lot from it. Horizon says as they enter the cafeteria, going their separate ways until the gruesome and bloody match begins. End chapter. Monoma doesn't hate Class 1B because when everyone was at the door to 1A, Horizon didn't leave a bad impression. In canon, Bakugo treated them badly and that's where it started, smiley face. Predictions for the matchups. Chapter 50, Chapter 049, Built Different. Chapter start. 12 million and counting, Horizon says while scrolling on his phone. Looking at the picture he just took and posted outside the stadium. He, Death Arms, Kemui Woods, and MT Lady. I've already got more followers than those three put together, they really don't know how to work the sheep, he mutters. And now for the first match. Midnight announces. His head snaps up and away from his phone, quickly putting it in his pocket. Standing in the dark tunnel leading into the arena, he sees the now constructed cement stage built by Cementas. The crowd is going crazy as the first round of the 1 versus 1 tournament begins. Let's start big, with 1A's class rep, already showing that he's a prodigy even among all our genius aspiring heroes, Horizon. Horizon steps out of the tunnel, full PE uniform on, the shirt unbuttoned for everyone to see, the body glove on his chest, his logo in blue atop the white fabric, just barely distracting people from how the fabric clings to his chiseled body and exposes his muscles. The same symbol is in black across the back of his PE uniform for the competition to see. He takes his time walking up to the stage as Midnight announces Monoma, stirring the crowd into a smaller but still absurd wave of chaos. Eventually both students are standing opposite each other on the stage, looking around to see all eyes on them. One-on-one Horizon size shows, standing 20 cm-8 in, taller than Monoma, the much thinner and lankier blonde contrasting greatly to Horizon's now bulkier build, still lean but muscles clearly making themselves known through his uniform. Are both of you ready? Midnight asks. Monoma nods. Actually, Horizon speaks up, surprising everyone. Since your quirk is copy, I'm sure you've prepared something for me, but I'm curious, would you like to copy my quirk? You would let me just copy your quirk? Just like that? Monoma asks skeptically. I'm curious about what happens if a regular person tries it, since it is the most powerful quirk in the world. Horizon shrugs as everyone just stares in surprise, never expecting such a blatant and seemingly outlandish boast. Well, if you insist, Monoma smiles sinisterly. Since you're the main character here, I'm sure I can use that power to win this match. Horizon chuckles and pulls up the sleeve on his left hand, separating the glove and sleeve of his body glove to expose the inner forearm of his left hand, where there were no tattoos, gesturing for Monoma to make contact. The audience is at the edge of their seat to see what happens. Monoma raises a brow at the sight of Horizon's watch. You brought a Rolex to a battle. That seems rather careless. Oh please, the USJ Nomu couldn't even hit me, how would any of you ever manage to break it? Monoma narrows his eyes at him and reaches out, touching Horizon's skin with his fingers. Horizon feels a tingling at the back of his mind and shrugs it off. That's odd, Monoma says. I felt it, but it didn't let me copy it. I rejected your quirk, I just wanted to see if I could. Yuri. For real this time, Horizon once again presents his arm, no tricks. Monoma looks equal parts annoyed and impressed, but can't pass up the chance to become the main character for a short while. Without hesitation he reaches out, and immediately feels his entire body tingling as the quirk manifests within him. Monoma shakes his head a bit and stumbles back, a wide smile on his face as he giggles like a madman. You okay? Horizon asks, slight concern in his voice as he and Midnight watch Monoma begin to hop in place. I feel great. Like I could run a marathon. It's like a sugar rush. Is this how you always feel? It's incredible. What does your quirk do anyway? Man, this is great. Everything is all tingly. Monoma breaks out in another fit of giggles. Oh no, Horizon says, earning concerned looks from Midnight and the audience. Okay Monoma, listen very carefully to me, he raises his hands gently to keep Monoma calm. You need to cancel copy on my quirk, and no matter what, don't try to activate it, alright? Midnight immediately walks over to Horizon, ready to rip her costume to sedate Monoma. Monoma looks confused, then with all the energy in his body, his fight or flight response kicks into overdrive. Why would I do that? This is a trick, isn't it? You don't want me to win. But I can feel it, I can win, this feels great. He raises a hand and swings it at Horizon, warp away. Oh crap. I didn't think his body would react like this, Horizon says, and everyone hears through Midnight's mic. Like what? She asks, now seeing Monoma frozen in place, blood quickly flowing from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Monoma. It's fine, kinda, Horizon says, holding her back from rushing forward and approaching Monoma. It's just my quirk. The entire arena is deathly silent as the scene unfolds. Monoma collapses into Horizon's arms and he gently places him on the ground, immediately summoning his healing energy into his palm and placing it on the unconscious Monoma's head. Your quirk. He tried to activate it, so it started killing him, Horizon says. My quirk requires the user to essentially be superhuman in terms of how much energy is in your body and how much information your brain can process. His body tried to rapidly increase the energy capacity within it, hence the sugar rush, and his brain tried to expand, tearing itself apart, hence the bleeding. But that isn't enough for my quirk. You also need to be able to comprehend what you process, meaning he literally wasn't smart enough to sort and apply the sudden influx of information my quirk caused. His body tried to adapt by ripping energy away from anything that wasn't his brain to force more growth. It tried to make his organs fail. Midnight mutters out in shock and horror. What kind of quirk does such a thing? How is that even possible? My quirk ignored the safeguards that copy has built into it. I didn't even think he'd be able to copy my quirk, figured it'd be a dud. He's a lot better than I thought. But he just isn't built like me to handle this kind of situation. Superhuman, Midnight says, recalling what Horizon just said. Will he be okay? Horizon takes his hand away from Monoma, standing as the medical robots bring a stretcher into the arena. He just needs some drips and sleep. He'll be fine in a few hours, but I doubt he'd remember any of this. He shrugs. As the robots load Monoma onto the stretcher and haul him away, only Horizon and Midnight are left in the arena. That's some quirk you've got there, she says awkwardly, trying to get the atmosphere back in a good mood. Yeah, but it's not meant for regular humans. Anyway, I guess this means I win, right? Midnight nods. Horizon moves on to the next round. The crowd goes wild once again, as if they didn't see a teenager almost die in front of them. Didn't even have to throw a punch or get him out of bounds. Pretty easy. Midnight rolls her eyes. Try not to do things like that to all your opponents, please. You're not supposed to kill your opponent. You're training to be a hero, remember, she warns him. Hey, I didn't know that would happen. Which is the only reason you aren't disqualified, but don't pull a stunt like that again, she glares at him. Gotcha, he says before walking off the stage. Making his way back to his class's seats, he sees Momo wait for him to sit with her and Jiro. So you always put people in the infirmary? Jiro asks with a bit of edge to her voice as he sits on the other side of Momo. I just got out of there after you tried to fry my brain, and now Monoma's in there for pretty much the same reason. Hey, you attacked me, and as for him, it's not my fault he isn't built to handle my power, but it's not surprising. Mortals and divinity have a terrible track record when they meet. End chapter. Chapter 51, Chapter 050, Round 1 First Half. Chapter start. Did anyone see that guy use his quirk? Horizon asks, sitting at the end of the front row in a seating area above the arena. With Momo to his left, Jiro beside her, Tokoyami just behind him with Tsu, the other students scattered about chatting quietly. I don't recall him using it in the previous events, Momo says, all their eyes falling to Shinso as he enters the arena, Siro standing happily across from him. Well, if he wins he'll be against me next, so it doesn't really matter, Horizon shrugs. You could at least pretend to be a bit apprehensive to the challenge, Momo says. Some would say it's unsportsmanlike to speak in such a way of your competition, even if it is true. That cocky attitude is gonna bite you in the ass someday, Jiro mutters, earphone jack still bandaged from the electrical burns. I doubt that, but even if it does, it won't be in a tournament like this, Horizon says. This event has a clear out-of-bounds rule, so I can honestly win whenever I want. That's the same rule that gives other people a chance but limits others simply based on the matchup, but even if it were to the death I'd still easily win. What do you mean? Tsu asks from behind him. Well, take Tokoyami versus Uraraka for example. Her quirk requires something to activate it on, make a car weightless then throw it and deactivate her quirk at the last moment for maximum damage. But here she doesn't have any items aside from her clothes and herself. If she makes herself weightless, Dark Shadow will swat her away and she can't adjust her trajectory in the air. And she'd have to get close or touch Dark Shadow to make Tokoyami weightless and throw him away. Well, yes, but then she can toss him out of bounds and win, right? Momo asks. Nope, not a chance in hell, Horizon says. At least not if Tokoyami has a brain. I do, Tokoyami says behind them. See, easy win, Horizon explains. If she touches him and removes gravity from him and Dark Shadow, since they are one being, then she'll try to throw him out of the arena, but he can just anchor himself by having Dark Shadow dig into the floor, and since she's tiny and Dark Shadow has some muscle to it, he'll throw her out instead, Momo says. I see, I hadn't considered that people can anchor themselves. Same thing Kirishima would do with some hardening on his fingers, use them like spears, Horizon shrugs. This is a shitty setting for zero gravity, either she throws them before they anchor, or she somehow overpowers them, both situations are basically impossible. And a lot of people like Bakugo and I don't even care if she makes us float because we have either aerial or instant mobility. I will admit I came to the same conclusion, Tokoyami says. But I didn't want to speak down on my classmates' chances in such a way. It is what it is, some people just aren't meant to fight in a setting like this. I failed to consider the matchups and environment properly, Momo quietly admits. I have much to learn. Same here, Jiro says. But at least your quirk can be useful in an event like this. I'd probably just get my earphone jacks pulled out of the air, and then they'd toss me out of the arena. Probably, Horizon says. You'll notice all the one-trick pony style quirks getting taken out quickly, assuming they even made it this far. Honestly, I would have bet on Tokoyami meeting me in the finals if so many people didn't have a direct counter to him. Likewise, Tokoyami says, surprising all of them. They'd never expected Horizon of all people to speak favorable to his quirk, and for him to agree as well. These conditions are among the worst for Dark Shadow. Let the second match begin. Midnight yells, causing the crowd to erupt in noise. Shiro immediately fires off 2 lines of tape, trapping Shinso as they wrap around his arms and torso. As he's being dragged to the edge of the stage, Shinso yells, obviously panicked, not expecting the instant attack, "Do you really think people will ever let someone with such freaky elbows become a hero?" Shiro froze, eyes going dull and arms falling to his side. "Good, now walk off the stage," Shinso commands, and Shiro does exactly that. The audience was able to hear everything thanks to the mics, and Eraser immediately gave an explanation. Hitoshi Shinso, quirk, brainwashing, he can control people who respond to him, it requires him to activate it so it's only when he wants, a perfect quirk for dealing with hostage situations and most villains. But because UA makes students wanting to enter the hero course fight robots, he couldn't even use it, a clear oversight on our part. He says in a tired voice. As Shinso and Shiro clear the stage, Momo turns to Horizon. "Looks like all you have to do is not speak and you'll win. I guess you're practically in the semifinals already." Horizon sighs, "Honestly, I was hoping to at least have some fun, but I guess it's just a bunch of easy fights." "You know you'd be a lot cooler if you were nice to people," Jiro says. "Like heroes are expected to be, like All Might," Momo adds. "Yeah, and I'd always be exhausted from that crap. I already have to act like these people are worth saving to their faces." He gestures to the cheering crowd as Deku and Todoroki take the stage. "I'm not doing that shit around all of you too. If you don't care about people, why are you here?" Tsu asks. "Because being a hero is just another job, the reason doesn't matter, just do it the best you can, no matter what. Does it matter if I'm not some bleeding heart moron like All Might if I save just as many people?" They think about it for a moment, then Momo nods in agreement. "Well, I guess it doesn't. Exactly, all that matters is whatever the reward is. I think it's worth risking my life and the life of everyone I care about, at least if I was showing my face and using my name like you people." Before anyone can even question what he means, a gust of cold wind blasts the crowd. "He's breaking fingers," Horizon says as he notices what just happened. Deku did a super strong flick to shatter Todoroki's ice attack. "Such power, both of them." Tokoyami yells. "If Todoroki has a brain, he wins in the next attack," Horizon says, causing everyone to glance at him before setting their eyes back to the stage. Another clash, Deku breaks a second finger to counter Todoroki's ice, keeping them at a stalemate. Horizon leans back in his seat, obviously disappointed. "Never mind, I guess, should have expected this when 2 of the most pathetic levels of quirk mastery in our class are put together. Freaking meatheads, I at least expected more from Endeavor's kid," he grumbles. They all keep those words at the back of their mind, not quite understanding them, and certainly not willing to ask him directly, knowing he'd likely verbally rip them apart for even doing that. What are they even talking about? Horizon questions aloud as the battle rages on. "Feelings. It's your power? Did I miss something, or are they just as emotional and stupid as I thought?" "Both," Tsu says. "Todoroki declared war on Midoriya while you were off talking to Midnight and the other class representatives. On Deku. Talk about punching down, but not by much, honestly. You truly think them that similar?" Momo asks, her invincible image of Todoroki long since shattered and replaced with Horizon. "Well, they're both meatheads flailing at each other screaming about feelings, aren't they?" He gestures to the arena where the fight kept going. "You tell me." "Right," she nods along. "I also saw them speaking privately while we all went for lunch. Maybe something happened that we missed. Whatever it is, it's brought out quite incredible power from both of them," Jiro says. "Powerful doesn't mean good, or useful," Horizon says as the fight continues. Eventually, after a lot more broken bones, screaming, and tears, the final clash ends with Todoroki activating his fire for the first time since joining UA. Everyone hears Endeavor yelling, but pays him no mind, and an explosion rocks the arena. Cementos erects soft walls to ease the damage. And when the mist and dust clear, Deku is crumpled against the far wall while Todoroki is cushioned by his ice. Todoroki wins. Midnight announces. "Looks like the pennies are adding up," Horizon says, looking at Deku's mangled arm and fingers, dark purple and torn up as he gets hauled off to Recovery Girl. "Will he be able to move his arm again?" Momo asks, clear concern in her voice. "Yeah, but regular healing quirks can't fix that. He'll have serious lasting damage this time. The damage is adding up more and more with each use. Best guess, 1 or 2 more injuries like that and he's out of the hero course." "Unless you heal him," Momo says. "The only way that's happening is if he can afford to outbid my other clients, which he can't dash, and I'd need to somehow agree to heal someone that will certainly hurt themselves again. I've only ever made one exception for a person like that. I'm not making it a habit." "Well, what if I were to bid for him?" Momo asks. "It would be a shame for someone with such a heroic spirit not to see their dreams become real. Just think about all the people he can save." I don't think your allowance is gonna cut it, actually I don't think your family can afford it, Horizon says. What if it does? Horizon chuckles, of course the rich girl doesn't know the cost of anything, minimum bid is 50 million, and let's just say the leading bid for my next operation is a lot higher than that, even you can't afford me. Momo looks genuinely confused, while everyone who knows the actual value of money looks horrified. People pay that much for healthcare? Momo asks. No, I don't sell healthcare, I deal in time, Horizon corrects her. I can give and take time with the people you love, so tell me, is there anything you wouldn't pay if I'm the only person in the world that can give you time with your loved ones? Nobody responds to that for a long tense moment until Tsu speaks up. You really can charge whatever you want. More than that, I can do whatever I want, because I'm Horizon, everyone wants a piece of me, I'm a walking miracle. Do you honestly think any politician is gonna risk moving against me now that the word is out that I can practically heal anything? He chuckles darkly, knowing the media was already devouring that anonymous information they received earlier. If Recovery Girl decided to murder someone in the street the government wouldn't touch her, I can't imagine what I could get away with. The cold and sharp edge in his voice sent a chill down their spines. Someone seemingly all-powerful and untouchable, a truly dangerous existence. By the time everyone comes to their senses, Hatsum has already surrendered after using Kaminari as a practice dummy for her capture devices, more amusing than anything else for people who aren't interested in support equipment. Hover Salsha, Horizon eyes the boots she has on that let her float above the floor. That looks fun. And with that, the first half of the first round of this game is complete. Midnight announces, now let's welcome our next competitors. End chapter. Chapter 52, Chapter 051, Round 1 Second Half. Chapter start. Sitting in the waiting room, Ida anxiously taps his foot, looking at the screen in the corner of the room. As expected from Bakugo, Ida says as he sees his classmate immediately blast a ways out of the arena, putting a quick end to their lackluster match. I just hope I don't disappoint Tensei, he says while getting up and walking outside. Thoughts dwelling on his brother, the number 19 pro hero Ingenium. He is fighting to live up to the hero his brother is, the hero his brother believes he will become. He walks past Bakugo, paying no mind to the focused look on Bakugo's face as they pass each other in the tunnel to the arena. Standing at the edge of the doorway he takes a breath to calm himself, listening to the crowd cheering as Present Mid announces Kirishima. And a moment later he is called to the arena, quickly walking onto the stage to stand opposite Kirishima, a friendly smile on the boys' faces as Ida just gives a small smile and a curt nod. Begin. Midnight announces. Ida immediately hops backward, putting nearly a dozen meters between him and Kirishima. Kirishima just barely missed as he had lunged forward to grab Ida, not wanting him to get any distance to reach higher speeds. Ida bursts into a sprint, the cheering crowd blocked out, only seeing himself and his opponent, another step toward the hero Ingenium, toward his brother. The engines in his calves kick into second gear, unable to reach third gear without a full 30 meters. But it's enough, Kirishima can't react in time as Ida rushes past him and pivots, grabbing his shoulder and arm, feeling his skin like a rock beneath his fingers as he twists his body to throw Kirishima out of the arena. Crack. Ha. Ida feels Kirishima become entirely immovable, just barely turning to see a hardened fist flying toward his face. ACH. Ida winces as he leaps back, putting 10 meters between them and softening the impact of Kirishima's punch, a massive gash spanning his entire cheek and leaving a bruise on his face. Kirishima anchored himself to the ring. Present Mike announces as everyone notices one of his feet hardened and ankle-deep in the cement stage. A genius move, who would have even thought of that? Ida relaxes slightly and evaluates the situation, knowing that attacking Kirishima head-on would likely hurt him more than his opponent, instead taking the time to breathe and let his engines cool down a bit. So you were paying attention earlier as well. Ida says, baiting Kirishima into a conversation. The mics focused on the arena transmitting their voices to the stands and everyone watching at home. Yup. Kirishima gives a dazzling smile. I may not like the way he says things, but Horizon is a genius at pretty much everything, especially quirks and fighting, so when he talks, I listen, and that includes earlier when he used me as an example of how to deal with people that want to knock us out of the ring. Guess I got lucky, huh? Kirishima chuckles, not at all ashamed to admit that this wasn't his strategy. I see, and I entirely agree with that sentiment, Ida says, backing up slightly and shifting down into a runner's stance, looking up and narrowing his eyes at Kirishima. But as I recall, he said your strategy won't work if I can simply rip you out of the ground with pure power, right? Kirishima smiles, excited to test himself against Ida, hardening his fist and clanging them together, bring it. Recipro, burst. Blue flames burst out of Ida's exhausts on both legs, all 12 ports drawing the eyes of everyone as for the first time he shows off his super move, something developed for this tournament, to show his brother how far he's come on the path to being a hero. The cement beneath Ida's feet cracks as he rockets forward, most of the crowd and even the pro heroes can barely recognize him as a blur. Kirishima preemptively hardens as much of his body as he can, crossing his arms in front of his chest and bracing himself. As Ida is about to make contact, he finishes his charge with a leap, raising both his feet up to dropkick Kirishima directly against his arms. Over torque. Ida screams as he draws out all the power he can from his engine. The hardening on Kirishima's forearms is shattered as the cement around his foot is ripped apart. He rockets out of the arena and slams into the far wall as Ida drops to his feet, taking deep breaths as his engines sputter out. The entire arena is silent as most of the people try to understand what they just saw, or more likely, what they didn't see. One moment Ida says Recipro burst, and the next, the match was over. Ida wins. Midnight announces, and the crowd takes that as the cue to go wild. Midnight looks over to Kirishima as he gets to his feet, the skin on his forearms missing along with a massive chunk of the reinforced wall missing where he hit, blood dripping to the grass at his feet. Kirishima. I'm okay. He gladly announces, wincing in pain slightly as he raises his hand to give Ida a thumbs up. That was awesome, man. You've been holding out on us. Ida gives him a thumbs up and a smile. You certainly were a worthy opponent. Even if he didn't win, many pros in the stands make note of Eijiro Kirishima's manly spirit and tough quirk, contributing greatly to the internship offers he would inevitably receive. While Cementos began working to fix the stage, Ida and Kirishima made their exit. Ida only shared a polite nod with Uraraka as he returned to his locker room to make his way back to his class in the stands. Normally he would have wished her good luck, but with how anxious and focused she was he didn't want to distract her in even the smallest way, and he can't blame her one bit for how she felt. Everyone was listening in earlier when Horizon spoke about this matchup. Tokoyami is an intimidating foe, and Horizon says in this environment she can't win. Ida only hopes she will be able to find a path to victory that none of them have been able to see. Ida makes it back to the locker room and takes out his phone, deciding to use the TV in the room to not miss any of the match that he surely wouldn't have seen walking back to the stands. Dialing his brother's number, he lifts the phone to his ear as the match begins, seeing Tokoyami give a polite bow to the girl as Midnight begins the match. His brother's voice greets him. You've reached Tensei Ida. Sorry I can't come to the phone right now as I'm currently busy, but if you leave a voicemail, Ida hangs up. And at the same time Midnight calls the match. Tokoyami wins. Tokoyami bows politely as they both exit the arena, Urarax looking thoroughly defeated even if she didn't take any direct hits. Dark Shadow simply grappled her and lifted her off the ground to remove her leverage, tossed her out of the ring, defeated by ring out. So quickly, Ida mutters, if he had decided to walk to the stands then he would have surely missed the entire match. A moment later Momo enters the waiting room, looking nervous, caught off guard by him still being there. Sorry, I'll leave you to prepare. He gives her a polite nod which she stiffly returns and exits the room. Moments later Momo is walking out of the tunnel and up the stair to the ring. From Class 1A, Momo Yayorozu, the crowd goes wild as Momo gives a polite wave. And her opponent, from Class 1B, Juzo Hananuki. Midnight gestures to the lanky, blonde, spiky-haired boy. Only an inch taller than Momo with large eyes and pale skin, his mouth lacking lips, exposing his blocky teeth entirely for everyone to see, much like ectoplasm. Both combatants give each other a polite yet serious nod before the match begins. I'll have to act first since I don't know his quirk. I need defense and offense. Maybe if I can knock him out I can win, otherwise, I'd likely have to begin. Midnight interrupts her thoughts. Momo immediately creates a sword in her left hand and a metal shield on her left, rushing forward. Juzo drops to the floor before she can even take a second step and slams both palms onto the ground. The entire arena suddenly becomes soft, causing both of them to sink into it. Momo sinks up to her neck in barely 4 seconds while Juzo only sinks to his knees, beads of sweat running down his face as he tries to catch his breath. His control was still not perfect, otherwise, he could have simply used his quirk to soften the cement under her feet alone, but because he wanted to make the ground as close to water to sink her as quickly as possible, he lost a bit of control with the affected area. His quirk, softening, it allows him to make any inorganic material into soft mud. The viscosity of the mud is controlled by him of course, but he still hasn't fully mastered his quirk yet. The ground immediately hardens around Momo as Juzo steps out of it. Momo, can you move? Midnight asks, seeing only the girl's head sticking out of the flow. Momo scrunched up her face and shakes her head, unable to bring herself to say the words. Midnight nods in sympathy. Juzo wins. Another near-instant victory. Mike announces as Cementos fixes the stage and frees Momo. As expected from one of our recommended students folks, don't let Class 1's fame distract you from the talent of Class 1B. We'll be back with the second round after a 10-minute snack break. Those words reach Momo's ears as she walks back to the locker room, and the moment she's alone the dam breaks. Tears begin flowing freely down her cheeks as she sits on a bench in the locker room, quietly sobbing. The mounting pressure being too much for her to take, now feeling as if the teachers agreed, that they saw her as so unworthy of being a recommended student that they simply forgot she was. How can I even blame them? Of course, they think I'm unworthy, I'm so useless, I can't do anything right, she berates herself, tears flowing more and more as the volume of her cries increases. More thoughts constantly comparing herself to the other recommended students, to the other students in general, to him of all people. And what feels like a moment later, he walks in, heading to his match with Shinso. Horizon enters the room and quietly closes the door behind him, confidently walking toward the other door to enter the arena. Momo stares at him, trying and failing to stop the tears, stifling her sobs, wanting nothing more than him, the person in UA she admires the most, her gold standard for being confident and capable, the person that has so quickly become somewhat of a hero to her, to reach out and extend a hand to her. To lift her up, like any hero would when they see someone in need. But instead, he walks right past her, not even sparing her a glance as he speaks. Don't cry about your problems, just work to fix them, get better so you don't repeat them. This is so fucking pathetic. Those words were all he needed to tell himself to pull himself together after losing his parents, but here, it only made Momo burst into loud sobs. Being called pathetic by him of all people, it was more than her heart could take at the moment, even if later she would better understand what he really meant. Her sobs continued even as Jiro entered to comfort her, and even as Mike announced the next match. Horizon vs Hitoshi Shinso, round 2 of the matches, the quarterfinals begins. End chapter. I really hope by now y'all weren't expecting him to be nice just because it's Momo. Bakugo, Ida, Tokoyami, these are my personal fave 1A characters, finally got to give Ida some spotlight, made me really happy, smiley face. Chapter 53, Chapter 052, Beyond Control. Chapter start. Horizon stepped into the arena to the sound of the crowd trying to deafen him with cheers. Looking around he saw people frantically waving at him, giving them a polite wave in response before placing both his hands back in his pants pockets. His PE uniform shirt was still open, exposing the white body glove below and the blue logo printed across its chest, matching the black version on the back of the shirt. Throughout the entire competition, everyone could tell that he's been completely unbothered, strolling past the finish line while everyone else was fighting to survive. And nothing changed as Shinso entered the arena to stand opposite him, wild purple hair and dreary eyes accented by a frown on his lips. Midnight quickly declared the match to begin, setting off the first match of the semifinals. But neither student bothered to move. Horizon stayed rooted in place looking down at the shorter boy, and Shinso looked up at his visor with a bored expression. Even as the crowd fell silent in anticipation, they did nothing. Shinso looks up at the announcer's booth and groans, rubbing the back of his head. I guess since Eraserhead revealed how my quirk works, I certainly can't expect Mr. Miracle himself to be dumb enough to actually talk to me, right? I mean, you're supposed to be a genius even compared to everyone that's ever attended UA, so maybe I should just surrender rather than pushing my luck, right? Even with a quirk like yours, once I get you to talk it's game over, but that'll never happen now that you know how I operate. I just hope I've done enough for the pros to see how useful I can be. Beneath his visor Horizon rolls his eyes, and why would I ever be concerned about some weak, untrained, one-trick pony that can't do anything without his quirk? The crowd gasps in shock and horror. People all around the world who placed bets on Horizon felt like crying. But Shinso looks confused, shaking his head, not understanding this anomaly. Why isn't my quirk working on you, he asks, feeling his quirk connecting but being shrugged off. TCH, in what world do you, or anyone else for that matter, ever get to tell me what to do? Again brainwashing connects and is shrugged off. This doesn't make sense, I felt it connect. Shinso begins panicking. Did you honestly think your quirk was invincible? Horizon asks, a small chuckle leaving his mouth as he shakes his head. There is no such thing as an invincible quirk or person. Everyone and everything has a weakness. Unfortunately for you, the weakness to your quirk is me. Weakness? Shinso asks, taking a step back in surprise. Your quirk operates on a telepathic foundation, same as Eraserhead, or actual telepathy and body manipulation quirks. Those simply don't work on me without my permission, Horizon shrugs. I've shrugged off people 100 times more powerful than you, he recalls Mindbinder, from the day his parents were taken. That's impossible. Shinso growls out. Yes, I am impossible, I get that a lot, Horizon gloats. My quirk allows me to simply reject quirks that try to manipulate my mind or body, pathetic little things trying to tell me what to do, as if they have any right. See, the only boss of me, is me, I simply exist beyond control, so how about you get off my stage, because you're all out of tricks. Shinso feels his emotions swelling, being looked down on once again by someone with a more heroic quirk, by UA's new golden boy from the sounds of it. All logic demands he take the opportunity to walk away, escape unharmed. He's already proven how useful he is by getting past Zero. But he drops into a fighting stance, untrained and sloppy, but determined, gritting his teeth, charging forward. Wanting nothing more than to prove himself, by taking on the top hero course student. Tact, Horizon takes his right hand out of his pocket and flicks his pointer finger toward the sky. One word and no effort seemingly crushes a dream as a thin pillar of cement is raised from the ground and quickly slams into Shinso's torso. Lifting him a few meters in the air, folded over the top of the pillar, completely blacked out. Shinso is out. Midnight announces, causing the crowd to go wild yet again. We'll be taking a 5-minute break before the next match to repair the stage. Cementos begins walking over to the stage, intent on using his quirk to safely retrieve Shinso and repair the floor Horizon uprooted. Horizon takes bored steps off the stage, making his way back into the tunnel and to his seat, at least that was his plan. He saw Todoroki standing in the tunnel, ready for his match against Kaminari, intending to pass by his classmate without saying a word. Wait, Todoroki raises a hand to block Horizon as Cementos begins working on the stage. I want to talk to you. The feeling isn't mutual. It's about my father, Todoroki says. Horizon decides not to simply push past him or warp away, curious about what he could learn about Endeavor, the only person with perfect quirk mastery, to his knowledge at least. He takes a step away, almost leaning against the opposite wall, hands still in his pockets. I'm listening. I recently became inspired by my new friend to overcome my past. What? Todoroki takes a deep breath to calm himself, not quite sure how Deku was able to reach out and help people so easily, but determined to do the same thing for Horizon. My quirk, half hot half cold, is the result of a quirk marriage. I already knew that, Horizon says. What? Todoroki looks shocked, not expecting Deku to blab about this. How? Seriously? What are the chances of the most powerful fire quirk making a kid with a quirk that perfectly compensates for its weaknesses? Todoroki nods stiffly. I see, that makes sense. Well, the purpose of all of this was for me to be a stronger hero than All Might himself, something my father could never be, so he forced me into that role. He wanted to create the perfect hero, someone who could do things that nobody else could dream of matching. Horizon nods, prompting Shoto to continue. Because of this, I've been trained since the day I manifested my quirk, non-stop, relentless, torturous training. Until my mind and body couldn't take any more, and he just kept going. Eventually, it became too much, and my mother tried to stop it. Shoto winces at the memory of Endeavor hitting his mom. Things only got worse from there. Horizon just nods, not really paying much mind to any of this story, simply not seeing how any of this family drama would involve him. Shoto raises a hand to his scar, drawing Horizon's eyes to it. The suffering and torment I went through, it left scars that can't be seen as easily as this one, the kind of things that I'll be trying to heal for a very long time, on my entire family. He glances to the arena to see the preparations near complete. My friend reached out a hand to help me move forward and heal from my past, so I'd like to be someone that can do that for you, so that we may move forward together. I want to be someone like him. Horizon blinks a few times, completely confused but seemingly unaffected from what Shoto could see because of his visor. What? To become as strong as you are, even stronger than me, I can't imagine the hell and torment you must have endured from your parents, the way you always speak of them harshly training you, since you were very young. I believe you and I are the same, forced to carry out the desires of our cruel and abusive parents, so we can walk forward together. To carve our own path in this world, as heroes. Betraying all the rage and fury Horizon felt, he simply leaned forward and rests a hand on Shoto's shoulder. Good luck in your match, he says before walking away, leaving Shoto completely confused. Fighting outside of the arena would get him in trouble and put his contract at risk, so he'll save it for when they fought in the next round. Shoto just frowned, looking at Horizon's back as he walks away, oblivious to the surgery preparation already happening, to the operation room he was already standing in. I guess I'm not as good at saving people as you, Midoriya, Shoto mutters as the next match begins. End chapter. So if you're surprised that he can just ignore Shinso's quirk, he already shrugged off a top 20 hero that was all about telepathy like 6 chapters in, now you know how it works. Chapter 54, Chapter 053, Quarterfinals. Chapter start. Standing in one of the bathrooms of the stadium, Horizon is leaning forward, both hands down on the counter. This was one of the bathrooms only accessible to students on the upper levels, and he was currently using it to get some control of himself. From beneath his visor he stared into the mirror, but instead of seeing the visor starting back, he saw Matani, face bare, pacing around shouting and screaming. All the emotions he felt when Todoroki began running his mouth. Insulting his family. Making his insane assumptions. He needs to pay, the reflection says, his voice in a low growl as it stands in front of the sink, glaring at Horizon. People need to learn not to make assumptions about our family, not to talk about them. Yeah, I'll educate him, Horizon says in response, and they both nod at that. Logic and reason gone the moment someone mentions his parents in such a way. Kaminari is frozen in place. Mick's voice echoes through the halls and into the bathroom. That means Todoroki advances to the semifinals, and his next opponent will be Horizon. Horizon stands up properly, smiling at the announcement, a smile shared by his reflection, his inner voice. Looks like I'll get my chance, he mutters before leaving the room. Normally he'd just warp back to his seat instead of taking the short walk, but at the moment he couldn't. One of the few times he's vulnerable is when preparing for an operation, such as right now. Normally he'd be safe in a private room with his patient, make contact once, find what he wants to extract, then gather the energy to make it happen. But this was different, he didn't have the luxury of keeping in contact with his next patient. He simply had to make contact for barely a few seconds, locate his target, then break contact and begin focusing his energy. And right now he was still entirely focused on Todoroki, who was walking through the locker room. Using another technique would disrupt this and restart the process, and he'd rather not take the chance. He also wouldn't recover any of the spent energy or the sum used to keep open a room that could span nearly half the stadium to keep them both inside it. Most notably thus far, he used this technique to extract the drugs from the son of a patient in Dubai. He's so focused that he doesn't respond while passing by Tokoyami, just giving his classmate a polite nod as he heads to his waiting room. And he pays no attention to Ida's phone conversation, but at a glance he sees tears rolling down the boy's face, a petrified expression seizing him. Immediately shoving that to the back of his mind, it was simply not his problem. Arriving back to where his class was seated, he stands at the back almost against the wall, noticing Momo and Jiro sitting at the front. Jiro turns around to shoot him a dirty look while Momo doesn't respond to his return. What the hell is her problem, he wonders, genuinely not understanding how his words weren't seen as encouragement. It's how he's always been raised to think after all. Horizon remains at the back with his arms folded across his chest. Everyone could somehow feel the subtle anger radiating off him, wisely deciding not to bother him for idle chatter. And a moment later Tokoyami and Juzo take the stage. And now for the last bout of the quarterfinals. Midnight announces, catching everyone off guard. Unfortunately Tenya Ida had to leave early for a family emergency, so after this match, Bakugo automatically advances to the next round. Bakugo gets visibly enraged at that, not having the full challenge he wanted to prove that he's the undisputed best. Now if he wins, people would be able to doubt his victory because of this free pass to the semifinals. Horizon also sees Deku sitting with Uraraka. She takes out her phone immediately, likely to text Ida. Deku had both his hands in casts, his right arm as well. And both his legs were covered in bandages, along with his torso. The pennies are adding up. Horizon thinks, noticing the scars and newly crooked fingers on Deku's right hand as the girl walks past him, phone to her ear to call Ida. Now on to the match. Midnight gestures to Tokoyami. Class 1 as Dark Samurai himself, Tokoyami, and his seemingly invincible quirk, Dark Shadow. Versus. She gestures to Juzo. Class 1 BS leading star, Juzo Hananuki, and his versatile quirk, Softening. Are you ready? Both boys nod, staring blankly at each other. Begin. Darg, before Tokoyami can even summon Dark Shadow, Juzo slams both palms into the ground, using his super move. Muddy Swamp. Juzo yells out. A super move. Mick's shocked voice electrifies the audience. Looks like the recommended student is here to show out. Before Tokoyami could even summon his quirk, Juzo had already softened the entire stage, causing the bird boy to sink up to his neck into the softened cement before making it thick enough to completely trap him, exactly like he did to defeat Momo. Juzo pants a few times, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, still standing ankle-deep on the softened floor. Done, you're immobilized. Class 1B is here to show out too. Mike screams, echoed by the crowd. Seeing Tokoyami breaking out into a cold sweat, his expression changing to one of pain and terror in a heartbeat, Midnight moves to end the match. Talk. No. Tokoyami interrupts her, drawing all eyes to him as the stadium and Juzo silently wait to see what he does. Too much darkness, can't control. Dark Shadow. Stop. The softened cement around Tokoyami ripples. Juzo immediately slams his palms into the floor and hardens it into solid cement once more, trapping Tokoyami and his own ankles in the floor. But Tokoyami keeps struggling, it's too much. Dark Shadow. No. The entire arena cracks and begins breaking apart as Juzo looks down horrified, feeling something moving below, shaking the entire stage. RRRRRAAARGGHH. An explosion of cement and dust shakes the entire arena. A gust of wind much smaller than Deku's finger flicks rushes past the crowd in every direction. The 10-meter-tall outline of Tokoyami's shadow monster quirk manifests for all to see, screaming and roaring in a way that made most of the attending pro heroes recoil in fear. Blood curling and throats drying up, sweating profusely at the terrifying aura of destructive force. A moment later the dust is cleared up and everyone gets a glimpse at the massive shadow demon before the sunlight beats it back into submission, causing it to shrink back into the docile Dark Shadow. I'm sorry Fumi, it politely says, shyly kneading its hands together as the boy is on his hands and knees on the completely destroyed stage trying to catch his break. Juzo. Tokoyami yells, looking around for his opponent, terrified at the idea of hurting him while everyone just stared in shock. Off a fair distance away, he sees the walkway leading to the stage ripple and a hand comes out. Juzo crawls out as if it were a swimming pool with a small bruise on his face, and stands up. I'm okay. I softened the ground before I hit, he announces happily. That's one serious quirk. I'll say, Midnight says, causing all eyes to move to her as she pushes some rubble off herself, pieces of her hero costume torn to show off some of the bruises that attack gave her. Juzo is out of bounds. Tokoyami advances to the next round. The crowd erupts into cheers, but cutting through it all were the words of pro heroes considering everything they just saw. Those kids are amazing. Did you see how strong that bird guy was? I bet he'll be a top pro once he can control his quirk. Yeah, no kidding, he's already stronger than me. That mud kid was amazing too, his instincts are insane. And he reacts quickly too. I guess both classes are good, huh? Not just 1A. Yeah, well, he is a recommended student, what do you really expect? The chatter goes on and Midnight announces the short intermission for Cementos to repair the arena, again. Strong in darkness and weak in light, Horizon thinks as he considers what he just saw. Tokoyami said that he's here to learn to control his quirk, but from the way he speaks it's all mental. His quirk isn't really the type that you can train to increase the power, so he's all mastery and equipment to change the variables at play. I wonder if he sleeps with all the light on too. Hey Horizon, Kendo snaps him out of his thoughts by tapping his shoulder, leaning up slightly to get in his face. Kendo, what's up? He asks, putting aside his anger for the moment. Just here to congratulate you, well, more like congratulate your class. Juzo was our last chance to win a medal, but I guess it's all class 1A from here, she shrugs. I guess that's one way to look at things, he says. Our 4 strongest are in the semifinals, but it looks like I'll be beating Bakugo in the finals. That confident, huh? My quirk lets me see the future, he says casually. Really? No, but that's part of the benefit of my quirk. UVE got no idea what I can do, he shrugs. Kendo blushes slightly, not from any infatuation at all, but from falling for his simple trick. Well, if you can warp, heal, make electricity, and use telekinesis, foresight really isn't that big of a leap in logic. I suppose that's a fair conclusion with the information you have. I should get to the waiting room, time for my big debut. Oh, right, good luck, we're all rooting for you. She enlarges her fist to give him a thumbs up. If I win, do I get a giant cookie? Well, Yui thinks you're cool, I think, kinda hard to tell since she doesn't really talk, but Shiozaki says she thinks that. I'm sure she won't mind, Kendo says with a slightly nervous smile. I'll look forward to it. Making his way to the temporary locker room 10 minutes early, Horizon feels his surgery preparation complete, now freeing him up to use other techniques without resetting his progress. Breathing a sigh of relief, he no longer feels restricted, always hating that feeling of having limits put on him. Eventually, he rounds the final corner, sees the locker room at the end of the hallway, and sees his ideal internship choice standing right in front of it. Too bad it was also the person his parents were assumed to act like. Endeavor turns to look directly at Horizon, seeing the boy walking toward him, visor unreadable, and Endeavor's expression matching it entirely. With flames on his shoulders, boots, arms, and face to form his mask, only leaving his red hair exposed and his body covered by a dark blue skin-tight suit. His hulking 6 feet 5-195 cm figure was actually taller than Horizon, if barely. Weighing 260 pounds-118 kg of muscle, clearly defined by his body suit, truly an intimidating vision and presence. The man with the world record for incidents resolved, far surpassing even that of All Might, someone so useful that despite his coarse manner of speaking to others he's still risen to being the number 2 hero. With only pure effort and usefulness, Horizon's gold standard for heroes. Horizon, Endeavor says. Since you're the boy's next opponent. Endeavor suddenly finds himself outside the stadium under a few trees. Warped away without him noticing any movement at all from Horizon. TCH, that truly is as annoying as I expected. He mutters while angrily making his way back to the stadium. But if anyone can truly push Shoto to his limits, it's him, his greatest obstacle to be the undisputed strongest hero, Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 55, Chapter 054, Mystery Class Monsters. Chapter start. Standing in the tunnel leading to the arena, Todoroki watches the crowd once again lose themselves as Midnight announces his next match. With a sigh he raises his left hand, creating a small flickering flame in his palm. Midoriya, you showed me what it means to be a hero, to help people. He crushes the flame in his hand, snuffing it out. But I don't know how ready I am to start moving forward, but maybe I can help someone else. He sees Horizon enter the arena, hands in his pockets, not waving to the audience at all. Something is off, Shoto realizes. Horizon's showmanship was suddenly taking a back seat, he was far more serious. After Midnight announces his name, Shoto begins slowly walking to the arena, his mind working overtime to go over his plan one last time. An exercise in futility. Freeze him as fast as possible. If that fails and he summons his sword, I can use my heat to displace the air slashes. He thinks, keeping it simple and adaptive. Are both of you ready? Midnight asks, and neither boy reacts. Horizon just looks down on Shoto, and he looks up at Horizon, who was towering over him. Only 10 meters between them. But from this far away the presence of Horizon felt more intense, as if he went from being mildly annoyed at everyone to being outright pissed. All for a reason Shoto couldn't understand. Ah, okay, Midnight said awkwardly, begin. Todoroki immediately lowers his stance, feeling the right side of his body cool down. A thick layer of ice spreads across the arena, cracking and breaking up before reaching horizon. Heaven-piercing ice wall. The ice on the floor erupts into a sharp burst of ice thrusting up at horizon, and the moment it's about to make contact. Shambles. His vision is suddenly blocked as horizon appears in front of him, his right hand outstretched already and touching Shoto's chest. MES. HNG. Todoroki stumbles back, vision going blurry for a moment as he drops to one knee, breathing heavily. He looks up, trying and barely forcing himself to stand, seeing horizon looking down on him with both hands at his sides. Stumbling back one more time, Shoto raises his right arm, trying to launch more ice, only for him to feel as if he got the wind knocked out of him. Wincing in pain and nearly doubling over, he sees horizon tilt his head slightly. My quirk. You really should have kept your mouth shut, horizon says before stepping forward, connecting a solid right cross to Shoto's face. His vision goes black for a moment as he feels his body crumple toward the floor, only for searing pain on his head as horizon catches him by the hair, holding him up. Todoroki's words fail, seeing blood dripping from his mouth, 3 teeth clattered across the floor. So weak, horizon says, holding Todoroki by the hair a few inches off the floor, much to the horror of everyone watching. Fighting through the pain, Todoroki raises his right hand to horizon's face, intent on using his quirk once more. Shambles. They both appear a few meters away at the ice structure Shoto made, with horizon slamming him into it face first. Shambles. They appear at a different piece of the ice and horizon smashes his face in one more time. Todoroki hangs limply in his hand, easily getting tossed back to the middle of the arena, rolling a few times before crumpling to the floor, blood running down his face from his mouth and forehead as horizon walks up to him. Shoto fights through the pain, forcing himself to sit up, looking up at horizon with confusion and anger, glaring as best he can with a bloody face. Midnight raises a hand to her earpiece as horizon casually walks over to Shoto. Nizu, he's gonna kill him, she mutters. No he won't, Nizu says. He's being a bit rougher than usual, clearly something is off, but he won't kill him. The risk isn't worth it. What the hell does that mean, Midnight wonders, seeing horizon standing above Shoto. So he won't kill him because of the risk instead of because it would be the wrong thing to do, not much of a hero. Shoto once again fruitlessly thrusts his hand forward, this time his left hand, trying desperately to make a flame so horizon would have to back away, adrenaline and fear gripping his heart and mind as nothing happens. And in response horizon only tilts his head, hearing the audience murmuring, trying to figure out what happened. You still haven't realized. Your quirk doesn't work anymore. HNGH. Todoroki's swollen and bloody mouth can't even form words, but the audience echoes his confusion. Horizon sighs, deciding to start his big debut scene now. He can already hear the people all around the world constantly screaming his name, and he'd get to teach Todoroki never to talk about his family again. Your quirk has 3 simple weaknesses, Horizon says. Overuse your right side and you get frostbite, left side leads to heat exhaustion, but even if you could perfectly control them, you still need stamina. All I did was remove the source of your stamina, and without it, your body won't allow you to activate that quirk, no matter how badly you want it. Todoroki looks up at him, not understanding what he meant at all, then stares down at his hands, currently kneeling before Horizon. Trying and failing to create fire or ice. Here, let me show you. Horizon holds out a hand, and in it appears a beating heart, red and healthy, preserved in a jelly-like clear cube. Your stamina engine. Todoroki's heavy-labored breathing suddenly becomes desperate panic pants. Sweating profusely as he grips his chest, tearing at his shirt and undershirt. His body and mind flooded with panic and fear. All while some of the audience reel back in horror or lose their lunch. Is that his freaking heart? Mike screams, followed by terrified murmurs all around the stadium. A moment later Shoto rips open his top, exposing his creamy skin, well-defined abs, and a square hole in the middle of his chest where his heart should be. He completely freezes, looking into his own body. Even more people lose their lunch as the cameras focus on him and the beating heart in Horizon's hand. Don't worry, you'll be fine unless something happens to this. Horizon gestures to the heart, then give it a light squeeze. Arng. Shoto screams out, clutching his hollow chest and doubling over. Oh, don't be such a baby, I barely touched it, Horizon scoffs. Todoroki reaches up, still in immense pain he desperately reaches for his heart, only for Horizon to take one step back taunting him. This should teach you never to talk about my family, Horizon says, clear for everyone to hear him. He raises his free hand, summoning his sword to his palm, and immediately swings down. No. Midnight rips her costume, releasing a pink mist. But he'd already slashed Shoto, slashing his head diagonally, seemingly killing him. Everyone reels back in horror but Horizon dodges Midnight's whip before warping away, just in time to avoid Cementas's cement attack, a wave of the substance trying to swallow him. He's not dead. Horizon yells, causing both pros to freeze, still glaring at him, but their eyes flicker off to the side for a moment. They see Todoroki cut into 2 pieces on the floor, his arm reaching out randomly, confused and dizzy. And Endeavor is already kneeling beside him, not sure if he should reach out and help or just wait, frozen in fear and confusion, all his flames currently shut off as his world crumbles apart. Midnight is the first in the arena to snap to her senses, everyone else still staring in shock. Horizon. This must be one of your quirks, start explaining or you're disqualified, she says, ignoring whatever interests Nizu had in the boy. Unable to stand by as someone possibly kills one of her students. Horizon straightens up, still surrounded by the pink mist she was emitting, her quirk, Somnambulist, a powerful sleeping agent that's even more potent against men. Quirk, singular, he says, straightening up and summoning his scabbard onto the blade, holding his sword in his left hand and Shoto's heart in his right as he makes his grand reveal. My quirk gives me multiple abilities, each capable of being a powerful quirk on their own. He looks at the surprised faces of the crowd. Until now many people either didn't bother trying to solve his quirk or assumed it was some sort of spatial control ability. Obviously, everyone has seen my warping, he shrugs. And you all know about my healing, but... Amputate, those are my ranged slashes. He lifts his sword to draw their eyes to it. A lot of range and they divide things as they are, overcoming feeble things like resistance and material composition. If it exists, I can divide it. We thought those were air slash, Midnight says. And now you know better, I simply cut reality, he says with a humorous tone, as if suppressing a giggle at all the surprised faces. Any living thing I cut with the ranged slashes is harmlessly divided of course. He raises the beating heart. Next I suppose is countershock, it lets me generate electricity. Tact, again, not telekinesis, I just order the world to move and it obeys. Booster shot, temporary surge in physical strength. Injection shot, invisible bullets that also ignore defenses, they only do internal damage. And a few other things I'll keep up my sleeve, but that's all everyone has seen me use today. You'll have to keep watching for more, he says casually, enjoying all the murmuring from the crowd. What kind of quirk is that? Midnight asks, both intrigued and wary of him, no longer sure if he was even human. A virtually endless bag of tricks, the ability to manipulate the world around me in whatever way I desire, that's the power of my quirk, Hand of God. He boldly announces. Japan's first, and the world's second, mystery class quirk. For a long moment, everyone is so surprised that they're silent. Then realization hits. They have a mystery class quirk. A superhuman prodigy at UA. Training to protect them. To be a hero and fight for them. They have a new top-tier hero right in front of them. And the crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming and cheering to the point that Horizon felt as if they were trying to rupture his eardrums. Oh, and one more thing, he makes a show of taking a deep breath, pulling in as much of Midnight's sleeping gas as possible before breathing out, and everyone gets quiet to listen in, excited to learn more about their future superhero. Mortal ailments and diseases don't really work on me because, well, you get it, right? He asks jokingly, seeing Midnight just blankly staring at him as he shrugs off her quirk. But hey, at least you smell good. She blushes slightly at that but quickly looks unamused as he walks over to Shoto and Endeavor. You can have this back, he says to them, tossing the heart down at Shoto only for Endeavor to quickly react, snapping out of his trance and gently catching it. Next time he runs his mouth about my family I won't be putting him back together for you. Horizon snaps his fingers, and Shoto's pieces flicker about for a moment before he appears perfectly assembled on the floor in front of his dad, completely unconscious from the shock of being divided in the heart attack. Todoroki is unable to battle, Horizon wins, Midnight announces in a confused and worried voice, immediately running over to Shoto and calling some medical robots to help her. Endeavor barely snaps out of his stupor as the robots arrive with a stretcher, and by the time he looks across the arena, Horizon is long gone. Another person he was destined to play second place to suddenly appeared. Sitting in the locker room, Horizon idly scrolls through his Yay page, watching his follower count climb to 20 million as his name is trending. His mind no longer as angry now that he's slapped Todoroki around a bit. Kamino Ward, Tokyo, Japan. Sitting in his large chair, All for One mutes Shigaraki's video call and turns to Dr. Garaki who sat beside him, narrating the action of what happens on screen since All for One had no eyes, only seeing with infrared. While Shigaraki was ranting about how unfair it is for the heroes to have the cheat code called Horizon, the adults decided to have a constructive conversation. A mystery class quirk, Garaki says. To think a third would appear so early, and within our very own borders. But this is also problematic. Nizu has him in that fortress 6 days a week, All for One says. We can't get to him in there unless I go in person. Even if we send Gigantomachi, he can't capture someone who will warp away. Neither can you, at least not yet, Garaki says. My sources within the Hero Commission are slow but useful. Apparently Nizu kept his information from them as well. But even if that plan works, is engaging him truly wise? Garaki asks. Mystery class quirks are head and shoulders above all others. That was the reason we sent Arsenal to kill that girl all those years ago in America. Too bad her sister also had the same quirk, that damn star and stripe. Yes, but this time I'm sure we can have some leverage to bring him to us, and I'll be using shakedown. That will kill you. Garaki yells. Relax, Doctor. All for One chuckles at his friend's worry. I won't be using it directly, we'll place it in a Nomu. I won't have enough time to clone it in that case with the amount of Nomus we're currently making, but I suppose with a quirk like that you only need one use. Precisely, we simply need to wait for our spies to do their job. All for One then unmutes Shigaraki's screen and the incessant rambling about the unfairness of this whole situation continues, causing both men to groan in annoyance. Since the appearance of this new walking miracle, All for One couldn't care any less for his apprentice, now only keeping him around to hurt All Might. Both he and Dr. Garaki were counting down the days until they could dispose of him, off the coast of New York. Standing atop a next-gen X-class fighter jet, America's #1 hero stands tall, moving 3,000 kilometers per hour, the wind blowing her long blonde hair. Standing at 6 feet 4-193 cm-, the same height as Law, but slightly more muscular. Her entire costume is styled like an American flag, her cape made of red and white stripes, long and flowing. Blonde hair modeled after All Might's. And the entire skin-tight suit is red and blue with the same stripes as her cape mixed in. Metal bracing around her midsection and shoulders purely for aesthetics. Smiling proudly, Star and Stripe, America's #1 hero, and currently the single most powerful person in the world. Casually walking across the hull of the black jet under her feet, as if it weren't even moving, Star makes her way to the front and leans forward, looking through the glass to wave at the pilot. Inside she sees a brown-skinned man seemingly made of rock, average height and build but shaped strangely, with a bushy white mustache, hand on the flight juke controlling the aircraft. How is the sports festival going? Star asks Commander Agpar. The first semi-final match is starting, he says. It's Endeavor's son against that Horizon kid. Did All Might make an appearance yet? Star asks, her inner fanboy coming out. How about we deal with this nuke, then you can watch it yourself, he'll probably only show up for the medal ceremony. They're both cut off by a beeping in their ears. Star immediately stands upright atop the plane and folds her arms across her chest, focusing her eyes to see kilometers away. It's on the radar now, get ready, Agpar says. Yeah, I can see it, she says. Fly directly into the nuke, let's make this quick so I don't miss All Might's appearance, you keep an eye on the tournament for me. Damn evolutionists, Agpar grumbles. If we could just bait out their leaders we'd be able to lock them all up, bunch of cowards won't show up as long as you're in America. Can't blame them, Star chuckles, I'm the strongest woman in the world. They both immediately notice the dot on the horizon, the nuclear missile heading directly for Manhattan, powerful enough to crater the entire island. After Agpar sets them on a collision course he turns back to his phone, watching the sports festival live as Star deals with the nuke. There couldn't a more relaxed duo in the face of a superweapon. As the missile gets close enough Star activates her own Mr. Class quirk. New order, the atmosphere around me will gather and materialize into an avatar of me, 1,000 times my size. Star decrees, and her quirk makes it so. Around and behind her the air gets heavy, invisible to the naked eye, but to her, she saw a naked version of herself, a colossus of solid air with the jet at the waist. Smiling fearlessly as the missile gets closer. She throws a quick jab, and the avatar does the same, making contact head-on with the missile and detonating it a kilometer away. Star and Agpar fly directly toward it, not that they had a choice with the jet already being inside the 10 kilometers blast radius. 2310 technology truly is no laughing matter after all. With a thought she deactivates her order, and the avatar immediately disappears. She extends her right arm forward after quickly moving to stand at the very nose of the plane, making sure the blast wave would hit her before the plane. New order, the nuclear explosion and connected shockwave will compress into a spear for me to throw. The moment the shockwave touches her hand, exactly what she said occurs. New order, the mystery class quirk, bestowing the wielder with the voice of God. Allowing her to speak and bend reality, with limitations of course. A common trend between the two quirks of this class to exist. While Hand of God makes the user act as God, imposing their will on the world with them standing at the center of their universe, this simply allows the user to become the voice of God, imposing their will on reality through words. While Hand of God has much less limits after an ability is created, New Order allows its user to effectively change the world at will, but the trade is that New Order has many more requirements for activation. But Hand of God has clear limits in itself. Such as the way it can only exert that much will onto other living beings. Making Law unable to simply grab people and toss them around while alive. Or the fact that every time Law uses shambles he first locates the object or person within his room, the more focus and energy he takes to perform an in-depth scan of the area the faster he will run out of stamina. It is for this reason he doesn't simply use dust particles to warp about, as focusing on them would completely drain him after 2 or 3 warps at best. Anything an average human would be able to see and hold is many orders of magnitude easier and more energy efficient. But neither Hand of God nor New Order can do truly anything, simply because God cannot tamper with free will. If these truths were made public, the classification would almost unanimously change from mystery class to divine class. So it's to the surprise of no one when the nuclear explosion compresses into a spear shorter than Star herself. Holding the red spear of energy and force in her grasp, Star rears back her arm and puts her back into a throw. With her immense physical power, currently, the strongest on the planet. Combined with the weightless nature of the spear itself, the clouds above them shatter as a red trailing beam is left in the wake of her throw. Saving millions of lives and doing more than most of the world's heroes can, with two simple commands, the strength of mastery level 80, mystery class QUIRK. 1 vs 1, compared to every other combatant on the planet, at least in their current state, Star and Stripe is entirely invincible, she simply will not lose. Agpar simply sits back and continues watching the sports festival, even as a beam of red energy rockets toward the sky and pierces the outer atmosphere, sending the nuclear blast safely into space. Ah, Star, Agpar says, a hint of concern in his voice. I'm changing our route to Washington, D.C. Huh, what's going on? Did President Harrison call? No, but he will. Apparently his doctor is Japan's new rising star. Star chuckles at that Horizon kid, not surprising since he can warp. Yeah, not just warp, looks like you aren't the only mystery class anymore. Star's smile falters as she stands with her arms folded, raising a finger to tap her chin as she considers what this may mean for them and the world. Then her smile returns. Well then, I can't wait to meet him. End chapter. For anyone wondering, if Star fought Horizon to the death as they are currently, he has almost no chance of surviving. Been waiting for weeks for y'all to get to this chapter, smiley face. Chapter 56, Chapter 055, Invaluable Resource. Chapter start. Sitting in the waiting room, Horzian is leaning back in a metal chair by the wooden table, lockers, and benches on either side of him as he taps his fingers on the surface. In front of him was his phone, face up showing his profile, the follower count now breaking past 50 million. He didn't bother returning to the stands after his match. Tokoyami was already in the tunnel by the time he defeated Todoroki, so he simply warped back into the waiting room. Currently, Cementos was still fixing the arena, but the world was already reacting. 900 million, that's the goal, he mutters to himself, seeing the follower count begin to plateau. If I can get to All Might's follower count, then I know I'm in a spot comparable to the best hero in history. That'll give me all the leverage I need. His plan was simple. For most it would be impossible, but for him, it was a set of basic steps that posed barely any challenge. First, he would need to make his grand debut, which he did against Todoroki. Albeit a bit angrier than he intended. Now the entire world knows he's a mystery class, everyone will want to have him on their side, assuming they didn't already want him as a miracle doctor. His following and influence would immediately balloon, which he can easily track as online followers for a simple metric, keeping the goal to surpass All Might in influence and reach simple. Next, he simply has to finish up his match against Bakugo and win this tournament, proving he's a truly peerless student with unfathomable potential. After a few simple months, he'd get his provisional license and start doing actual hero work to continue growing, and if things go as planned he'll enter the top 10 pro hero ranking the minute he graduates. Then a few more years of this hero crap, and by that time All Might will be retired or dead, so naturally people will look to me as his next replacement, and I'll be their perfect symbol of peace until I get what I want. He smiles at the thought of that, having the entire country, maybe the entire world groveling at his feet. He'd finally be able to fix his mistake and bring his family back together. Then they'd never have to set foot in Japan again. Click. Horizon looks up to see Nizu entering the room, his tablet held under his arm as he reaches up to lock the door behind himself. Here to congratulate me, he asks jokingly. I never doubted you, but you were a bit rougher than expected, Nizu says while taking a seat beside Horizon, placing his tablet on the table and taking out his phone as well. You knocked out some of his teeth, not to mention the things you did with your quirk. I barely touched him, he'll get over it, Horizon scoffs. Nizu just sighs and shakes his head, not at all surprised by this response. And yet he's still in shock laying in the infirmary, Nizu shakes his head. Anyway, you said that he mentioned your parents, I assume what he said couldn't have been good. But I never expected behavior like that from Todoroki. He made assumptions and tried meddling where he shouldn't, he won't make that mistake again, and now everyone else knows not to do the same, Horizon growls out. And what did he? I'm done talking about this. Nizu bites his tongue and just nods, understood. After a long pause, he realizes Horizon was in a bad mood from simply recalling whatever Todoroki said and decides to change the subject. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? No, but you'll tell me anyway. Fair enough, so, reality. That's one way to put it. Yes, it ignores all defense and material composition, can even warp gate to make them collapse. But you couldn't just dice up the USJ Nomu because. Super regeneration, it acts like stitches pulling the parts back together. I don't think all will be that fast, but for that one it was. It's like since the Nomu is so full of energy and reactive stem cells they start growing to reach out and reconnect, even if I don't technically hurt them. I see, and I assume the injection shot bullets operate the same, but they somehow do real internal damage. Pretty much. Nizu sits back in his chair just taking in the power of his quirk, understanding that there was still so much he didn't know, and would certainly never be allowed to know. By definition, mystery class quirks are beyond human and scientific comprehension. He knew no matter how hard he tries, and how much time he has, without law explaining it he'd never get any closer to figuring it out. I assume you're banning my sword, Horizon says. Almost definitely, many people were concerned seeing a student cut into pieces, and the morality of removing a person's heart is still being questioned. It's not like it killed him, Horizon shrugs. Well, Pontu already called me the moment you made the reveal. She'll be calling back any minute now to discuss the contract we all agreed to. Hearing that, Horizon sits up. Is she trying to change it? She didn't say, but I decided no matter what she wants, everyone who signed it should be in agreement, seeing as we all have much to lose and gain from it. Horizon just nods and leans back, trying to clear his mind. Not even a minute later, Nizu's phone rings. He immediately answers and puts it on speaker, resting it on the table between them. You're on speaker, Nizu says. Only Horizon and I are here. President Pontu was the name on the screen, the head of Japan's Hero Public Safety Commission. Good, her calm and feminine voice flows through the phone. Let's skip the pleasantries. I just got off the phone with a lot of very powerful people. They don't want Horizon taking the hero route. Nizu doesn't react, expecting this outcome, simply nodding along. Because they want to keep their potential miracle elixir safe. Essentially, yes, people aren't comfortable with the man that can cure and heal any non-genetic disorder, putting himself in danger like a common hero. He's been deemed an invaluable resource, a Class 0 security case. What? Horizon asks, not understanding what that means. That classification list was created by the United Nations, Nizu says. Until now the only Class 0 was me, people deemed too valuable to mankind to allow any risk in ensuring their safety. That's why UA is able to become an armed fortress in such a restrictive nation like Japan. That's putting it lightly, Pontu says. UA is all but its own sovereign nation. I can't even send officials on campus without presidential approval. Not to mention any action Japan takes against UA needs United Nations approval, plus every other country wants Nizu to live in their borders. Okay, so what does this mean for me? Horizon asks. Whatever you want, Pontu says. Money, influence, land, we'll get you whatever you want, and provide full-time 24-hour security, not that you need it. But we can't take the risk of losing you. What about my parents? I don't alter or renegotiate contracts, and I definitely never ever break them. If I change anything then I want them out. Horizon was a hair away from angrily growling out those words. Even now the idea of not completing a contract as he agreed to made him sick. They can't just be let out that easily, Pontu says. Look, your mom killed a lot of powerful people, and a lot of people between her and her targets got killed too. She was the most effective killer in the world and everyone knows that, which means all the powerful people in every country in the world want her locked up, forever, because she is one of the few people who could kill most of them. If we let someone like that out with any kind of deal, suddenly big countries and companies stop trading with Japan, or start pressuring us in other ways. How bad is it? And how soon can they get out? Horizon asks. It'll be at least a few more years, Pontu says. And as for how badly, well, the last time you spoke to them I had them moved into solitary and they'll be there until release. A lot of powerful people were lobbying for immediate execution, but I sold them a story about getting intel from them to buy time. They've been in solitary since Christmas. Horizon sits back for a moment and considers his options, then decides to just test the waters a bit. Okay, and if I drop out of UA and take the safe life, what's the deal to get them out? Uncertain, I'd have to move some things around. Don't like that, Horizon says, tapping the table a few times. Guess I'm staying in the hero course. But the risk is fine, he cuts her off. See, I'm gonna be Japan's greatest superhero, unrivaled. I'll fulfill the contract the three of us agreed to in a few years, then you do your part and get them out of Tartarus, because otherwise, things get messy. Are you threatening a government official? Pontu could hardly believe what she was hearing. No, that's not very heroic at all, but if, say, you break the contract, or try some underhanded government bullshit to stop me from being a hero, or I so much as sense any foul play, this story goes from me being a hero to protect all the idiots that can't defend themselves, to everyone counting how many people, and heroes, and cities, get between me, and you, and I just don't think you have enough. A pregnable silence fills the room, the air tense in anticipation of Pontu's response, until a soft and defeated sigh sounds through the phone. All right, she says. I'll try to get them out before approaching you again with this offer. I technically don't have any legal grounds to stop you from being a hero, so this was all a matter of your choice anyway, not that any legal red tape would work with Nizu in your corner. Very true, Nizu says. Look on the bright side of things, Horizon says to her. You'll get an unbeatable superhero, Nizu gets his new symbol of peace, and I get my parents back. You keep your end of the deal and everyone wins. Simple. I'll take care of it, Pontu says. I suppose the only thing left is to congratulate you on winning the sports festival. The first step to being your next symbol of peace, Horizon says jokingly. Right. She abruptly hangs up. So did that go how you expected? Horizon asks Nizu. Entirely. He looks at Nizu skeptically. You really predicted that even being a miracle elixir isn't enough to get my parents out? Really? Of course, Nizu says. Humans at their core are fragile and scared creatures. For most of the powerful people that could sway such a decision, releasing the best contract killer in history, the person most likely to eliminate them or their families, simply isn't worth protecting a miracle elixir that they'd likely never need or use for themselves or their loved ones. I see, because people never think bad things will happen to them. They never think they'll be the one to get sick, just like those idiots who run around playing hero never think they'll be the one to have a villain track them back to their family. Sadly, that is the nature of being human. You all think you're so special and unique, and that very fact makes you all the same. Is that how you think I view things? Horizon asks, a soft curiosity in his voice. Nizu looks at him a bit surprised. Is that not how you see yourself? Special and unique, unlike anyone else. I figured that's why you're so harsh on others. It's not that simple. We've got some time, Nizu says, gesturing to the screen in the corner showing the stage now about to be completely repaired. Horizon thinks about his words for a moment, then speaks, his voice taking a softer and kinder tone, an almost startling change from his blunt and abrasive way of speaking. When I was a kid, he says. When I first asked my parents to teach me medicine, fighting, this was even before I knew how to use my quirk, they never held back. It was tough, but I did it, because it's what's expected of me. Push me, break me, watch me fall, and just wait as I pick myself back up, over and over and over. It taught me a lot, and they taught me a lot. I knew I was different, smarter, stronger quirk, just better than anyone else. But it wasn't enough. I had to train and study every day for years, until I figured out what it means to be truly perfect. The world doesn't slow down for you to learn, so I had to learn fast or deal with the pain of failure, and there was a lot of pain, but it made me stronger. It made me the culmination of everything they are in my own ways, and I couldn't be happier to be who I am now. I just wish they were here with me to see it. But coming to this place, honestly, I don't expect anyone to ever match me, no pro, no classmate. But I despise people who clearly aren't trying hard enough to live up to their full potential. I don't care if they want to live a life of mediocrity, but I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much for them to think they're my equal or even comparable just because they're a pro or in my class. And I especially don't like when they think we're the same. We just aren't the same. People who never try to be more than they currently are, than the world tells them they are, those people don't deserve to ever stand beside me, and sadly almost everyone I've met here is doing exactly that. But at least most of them know their place by now. As for things like quirks, since we're training to be heroes it matters a lot, some are just so obsolete that they should never have gotten this far. But once a quirk can be truly useful I don't really care so long as the user has decent mastery of it. But some people are just so pathetic, 10 years with a quirk yet you still break your arm to throw a punch, or can only control half the quirk, or don't even know what your quirk actually does. I'm stuck in a classroom with that after all I've done, and you expect me to just play nice, really? I see, Nizu nods solemnly, taking a moment to consider everything he just heard. Now gaining a deeper understanding of how Horizon thinks. So you don't like when people think they are your equal, without living their life always giving their all, constantly going plus ultra. Not plus ultra, Horizon says. That means to go beyond your limits. I have no limits, I just am. But the point is they just don't try hard enough. A massive ego, Nizu thinks. Powered by years of hard work, boosted to absurd levels by his superhuman talent, and all balanced by apathy toward anyone or thing not relevant to him, a dangerous sociopathic combination, especially with such a powerful quirk. Well, this certainly taught me a lot, Nizu says happily, hopping down from his chair. Like what? Horizon asks. Well, the only time you ever speak with such care and love in your voice, is when you speak about your parents. I think that's the most important thing to take away from this. Now I'll let you get ready for your next match. He gestures to the screen in the corner. Turning to it, Horizon sees Tokoyami pinned down by Bakugo, a constantly exploding palm held close to dark shadow like a flashlight. Guess it's time to wrap this up. End chapter. Chapter 57, Chapter 056, Foundational Difference. Chapter start. Watching Horizon walk onto the stage, back to his showmanship, waving at the adoring crowd, Bakugo can't help but feel his adrenaline start pumping. His breath became hitched. Standing in the entrance tunnel hidden away for a few seconds longer, he walks over to the wall and places his forehead against the cool concrete wall. Feeling his palms already sweating, he squeezes his eyes shut, pushing the doubt and anxiety down, like he'd done so many times when thinking about Horizon. The seemingly invincible wall standing between him and the person he always thought he was. Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announces, and he immediately scowls and begins walking out. The entire world watching him, everyone expecting him to lose, already counting him out. The doubts from the crowd reaches his ears, breaking his heart but making his blood boil. Why are they even having another fight? He's mystery class, that's unfair. If Endeavor's son lost, this isn't fair. Won't he just cut this kid in half? His rage just kept building and building, but in the back of his mind, a small voice couldn't help but agree with everything they said. Before he knew it, Horizon was standing in front of him, towering over him as always. To his eyes it was as if Horizon blocked out the sun, the same feeling he got when standing in front of All Might. But this was different. This time the monster wasn't trying to protect him, it was staring down at him. Ready and willing to crush him. Burying those feelings, Bagwo glares at Horizon's visor, ignoring Midnight's hype-building speech for the finals. Bring out the sword, he demands, earning a confused head tilt from Horizon. It got banned, Horizon shrugs. Some crap about cutting people up isn't a good look. If you don't have it, then how am I supposed to count this as a real victory? Bakugo screams. You need to be at your best. I've still got more than enough to deal with someone at your level, Horizon says calmly, taking his hands out of his pockets and letting electricity crackle, jumping between his palms. Just takes one touch and you're done. Counter shock, Bagwo growls out, now even warier of Horizon's touch, but his plan doesn't change. Blast Horizon to hell and don't let him touch you. Begin. Bagwo immediately rockets forward, clearing the 10 meters between them and placing his palm in front of Horizon's chest, a meter of space between them. In the same instant Horizon had warped one of his cards to him and threw it past Bakugo. He's gonna swap and appear behind me. Bakugo plants both his feet on the floor, one hand out in each direction. Blasting both his sides at once. Boom. Light and smoke block his vision as both angles are blasted. You know I have more cards, right? Horizon's amused voice asks from behind him. Bakugo immediately spins around and launches into another attack. Boom. This time his eyes open in horror. Dreams and ego are completely crushed in one instant as Horizon's massive hand palms the back of his skull. Reacting quickly, he uses an explosion to spin himself, jumping up and launching a roundhouse kick to the side of Horizon's head. He can't even feel the material of Horizon's visor before the man is swapped out with a metal calling card. This pattern goes on for a dozen explosions, Horizon always warping away at the very last moment. Until seemingly Bagwo gets lucky. His bare explosive palm makes contact directly with Horizon's visor, palming his entire face. The entire audience is shocked, surprised this would even happen, and Bagwo's smile nearly rips his face open as he finally sees victory. I'll blow that damn fishbowl to hell. Boom. Bagwo's suddenly looking at the arena, seeing all the cracks and pebbles caused by his own explosions. Nothing and nobody in his way as searing pain burns through his clothes and scorches his back. His own explosion ragdolling him across the concrete and leaving him crumpled in a heap. Damn it. Bakugo punches the concrete and forces himself to stand, bloody knuckles dripping on the arena as he glares at Horizon. And still, Horizon was completely untouched. I was touching him and he still dodged it, that shouldn't be possible. Not even the visor was slightly singed. He baited me into hurting myself, Bakugo mutters, feeling his arms nearly numb from the constant fighting. You know I really wasn't kidding when I said none of you can even lay a scratch on me, Horizon says jokingly. You just aren't enough. Bakugo growls loudly, rushing Horizon like a desperate animal. I just need time, keep him cocky so he doesn't get bored and end the fight, keep him talking so my arms can rest, then I'll blast this whole damn stage away. Surprising everyone, Horizon takes a casual fighting stance, keeping one hand in front of him and the other hanging at his side, an open palm taunting Bakugo. Bakugo's strikes were fast. Heavy hits. Each kick was parried by the most casual of motions. Each punch was easily blocked by Horizon's larger and faster physicality. For an entire minute, this cycle continues. No matter how hard Bagwo fought, he couldn't land a single hit. So he's even a monster without his quirk, everyone quickly realized. Not knowing he was trained by one of the best technical fighters in the world. But improvement is the standard at UA, and heated battles bring up a swell of desire that forces improvement. Bakugo's mind seemed to settle, his movements less primal and more fluid. His attacks harder, his strikes faster. His eyes could suddenly better interpret what he was seeing. With one of the most intuitive combat minds in the world, he began putting the pieces together. It didn't make sense at first, not until he punched up at Horizon's visor, causing the men to swat it away and just touch Bagwo's face before retracting his hand. Proving for what must have been the 20th time in this fight that he can win whenever he wants, pissing Bakugo off even more. But that punch was just a distraction. A showy strike sure to fail against someone of this level. All for Bagwo to test his theory and kick with as little motion as possibly toward Horizon's shin. But Horizon dodges it, casually moving his foot out of the way, before Bagwo made any real noticeable motion forward. Bakugo immediately leaps backward, heels knocking away the pebbles on the stage, each one a win condition if Horizon decided to put an end to this match, a reminder that he was just playing with Bagwo, all while Bagwo was giving more than he had ever before. What's wrong? Horizon asks, his tone casual even as Bakugo was panting heavily and covered in sweat, still feeling the searing pain on his back. Bakugo smiles victoriously, I figured it out. His words confuse everyone watching, the entire world excited to hear whatever grand reveal he had. Figured what out? How you do it, how you always warp to the perfect place, how you always know what to do, how you dodge every hit no matter how sneaky it is. All of it. Horizon raises a brow beneath his visor, curious and amused, knowing Bagwo can never have figured out his room. All right, enlighten me, he says jokingly, placing both hands in his pocket as Bakugo takes a few deep breaths. Foresight. Bakugo decrees. Foresight. It's how you do it, Bagwo says. You couldn't have dodged everything naturally, and my last attack was a feint to set up a kick I didn't even get to throw because you dodged before my leg really got moving. That's only possible if you can see the future. The entire stadium is silent, staring at Horizon. Minor time manipulation quirks aren't as rare as warping or healing, but they are usually useless. Gathering and controlling chronons, the identified time particles, discovered 2 centuries ago. Most quirks just used it to slow the time of small objects. Foresight is an anomaly in itself. I see, Horizon says, looking around at all the amazed and excited faces. Well, seeing the future is the best way to justify what I did, but that's not one of my abilities. What? Bakugo looked dumbstruck. Horizon taps the side of his visor, drawing all eyes to his head. It's my brain, genius. In this world my brain is second only to Nizu himself, but while all his processing power is good for science and management, I've got a lot less than him, in exchange for having a really good brain for battle. In combat like this where it's just me and you, I can monitor every move your body makes, even the smallest millimeter of movement is noticeable to me. And since I process info faster, I effectively transfer all that intake into my head, and use my perfect reaction time to move. Get it? I can't see the future, I just start moving after you, and your brain is so slow it looks like I moved first, he shrugs. A decade of training with Mom made me really damn good at close combat like this. Bagwo's veins bulge, so you're such a damn nerd that you fight better than us too. Sure. This isn't right, Bakugo mutters. This isn't how heroes fight. Oh god, it's gonna cry, Horizon mutters out in disgust, shaking his head in disappointment. Are your arms rested enough yet? Just do your final attack and let's wrap this up, he says in a bored tone. You knew, and you still let my arms recover. Why? Because it doesn't really matter in the end. How hard you, or any hero or villain fights, it's all futile in the end. Horizon spreads his arms, riling up the audience. Because I am here. Rarakug. Bakugo rockets into the air, carried by explosions. Instantly enraged like never before, hearing Horizon of all people use All Might's line, and the entire crowd cheering for him. Cheering for the next symbol of peace. Bakugo puts everything into his next attack, soaring 30 meters above the arena before rocketing down. Using his explosions to spin himself like a top, forming a twister of smoke around him as he gathers as much air as possible to make the explosion hit that much harder, all while keeping his eyes on Horizon, standing casually in the middle of the arena. As he's only 5 meters away he flips in the air, risking everything and slamming both his palms down at Horizon. Howitzer grand impact. Boom. The entire stadium and the surrounding land are rocked as if an earthquake hit. Midnight and Cementos are blown away as the deafening explosion rings out, slamming them against the far wall of the arena. Cementos barely softens the wall in time to catch them and prevent any damage. And as the dust clears, everyone sees the absolute carnage caused by the attack. Bakugo was kneeling in the middle of the crater, the entire stage completely dug out, rubble and dirt scattered against the far walls. A hole 2 meters deep at its lowest point. He's on his knees, sitting up, hands hanging limply at his side. Bloody and broken, all purple black and swollen, his entire shirt and much of his pants destroyed, leaving scorch marks across his body, and his head swaying left and right, barely staying conscious as the adrenaline starts to fade. Wow, that's a lot better than I expected. Horizon's voice is the only sound in the arena, the dust and smoke blowing away to reveal him standing behind a blue energy shield in the shape of a dome nearly at the edge of the crater, just barely within bounds. How? Bakugo mutters weakly. Antibacterial curtain, Horizon raises his right hand to tap the blue shield. His left hand was still outstretched, releasing the shield from the palm. His new ability, antibacterial curtain, named after the curtains in hospital operating rooms. A modified version of his healing energy, instead of dispersing away from itself to permeate others, it is attracted to itself, hardening to form a shield. His inexperience with this ability leaves much to be desired, not that he can let that be noticed. He immediately drops the barrier and begins walking over to Bakugo, putting his left hand back in his pocket. You had that the whole time. Only since after USJ, Horizon admits. After meeting Nomo I realized there was a lot of merit in defense, so I decided if I'm going to be a hero, eventually I'll have a moment where I need to stand my ground and protect the people behind me, so I made a shield ability. He shrugs, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. You just made an ability, Bakugo mutters in disbelief. You can just make new quirks. That's one way to look at it. Horizon was now standing directly in front of Bakugo, forcing him to look up at him. Still working on something to deal with super regeneration, but I'll get there eventually. Looking up at Horizon, Bakugo couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, tears freely streaming down his face. In all his years watching All Might he's seen the hero gets hurt, get cut, take hits, bleed. But here stands Horizon, completely untouched by anything they threw at him. By anything Bakugo threw at him, in this moment the shadow he cast dwarfed even All Might, and Bakugo hated it more than anything. This isn't supposed to happen. Bakugo doubles over, his forehead nearly touching the ground, arms hanging at his side. This isn't how heroes win. Nobody understands what he means, only Deku could find the meaning in his words, and it hurt him to see Bakugo brought so low. What the hell does that mean? You can't be a hero. Heroes put their heart and soul into everything they do. But you refuse to take us seriously. You just came out here and mocked us. You're not a real hero, you refuse to give us your all. Bakugo screams, his voice cracking and straining with each word. Is that what you really think this is? Horizon asks in a serious voice. Bakugo, it's not that I refuse to fight seriously, I'll never make that mistake again, but you just aren't enough to make me fight seriously, none of you are, and even if you were, I'd still win, because unlike you, I have a reason to fight. Reason to fight? Horizon raises a foot and steps on the back of Bakugo's head. The blonde immediately forces his broken arms to move and press against the ground to support the new weight, and Horizon just begins talking to the world, with both hands in his pockets, and the second best student under his boot. Most of you don't have any real reason to fight. You're a bunch of pathetic childish fanboys that only want to be heroes because you think it's cool. You put your life and the life of everyone you love at risk every time you suit up, but you're too selfish to think about that, right? You never think about anyone past yourself, past what you want, just a bunch of pathic wannabes that don't understand the true cost of being a hero. You have everything, but you're here risking it all for people you don't even know, for strangers that you'd never even talk to. You put your own home in danger to save them, HA. As if anyone with that reason can ever beat me. Everything you are, just like most of the people in our class, is fanboy nonsense. Inspired by heroes to throw your life away and let your family suffer for strangers. See, even if we were equals, I'd win. Because you fight for strangers, and I fight for my family, for my parents. Everyone stares in surprise, not expecting such an intense rant from him, all while Bakugo struggles to keep his body off the ground. Horizon's voice becomes slightly sad. My parents taught me everything they knew, I am everything they are, taken to heights unimagined. I love them more than anything in this world, but now I'm all alone in this world, but one day I won't be. I'll take everything my dad taught me about medicine, and everything my mom taught me about fighting and being an adventurer, and I'll use it to fight for my future, for the family I'll have one day. For them, for my kids, for the people who matter the most to me. That's what my foundation is built of, and every improvement I make gets stacked atop it, and gets supported by that. And what's yours again? Fanboy trash about wanting to be like All Might and throw your life away for strangers. Right. Horizon laughs at that. And yet you act surprised when everything you did, all the blood and sweat and work, everything you are, crumbles against me, built on a pathetic foundation like that. You don't even have a reason to fight, and you'll never be enough, so get off my stage. Crack. He presses down, smashing Bagwo's head against the floor with his foot, instantly knocking him out. Horizon wins. Midnight announces, to the surprise of absolutely no one. His rant reached the ears and hearts of hundreds of millions of people, including the men who would be his hero mentor, and a major catalyst for his rapid rise to the top of this world. End chapter. Chapter 58, Chapter 057, Most Valuable Person. Chapter start. Need more practice, Law mutters. Sitting in his building a few kilometers away from UA, he's currently on the couch. Looking through the one-way glass wall at UA atop the massive hill at the edge of the city, the gargantuan stadium he was in moments ago dwarfing all the nearby buildings. Currently, he was on the couch, the same place he last spoke to his parents. His visor was on the coffee table in front of him, accompanied by his second meal shake of the day. And his upper body was completely exposed. Looking down at his left arm, he could see reddish-purple bruises littering his hand and arm. The entire limb and connected shoulder were sore. And both his legs were in the exact same state. Energy efficiency of curtain is still trash, he says aloud. Then takes his shake and downs a mouthful of the vanilla-flavored drink. He turns on the TV, muted, to track the progress of Cementos making an entirely new stage and repairing the arena after the finals. Blocking one of those attacks from Bakugo nearly took everything I had, Law says, now delving into his full assessment. Curtain is new, but that's still unacceptable, not to mention I need to get my physical power up so if I'm unable to handle the constant shockwaves my body doesn't get messed up. He takes a look at his arm and shoulder before the bruises begin to heal, and 2 seconds later they're completely gone. In truth, he could have healed them whenever he wanted, but confirming the visual state of his body is always good to be absolutely certain. At least in situations where the enemy can't punish him for such cocky actions. I'll also need to get Curtain down to being second nature. It still takes almost a second for me to go from thought to action with it, way too damn slow for me. I guess I could drop rubble on myself to train it, but I need to make it at least 6 times more efficient. I would have passed out if I had to make another Curtain for even 1 second after blocking Bakugo's attack. He takes another mouthful of his drink, forcing it down. God, I hate this weight gain diet. There has got to be a better way to get the amount of calories I need. Whatever, problems for tomorrow. He notices the rubble almost cleaned up for Cementos to begin repairs. At this point, if I fought the USJ Nomu again, it would go the exact same way. I don't have a way past super regeneration yet, and my Curtain can maybe take 2 punches at best before I black out from fatigue. I'd have to pull another one of those Omni-slash moves out of my ass to kill it. Fucking pathetic, he mutters before getting dressed. Leaning back in his seat and forcing himself to drink the 1800-calorie shake, his second of 3 daily shakes. At this point, eating is a genuine chore for Law. At first he tried preparing meals beforehand. But now he's so sick of seeing food that he just blends everything into a shake and has it that way, and it's only been 2 weeks. The thought of doing this for years to bulk up and maintain his new muscles is excruciating to him. There has got to be a better way to. His words are cut off by his phone ringing on the table. Someone he hasn't seen in months, but he certainly expected this call the moment he went public as a mystery class. In fact, the main reason they kept his QUIRK classification a secret for this long is to prevent Japan from being flooded with calls exactly like this. The caller ID only had 3 words, President John Harrison, with a small American flag picture behind it. Law puts back on his visor as he answers, wanting to maintain the slightly robotic tinge to his voice that the visor gives. Horizon. A cool and collected voice asks, clearly an older gentleman, seemingly amused by this whole situation. John, it's been a while, Horizon says, speaking perfect English. Don't suppose you're calling because you need another checkup? A soft chuckle flows through the phone. No, the whole family is fine. Honestly, we've never been better than these past few months after you came to clean us up. And you've been sticking to the diet? Religiously, the president says. But, well, I didn't expect my family doctor to be mystery class, I mean. You mentioned that you'd be starting school this year, but I didn't think I'd be sitting on the couch with my kids and seeing you at the UA Sports Festival. Well, it never really came up, Horizon shrugs. How'd the family take the whole, cutting Todoroki's head up, thing? The missus is mad at you for showing our kids that. The kids cried. They'll get over it, not like you hurt anyone. Very true, and I won. It's been a good day. That it has been, and I'm hoping I can make both our day a lot better, John says. But before we continue, you are a real mystery class, right? Yes, don't believe me? Horizon asks. Nizu would have released a statement countering it if I wasn't. I know, and I do trust you, you're my doctor for Christ's sake. But it's just a bit odd that your hero commission hasn't sent me or any other world leader a notice not to contact you. That's standard procedure for any top hero. Hell, I can't even contact any of Japan's top 300 without calling Punta first. I assume she would have put a warning out too. I guess she has absolute faith in your patriotic spirit, huh? So, how unshakable is it? Horizon chuckles, knowing exactly where this is going. Very shakeable, but she knows I don't ever break contracts, you know this too. And I've got a few more years playing hero for Japan until the contract is up and I get what I want. What if I can double her offer? John asks. You can't, Horizon says. Look, you control the richest, most advanced country on the planet, but I need to finish this contract before I do anything. At that point, we can talk. Fair enough, a man of integrity, that I can respect. But seeing as I'm up for re-election next year, if you even just made a small trip back stateside, I'd help me out a lot, and I'd make it worth your time. I'll probably be too busy becoming a top hero over here, but I do plan to leave Japan when this is all over. Oh. Yeah, what can you offer? Well, considering I control America, a $20 billion annual salary, on top of having all expenses paid so long as you take residence and citizenship within our borders. You'll have a full pro hero license immediately, but only work when we really need you, best to keep our miracle elixir safe after all. And whatever else you want, and you don't pay taxes, of course. And this is for the current me. What about me after a few more years of training here? That entirely depends on your status at that time. How high are you aiming? Top 10? More like symbol of peace. He hears the president choke on the other side of the call. Won't it be a bit disastrous to become their symbol of peace, then just leave? Not your country, do you really care? Fair enough. Well, we can always negotiate at that time, but what I offered you earlier is the baseline since you're a mystery class, and a warping healing one at that. MHM, Horizon mulls it over for a second, seeing much merit in moving to America after this contract is complete. America is nice enough, has everything I really need. I guess after this contract is done we can talk, John, assuming you're still president at that point. Oh, I will be, John laughs. After I tell the big political lobbyists that I have you already considering moving to America in a few years, they'll make sure I get elected next year. Can't have a man with Horizon's personal number out of office, right? So you ensured your spot with this one phone call, very clever. You have to be clever to become president, but you need to be a good president to remain president, John says. I'd like to think I'm both. I don't think even the people who hate you can deny that. Horizon shakes his head at how ridiculous this man always is. There is one thing I'd appreciate if you could do for me actually. Oh, what's that? Can you stir the pot in the background, just a bit? How so? Well, I assume you were the first to call me because you used America's influence to bully the other world leaders into backing down, right? Threatened them with sanctions they couldn't afford, John says. What about it? Then you're in a perfect spot to get them thinking I'll never leave Japan. Everyone wins, especially since Japan will feel extra safe with me so persistently sticking around. But you'd lose out on the other offers. Can they offer me anything better than you? Because I don't think they could even match your offer, Horizon says. True, John thinks about it for a few seconds before he grunts. All right, I'll put the word out that you refuse to abandon Japan as things stand. That should help boost you in the local hero ranks over there, and I'll tell my people over here that when your contract is done we get the first bid. But I hope you know there is already an intense political shadow war behind the scenes just for access to you. This could get ugly. You cool with that? Sounds like we've got a deal. And next year if I'm not busy doing hero work or school I'll pop over to the States to shake your hand. Maybe some lucky press takes a few pictures of us at lunch or something. That'll easily keep me in office, just the usual annual checkup. And everybody wins, perfect, Horizon says. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Mr. President. Likewise, Doctor, now it looks like the stage is just about done. Oh, that reminds me, congratulations on the gold medal by the way, certainly a performance for the history books. Horizon chuckles at that, glancing over to his TV to see the arena nearly fully repaired. The first of my many entries in the book of history, sir. End chapter. Chapter 59, Chapter 058, Peerless. Chapter start. I hope this ceremony is quick, Horizon thinks to himself, standing on a circular concrete pillar as it slowly rises out of the floor under Cementas's command. The dim lights is suddenly replaced by the afternoon sun. Silence destroyed by the cheers of the roaring crowd. 3 such pillars rise out of the lawn in the fully repaired arena. In the middle on the tallest stands Horizon, still in his full PE uniform with the front open. To his right on the second highest spot is Bakugo, both his arms in casts and bandages wrapping most of his torso, silently staring down at his feet with an unreadable expression, clearly deep in thought. And to his left on the third place pillar is Tokoyami, standing proudly with both hands at his sides, perfectly neat and respectable. And standing in front of them are all the first-year students, looking up at their winners. Your podium spot winners. Midnight proudly announces, gesturing to the 3 students. She steps in front of Tokoyami and waves toward him. All the cameras turn to the boy, in third place, actually sharing this position with his classmate Todoroki, who is currently dealing with other issues. She casts a slight glare at Horizon. Is one as warrior or darkness, Tokoyami Fumikage? The crowd goes wild, and Tokoyami can't help but flinch at the sound of people chanting his name, trying his best not to blush. And in second place, Midnight walks in front of Bakugo for everyone to focus on him. Showing off his incredible explosives move in every stage of the competition, Katsuki Bakugo. All the cheers become support for Bakugo, but he just keeps staring down at his feet. The echoing support of the people being warped and twisted by his own worldview, shifting and melding with his inner voice. And Bakugo hears it all. He hears that he'll never be enough, and he can only agree. And finally, the person you've all been waiting for, Mr. Miracle himself, Horizon. The crowd shakes the stadium, completely growing out Midnight's words. Down in the mess of students, Jiro flinches and covers her ears as the chanting begins. Horizon. 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 Seeing all the cameras on him, Horizon creates a room just big enough to reach 1A's homeroom a few hundred meters away and gives a simple command. Shambles. His PE uniform swaps out for his full hero costume, now revealed for the entire world to see as he points his weapon to the sky. And the crowd can't seem to get enough of it. And unfortunately for anyone with sensitive ears, it only gets worse when All Might appears, leaping from atop the stadium down into the arena with absolute ease. Not wanting to waste time, All Might quickly moved to take the medals and begins handing them out. All while trying not to imagine the annoyed look he knew Horizon was likely giving him below that visor. While picking up the bronze medal and moving toward the stairs at Tokoyami's pillar, he notices Izuku out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the boy with his right arm in a cast and bandages across his legs and torso, a complex expression of sadness, disappointment, and pain is written across his face. This was only the first year, young Midoriya. I'm sure you'll get one of these medals and make your debut next time, but I hate to imagine what the competition will be able to do by then, All Might thinks while approaching Tokoyami. In truth, he knew Izuku's lackluster performance in the eyes of everyone would hurt the boy, but he was more worried about the pain that would come tomorrow. With over 3 decades as a pro hero, he knows exactly how the media loves a good story, and the moment he landed in the arena he could feel the atmosphere shift. It was no longer as simple as the people seeing All Might hand out some medals. The way everyone perked up with hope would have been normal at his arrival, had those looks been directed toward him. But they were all looking between him and Horizon. Between the best heroes from 2 generations. Between the future symbol of peace, and the person he'd be passing that torch to. He just hopes Izuku is able to handle the realization of how the world views them. And keep working despite everyone telling him how futile his efforts are. Young Tokoyami, All Might says, towering over Tokoyami as he places the bronze medal around his neck. Giving him a short hug and pat on the back, he takes a step back and then continues. You've clearly got a lot of work to do before you can fully control that quirk of yours, but it is powerful, so I'm sure you'll be able to protect and save a lot of people. Just don't become too reliant on it, all right? Your words humble me, taming the darkness in my soul is my burden and I will be sure to conquer it. Tokoyami nods politely. Ah, right, All Might fake coughs then quickly moves on to the silver medal, not sure how to respond to the little edgelord. Teens are so weird these days. He thinks to himself while approaching Bakugo. Young Bakugo, All Might doesn't see the boy look up to even acknowledge him, and wisely decides to just give him a short hug before putting the medal around his neck, and still he doesn't respond. Clearly winning means a lot to you, and I don't disagree with your views on what it means to be a hero. Always giving your all to save as many people as possible, to always win, but the sad reality is we as people can only do so much. Part of growing is to accept what you can't do, and perfect the things you can. Bakugo just stands there like a statue as All Might takes the gold medal and moves over to Horizon, only giving the boy a pat on the shoulder. Horizon, and in full hero costume no less, he chuckles, seeing the boy in his suit and holding the sword. You truly do make being perfect look easy. Your presence has a profound effect on your peers, forcing them to improve just to keep up, all while yourself are always improving. But being a hero isn't only about fighting and saving, it's also about this. All Might puts a hand over his own heart. How you make people feel in here, words are a powerful thing, especially yours. You've got everything else down enough to already be a top pro. I have no doubt when you understand how to inspire people that my era will officially be over. The entire stadium seems to hold the same breath. A deathly silence befalls everyone as All Might gently place the gold medal around Horizon's neck. As if passing the torch, from one symbol of peace, to the next. While everyone looked at the scene with stars in their eyes, feeling safe knowing that All Might was teaching to prepare someone like Horizon as his successor, beneath his visor a set of completely different thoughts were swirling. So the medal is real gold, he first thought. With it hanging in the middle of his chest he gave it a quick scan, 500 grams of solid gold, in today's prices that's like $25,000. Nizu really has more money than he knows what to do with. Well, me too I suppose. Then he looks around at all the people staring at him, as if they'd seen a second lifeline. All their hope for the next generation, the generation without All Might. And he rolled his eyes. This is way too fucking easy. These worthless people are so desperate for someone to solve all their problems for them that they'll just throw out the first cock that they think can do it. Pathetic, but whatever, works for me. 30 minutes later. Now back in his full school uniform, Horizon sits at his desk in the 1A homeroom under the golden light of the setting sun. Everyone else was still changing and getting cleaned up, so naturally he has some time to himself. He looks at the gold medal still around his neck for a moment, playing with it in his left hand as he takes out his phone with the other. Quickly finding the best pictures people took during the sports festival and posting them to his EA profile, now at 70 million followers. One picture for each of his best moments, and there was no lack of options since everyone had eyes and cameras on him. The first was him grabbing the banner at the finish line of the obstacle race, his first win of the day. The second was him sitting on his classroom chair atop a floating stone, playing a game on his phone while everyone else competes in the cavalry game, his second win. Then there were his personal favorites, the pictures from the fights. Him holding Monoma and healing him. Him standing casually and looking up at Shinso, who was doubled over a thin cement pillar that suddenly rose from the floor and knocked the wind out of him. The picture of Horizon looking down on Shoto, holding the beating heart in his hand, that was his second favorite. But his true favorite, that had to be him standing in a crater with Bakugo on his hands and knees groveling at his feet, and his foot firmly on Bakugo's head keeping him under his boot, right where he belongs. And the final pictures he posted in this collection, one of All Might giving him the medal, and a full shot of him in hero costume wearing the medal, perfect for the hero-worshipping sheep. A few moments later and their other students enter, all aside from Shoto and Ida. Horizon keeps playing with his medal as everyone silently enters and takes their seats, suppressing their excitement at just finishing their first sports festival since Eraser was one step behind them, now at the front of the room. "Alright, listen up," Eraser says, drawing all eyes toward himself. "Good work out there. It should be obvious where you have to improve, so just keep working at it. You've got the next 2 days off, so I'll see you all here Wednesday morning, but then we should have all the internship offers sorted out." Dismissed, he quickly shuffles out of the room. The moment the door shuts behind Eraser, the entire class erupts like a powder keg of excitement, everyone bombarding each other with questions. And while all of this was going on, small conversations starting up, and people throwing praise and compliments at Horizon from all sides. He sees a small hero news alert on his phone, one that would lead to a complete change in the future of UA, and especially Class 1A forever. Hero Killer Stain strikes again, claiming his 70th victim. The number 19 pro hero found dead in Hosa City hours ago. The hero Ingenium is no more. End chapter. Volume 3 complete. Please leave a review if you can. All speculation for the future of this story is welcomed. And yes, Tensei Ida is dead. Chapter 60, Chapter 059, A Day in Tokyo. Chapter start. Green. Horizon says, currently sitting at a metal desk and holding a small eyeball between his fingers, now reassembled and securely in a jelly-like cube of space. On the table in front of him is another identical eye, along with the 5-month-old baby they belong to, sleeping happily as if it weren't currently in surgery. Horizon places both the eyeballs beside the baby and shambles all the parts to properly merge together, then leans back in his chair and stretches. Looking at his watch, he sees it's just barely noon and immediately gets up, packing his medical bag, a simple white duffel bag with his blue logo on either side, then picks up the still sleeping baby in his other hand. Cradling the baby to his chest, he takes his bag and gently opens the door, immediately greeted by a Latino couple. The man in a simple black suit and his wife in a blue dress, both immediately rise to their feet as they see him enter the room. "Complete success," Horizon says quietly, not wanting to wake the baby. They both rush over and the lady all but snatches her son out of his arms, hugging and kissing the baby as tears stream down her face. She mutters a stream of "thank God" for this miracle, and Horizon uses all his willpower not to groan and roll his eyes. "God wanted your baby to be blind, but yeah, thank him, whatever." He keeps his opinions to himself since these are just normal customers he'd likely never see again, traveling to the other side of the world just for his services. After the family gawks over their now fixed baby, the man leads his wife out of the room before returning to have a small chat with Horizon. "You truly are a miracle worker," the man says in his native Spanish. "You flatter me," Horizon responds in the same language. "Truly, I just wish more people could experience this, or you could have more openings." Horizon chuckles at that, but if miracles were common then they wouldn't be miracles, and I wouldn't get to charge so much. The man can't help but laugh at that, remembering the nearly $500 million he paid for this appointment. A very wise policy, but think of all you could do with more than one client per week. "I wish I could do almost a dozen every week like last year, but sadly I'm in UA 6 days a week, it just can't happen," Horizon shrugs. "To the highest bid goes the miracle." The man shakes his head and smiles bitterly at that. "Then I am thankful to be the highest bid this week, doctor." He extends his hand. Again, it's just Horizon. Horizon shakes his hand. 5 minutes later. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears into his penthouse suite in Saitama, Tokyo, only a few blocks away from the hotel that he had just been operating in. Finally, he groans, dropping his medical bag and removing his visor, revealing his face covered in sweat, hair matted to his head. As he summons the card he just swapped with back to his person, he begins undressing, ready to just get cleaned up and find something to eat. Completely exhausted from performing a 5-hour surgery. Not only performing LASIK surgery on both eyes, but also brain surgery and nerve reconstruction to connect those eyes to the brain. 5 hours. $400 million. 2 healthy working eyes. A fair deal. Not really his place to decide, all he knows is he got paid. Getting ready for a shower, he looks out his window to see the city in front of him. From where he currently was, Minato Prefecture was 25 kilometers away, the home of the All Might Hero Agency, currently not operational since he's in Musutafu to teach at UA. But only 5 kilometers away in the heart of Saitama Prefecture was the massive 50-story tall Endeavor Hero Agency. The most active and effective hero agency in the world, with the most annual incidents resolved for the past 15 years in a row, globally. Just barely poking out among the other buildings in the skyline of that particular area, but half the height of the building Law was currently standing in. While most hero agencies were smaller and more modest, more along the lines of Best Jeanist, who only had a 5-story building, Endeavor and All Might had monolithic skyscrapers, earned by the sheer number of cases they've resolved. No wonder this penthouse is so fucking expensive, Law grumbles. Would have to be a dumbass to commit a crime this close to Endeavor and his flaming idiots, and just one prefecture over his king meathead himself, for now. 30 minutes later. Sitting at a balcony table in a restaurant only a few blocks away from his penthouse, Law is enjoying his lunch. Wearing a simple black t-shirt, short sleeves to expose his tattoos, and a low cut to show off a bit of the ink on his chest. Along with simple blue jeans and a black belt, his white and blue watch was swapped out for a black and gold edition. Grilled beef, white rice, fruits and vegetables, and a glass of orange juice. Nothing fancy, dessert is what he was really here for after all. This restaurant is famous for its parfait. Feeling his phone vibrate on the table, Law flips it over to glance at the screen, slightly missing the fact that the caller ID would just appear in his visor when it was on, now aware that he'd have to make sure nobody saw Nizu's name if he was calling him. He glances about for barely a second, all the other patrons focused entirely on their food. "Guild, what's going on?" Law asks, relaxing back in his seat. "Everything is ready for tonight," a cheerful man answers through the phone. "All the fighters are lined up, the tickets are sold, invitations sent out, and we've even got some early bets starting." "The best fighters?" Law asks. "Well, you only gave me 2 weeks to put this together, but a big pot always attracts the best fighters, and they've never seen money like this before. Hell, I've never seen money like this before." "Anyone special?" "Well, you wanted brawlers, we got some E and D list pros, and a special treat or two, but no pro above that would get caught dead in this, reputation and all that shit." "TCH, don't they know laws only apply to poor people?" Law chuckles. "Obviously not, that's why they're heroes." Guild laughs so hard Law has to move the phone away from his ear. "Anyway, not everyone can just make a generous donation to the cops' retirement and disability fund like you, alright?" "Hey now," Law sounds amused and offended. "I don't bribe them to give me a pass, I also donate to the fire department, you know, the Matani estate is very charitable to our brave servicemen and women." Guild laughs into the phone again. "You say that like you don't remember what happened the night we met." Law thinks about it for a second before lowering his voice. "Yeah, we were in Shibuya after the supercar auction, and you tried to fight me because your favorite girl was in my room and you were in the mood to do coke off her tits." "Wait." Guild thinks about it for a second. "Oh yeah, guess the fire was with someone else, huh?" "Definitely." "Well, anyway, I'll send a car for you and whoever you're bringing tonight." "It's just me tonight. The new job keeps me busy sadly," Law says. "Well, I'll find some pretty things to keep you company in your private box, I'll call if anything changes." "Gotcha, just." Boom. The building opposite Law suddenly begins crumbling as a gigantified villain, 15m-45 feet tall, erupts from it and begins swinging wildly. "Gotta go, Guild," Law says before hanging up. Simply remaining in this seat as all the other patrons begin scrambling about, watching the fight with mild amusement. Honestly, I feel like every other villain has gigantification with how common this shit is. But as he's about to get bored, the massive, lanky, and thin, gray-skinned villain is suddenly attacked by a flying hero blasting out of the building. Delta Stream, he wore a skin-tight all-red suit with a long flowing cape, and hanging from his arms was another hero wearing a gray and blue costume with a red cape. The suit rose into a hood that covered his right eye, leaving only his left eye and mouth exposed, X-less. Watching the duo zip around, Law couldn't help but enjoy the show. Some may call it gluttony, or maybe just being ungrateful. But the human desire for more is insatiable. And for as long as he could remember, Law Matani has always been jealous of those who could fly. Delta Stream throws X-less high into the air, and on the way down he lines up his eye blast, and first a wide laser down at the villain, completely knocking him out. Laser eyes are so damn cool, Law thinks to himself. Maybe in 10 years I'll have enough energy for that. But not before the wild flailing arm catches Delta Stream with a lucky strike and knocks the hero into the road below. And without any physical augmentation effect on his body, simply pure flight is his only ability. Splat. Watching from 2 stories up on the balcony, Law sees X-less holding Delta Stream in his arms as the hero takes his last breath. If only they had a doctor on the scene with a healing quirk, or even better, someone with a warping quirk that could have helped him avoid being hit. But alas, Horizon was not at the scene, just Law Matani watching with uninterested eyes as yet another hero dies. "Fuck," Law mutters under his breath, turning around to see the entire restaurant empty. "I'm not gonna get my parfait." End chapter.